We left it unvisited, and went on past an aerodrome with its hangars, past the barracks and the tobacco factory that stand in the outskirts of any considerable Herzegovinian town, and were in Mostar, story most, old bridge. Presently we were looking at that bridge, which is falsely said to have been built by the Emperor Trajan, but is of medieval Turkish workmanship. It is one of the most beautiful bridges in the world. A slender arch lies between two round towers, its parapet bent in a shallow angle in the center. To look at it is good, to stand on it is as good. Over the grey green river swoop hundreds of swallows, and on the banks mosques and white houses stand among glades of trees and bushes. The swallows and the glades know nothing of the mosques and houses. The river might be running through unvisited hills instead of a town of 20,000 inhabitants. There was not an old tin, not a rag of paper to be seen. This was certainly not due to any scavenging service. In the Balkans people are more apt to sit down and look at disorder and discuss its essence than clear it away. It was more likely to be due to the Moslem's love of nature, especially of running water, which would prevent him from desecrating the scene with litter in the first place. I marveled, as I had done on my previous visit to Yugoslavia, at the contradictory attitudes of the Moslem to such matters. They build beautiful towns and villages. I know of no country, not even Italy or Spain, where each house in a group will be placed with such invariable taste and such pleasing results for those who look at it and out of it alike. The architectural formula of a Turkish house, with its reticent defensive lower story and its projecting upper story, full of windows, is simple and sensible, and I know nothing neater than its interior. Western housewifery is sluttish compared to that aseptic order. Yet, Mostar, till the Austrians came, had no hotels except bug-ridden shacks, and it was hard to get the Moslems to abandon their habit of casually slaughtering animals in the streets. Even now the average Moslem shop is the antithesis of the Moslem house. It is a shabby little hole, often with a glassless front, which must be cold in winter and stifling in summer, and its goods are arranged in fantastic disorder. In a stationer's shop the picture postcards will have been left in the sun till they are faded, and the exercise books will be fox. In a textile shop the bolts of stuff will be stacked in untidy tottering heaps. The only exceptions are the bakeries, where the flat loaves and buns are arranged in charming geometric patterns, and the green groceries, where there is manifest pleasure in the color and shape of the vegetables. There are, indeed, evident in all Moslem life co-equal strains of extreme fastidiousness and extreme slovenliness, and it is impossible to predict where or why the one or the other is going to take control. A mosque is the most spick and span place of worship in the world, but any attempt to postulate a connection in the Moslem mind between holiness and cleanliness will break down at the first sight of a mosque which for some reason, perhaps a shifting of the population, is no longer used. It will have been allowed to fall into a squalor that recalls the worst western slums. The huge cafe of our hotel covered the whole ground floor, and had 2 billiard tables in the center. For dinner we ate the trout of the place, which is famous and, we thought, horrible, like fish crossed with slug. But we ate also a superb cheese souffle. The meal was served with incredible delay, and between the courses we read the newspapers and looked about us. Moslems came in from the streets, exotic in fezzes. They hung them up and went to their seats and played draughts and drank black coffee, no longer Moslems, merely men. Young officers moved rhythmically through the beams of white light that poured down upon the acid green of the billiard tables. And the billiard balls gave out their sound of stoical shock. There was imminent the Balkan feeling of a shiftless yet just doom. It seemed possible that someone might come into the room, perhaps a man who would hang up his fez, and explain, in terms just comprehensible enough to make it certain they were not nonsensical, that all the people at the tables must stay there until the 2 officers who were playing billiards at that moment had played a million games, and that by the result their eternal fates would be decided, and that this would be accepted, and people would sit there, quietly waiting and reading the newspapers. Here in Mostar the really adventurous part of our journey began. Something that had been present in every breath we drew in Dalmatia and Croatia was absent when we woke the next morning, and dressed and breakfasted with our eyes on the market square beneath our windows. It might be identified as conformity in custom as well as creed. The people we were watching adhered with intensity to certain faiths. They were Muslim, they were Catholic, they were Orthodox. About marriage, about birth, about death, they practiced immutable rites, determined by these faiths and the older faiths that lie behind them. But in all other ways they were highly individualistic. Their goings and comings, their eating and drinking, were timed by no communal program. Their choice of destiny might be made on grounds so private as to mean nothing to any other human being. Such an attitude showed itself in the crowds below us in a free motion that is the very antithesis in spirit to what we see when we watch people walking to their work over London Bridge in the morning. It snowed too in their faces, which always spoke of thought that was never fully shared, of scepticism and satire and lyricism that felt no need to have been yet finally judged. It showed itself also in their dress. Neither here nor anywhere else do single individuals dare while sane to dress entirely according to their whim, and the Moslems keep to their veils and fezzes with a special punctilio, because these mark them out as participants in the former grandeur of the Ottoman Empire. But here the smallest village or, in a town, a suburb, or even a street, can have its own fantasy of costume. The men go in less for variations than the women, for in the classic costume of these parts the male has found as becoming a dress as has ever been devised for him. The stiff braided jacket has a look of ceremony, of mastership about it, and the trousers give the outer line of the leg from the hip to the ankle and make it seem longer by bagging between the thighs. But the women presented us with uncountable variations. We liked 2 women, grey-haired and harsh-featured, who looked like Margate landladies discussing the ingenious austerities of the day's menus. Until a boy wheeled away a barrow and we could see their long full serge bloomers. Other women wore tight bodices and jackets and baggy trousers, each garment made of a different sort of printed material, such as we use for country curtains, but though these wore the Moslem trousers they were Christians, for their faces were unveiled, and they covered their heads loosely with what we know as paisley shawls. The Moslems slid about black-muzzled, wearing their cotton wrappers, which were usually striped in coldish colors, grays and slate blues and substanceless reds. Except for those who wore that costume one sees in Mostar and not again when one leaves it, unless one's journey takes one very far, to Turkestan, I have heard it said. The costume is as stirring to the imagination and as idiotically unpractical as any I have ever seen. The great point in favor of Moslem dress in its Yugoslavian form is a convenience in hot weather, which in these parts is a serious consideration, for even in Mostar the summer is an affliction. The cotton overall keeps the hair and the clothes clean, and the veil protects the face from dust and insects and sunburn. This is not true of the heavy horsehair veil worn in the Real East, where the accumulation of dust is turned by the breath of the mouth and nostrils to actual mud, but the light black veil of oil or cotton does no harm and a great deal of good. There is, however, no Such justification for the traditional Mostar costume. It consists of a man's coat, made in black or blue cloth, immensely too large for the woman who is going to wear it. It is cut with a stiff military collar, very high, perhaps as much as 8 or 10 inches, which is embroidered inside, not outside, with gold thread. It is never worn as a coat. The woman slips it over her, drawing the shoulders above her head, so that the stiff collar falls forward and projects in front of her like a visor, and she can hide her face, if she clutches the edges together, so that she need not wear a veil. The sleeves are allowed to hang loose or are stitched together at the back, but nothing can be done with the skirts, which drag on the ground. We asked the people in the hotel and several tradesmen in Mostar, and a number of Muslims in other places, whether there was any local legend which accounted for this extraordinary garment, for it seemed it must commemorate some occasion when a woman had disguised herself in her husband's coat in order to perform an act of valor. But if there was ever such a legend, it has been forgotten. The costume may have some value as a badge of class, for it could be worn with comfort and cleanliness only by a woman of the leisured classes, who need not go out save when she chooses. It would be most inconvenient in wet weather or on rough ground, and a woman could not carry or lead a child while she was wearing it. But perhaps it survives chiefly by its poetic value, by its symbolic references to the sex it clothes. It has the power of a dream or a work of art that has several interpretations, that explain several aspects of reality at one and the same time. First and most obviously, the little woman in the tall man's coat presents the contrast between man and woman. At its most simple and playful, as the contrast between heaviness and lightness, between coarseness and fragility, between that which breaks and that which might be broken but is instead preserved and cherished, for the sake of tenderness and joy. It makes man and woman seem as father and daughter. The little girl is wearing her father's coat and laughs at him from the depths of it. She pretends that it is a magic garment and that she is invisible and can hide from him. Its dimensions favor this fantasy. The Herzegovinian is tall, but not such a giant as this coat was made to fit. I am barely 5'4" and my husband is close on 6'2", but when I tried on his overcoat in this fashion the hem was well above my ankles, yet the Mostar garment trails about its wearer's feet. But it presents the female also in a more sinister light, as the male sees her when he fears her. The dark visor gives her the beak of a bird of prey, and the flash of gold thread within the collar suggests private and ensnaring delights. A torch is put to those fires of the imagination which need for fuel dreams of pain, annihilation, and pleasure. The austere yet lubricious beauty of the coat gives a special and terrifying emphasis to the meaning inherent in all these Eastern styles of costume which hide women's faces. That meaning does not relate directly to sexual matters, it springs from a state of mind more impersonal, even metaphysical, though primitive enough to be sickening. The veil perpetuates and renews a moment when man, being in league with death, like all creatures that must die, hated his kind for living and transmitting life, and hated woman more than himself, because she is the instrument of birth, and put his hand to the floor to find filth and plastered it on her face, to affront the breath of life in her nostrils. There is about all veiled women a sense of melancholy quite incommensurate with the inconveniences they themselves may be suffering. Even when, like the women of Mostar, they seem to be hastening towards secret and luxurious and humorous love-making, they hint of a general surrender to mortality, a futile attempt of the living to renounce life. Bosnia Road. A Moslem woman walking black-faced in white robes among the terraces of a blossoming orchard, her arms full of irises, was the last we saw of the Herzegovinian plains, and our road took us into mountains, at first so gruffly barren, so coarsely rocky that they were almost squalid. Then we followed a lovely rushing river, and the heights were mitigated by spring woods, reddish here with the foliage of young oaks, that ran up to snow peaks. This river received tributaries, after the astonishing custom of this limestone country, as unpolluted gifts straight from the rock face. One strong flood burst into the river at right angles, flush with the surface, an astonishing disturbance. Over the boulders ranged the exuberant hellebore with its pale green flowers. But soon the country softened, and the mountains were tamed and bridled by their woodlands and posed as background to sweet small compositions of waterfalls, fruit trees, and green lawns. The expression Silvandale seemed again to mean something. We looked across a valley to Jablanica, the town of poplars, which was the pleasure resort of Mostar when the Austrians were here, where their officers went in the heat of the summer for a little gambling and horse racing. Before its minarets was a plateau covered with fields of young corn in their first pale, strong green, vibrant as a high sea from a celestial soprano, and orchards white with cherry and plum. We drove up an avenue of bronze and gold budding ash trees and lovely children dashed out of a school and saluted us as a sign and wonder. We saw other lovely children later, outside a gypsy encampment of tents made with extreme simplicity of pieces of black canvas hung over a bar and tethered to the ground on each side. Our Swabian chauffeur drove at a pace incredible for him, lest we should give them pennies. A neat village called Little Horse ran like a loop whip round a bridged valley, and we wondered to see in the heart of the country so many urban-looking little cafes, where men sat and drank coffee. The road mounted and spring ran backwards like a reverse film. We were among trees that had not yet put out a bud, and from a high pass we looked back at a tremendous circle of snow peaks about whose feet we had run unwitting. We fell again through Swissish country, between banks blond with primroses, into richer country full of stranger people, gypsies, supple and golden, creatures whom the window curtains of goldus green had clothed in the colors of the sunrise and the sunset, gave us greetings and laughter. Moslem women walking unveiled towards the road turned their backs until we passed, or if there was a wall nearby sought it and flattened their faces against it. We came to a wide valley, flanked with hills that, according to the curious conformation, run not east and west, nor north and south but in all directions, so that the view changed every instant and the earth seemed as fluid and restless as the ocean. We are quite near Sarajevo, I said. It is at the end of this valley. Though I was right, we did not arrive there for some time. The main road was under repair and we had to make a detour along a road so bad that the mud spouted higher than the car, and after a mile or so our faces and topcoats were covered with it. This is really an undeveloped country, one cannot come and go yet as one chooses. Sarajevo. Look, I said, the river at Sarajevo runs red. That I think a bit too much. The pathetic fallacy really ought not to play with such painful matters. Yes, it is as blatant as a propagandist poster, said my husband. We were standing on the bridge, over which the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife would have driven on the morning of June the 28th, 1914, if they had not been shot by a Bosnian named Gavrilo Princip, just as their car was turning off the embankment. We shuddered and crossed to the other bank, where there was a little park with a cafe in it. We sat and drank coffee, looking at the Pyrus japonica and the white lilacs that grew all round us, and the people, who were almost as decorative as flowers. At The next table sat a Moslem woman wearing a silk overall striped in lilac and purple. And dull blue. Her long narrow hand shot out of its folds to spoon a drop from a glass of water into her coffee cup. Here there is Turkish coffee, which carries its grounds in suspension, and the cold drop precipitates them. Her hand shot out again to hold her veil just high enough to let her other hand carry the cup to her lips. When she was not drinking, she sat quite still, the light breeze pressing her black veil against her features. Her stillness was more than the habit of a Western woman, yet the uncovering of her mouth and chin had shown her completely un-Oriental, as luminously fair as any Scandinavian. Further away, two Moslem men sat on a bench and talked politics, beating with their fingers on the headlines of a newspaper. Both were tall, raw-boned, bronze-haired, with eyes crackling with sheer blueness. Danish sea captains, perhaps, had they not been wearing the fez. We noted then, and were to note it again and again as we went about the city, that such sights gave it a special appearance. The costumes which we regard as the distinguishing badge of an Oriental race prove positive that the European frontier has been crossed, are worn by people far less Oriental in aspect than, say, the Latins, and this makes Sarajevo look like a fancy dress ball. There is also an air of immense luxury about the town, of unwavering dedication to pleasure, which makes it credible that it would hold a festivity on so extensive and costly a scale. This air is, strictly speaking, a deception, since Sarajevo is stuffed with poverty of a most denuded kind. The standard of living among the working classes is lower than even in our great Western cities. But there is also a solid foundation of moderate wealth. The Muslims here scorn trade, but they were landowners, and their descendants hold the remnants of their fortunes and are now functionaries and professional men. The trade they rejected fell into the hands of the Christians, who therefore grew in the towns to be a wealthy and privileged class, completely out of touch with the oppressed Christian peasants outside the city walls. There is also a Jewish colony here, descended from a group who came here from Spain after the expulsory decrees of Ferdinand and Isabella, and grafted itself on an older group which had been in the Balkans from time immemorial. It has acquired wealth and culture. So the town lies full fed in the trough by the Red River, and rises up the bowl of the blunt-ended valley, in happy, open suburbs where handsome houses stand among their fruit trees. There one may live very pleasantly, looking down on the minarets of the 100 mosques of Sarajevo, and the tall poplars that march the course of the red-running river. The dead here also make for handsomeness, for acres and acres above these suburbs are given up to the deliberate carelessness of the Moslem cemeteries, where the marble posts stick slantwise among uncorrected grass and flowers and ferns, which grow as cheerfully as in any other meadow. But the air of luxury in Sarajevo has less to do with material goods than with the people. They greet the light here with unreluctant and sturdy appreciation. They are even prudent about it. They will let no drop of pleasure run to waste. It is good to wear red and gold and blue and green. The women wear them, and in the Moslem bazaar that covers several acres of the town with its open-fronted shops there are handkerchiefs and shawls and printed stuffs which say yes to the idea of brightness, as only the very rich, who can go to dressmakers who are conscious specialists in the eccentric, dare to say it in the Western world. Men wash in the marble fountain of the great mosque facing the bazaar, and at the appointed hour prostrate themselves in prayer, with the most comfortable enjoyment of coolness and repose and the performance of a routine in good repute. In the Moslem cookshops they sell the great cartwheel tarts made of fatly thin pastry stuffed with spinach, which presuppose that no man will be ashamed of his greed and his liking for grease. The looks the men cast on the veiled women, the gait by which the women admit that they know they are being looked upon, speak of a romanticism that can take its time to dream and resolve, because it is the flower of the satisfied flesh. This tradition of tranquil sensuality is of Moslem origin, and is perhaps still strongest among Moslems, but also on Jewish and Christian faces can there be recognized this steady light, which makes it seem as if the Puritans who banish pleasure and libertines who savage her do worse than we had imagined. We had thought of them as destroying harmless beauty, but here we learn to suspect that they throw away an instruction necessary for the mastery of life. Though Sarajevo has so strong a character, it is not old as cities go. It was originally a mining town. Up on the heights there is to be seen a Turkish fortress, reconditioned by the Austrians, and behind it are the old workings of a mine that was once exploited by merchants from Dubrovnik. This is not to say that it had ever any of the casual and reckless character of a modern mining town. In past ages, before it was realized that though minerals seem solid enough, their habits make them not more reliable as supports than the rainbow, a mining town would be as sober and confident as any other town built on a hopeful industry. But it was neither big nor powerful. When it fell into the hands of the Turks in 1464, the capital of Bosnia was Yajce, usually but unhelpfully spelled Jajce, about 90 miles or so north in the mountains. But after the conquest, Sarajevo became extremely important as a focal point where various human characteristics were demonstrated, one of which was purely a local peculiarity, yet was powerful and appalling on the grandest scale. It happened that the Manichaean heresy, which had touched Dalmatia and left its mark so deeply on Trogar, had struck even deeper roots in Bosnia, where a sect called the Bogomils had attracted a vast proportion of the people, including both the feudal lords and the peasants. We do not know much about the sect except from their enemies, who were often blatant liars. It is thought from the name Bogomil, which means God have mercy in Old Slavonic, and from the behavior of the surviving remnants of the sect, that they practiced the habit of ecstatic prayer, which comes easy to all Slavs, and they adapted the dualism of this heresy to Slav taste. They rejected its Puritanism and incorporated in it a number of pre-Christian beliefs and customs, including such superstitions as the belief in the haunting of certain places by elemental spirits and the practice of gathering herbs at certain times and using them with incantations. They also gave it a Slav character by introducing a political factor. Modern historians suggest that Bogomilism was not so much a heresy as a schism, that it represented the attempt of a strong national party to form a local church which should be independent of either the Roman Catholic or the Orthodox Church. Whatever Bogomilism was, it satisfied the religious necessities of the mass of Bosnians for nearly 250 years, notwithstanding the savage attacks of both the Roman Catholic and the Orthodox churches. The Roman Catholic Church was the more dangerous of the two. This was not because the Orthodox Church had the advantage in tolerance. The Council of Constantinople laid it down that Bogomils must be burned alive. It was because the political situation in the East became more and more unfavorable to the Orthodox Church, until finally the coming of the Turks ranged them among the objects rather than the inflictors of persecution. The Latin Church had no such mellowing misfortunes, and though for a time it lost its harshness towards heretics, and was, for example, most merciful towards Jews and Arians, under the Carlovingians, it was finally urged by popular bigotry and adventurous monarchs to take up the sword against the enemies of the faith. At the end of the 12th century we find a king of Dalmatia who wanted to seize Bosnia, complaining to the Pope that the province was full of heretics, and appealing to him to get the king of Hungary to expel them. This began a system of interference, which was for long wholly unavailing. In 1221 there were none but Bogomil priests in Bosnia, under whom the country was extremely devout. But the zeal of the church had been fired, and in 1247 the Pope endeavored to inspire the Archbishop of Bosnia by describing to him how his predecessors had tried to redeem their see by devastating the greater part of it and by killing or carrying away in captivity many thousands of Bosnians. The people, however, remained obstinately Bogomil, and as soon as the attention of the papacy was diverted elsewhere, as it was during the Waldensian persecutions and the Great Schism, they stood firm in their faith again. Finally it was adopted as the official state religion. But the papacy had staked a great deal on Bosnia. It had preached crusade after crusade against the land, with full indulgences, as in the case of crusades to Palestine. It had sent out brigades of missionaries, who had behaved with glorious heroism and had in many cases suffered martyrdom. It had used every form of political pressure on neighboring monarchs to induce them to invade Bosnia and put it to fire and the sword. It had, by backing Catholic usurpers to the Bosnian throne, caused perpetual disorder within the kingdom and destroyed all possibility of dynastic unity. Now it made one last supreme effort. It supported the Emperor Sigismund of Hungary, who held Croatia and Dalmatia, and who wished to add Bosnia to his kingdom. This was not a step at all likely to promote the cause of order. Sigismund was a flighty adventurer whose indifference to Slav interests was later shown by his surrender of Dalmatia to Venice. But the Pope issued a bull calling Christendom to a crusade against the Turks, the apostate Aryans, and the heretic Bosnians, and the Emperor embarked on a campaign which was sheer vexation to the tortured Slav lands, and scored the success of capturing the Bosnian king. The Bosnians were unimpressed, and replaced him by another, also a staunch Bogomil. Later Sigismund sent back the first king, whose claim to the throne was naturally resented by the second. The wretched country was again precipitated into civil war. This was in 1415. In 1389 the Battle of Kosovo had been lost by the Christian Serbs. For 26 years the Turks had been digging themselves in over the border of Bosnia. They had already some foothold in the southern part of the kingdom. A child could have seen what was bound to happen. The Turks offered the Bogomils military protection, secure possession of their lands, and full liberty to practice their religion provided they counted themselves as Muslims and not as Christians, and did not attack the forces of the Ottoman Empire. The Bogomils, having been named in a papal bull with the Turks as common enemies of Christendom and having suffered invasion in consequence, naturally accepted the offer. Had it not been for the intolerance of the papacy we would not have had Turkey in Europe for 500 years. 50 years later, the folly had been consummated. Bosnia was wholly Turkish, and the Turks had passed on towards Hungary and Central Europe. It is worthwhile noting that a band of Bogomils who had been driven out of Bosnia by a temporary Catholic king, while their companions had been sent in chains to Rome to be benignantly converted, valiantly defended the Herzegovinian mountains against the Turks for another 20 years. But the story does not stop there. It was only then that a certain peculiar and awful characteristic of human nature showed itself, as it has since shown itself on one other occasion in history. There is a kind of human being, terrifying above all others, who resists by yielding. Let it be supposed that it is a woman. A man is pleased by her, he makes advances to her, he finds that no woman was ever more compliant. He marvels at the way she allows him to take possession of her and perhaps despises her for it. Then suddenly he finds that his whole life has been conditioned to her, that he has become bodily dependent on her, that he has acquired the habit of living in a house with her, that food is not food unless he eats it with her. It is at this point that he suddenly realizes that he has not conquered her mind, and that he is not sure if she loves him, or even likes him, or even considers him of great moment. Then it occurs to him as a possibility that she failed to resist him in the first place because simply nothing he could do seemed of the slightest importance. He may even suspect that she let him come into her life because she hated him, and wanted him to expose himself before her so that she could despise him for his weakness. This, since man is a hating rather than a loving animal, may not impossibly be the truth of the situation. There will be an agonizing period when he attempts to find out the truth, but that he will not be able to do, for it is the essence of this woman's character not to uncover her face. He will therefore have to withdraw from the frozen waste in which he finds himself, where there is neither heat nor light nor food nor shelter, but only the fear of an unknown enemy, and he will have to endure the pain of living alone till he can love someone else, or he will have to translate himself into another person, who will be accepted by her, a process that means falsification of the soul. Whichever step he takes, the woman will grow stronger and more serene, though not so strong and serene as she will if he tries the third course of attempting to coerce her. Twice the Slavs have played the part of this woman in the history of Europe. Once, on the simpler occasion, when the Russians led Napoleon into the core of their country, where he found himself among snow and ashes, his destiny dead. The second time it happened here in Sarajevo. The heretic Bosnian nobles surrendered their country to the Turks in exchange for freedom to keep their religion and their lands, but they were aware that these people were their enemies. There could be no two races more antipathetic than the Slavs, with their infinite capacity for inquiry and speculation, and the Turks, who had no word in their language to express the idea of being interested in anything, and who were therefore content in abandonment to the truism of a militarist system. This antipathy grew stronger as the Turks began to apply to Bosnia the same severe methods of raising revenue with which they drained all their conquered territories, and the same system of recruiting. For some time after the conquest they began to draw from Bosnia, as from Serbia and Bulgaria and Macedonia, the pick of all the Slav boys, to act as Janissaries, as the Praetorian Guard of the Ottoman Empire. It was the fate of these boys to be brought up ignorant of the names of their families or their birthplaces, to be denied later the right to marry or own property, to be nothing but instruments of warfare for the Sultan's use, as inhuman as lances or bombs. To these exact ions the Bosnians submitted. They could do nothing else. But the two Bosnian nobles who had been the first to submit to the Turks came to this mining town and founded a city which was called Bosna Sarai, from the fortress, the Sarai, on the heights above it. Here they lived in a pride undiminished by conquest, though adapted to it. It must be remembered that these people would not see themselves as renegades in any shocking sense. The followers of a heresy itself strongly oriental in tone would not feel that they were abandoning Christianity in practicing their worship under Muslim protection, since Mohammed acknowledged the sanctity of Christ, and Muslims had no objection to worshipping in Christian churches. To this day in Sarajevo, Muslims make a special point of attending the Church of St. Anthony of Padua every Tuesday evening. The Bosnian Muslims felt that they had won their independence by a concession no greater than they would have made had they submitted to the Roman Catholic Church. So they sat down in their new town, firm in self-respect, and profited by the expanding wealth of their conquerors. It was then, no doubt, that the town acquired its air of pleasure, for among the Turks at that time voluptuousness knew its splendid holiday. An insight into what its wealth came to be is given us by a catastrophe. When Kara Mustafa, the vizier who tormented Dubrovnik, was beaten outside Vienna, his camp dazzled Europe with a vision of luxury such as it had never seen, such as perhaps it has never known since. His stores were immense. He traveled with 20,000 head apiece of buffaloes, oxen, camels, and mules, a flock often 1,000 sheep, and a country's crop of corn and sugar and coffee and honey and fat. His camp was the girth of Warsaw, wrote John Sobieski to his wife, and not imaginable by humble Poles. The vizier's tent, this I know, for I once saw it in Vienna, was a masterpiece of delicate embroidery in many colors. There were also bathrooms flowing with scented waters, gardens with fountains, superb beds, glittering lamps, and chandeliers, and priceless carpets, and a menagerie containing all manner of birds and beasts and fishes. Before Kara Mustafa fled, he decapitated 2 of his possessions which he thought so beautiful he could not bear the Christian dogs to enjoy them. One was a specially beautiful wife, the other was an ostrich. The scent of that world, luxurious and inclusive, still hangs about the mosques and latticed windows and walled gardens of Sarajevo. But however sensuous that population might be, it was never supine. Sarajevo, as the seat of the new Muslim nobility, was made the headquarters of the Bosnian Janizaries. These Janizaries, however, singularly failed to carry out the intention of their founders. Their education proved unable to make them forget they were Slavs. They insisted on speaking Serbian, they made no effort to conceal a racial patriotism. And what was more, they insisted on taking wives and acquiring property. Far from inhumanly representing the Ottoman power in opposition to the Bosnian nobles, they were their friends and allies. The Porte found itself unable to alter the state of affairs, because the Janizaries of Constantinople, who were also Slavs, had a lively liking for them and could not be trusted to act against them. It had no other resources, for it had exterminated the leaders of the Bosnian Christians and in any case could hardly raise them up to fight for their oppressors. Hence there grew up, well within the frontiers of the Ottoman Empire, a free city, in which the Slavs lived as they liked, according to a constitution they based on Slav law and custom, and defied all interference. It even passed a law by which the Pasha of Bosnia was forbidden to stay more than a night at a time within the city walls. For that one night he was treated as an honored guest, but the next morning he found himself escorted to the city gates. It was out of the question that the Ottoman Empire should ever make Sarajevo its seat of government. That had to be the smaller town of Travnik, 50 miles away, and even there the Pasha was not his own master. If the Janizaries of Sarajevo complained of him to the Sublime Porte, he was removed. Fantastically, the only right that the Porte insisted on maintaining to prove its power was the appointment of 2 officials to see that justice was done in disputes between Christians and Muslims, and even then the commune of Sarajevo could dismiss them once they were appointed. Often the sultans and viziers must have wondered, but when did we conquer these people? Alas, how can we have thought we had conquered these people? What would we do not to have conquered these people? Things went very well with this mutinous city for centuries. Its independence enabled it to withstand the shock of the blows inflicted on the Turks at Vienna and Belgrade, which meant that they must abandon their intention of dominating Europe. There came a bad day at the end of the 17th century, when Prince Eugene of Savoy rode down from Hungary with his cavalry and looked down on the city from a foothill at the end of the valley. Then the Slavs proved their unity in space and time, and the Bosnians rehearsed the trick that the Russians were later to play on Napoleon. The town, Prince Eugene was told, had been abandoned. It lay there, empty, to be taken. Prince Eugene grew thoughtful and advanced no further, though he had been eager to see this outpost of the East, whose atmosphere must have been pleasing to his own type of voluptuousness. He turned round and went back to the Danube at the head of a vast column of Christian refugees whom he took to Austrian territory. Perhaps that retreat made the difference between the fates of Prince Eugene and Napoleon. After that a century passed and left Sarajevo much as it was, plump in insubordination. Then came the great reforming sultans, Selim III and Mahmud II, who saw that they must rebuild their house if it were not to tumble about their ears. They resolved to reorganize the Janizaries and, when that proved impossible, to disband them. These were by now a completely lawless body exercising supreme authority over all lawfully constituted administrative units. Also the sultans resolved to reform the land and taxation system which made hungry slaves of the peasants. Nothing would have been less pleasing to Sarajevo. The Janizaries and the Bosnian nobility had worked together to maintain unaltered the feudal system which had perished in nearly all other parts of Europe, and the proposal to remove the disabilities of the Christian peasants reawakened a historic feud. The Bosnian Muslim city-dwelling nobles hated these Christian peasants, because they were the descendants of the Catholic and Orthodox barons and their followers who had opened the door to the invader by their intolerance of Bogomilism. Therefore the Janizaries and the Muslim nobles fought the sultans. The Janizaries refused to be disbanded, and when their brothers had been exterminated in Constantinople, the prohibited uniform was still to be seen in Sarajevo, the blue pelisse, the embroidered undercoat, the huge towering turban, decorated when the wearer was of the higher ranks with bird of paradise plumes, the high leather boots, red and yellow and black according to rank. In time they had to retreat from the town to the fortress on the heights above it, and that too fell later to the troops of the central authority. Bosnian nobles were beheaded, and the Pasha entered into full possession of the city where for 4 centuries he had been received on sufferance. But after a few months, in July 1828, the Sarajevans took their revenge and, aided by the citizens of a neighboring town called Bizak, broke in and for 3 days massacred their conquerors. Their victory was so terrible that they were left undisturbed till 1850. And then they were defeated by a Turkish empire which itself was near to defeat, and was to be drummed out of Bosnia by peasants not 30 years later. At last the two lovers had destroyed each other. But they were famous lovers. This beautiful city speaks always of their preoccupation with one another, of what the Slav, not to be won by any gift, took from the Turk, and still was never won, of the unappeasable hunger with which the Turk longed throughout the centuries to make the Slav subject to him, although the Slav is never subject, not even to himself. Sarajevo too. We knew we should try to get some sleep before the evening, because Constantine was coming from Belgrade and would want to sit up late and talk. But we hung about too late in the bazaar, watching a queue of men who had lined up to have their fezzes ironed. It is an amusing process. In a steamy shop 2 Moslems were working, each clapping a fez down on a fez-shaped cone heated inside like an old-fashioned flat iron, and then clapping down another cone on it and screwing that down very tight, then releasing the fez with a motherly expression. What extremely tidy people the Moslems must be, said my husband, but added, this cannot be normal, however. If it were, there would be more shops of this sort. There must be some festival. Tomorrow. We will ask the people at the hotel. But we were so tired that we forgot, and slept so late that Constantine had to send us up a message saying he had arrived, and was eager to go out to dinner. When we came downstairs, Constantine was standing in the hall, talking to 2 Men, tall and dark and dignified, with the sallow, long-lashed dignity of Sephardim. I tell you I have friends everywhere, he said. These are two of my friends, they like me very much. They are Jews from Spain, and they speak beautiful soft Spanish. Of the time of Ferdinand and Isabella, not the Spanish of today, which is hard and guttural as German. This is Dr. Lachen, who is a banker, and Dr. Merrigan, who is a judge. I think they are both very good men, they move in a sort of ritual way along prescribed paths, and there is nothing ever wrong. Now they will take us to a cafe, where we will eat a little, but it is not for the eating they are taking us there, it is because they have heard there is a girl there who sings the Bosnian songs very well. And it is not for nothing that there are so many mosques in Sarajevo, this is truly the East, and people attach great importance to such things as girls who sing the Bosnian songs, even though they are very serious people. The men greeted us with beautiful and formal manners, and we went down the street to the cafe. It could be seen they liked Constantine half because he is a great poet, half because he is like a funny little dog. But at the door they began to think of us and wonder if they should take us to such a place. For us and our wives it is nice, they said, but we are used to it. Perhaps for an English lady it will seem rather strange. There are sometimes dancers, well, there is one now. A stout woman clad in sequin pink muslin trousers and brassiere was standing on a platform revolving her stomach in time to the music of a piano and violin, and as we entered she changed her subject matter and began to revolve her large firm breast in opposite directions. This gave an effect of hard, mechanical magic. It was as if two cannonballs were rolling away from each other but were forever kept contingent by some invisible power of attraction. Your wife does not mind? Asked the judge and the banker. I think not, said my husband. As we went down the aisle one of the cannonballs ceased to revolve, though the other went on rolling quicker than ever, while the woman cried out my name in tones of familiarity and welcome. The judge and the banker showed no signs of having witnessed this greeting. As we sat down I felt embarrassed by their silence and said, in explanation, how extraordinary I should come across this woman again. I beg your pardon, said the judge. How extraordinary it is, I repeated, that I should come across this woman again. I met her last year in Macedonia. Oh, it is you that she knows, exclaimed the judge and the banker, and I perceived that they had thought she was a friend of my husband's. I was really very glad to see her again. When Constantine and I had been in Skopje the previous Easter he had taken me to a nightclub in the Moslem quarter. That form of entertainment which we think of as peculiarly modern Western and profligate was actually far more at home in the ancient and poverty-stricken Near East. In any sizable village in Macedonia I think one would find at least one cafe where a girl sang and there was music. In Skopje, which has under 70,000 inhabitants, there are many such, including a nightclub almost on a Trocadero scale. In the little Moslem cabaret we visited there was nobody more opulent than a small shopkeeper, but the performers numbered a male gypsy who sang and played the gusla, a very beautiful Serbian singer, a still more beautiful gypsy girl who sang and danced, and this danseuse Devantra, who was called Astra. When Astra came round and rattled the plate at our table I found she was a Salonika Jewess, member of another colony of refugees from Ferdinand and Isabella who still speak Spanish, and I asked her to come and see me the next day at my hotel and give me a lesson in the dance Devantra. She was with me earlier than I had expected, at 10 o'clock, wearing a curious coat frock, of a pattern and inexpert make which at once suggested she had hardly any occasion to be fully dressed, and that she would have liked to be a housewife in a row of houses all exactly alike. The lesson in the dance Devantra was not a success. I picked up the movement wonderfully, she said. I had it perfectly, but I could not produce the right effect. Voyez vous, madame, she said, in the slow French she had picked up in a single term at a mission school, vous n'avez pas de quoi. It is the only time in my life that I have been reproached with undue slenderness, but I suppose Astra herself weighed 160 pounds, though she carried no loose flesh like a fat Western woman, but was solid and elastic. After the lesson had failed we sat and talked. She came of a family of musicians. She had a sister who had married an Englishman employed in Salonika, and now lived in Ealing and had two pretty little girls, like dolls they were so pretty, Millie and Lily. It was terrible they were so far away. She herself was a widow, her husband had been a Greek lorry driver who was killed in a road accident after 3 years of marriage. She had one son, a boy of 10. It was her ambition that he should go to a French school. In her experience there was nothing like French education pour faire libre l'esprit. In the meantime he was at a Yugoslavian school and doing well, because he was naturally a good and diligent little boy, but she wanted something better for him. It was very disagreeable, her occupation. She did not state explicitly what it included, but we took it for granted. It was not so bad in Greece or Bulgaria or in the north of Yugoslavia, in all of which places she had often worked, but of late she had got jobs only in South Serbia, in nightclubs where the clients were for the most part Turks. She clapped her hand to her brow and shook her head and said, Vous n'avez savez pas, madame, à quel point les Turcs sont idiots. Her complaint, when I investigated it, was just what it sounds. She was distressed because her Turkish visitors had no conversation. Her coat frock fell back across her knee and showed snow white cambric underclothing and flesh scrubbed clean as the cleanest cook's kitchen table, and not more sensuous. She was all decency and good sense, and she was pronouncing sound judgment. The judgment was appalling. The Turks in South Serbia are not like the Slav Muslims of Sarajevo, they are truly Turks. They are Turks who were settled there after the Battle of Kosovo, who have remained what the Ataturk would not permit Turks to be any longer. They are what a people must become if it suspends all intellectual life and concentrates on the idea of conquest. It knows victory, but there is a limit to possible victories. What has been gained cannot be maintained, for that requires the use of the intellect, which has been removed. So there is decay, the long humiliation of decay. At one time the forces of Salim and Suleiman covered half a continent with the precise and ferocious ballet of perfect warfare. The sensuality of the sultans and the viziers searched for fresh refinements and made of their discoveries the starting points for further surge, fountains played in courtyards and walled gardens where there had been till then austere barbarism. At the end an aging cabaret dancer, the homely and decent vanishing point of voluptuousness, sits on a bed and says with dreadful justice, Vous n'avez savez pas, madame, à quel point les Turcs sont idiots. When Astra came to our table later she told me that she hoped to be in Sarajevo for some weeks longer, and that she was happier here than she had been in Skopje. She pronounced, les gens sont beaucoup plus cultifs. As soon as she had gone I found at my shoulder the Swabian chauffeur from Dubrovnik, whom we had paid off that afternoon. Why is that woman talking to you, he said. He always immensely disconcerted me by his interventions. I was always afraid that if I said to him, What business is this of yours, he would answer, in the loathsome manner of a Miracle play, I am reason or I am conscience, and that it would be true. So I stammered, I know her. You cannot know such a person, he said. Do you mean? You have been in some cafe where she has performed? Yes, yes, I said, it was in Skopje, and she is a very nice woman, she has a son of whom she is fond. How do you know she has a son? Asked the chauffeur. She told me so, I said. You do not have to believe everything that such a person tells you, said the chauffeur. But I am sure it is true, I exclaimed hotly, and I am very sorry for her. The chauffeur gave me a glance too heavily veiled by respect to be respectful, and then looked at my husband, but sighed, as if to remind himself that he would find no help there. Suddenly he picked up my bag and said, I came to say that I had remembered I had forgotten to take that grease spot out with petrol as I had promised you, so I will take it outside and do it now. He then bowed, and left me. I thought, he is really too conscientious, this is very inconvenient for now I have no powder. But of course he would not have thought it necessary for me to have any powder. But my attention was immediately diverted. A very handsome young man had come up to our table in a state of extreme anger, he was even angrier than any of the angry young men in Dalmatia. He evidently knew Constantine and the judge and the banker, but he did not give them any formal greeting. Though his hair was bronze and his eyes crackled with blueness, and he might have been brother to the two Moslems we had seen talking politics in the park that afternoon, he cried out, what about the accursed Turks? The judge and the banker made no reply, but Constantine said, well, it was not I who made them. The young man insisted, but you serve our precious government, don't you? Yes, said Constantine, for the sake of my country, and perhaps a little for the sake of my soul. I have given up the deep peace of being in opposition. Then perhaps you can explain why your Belgrade gangster politicians have devised this method of insulting us Bosnians, said the young man. We are used, he said, stretching his arms wide and shouting, to their iniquities. We have seen them insulting our brothers the Croats, we have seen them spitting in the faces of all those who love liberty. But usually there is some sense in what they do. They either put money in their pockets or they consolidate their tyranny. But this crazy burlesque can bring them no profit. It can be done for no purpose but to wound the pride of us Bosnians. Will you be polite enough to explain a little why your horde of thugs and thieves have formed this curious intention of paying this unprovoked insult to a people whose part it should be to insult rather than be insulted? The judge leaned over to me and whispered, it is all right, madam, they are just talking a little about politics. But what has the government done to insult Bosnia? I asked. It has arranged, said the banker, that the Turkish Prime Minister and Minister of War, who are in Belgrade discussing our military alliance with them, are to come here tomorrow to be received by the Muslim population. Ah, said my husband, that accounts for all the fezzes being ironed. Well, do many people take the visit like this young man? No, said the banker, he is a very extreme young man. I would not say so, said the judge sadly. At that moment the young man smashed his fist down on the table and cried into Constantine's face, Judas Iscariot. Judas Iscariot. No, said poor Constantine to his retreating back, I am not Judas Iscariot. I have indeed never been quite sure which of the disciples I do resemble, but it is a very sweet little one, the most mignon of them all. He applied himself to the business of eating a line of little pieces of strongly seasoned meat that had been broiled on a skewer, and when he set it down wistfulness was wet in his round black eye. All the same I do not like it. What that young man said. It was not agreeable. Dear God, I wish the young would be more agreeable to my generation, for we suffered very much in the war, and if it were not for us they would still be slaves under the Austrians. Cautiously the banker said, do you think it is really wise, this visit? Constantine answered wearily, I think it is wise, for our Prime Minister, Mr. Stoyanovich, does not do foolish things. But why is it objected to at all, said my husband. That even I understand a little, said Constantine, for the Turks were our oppressors and we drove them out, so that we Christians should be free. And now the heads of the Turkish state are coming by the consent of our Christian state to see the Moslems who upheld the oppressors. I see that it must seem a little odd. But how is it possible, said my husband, that there should be so much feeling against the Turks when nobody who is not very old can possibly have had any personal experience of their oppressians? The three men looked at my husband as if he were talking great nonsense. Well, said my husband, were not the Turks booted out of here in 1878? Ah, no, no, exclaimed the three men. You do not understand, said Constantine, the Turkish Empire went from here in 1878, but the Slav Muslims remained, and when Austria took control it was still their holiday. For they were the favorites of the Austrians. Far above the Christians, far above the Serbs or the Croats. But why was that? Asked my husband. It was because of the principle, divide et impera, said the banker. It was odd to hear the phrase from the lips of one of its victims. Look, there were 50 or 60,000 people in the town, said the banker. There were us, the Jews, who are of two kinds, the Sephardim, from Spain and Portugal, and the others, the Ashkenazi, who are from Central Europe and the East, and that is a division. Then there were the Christian Slavs, who are Croats and Serbs, and that is a division. But, lest we should forget our differences, they raised up the Moslems, who were a third of the population, to be their allies against the Christians and the Jews. Their faces darkening with the particular sullenness of rebels, they spoke of their youth, shadowed by the double tyranny of Austria and the Moslems. To men of their position, for both came from wealthy and influential families, that tyranny had been considerably mitigated. It had fallen with a far heavier hand on the peasants and the inhabitants of the poorer towns, and there it meant a great deal of imprisonment and flogging, and occasional executions. But to these people there had been a constant nagging provocation and a sense of insult. The Moslems were given the finest schools and colleges, the best posts in the administration were reserved for them, they were invited to all official functions and treated as honored guests, the railway trains were held up at their hours of prayer. The Turkish land system, which grossly favored the Moslems at the expense of the Christians, was carefully preserved intact by His Catholic Majesty the Emperor Franz Joseph. And it was a special source of bitterness that the Austrians had forced their way into Bosnia after the Slavs had driven out the Turks, on the pretext that they must establish a garrison force to protect the Christians there in case the Turks came back. That they should then humiliate the Christians at the hand of those Moslems who had stayed behind seemed to these men an inflaming piece of hypocrisy which could never be forgotten or forgiven. They evidently felt this deeply and sincerely, although they themselves were Jewish. The situation was obviously one of great complexity. That was apparent when they likened the Turks to dogs and swine, and spoke the words with more than Western loathing, as the Turks would have done when I went to Berlin to study for My degree, said the banker. I used to feel ashamed because the Germans took me as an equal, and here in my house I was treated as an inferior to men with fezzes on their heads, to Orientals. In that statement too many strands were twisted. Later my husband asked, but are the Muslims a sufficiently important and active group for it to matter whether they are encouraged or not? The lawyer and the banker answered together, oh, certainly, and Constantine explained, yes, they are very, very clever. Politicians, much cleverer than we are, for Islam taught them something, let us say it. Taught them not to run about letting off guns just because one of them had a birthday. Our government has always to conciliate the Muslims. In the present cabinet Mr. Speo is the Minister of Transport, and he is a Muslim from this town. A most excellent man, agreed the judge and banker, beaming. All that they had spoken of for so long in such a steady flow of hatred was forgotten in a glow of local patriotism. At last it was time to go. No, your Mr. Stoyanovich has not done well, said the banker finally. It is not that we do not like the Muslims. Since the war all things have changed, and we are on excellent terms. But it is not nice when they are picked out by the government and allowed to receive a ceremonial visit from the representative of the power that crushed us and ground us down into the mud. We rose, and Astra in her sequins and pink muslin bounced from the platform like a great sorbo ball to say goodbye. I wanted to give her a present, but remembered that the chauffeur had taken my bag away to clean it, so I told her to come and see me at the hotel next day. As we went out the Swabian chauffeur suddenly reappeared, rising from a table which was concealed by the bushes and creepers which were set about to give the cabaret the appearance of an open-air beer garden. He handed back my bag with a triumphant smile, and I perceived that he had hidden himself for this very reason, that I should not be able to find him and get my money if I felt a charitable impulse towards my unsuitable friend. And please note, he said, his eyes passing uneasily from my husband to me and then back again, deeply distressed by our lack of sense, it would be a good thing to stay indoors tomorrow morning, for the Turkish Prime Minister and War Minister are coming to visit the Muslims and there might be a disturbance. At any rate, it is not for you, there will be great crowds. He spoke with authority out of the mass of his ideal world, which was almost as solid as if it were real because it had been conceived by his solid mind, a world in which people with money were also reasonable people, who did not give alms to the unworthy and stayed indoors when it was not so safe outdoors. And his blindish-looking eyes begged us to remember that we were English, and therefore to refrain from acting like these Slavs. Sarajevo 3. I woke only once from my sleep, and heard the muezzins crying out to the darkness from the 100 minarets of the city that there is but one God and Mohammed his prophet. It is a cry that holds an ultimate sadness, like the hooting of owls and the barking of foxes in night time. The muezzins are making that plain statement of their cosmogony, and the owls and the foxes are obeying the simplest need for expression. Yet their cries, which they intended to mean so little, prove more conclusively than any argument that life is an occasion which justifies the hugest expenditure of pity. I had nearly fallen asleep again when my husband said out of his dreams, strange. Strange. What is strange? I said. That Jewish banker, he replied, he said so. Probably that when he was a student in Berlin he felt ashamed because he was treated there as an equal when here he was treated as inferior to the Muslims. I wonder what he feels about Germany now. In the morning we were not late, but Constantine was down before us, breakfasting in the cafe. One of the reasons why people of the Nordic type dislike Constantine is that he is able to do things out of sheer vitality for which they require moral stimulus. His good red blood can fetch him out of bed without a moment of somber resolution, his vigorous pulse keeps him going without resort to perseverance. The writings of the early Christian fathers show that few things irritated them like a pagan who was in full possession of the virtues. But though he was vigorous this morning he was not gay. Look at all the flags, he said, it is a great day for Sarajevo. See how I show you all. But he spoke glumly. I suspected that he was secretly of his friend's mind about the day's doings, and indeed it was not exhilarating to look out of the cafe windows and see a stream of passing people, and none of the men without fezzes, all of the women veiled. I do not mind there being such men and women, but one sees them with a different eye when they are in a majority and could put at a disadvantage all those not of their kind. I can understand that such a ceremony as this can revive all sorts of apprehensions, I said tartlessly. We had better go, said Constantine, ignoring my remark. The party from Belgrade are not coming to the railway station, they stopped the railway train at a special halt in the middle of the boulevards, near the museum, and it is quite a way from here. For part of the way we took a cab, and then we had to get out and walk. Because Constantine had his government pass and we were to be present at the reception at the station, we were allowed to go down the middle of the streets, which were entirely lined with veiled women and men wearing fezzes. Only a few Christians were to be seen here and there. There seemed to be a great many Muslims, I said, after the first 200 or 300 yards. The crowd was close-packed and unified by a common aspect. The faces of the men were flattened, almost plastered by an expression of dogged adherence to some standard, they were all turned upwards to one hope. The women were as expressive in their waiting, though their faces were hidden. A light rain was falling on their silk and cotton overalls, but they did not move, and only some of them put up umbrellas, though most of them were carrying them. It was as if they thought of themselves already as participants in a sacred rite. Some of the spectators were arranged in processional order and held small, amateurish, neatly inscribed banners, some of them in Turkish script, and a great many of them carried Yugoslavian flags, very tidily, not waving them but letting them droop. There were many children, all standing straight and good under the rain. I looked at my watch, and I saw that we had been walking between these crowds for 10 minutes. There are 30,000 Muslims in Sarajevo, and I think most of them were there. And they were rapt, hallucinated, intoxicated with an old loyalty, and doubtless ready to know the intoxication of an old hatred. We came to the halt at the right moment, as the train slid in and stopped. There was a little cheering, and the flags were waved, but it is not much fun cheering somebody inside the tin box of a railway carriage. The crowd waited to make sure. The Muslim mayor of Sarajevo and his party went forward and greeted the tall and jolly Mr. Speo, the Minister of Transport, and the Yugoslavian Minister of War. General Merits, a giant who wore his strength packed round him in solid masses like a bull. He looked as Goring would like to look. There were faint, polite cheers for them, but the great cheers the crowd had had in its hearts for days were never given. For Mr. Speo and the General were followed, so far as the expectations of the crowd were concerned, by nobody. The two little men in bowlers and trim suits, very dapper and well-shaven, might have been Frenchmen darkened in the colonial service. It took some time for the crowd to realize that they were in fact Ismet Inonu, the Turkish Prime Minister, and Kazım Özalp, his War Minister. Even after the recognition had been established the cheers were not given. No. Great degree of disguise concealed the disfab hour with which these two men in bowler hats looked on the thousands they saw before them, all wearing the fez and veil which their leader the Ataturk made it a crime to wear in Turkey. Their faces were blank yet not unexpressive. So might Englishmen look if, in some corner of the empire, they had to meet as brothers the inhabitants of a colony that had been miraculously preserved from the action of time and had therefore kept to their road. The Moslem mayor read them an address of welcome, of which, naturally, they did not understand one word. This was bound in any case to be a difficult love affair to conduct, for they knew no Serbian and the Sarajevans knew no Turkish. They had to wait until General Merritz had translated it into French. While they were waiting, I saw one of them fix his eye on a distant building, wince, and look in the opposite direction. Some past-loving soul had delved in the attics and found the green flag, with the crescent, the flag of the old Ottoman Empire, which these men and their leader regarded as the badge of a plague that had been like to destroy their people. The general's translation over, they responded in French better than his, only a little sweeter and more bird-like than the French of France, and stood still, their eyes set on the nearest roof, high enough to save them the sight of this monstrous retrograde profusion of fezzes and veils, of red pates and black muzzles, while the general put back into Serbian their all too reasonable remarks. They had told the Moslems of Sarajevo, it seemed, that they felt the utmost enthusiasm for the Yugoslavian idea, and had pointed out that if the South Slavs did not form a unified state, the will of the great powers could sweep over the Balkan Peninsula as it chose. They had said not one word of the ancient tie that linked the Bosnian Moslems to the Turks, nor had they made any reference to Islam. There were civil obeisances, and the two men got into an automobile and drove towards the town. The people did not cheer them. Only those within sight of the railway platform were aware that they were the Turkish ministers, and even among those were many who could not believe their eyes, who thought that there must have been some breakdown of the arrangements. A little procession of people holding banners that had been ranged behind the crowd at this point wrangled among itself as to whether it should start, delayed too long, and finally tried to force its way into the roadway too late. By that time the crowd had left the pavements and was walking under the drizzle back to the city, slowly and silently, as those who have been sent empty away. We had seen the end of a story that had taken 500 years to tell. We had seen the final collapse of the old Ottoman Empire. Under our eyes it had heeled over and fallen to the ground like a lay figure slipping off a chair. But that tragedy was already accomplished. The Ottoman Empire had ceased to suffer long ago. There was a more poignant grief before us. Suppose that such an unconquerable woman as may be compared to the Slav in Bosnia was at last conquered by time, and sent for help to her old lover, and that there answered the call a man bearing her lover's name who was, however, not her lover but his son, and looked on her with cold eyes, seeing her only as the occasion of a shameful passage in his family history. None of us would be able to withhold our pity. Sarajevo 4. I am so glad that this is a bad spring, I said, for otherwise I should never have seen snow on the roof of a mosque, and there is something delicious about that incongruity. But it is killing all the plum blossom you like so much to see, said Constantine, and that is a terrible thing, for in Bosnia and Serbia we live a little by our timber and our mines, but mostly by our pigs and our plums. But for you I am glad of the bad weather, for if it had been better you would have wanted to be out on the hills all the time, and as it is you have got to know my friends. Will you not agree that life in this town is specially agreeable? Yes, said my husband, it is all that I hoped for in Istanbul, but never found, partly because I was a stranger, and partly because they are reformists and are trying for excellent motives to uproot their own charm. I have liked it all, I said, except that afternoon when the Turkish ministers were here and I went to see the mosque in the bazaar. Then I felt as if I had insisted on being present while a total stranger had a tooth out. But that was my fault. I had thoughtlessly chosen to see the mosque that afternoon, and had found the whole courtyard full of Moslems who were waiting there because a rumor had spread that the Turkish ministers were going to visit it. On their faces lay that plastered, flattened look of loyalty to a cause which I had noticed in the crowd at the railway station that morning. But it was mingled now with that stoical obstinacy a child shows when it insists on repeating a disappointing experience, so that it can have no doubt that it really happened. It seemed indecent for a Christian to intrude on them at such a moment, and for a woman too, since the whole Moslem theory of the relationship of the sexes falls to pieces once any man has failed in a worldly matter. I had even hesitated to admire the mellow tiles and fretted arches of the facade or to go into the interior, so like a light and spacious gymnasium for the soul, to see the carpets presented by the pious of 3 centuries, what have been the recreations of the warrior must seem ashamed to him when his weapons have been taken away. But this was the one time when staying in Sarajevo was not purely agreeable. The visit was, indeed, like being gently embraced by a city, for all classes had borrowed from the Moslem his technique for making life as delightful as might be. Our Jewish friends were strict in their faith, but their lives were as relaxed, as obstinately oriented towards the agreeable, as Mohammed would have had his children in time of peace. We went up to visit the banker in his large modern offices, which indeed almost amounted to a skyscraper, and his welcome was sweet without reserve, and this was not due to mere facility, for he was a very wise man, sometimes almost tongue-tied with the burden of his wisdom, as the old Jewish sages must have been. It was only that till the contrary evidence was produced he preferred to think us as good as any friends he had. He was no fool, he would not reject that evidence if it came. But it had not come. There were brought in, as we sat, cups of a sweet herbal infusion, as distinct from all other beverages as tea or coffee. We exclaimed in delight, and he told us, it is a Turkish drink that we all give to our visitors in our offices in Sarajevo. It is supposed to be an aphrodisiac. He was amused, but without a snigger, at the custom he followed. Think of it, he said. I told that to a German engineer who was here last month, and he went out and bought 2 kilos of it. An extraordinary people. He went on to speak of his city, which he saw with the eye of a true lover, as astonished by its beauty as any stranger. That we should see it well he had arranged for 2 young women relatives of his to take us round the sights, and he produced them forthwith. They were entrancing. For theme they had the free, positive, creative attractiveness of the Slav. Their style had been perfected in the harem. They had husbands and loved them. The banker was no more than kin and a friend, and my husband himself would admit that they fell for him only as the courtier speaks it in As You Like It, hereafter. In a better world than this, I shall desire more love and knowledge of you. But, though they kept well within the framework of fastidious manners, they reminded the banker and my husband that it must have been very pleasant to keep a covey of darlings in silks and brocades behind latticed windows, who would laugh and scuttle away, though only to an inner chamber where they could be found again after a second search, and sing and touch the strings of the gusla and mock the male and be overawed by him, and mock again, in an unending, uncriticized process of delight. I record a wonder. The work of the bank was well done. That, with my cold inner eye that trusts nothing, least of all my own likings, I checked later. The banker was a man of exceptional ability and integrity, and he worked hard according to the severest Western standards. But he appeared to keep his appointments with life as well as, and even during, his business engagements. Several times we went out with the two young women, and we always went back to the office and found the hot herbal tea, and coffee served with little squares of Turkish delight on toothpicks, and much laughter, and a sense of luxurious toys. Once we went in and found half a dozen pictures of Sarajevo, bought by the banker out of his infatuation with the city, stacked on the big sofa and against the walls, and it was as if the caravans had come in from the north, with a freight of Frankish art. The two women ran about from one to another of these novelties, they took sides, they became partisans of this picture and intrigued against that. There was an inherent fickleness in their admiration. They would tire of the familiar, but no doubt it is more important for the artist to have the new encouraged. What do you think of them? The banker asked me. I wished he had not. They were the work of a Jewish refugee from Berlin, and though his perception was delicate and his brush subtle, each canvas showed him the child of that spirit which had destroyed him. There was a passion for the thick black line, the Puritan belief that if one pays out strength when making an artistic effort, one will create a strong work of art. He had put a cast iron outline to the tree on his canvas, and because it took vigor to make such an outline, and because cast iron is an unyielding substance, he believed that the result was virile painting, even though his perception of the tree's form had been infantile in its feebleness. It is the same heresy that expresses itself in the decree that had driven him into exile. Because it is a vigorous act to throw the Jews out of Germany, and because it causes pain and disorder, it is taken as a measure of virile statecraft, although its relevance to the troubles of the country could be imagined only by an imbecile. Something of this I said, and the banker motioned my husband and myself to step with him to the window, leaving the two women to bicker like birds over the pictures. With the grave smile, which could not possibly become laughter, of a sage confessing his own folly, he said, I have remembered again and again a foolish thing I said when we first met. I told you that when I went to Berlin as a student I rejoiced as a Jew at being treated as an equal, while I was treated as an inferior here. That must have amused you. It was a piece of naivete, like a man boasting of his friendship with one who has spared no pains to show him that he considers him a fool, a bore, an oaf. He looked out for a moment on the mosques, on the domes of the old caravanserai, among the tiled roofs of the bazaar, on the poplars standing over the city, like the golden ghosts of giant Yanizaris. But it is puzzling, you know, not to be able to look to Germany as one's second home, when it has been that to one all one's life long. But one can come home to one's hearth, and I am fortunate that Sarajevo is mine. He went back and stood before the pictures, the young women each taking an arm, one fluting that he must hang a picture of the little Orthodox church over his desk, the other screaming that he must throw it away, he must burn it, he must give it to Onai Marco the scavenger. I thought he was promising himself too little. In this office there lingered something of the best of Turkish life, and in his integrity, in his dismissal of the little, in the seriousness which he brought to the interpretation of his experience, there was preserved the best of what a German philosophical training could do for a man of affairs. It seemed to me exquisitely appropriate that the vulgar should call the Jews old clothes men, since it is the peculiar madness of us other races to make ourselves magnificent clothes and then run wild and throw them away, and daub ourselves with mud. It is well that there should be some old clothes men about. These Jews of Sarajevo are indeed an amazing community. I could bring forward as evidence the bulbul and her maid, the two human beings who more than any others that I have ever met have the right arrangement and comforting significance of a work of art. They were not only husband and wife, they were kin, and this common blood had its own richness and its own discipline, for they came of a family that was considered among Orthodox Jews as Orthodox Jews are considered by liberal Jews, as the practitioners of an impossibly exacting rule. His father, said Constantine of the bulbul's mate, who was named Salim, was the most hieratic Jew that can ever be. All to him from the rising to the setting of the sun was a ritual, and he was very dominant. He made it so for all the world. I have seen it happen that when Salim was swimming in the sea at Dubrovnik, and he saw his father standing on the beach, and immediately he began to swim in a very hieratic manner, putting his hands out so and so, very slowly, and lifting his head out of the water and looking very gravely down his nose. This was credible, for Salim's dignity was magnificent but not pompous, as if it were an inherited garment and its previous wearers had taken the stiffness out of it. He was a very tall man with broad shoulders, broad even for a man of his height. His build suggested the stylized immensity of a god sculpted by a primitive people, and his face also had the quality of sculpture, though his wit and imagination made it mobile. It was at once the tables of the law and the force that shattered them. He had an impressive habit, as we discovered the first night we went out to dinner with him and his wife, of stopping suddenly as he walked along the street when he had thought of something important and staying quite still as he said it. The spot where he halted became Mount Sinai, and in his leisurely and massive authority could be seen the Moses whom Michelangelo had divined but could not, being a Gentile and therefore of divided and contending will, fully create in the strength of his lawfulness. But the fascination of himself and his wife lay initially in their voices. There is a special music lingering about the tongues of many of these Spanish Jews, but no one else gave it such special performance. Salim had constrained his gift a little out of deference to the Western tenet that a man should not be more beautiful than can be helped, and that a certain decent drabness should be the character of all he does, but from his wife's lips that music came in such animal purity that we called her the bulbul, which is the Persian word for nightingale. Voices like these were the product of an existence built by putting pleasure to pleasure, as houses are built by putting brick to brick. A human being could not speak so unless he or she loved many other sounds, the wind's progress among trees or the subtler passage it makes through grasses, note by note given out by a musical instrument, each note for its own color. The gurgle of wine pouring from a bottle or water trickling through a marble conduit. In a garden all sorts of sounds that many Westerners do not even hear, so corrupted are they by the tyranny of the intellect, which makes them inattentive to any message, to the ear which is without an argument. Listening to her, one might believe humanity to be in its first unspoiled morning hour. Yet she was accomplished, she used her music with skill, and she was wise. Her music was played for a good end. She built for grave and innocent purposes on a technique of ingenuity which had been developed in the harem. The bulbul was not as Western women. In her beauty she resembled the Persian ladies of the miniatures, whose luster I had till then thought an artistic convention, but could now recognize in her great shining eyes, her wet red lips, her black hair with its white reflections, her dazzling skin. This brightness was like a hard transparent veil varnished on her, wholly protective. Even if someone had touched her, it would not have been she who was touched. Within this protection, she was liquid with generosity. She was continually anxious to give pleasure to her friends, even were They so new and untried as ourselves. If we were in a cafe and a man passed with a tray of Turkish sweetmeats, her face became tragical till she was sure that she could call him back and give us the chance of tasting them. If we were driving down a street, and she saw the first lilies of the valley in a flower shop, she would call on the driver to stop that she might buy us some, with an imperativeness found more usually in selfishness than in altruism. When she had brought us to the cafe where a famous gypsy musician was singing, she relaxed like a mother who has succeeded in obtaining for her children something she knows they should have. The seasons irked her by the limitations they placed on her generosity. Since it was not midwinter, she could not take us up to the villages above Sarajevo for skiing, and since it was not midsummer, she could not open her country house for us. Had one been cruel enough to point out to her that one would have been happier with £1,000,000, and that she was not in a position to supply it, she would for a moment or two really have suffered, and even when she realized that she had been teased, her good sense would not have been able to prevent her from feeling a slight distress. Yet there was nothing lax about this woman. Though she lived for pleasure and the dissemination of it, she shone with a chastity as absolute as that radiated by any woman who detested pleasure. She had accepted a mystery. She had realized that to make a field where generosity can fulfill its nature absolutely, without reserve, one must exclude all but one other person, committed to loyalty. That field was marriage. Therefore when she spoke to any man other than her husband, she was all to him. Mother, sister, friend, nurse, and benefactress, but not a possible mate. She was thus as virginal as any dedicated nun, and that for the sake not of renunciation but of consummation. But her nature was so various that she comprised many opposites. Sometimes she seemed the most idiosyncratic of natures, standing on a balcony high over a street. We looked down on the pavement and saw her walking far below, with a dozen before her and behind her, darkly dressed like herself, and we were able to say at once, look, there is the little bulbul. But there were other times when everything she did was so classical, so tried and tested in its validity, that she seemed to have no individuality at all, and to be merely a chalice filled with a rich draught of tradition. There was, indeed, a great range of human beings to be seen in Sarajevo, all of sorts unknown to us. In Dubrovnik we had visited an antique shop kept by a young man called Hasanovich, of admirable taste, and my husband had bought me the most beautiful garment I have ever possessed, a ceremonial robe of Persian brocade about 150 years old, with little gold trees growing on a background faintly purple as a wine stain. We bought it in a leisurely way, over several evenings, supported by cups of coffee and slices of bunya luka cheese, which is rather like port salad, brought in by his little brothers, of which there seemed an inordinate number, all with the acolyte's air of huge quantities of original sin in suspension. He had given us a letter of introduction to his father, the leading antique dealer of Sarajevo, who invited us to his house, a villa up among the high-tilted suburbs. There we sat and enjoyed the crystalline neatness and cleanliness of the prosperous Moslem home, with its divans that run along the wall and take the place of much cumbrous furniture, and its wall decorations of rugs and textiles, which here were gorgeous. We told the father about his son and how much we had admired his shop, and we mentioned too a feature of our visits that had much amused us. Always we had found sitting by the counter a beautiful girl, not the same for more than a few evenings, an English or American or German tourist, who would look at us with the thirsty and wistful eye of a gazelle who intends to come down to the pool and drink as soon as the hippopotami have ceased to muddy the water. The elder Mr. Hasanovich stroked his beard and said in gratified accents, and the kitten also catches mice, and took me to the women's quarters so that I could tell his wife, the mother of his 14 children. She was an extremely beautiful woman in her middle 40s, peace shining from her eyes and kneaded into the texture of her smooth flesh. And she was for me as pathetic as the women of Korchula, who believed that they had earned their happiness because they had passed certain tests of womanhood, and did not realize how fortunate they were in having those tests applied. Like those others, she was unaware that these tests would be irrelevant unless the community felt a need for the functions performed by women, and that infatuation with war or modern industry can make it entirely forgetful of that need. But our last impression of Mr. Hasanovich was not to be merely of benign domesticity. From the moment of our meeting I had been troubled by a sense of familiarity about his features, and suddenly my husband realized that we had seen his face many times before. When the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife came to the town hall of Sarajevo on the morning of June the 28th, 1914, Mr. Hasanovich was among the guests summoned to meet them, for he was already an active Muslim politician, and he is standing to the right of the doorway in a photograph which has often been reproduced, showing the doomed pair going out to their death. That day must have been a blow to him. The contention of our Jewish friends that the Austrians had pampered the Muslims at the expense of the Christians, and had made them zealous supporters, is borne out by the constitution of the assembly shown by that photograph, and other photographs taken that morning show that when Princip was arrested the men in the crowd who are throwing themselves on him are all wearing the fez. But I think he would have preferred it to the day he had just endured. The friends accompanying us, who knew him well, spoke to him of the visit of the Turkish ministers, and he answered them with words that were blankly formal, a splendid bandage of his pain and their possible embarrassment at having provoked it. It was surprising that the visit had evidently been as keen a disappointment to such an expert and informed person as it was to the people in the street. Yet I suppose an Irish American politician would suffer deep pain if time should bring to power an ARA president who wanted to break with the past and sent an emissary to the states to beg that the old Catholic nationalism should be forgotten, and that he would even shut his eyes to the possibility that it might happen. The analogy was close enough, for here, just as in an Irish ward in an American town, one was aware that the actions and reactions of history had produced a formidable amount of politics. One could feel them operating below the surface like a still in a basement. But history takes different people differently, even the same history. The Sarajevo market is held on Wednesdays, at the center of the town near the bazaar, in a straggling open space surrounded by little shops, most of them Muslim pastry cooks, specializing in great cartwheel tarts stuffed with spinach or minced meat. The country folk come in by driblets, beginning as soon as it is fully light, and going on till 9 or 10 or 11, for some must walk several hours from their homes. More and more pigeons take refuge on the roofs of the two little kiosks in the marketplace. There are sections in the market allotted to various kinds of goods. Here there is grain, there wool. More people than one would expect are selling scales, and there are stalls that gratify a medieval appetite for dried fish and meat, which are sold in stinking and sinewy lengths. At one end of the market are stuffs and embroideries which are chiefly horrible machine-made copies of the local needlework. The Muslim women are always thickest here, but elsewhere you see as many Christians as Muslims, and perhaps more, and these Christians are nearly all of a heroic kind. The finest are the men, who wear crimson wool scarves tied round their heads and round their throats. This means that they have come from villages high in the mountains, where the wind blows down from the snows, and sometimes the scarf serves a double purpose, for in many such villages a kind of goitre is endemic. These men count themselves as descendants of the Haydukes, the Christians who after the Ottoman conquest took refuge in the highlands, and came down to the valleys every year on St. George's Day, because by then the trees were green enough to give them cover, and they could harry the Turks by brigandage. They reckon that man can achieve the highest by following the path laid down in the Old Testament. I cannot imagine why Victorian travelers in these regions used to express contempt for the race, or Christian peasants, whom they encountered. Any one of these Bosnians could have made a single mouthful of a Victorian traveler, green umbrella, and all. They are extremely tall and sinewy, and walk with a rhythmic stride which is not without knowledge of its own grace and power. Their darkness flashes and their cheekbones are high and their mustaches are long over fierce lips. They wear dark homespun jackets, often heavily braided, colored belts, often crimson like their headgear, the Bosnian breeches that bag between the thighs and outline the hip and flank, and shoes made of leather thongs with upcurving points at the toes. They seem to clang with belligerence as if they wore armor. In every way, I hear, they are formidable. Their women have to wait on them while they eat, must take sound beatings every now and again, work till they drop, even while childbearing, and walk while their master rides. Yet, I wonder, dear God, is nothing ever what it seems? The women of whom this tale is told, and according to all reliable testimony truly told, do not look in the least oppressed. They are handsome and sinewy like their men, but not such handsome women as the men are handsome men. A sheep breeder of great experience once told me that in no species and variety that he knew were the male and female of equal value in their maleness and femaleness. Where the males were truly male, the females were not so remarkably female, and where the females were truly females, the males were not virile. Constantly his theory is confirmed here. The women look heroes rather than heroines, they are raw-boned and their beauty is blocked out too roughly. But I will eat my hat if these women were not free in the spirit. They passed the chief tests I knew. First, they looked happy when they had lost their youth. Here, as in all Balkan markets, there were far more elderly women than girls, and there is one corner of it which is reserved for a line of women all past middle life, who stand on the curb hawking Bosnian bridges that they have made from their own homespun, and exchange the gossip of their various villages. Among them I did not see any woman whose face was marked by hunger or regret. All looked as if they had known a great deal of pain and hardship, but their experience had led none of them to doubt whether it is worthwhile to live. It was quite evident as we watched them that these women had been able to gratify their essential desires. I do not mean simply that they looked as if they had been well mated. Many Latin women who have been married at 16 and have had numbers of children look swollen and tallowy with frustration. Like all other material experiences, sex has no value other than what the spirit assesses, and the spirit is obstinately influenced in its calculation by its preference for freedom. In some sense, these women had never been enslaved. They had that mark of freedom, they had wit. This was not mere guffawing and jeering. These were not bumpkins, they could be seen now and then engaging in the prettiest passages of formality. We watched one of the few young women at the market seek out two of her elders. She raised her smooth face to their old lips and they kissed her on the cheek. She bent down and kissed their hands. It could not have been more graciously done at Versailles, and their wit was of the same pointed, noble kind. We followed at the skirts of one who was evidently the Voltaire of this world. She was almost a giantess, her grayish-red hair straggled about her ears in that untidiness which is dearer than any order, since it shows an infatuated interest in the universe, which cannot spare 1 second for the mere mechanics of existence, and it was tied up in a clean white clout under a shawl passed under her chin and knotted on the top of her head. She wore a green velvet jacket over a dark homespun dress and coarse white linen sleeves, all clean but wild, and strode like a man up and down the market, halting every now and then, when some sight struck her as irresistibly comic. We could see the impact of the jest on her face, breaking its stolidity, as a cast stone shatters the surface of water. The wide mouth gaped in laughter, showing a single tooth. Then a ferment worked in her eyes. She would turn and go to the lower end of the market, and she would put her version of what had amused her to every knot of women she met as she passed to the upper end. I cursed myself because I could not understand one word of what she said. But this much I could hear. Each time she made her joke it sounded more pointed, more compact, and drew more laughter. When she came to the upper end of the market and her audience was exhausted, a blankness fell on her and she ranged the stalls restlessly till she found another occasion for her wit. This was not just a white blackbird. She was distinguished not because she was witty but by the degree of her wit. Later on we found a doorway in a street nearby, where the women who had sold all their goods lounged and waited for a motor bus. We lounged beside them, looking into the distance as if the expectation of a friend made us deaf, and our ears recorded the authentic pattern, still recognizable although the words could not be understood, of witty talk. These people could pass what the French consider the test of a civilized society. They could practice the art of general conversation. Voice dovetailed into voice without impertinent interruption. There was light and shade, sober judgment was corrected by mocking criticism, and another sober judgment established, and every now and then the cards were swept off the table by a gust of laughter, and the game started afresh. None of these women could read. When a boy passed by carrying an advertisement of bad shoes they had to ask a man they knew to read it for them. They did not suffer any great deprivation thereby. Any writer worth his salt knows that only a small proportion of literature does more than partly compensate people for the damage they have suffered by learning to read. These women were their own artists, and had done well with their material. The folk songs of the country speak, I believe, of a general perception that is subtle and poetic, and one had only to watch any group carefully for it to declare itself. I kept my eyes for some time on two elderly women who had been intercepted on their way to this club in the doorway by a tall old man, who in his day must have been magnificent even in this land of magnificent men. Waving a staff as if it were a scepter, he was telling them a dramatic story, and because he was absorbed in his own story the women were not troubling to disguise their expressions. There was something a shade too self-gratulatory in his handsomeness. No doubt he had been the coq du village in his day. In their smiles that knowledge blended, but not too harshly. They had known him all their lives. They knew that 30 years ago he had not been so brave as he said he would be in the affair with the gendarmes at the ford, but they knew that later he had been much braver than he need have been when he faced the Turks in the ruined fortress. They remembered him when the good seasons had made him rich and when the snows and winds had made him poor. They had heard the gossip at the village. Well, pronounce him right on this and wrong over that. They judged him with mercy and justice, which is the sign of a free spirit, and when his story was finished broke into the right laughter, and flattered him by smiling at him as if they were all three young again. I suspect that women such as these are not truly slaves, but have found a fraudulent method of persuading men to give them support and leave them their spiritual freedom. It is certain that men suffer from a certain timidity, a liability to discouragement which makes them reluctant to go on doing anything once it has been proved that women can do it as well. This was most painfully illustrated during the slump in both Europe and America, where wives found to their amazement that if they found jobs when their husbands lost theirs and took on the burden of keeping the family, they were in no luck at all. For their husbands became either their frenzied enemies or relapsed into an infantile state of dependence and never worked again. If women pretend that they are inferior to men and cannot do their work, and abase themselves by picturesque symbolic rites, such as giving men their food first and waiting on them while they eat, men will go on working and developing their powers to the utmost, and will not bother to interfere with what women are saying and thinking with their admittedly inferior powers. It is an enormous risk to take. It makes marriage a gamble, since these symbols of abasement always include an abnegation of economic and civil rights, and while a genial husband takes no advantage of them, and that is to say the vast majority of husbands, a malign man will exploit them with the rapacity of the grave. It would also be a futile bargain to make in the modern industrialized world, for it can hold good only where there are no other factors except the equality of women threatening the self-confidence of men. In our own Western civilization, man is devitalized by the insecurity of employment and its artificial nature, so he cannot be restored to primitive power by the withdrawal of female rivalry, and the woman would not get any reward for her sacrifice. There is in effect no second party to the contract. In the West, moreover, the gambling risks of marriage admit of a greater ruin. A man who is tied to one village and cannot leave his wife without leaving his land is not so dangerous a husband as a man who can step on a train and find employment in another town. But the greatest objection to this artificial abjection is that it is a conscious fraud on the part of women, and life will never be easy until human beings can be honest with one another. Still, in this world of compromises, honor is due to one so far successful that it produces these grimly happy heroes, these women who stride and laugh, obeying the instructions of their own nature and not masculine prescription. Sarajevo v. One morning we walked down to the river, a brightening day shining down from the skies and up from puddles. A Moslem boy sold us an armful of wet lilac. A pigeon flew up from a bath in a puddle, its wings dispersing watery diamonds. Now it is the spring, said Constantine. I think we shall have good weather tomorrow for our trip to Ilij, and better weather the day after for our trip to Yait said. Yes, I think it will be. Well, all will be very well. When he is pleased with his country he walks processionally, like an expectant mother, with his stomach well forward. But see what we told you the other night, he said as we came to the embankment and saw the town hall. Under the Austrians all was for the Muslims. Look at this building, it is as Muslim as a mosque, yet always since the Turks were driven out of Bosnia the Christians have been 2/3 of the population. So did the Catholic Habsburgs deny their faith. Actually it is the Muslims who have most reason to complain of this town hall, for their architecture in Sarajevo is exquisite in its restraint and amiability, and even in modern times has been true to that tradition. But this was designed by an Austrian architect, and it is stuffed with beer and sausages down to its toes. It is harshly party-collared and has a lumpish two-storied loggia with crudely fretted arches, and it has little round windows all over it which suggest that it is rich beyond the dreams of avarice in lavatories, and its highly ornamented cornices are oriental in a pejorative sense. The minaret of the mosque beside it has the air of a cat that watches a dog making a fool of itself. Within, however, it is very agreeable, and remarkably full of light, and in an office high up we found a tourist bureau, conducted with passion by a man in the beginnings of middle life, a great lover of his city. He dealt us out photographs of it for some time, pausing to gloat over them, but stopped when Constantine said, "Show these English the room where they held the reception, which was the last thing the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and the Archduchess Sophie saw of their fellow men." The head of the tourist bureau bowed as if he had received a compliment and led us out into the central lobby, where a young man in a fez, a woman in black bloomers, and an old man and woman undistinguishable from any needy and respectable peer in South Kensington shuffled up the great staircase, while a young man quite like an Englishman save that he was carrying a gusle ran down it. We went into the council chamber, not unsuccessful in its effort at Moslem pomp. "All is Moslem here," said the head of the tourist bureau, "and even now that we are Yugoslavian the mayor is always a Moslem, and that is right. Perhaps it helps us by conciliating the Moslems. But even if it did not, we ought to do it. For no matter how many Christians we may be here, and no matter what we make of the city, and we are doing wonderful things with it, the genius that formed it in the first place was Moslem, and again Moslem, and again Moslem." But the 3 reception rooms were as libelous as the exterior. They were pedantically yet monstrously decorated in imitation of certain famous buildings of Constantinople, raising domes like gilded honeycomb trot, pressing down between the vaults polychrome stumps like vast inverted Roman candles. That this was a copy of something gorgeous could be seen. It could also be seen that the copyist had been by blood incapable of comprehending that gorgeousness. Punch drunk from this architectural assault, I lowered my eyes, and the world seemed to reel. And here, it appeared, the world had once actually reeled. "It was just over here that I stood with my father," said the head of the tourist bureau. My father had been downstairs in the hall among those who received the Archduke and Archduchess, and had seen the Archduke come in, red and choking with rage. Just a little way along the embankment a young man, Shabranovich, had thrown a bomb at him and had wounded his aide-de-camp. So when the poor mayor began to read his address of welcome, he shouted out in a thin alto, "That's all a lot of rot. I come here to pay you a visit, and you throw bombs at me. It's an outrage." Then the Archduchess spoke to him softly, and he calmed down and said, "Oh, well, you can go on." But at the end of the speech there was another scene, because the Archduke had not got his speech, and for a moment the secretary who had it could not be found. Then when it was brought to him he was like a madman, because the manuscript was all spattered with the aide-de-camp's blood. But he read the speech, and then came up here with the Archduchess, into this room. My father followed, in such a state of astonishment that he walked over and took my hand and stood beside me, squeezing it very tightly. We all could not take our eyes off the Archduke, but not as you look at the main person in a court spectacle. We could not think of him as a royalty at all, he was so incredibly strange. He was striding quite grotesquely, he was lifting his legs as high as if he were doing the goose step. I suppose he was trying to show that he was not afraid. I tell you, it was not at all like a reception. He was talking with the military governor, General Posiorek, jeering at him and taunting him with his failure to preserve order. And we were all silent, not because we were impressed by him, for he was not at all our Bosnian idea of a hero. But we all felt awkward because we knew that when he went out he would certainly be killed. No, it was not a matter of being told. But we knew how the people felt about him and the Austrians, and we knew that if one man had thrown a bomb and failed, another man would throw Another bomb and another after that if he should fail. I tell you it gave a very strange feeling to the assembly. Then I remember he went out on the balcony and looked out over Sarajevo. Yes, he stood just where you are standing, and he too put his arm on the balustrade. Before the balcony the town rises on the other side of the river, in a gentle slope. Stout urban buildings stand among tall poplars, and above them white villas stand among orchards, and higher still the white cylindrical tombs of the Moslem stick, askew in the rough grass like darts impaled on the board. Then firwoods and bare bluffs meet the skyline. Under Franz Ferdinand's eye the scene must have looked its most enchanting blend of town and country, for though it was June there had been heavy restoring rains. But it is not right to assume that the sight gave him pleasure. He was essentially a Habsburg, that is to say, his blood made him turn always from the natural to the artificial, even when this was more terrifying than anything primitive could be, and this landscape showed him on its heights nature unsubdued and on its slopes nature accepted and extolled. Perhaps Franz Ferdinand felt a patriotic glow at the sight of the immense brewery in the foreground, which was built by the Austrians to supply the needs of their garrison and functionaries. These breweries, which are to be found here and there in Bosnia, throw a light on the aggressive nature of Austrian foreign policy and its sordid consequences. They were founded while this was still Turkish, by speculators whose friends in the government were aware of Austria's plans for occupation and annexation. They also have their significance in their affront to local resources. It is quite unnecessary to drink beer here, as there is an abundance of cheap and good wine. But what was Austrian was good and what was Slav was bad. It is unjust to say that Franz Ferdinand had no contact with nature. The room behind him was full of people who were watching him with the impersonal awe evoked by anybody who is about to die, but it may be imagined also as crammed. How closely can be judged only by those who have decided how many angels can dance on the point of a needle. By the ghosts of the innumerable birds and beasts who had fallen to his gun. He was a superb shot, and that is certainly a fine thing for a man to be, proof that he is a good animal, quick in eye and hand and hardy under weather. But of his gift Franz Ferdinand made a murderous use. He liked to kill and kill and kill, unlike men who shoot to get food or who have kept in touch with the primitive life in which the original purpose of shooting is remembered. Prodigious figures are given of the game that fell to the double-barreled Mannlicher rifles which were specially made for him. At a boar hunt given by Kaiser Wilhelm 60 boars were let out, and Franz Ferdinand had the first stand, 59 fell dead, the 60th limped by on 3 legs. At a Czech castle in one day's sport he bagged 2,150 pieces of small game. Not long before his death he expressed satisfaction because he had killed his 3,000th stag. This capacity for butchery he used to express the hatred which he felt for nearly all the world, which, indeed, it is safe to say, he bore against the whole world, except his wife and his 2 children. He had that sense of being betrayed by life itself which comes to people who wrestle through long years with a chronic and dangerous malady. It is strange that both King Alexander of Yugoslavia and he had fought for half their days against tuberculosis. But Franz Ferdinand had been embittered by his environment, as Alexander was not. The indiscipline and brutality of the officials who controlled the Habsburg court had been specially directed towards him. It happened that for some years it looked as if Franz Ferdinand would not recover from his illness, and during the whole of this time the department of the Lord High Steward, believing that he would soon be dead, cut down his expenses to the quick in order to get the praises of the Emperor Franz Joseph for economy. The poor wretch, penniless in spite of the great art collections Franz Ferdinand had inherited, was grudged the most modest allowance, and even his doctor was underpaid and insulted. This maltreatment had ended when it became obvious that he was going to live, but by that time his mind was set in a mold of hatred and resentment, and though he could not shoot his enemies he found some relief in shooting. It did not matter what. Franz Ferdinand knew no shame in his exercise of this too simple mechanism. He was ungracious as only a man can be who has never conceived the idea of graciousness. There was, for example, his dispute with Count Henkel Donnersmarck, the German nobleman who was a wild young diplomat in Paris before the Franco-Prussian War, returned there to negotiate the terms of the indemnity, astonished the world by marrying the cocotte La Pava, and changed into a sober and far-seeing industrialist on the grand scale. This elderly and distinguished person had bought an estate in Silesia, and had made it pay for itself by selling the full-grown timber and replacing it by a careful scheme of reforestation. This estate he leased to the Archduke at a rent calculated on the assumption that so much game existed on the property and would do so much damage to the saplings. As the Archduke enormously increased the stock of game, and practically no new trees could grow to maturity, the Count very reasonably raised the rent. This the Archduke, who had the holy, whimsical attitude to money often found in royal personages, conceived to be a senseless piece of greed. He gave notice to terminate his lease and decided to punish the landlord by ruining the estate as a sporting property. The remainder of his tenancy he spent in organizing battles which drove all the beasts of the field up to his guns to be slaughtered in such numbers that slaughter lost its meaning, that the boundary between living and dying became obscured, that dazed men forgot that they were killing. But he and his staff found that the forces of life outnumbered them, so he let part of the shoot to a Viennese manufacturer, a man with whom he could not have brought himself to have relations for any other reason, on condition that he pursue the same crusade of extermination. That, however, was still not enough, and the employees of the hunt were set to kill off what was left of the game by any means, abandoning all sporting restraints. Because the forest still twitched with life, because here and there the fern was trodden down and branches stirred by survivors of the massacre, the Archduke suffered several attacks of rage which disgusted all witnesses, being violent as vomiting or colic. It may be conceived therefore that, even as the game which St. Julian Hospitaller had killed as a cruel hunter appeared before him on the night when he was going to accomplish his destiny and become the murderer of his father and mother, so the half-million beasts which had fallen to Franz Ferdinand's gun according to his own calculations were present that day in the reception hall at Sarajevo. One can conceive the space of this room stuffed all the way up to the crimson and gold vaults and stalactites with the furred and feathered ghosts, set close, because there were so many of them, stags with the ear between their antlers stuffed with woodcock, quail, pheasant, partridge, capercaillie, and the like, boars standing bristling flank to flank, the breadth under their broad bellies packed with layer upon layer of hares and rabbits. Their animal eyes, clear and dark as water, would brightly watch the approach of their slayer to an end that exactly resembled their own. For Franz Ferdinand's greatness as a hunter had depended not only on his preeminence as a shot, but on his power of organizing battues. He was specially proud of an improvement he had made in the hunting of hare. His beaters, placed in a pear-shaped formation, drove all the hares towards him so that he was able without effort to exceed the bag of all other guns. Not a beast that fell to him in these battues could have escaped by its own strength or cunning, even if it had been a genius among its kind. The earth and sky were narrowed for it by the beaters to just one spot, the spot where it must die, and so it was with this man. If by some miracle he had been able to turn round and address the people in the room behind him, not with his usual aggressiveness and angularity, but in terms which would have made him acceptable to them as a suffering fellow creature, still they could not have saved him. If by some miracle his slow-working and clumsy mind could have become swift and subtle, it could not have shown him a safe road out of Sarajevo. Long ago he himself, and the blood which was in his veins, had placed at their posts the beaters who should drive him down through a narrowing world to the spot where Prince of Spilett would find him. Through Franz Ferdinand's mother, the Hollowed Annunziata, he was the grandson of King Bomba of the Sicilies, one of the worst of the Bourbons, an idiot despot who conducted a massacre of his subjects after 1848, and, on being expelled from Naples, retired into a fortress and lived the life of a medieval tyrant right on until the end of the 50s. This ancestry had given Franz Ferdinand tuberculosis, obstinacy, bigotry, a habit of suspicion, hatred of democracy, and an itch for aggression, which, combined with the Habsburg narrowness and indiscipline, made him a human being who could not have hoped to survive had he not been royal. When he went to Egypt to spend the winter for the sake of his lungs, it appeared to him necessary, and nobody who knew him would have expected anything else, to insult the Austrian ambassador. By the time he had passed through his 20s he had made an army of personal enemies, which he constantly increased by his intemperate and uninstructed political hatreds. He hated Hungary. The name of Kossuth made him spit with rage. When receiving a deputation of Slovaks, though they were not a people whom he would naturally have taken into his confidence, he said of the Hungarians, it was an act of bad taste on the part of these gentlemen ever to have come to Europe, which must remain an ace in the history of royal indiscretion. He had a dream of replacing the dual monarchy by a triune monarchy, in which the German and Czech crown lands should form the first part, Hungary the second, and the South Slav group Croatia, Dalmatia, Bosnia, and Herzegovina the third. This would have pleased the Croats, and the Croats alone. Most German Austrians would have been infuriated at having to combine with the Czechs and to see the South Slavs treated as their equals. Hungary would have been enraged at losing her power over the South Slavs, and the non-Catholic South Slavs would have justly feared being made the object of Catholic propaganda and would have resented being cut off from their natural ambition of union with the Serbs of Serbia. By this scheme, therefore, he made a host of enemies, and though he came in time to abandon it, he could not quickly turn these enemies into friends by making public his change of mind. As he was the heir to the throne, he could announce his policy only by the slow method of communicating it to private individuals. He abandoned his plan of the triune monarchy, moreover, for reasons too delicate to be freely discussed. In 1889, when he was 33, he had paid some duty calls on the Czech home of his cousins, the Archduke Frederick and the Archduchess Isabella, to see if he found one of their many daughters acceptable as his bride. Instead he fell in love with the Archduchess's lady-in-waiting, Sophie Schodek, a woman of 32, noble but destitute. He insisted on marrying her in spite of the agonized objection of the Emperor Franz Joseph, who pointed out to him that, according to the Habsburg house law, the secret law of the monarchy, a woman of such low birth could not come to the throne as consort of the emperor. It was not a question of permission that could be bestowed or withheld, but of a rigid legal fact. If Franz Ferdinand was to marry Sophie Schodek at all, he must do it morganatically, and must renounce all rights of succession for the yet unborn children of their marriage. He could no more marry her any other way than a man with a living and undivorced wife can marry a second woman, though the infringement here was of an unpublished dynastic regulation instead of the published law. But some mitigation of this severe judgment came from an unexpected quarter. The younger Kossuth declared that, according to Hungarian law, when the Archduke ascended the throne, his wife, no matter what her origin, became Queen of Hungary, and his children must enjoy the full rights of succession. This weakened the vehemence of Franz Ferdinand's loathing for Hungary, though not for individual Hungarians. He still meant to revise the constitutional machinery of the dual monarchy, but he no longer wished to punish the Hungarians quite so harshly as to take away from them the Croats and Slovaks. But this was not a consideration he could publicly name, nor, for diplomatic reasons, could he confess later that he was becoming more and more fearful of the growing strength of Serbia, and was apprehensive lest a union of South Slav provinces should tempt her ambition and provide her with a unified ally. So, by his promulgation of an unpopular policy, and his inability to announce his abandonment of it, the first beaters were put down to the battue. His marriage set others at their post. Franz Ferdinand had far too dull a mind to appreciate the need for consistency that was once visibly demonstrated in relation to his passion for collecting antiques, which he bought eagerly and without discrimination. When he paid a visit to a country church, the simple priest boasted to him of a good bargain he had driven with a Jew dealer, who had given him a brand new altar in exchange for his shabby old one. Immediately Franz Ferdinand sat down and wrote to the bishop of the diocese asking him to give his clergy an order not to part with church property. But he was quite amazed when later this order prevented him from carrying out the sacrilegious purchase of a tombstone which he wished to put in his private chapel. He showed a like inconsistency in regard to his marriage. His whole life was based on the privileges that were given to the members of the Habsburg family because the Habsburgs had been preserved in a certain state of genealogical purity which Austria had agreed to consider valuable. He could not understand that, as this purity was the justification of those privileges, they could not be extended to people in whom the Habsburg blood had been polluted. He took it as a personal insult, a bitter, causeless hurt, that his wife and his children should not be given royal honors. Nor did his inconsistencies end there. Himself a typical product of Habsburg indiscipline, he nevertheless made no allowances when his relatives and the officials of the court reacted to his marriage with a like indiscipline. He had here, indeed, a legitimate object for hatred, in a character as strange as his own. Franz Joseph's Chamberlain, Prince Monty Nuovo, was one of the strangest figures in Europe of our time, a character that Shakespeare decided at the last moment not to use in King Lear or Othello, and laid by so carelessly that it fell out of art into life. He was a man of exquisite taste and aesthetic courage, who protected the artists of Vienna against the apathy of the court and the imprudence of the bourgeoisie. The Vienna Philharmonic under Mahler was his special pride and care. But he was the son of one of the bastard sons mothered by the wretched Marie Louise, when, unsustained by the opinion of historians yet unborn that she was and should have been perfectly happy in her forced marriage with Napoleon, she took refuge in the arms of Baron Neipperg. To be the bastard son of a race which was so great that it could make bastardy as noble as legitimacy, but which was great only because its legitimacy was untainted with bastardy, confused this imaginative man with a passionate and poetic and malignant madness. He watched over the rules of Habsburg ceremonial as over a case of poisons which he believed to compose the elixir of life if they were combined in the correct proportions. And now for the strychnine, he must have said, when it became his duty to devise the adjustments made necessary by the presence at the court of a morganatic wife to the heir of the throne. Countess Sophie was excluded altogether From most intimate functions of the Austrian court, she could not accompany her husband to the family receptions or parties given for foreign royalties, or even to the most exclusive kinds of court balls. At the semi-public kind of court balls which she was allowed to attend, her husband had to head the procession with an archduchess on his arm, while she was forced to walk at the very end, behind the youngest princess. The emperor did what he could to mitigate the situation by creating her the Duchess of Hohenberg, but the obsessed Monte Nuovo hovered over her, striving to exacerbate every possible humiliation, never happier than when he could hold her back from entering a court carriage or cutting down to the minimum the salutes and attendance called for by any state occasion. It is possible that had Franz Ferdinand been a different kind of man he might have evoked a sympathy that would have consoled him and his wife for these hardships. But all his ways were repellent. When his brother, Ferdinand Charles, a gentle soul, with literary tastes, doomed to an early death from consumption, fell in love with a woman not of royal rank, Franz Ferdinand was the first to oppose the misalliance and made violent scenes with the invalid. When it was pointed out that he had married for love, he answered angrily that there could be no comparison between the two cases, because Sophie Schotek was an aristocrat and his brother's wife was the daughter of a university professor. Such lack of humor, which amounts to a lack of humors in the Elizabethan sense, isolated him from all friends, so instead he created partisans. He had been given, for his Viennese home, the superb palace and park known as the Belvedere, which had been built by Prince Eugene of Savoy. He now made it the center of what the historian Schotek has called a shadow government. He set up a military chancellery of his own, and presently the Emperor Franz Joseph, who always treated his nephew with an even remarkable degree of tenderness and forbearance, though not with tact, resigned to this his control over the army. But the chancellery dealt with much more than military matters. Franz Ferdinand attracted every able man in Austria who had been ignored or rejected by the court of Franz Joseph, and thanks to the stupidity and bad manners of that court, these were not contemptible in quality or inconsiderable in numbers. Helped by Franz Ferdinand to form a running point by point opposition to the mild policy of Franz Joseph, these men carried into effect his faith in half measures, and they drafted a program for him which was indiscreetly spoken of as a scheme of reform designed for preventing the dissolution of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, to be applied as soon as Franz Joseph was dead and Franz Ferdinand had ascended the throne. This way of life set still more beaters around him. It automatically roused the animosity of all at the court of Franz Joseph, and many of his own partisans became his overt or covert enemies. He became day by day less lovable. His knowledge that he could not lead the royal path of his future to his children made him fanatically mean and grasping, and his manner became more and more overbearing and brutal. He roused in small men small resentments, and, in the minds of the really able men, large distrust. They realized that though he was shrewd enough to see that the Austro-Hungarian Empire was falling to pieces when most of his kind were wholly blind to its decay, he was fundamentally stupid and cruel and saw his problem as merely that of selecting the proper objects for tyranny. Some of them feared a resort to medieval oppression, some feared the damage done to specific interests, particularly in Hungary, which was bound to follow his resettlement of the empire. Such fears must have gained in intensity when it became evident that Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany was taking more and more interest in Franz Ferdinand, and was visiting him at his country homes and holding long conversations with him on important matters. The last visit of this kind had occurred a fortnight before the Archduke had come to Sarajevo. There is a rumor that on that occasion the Kaiser laid before Franz Ferdinand a plan for remaking the map of Europe. The Austro-Hungarian and German empires were to be friends, and Franz Ferdinand's eldest son was to become king of a new Poland, stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, while the second son became king of Bohemia, Hungary, Croatia, and Serbia, and Franz Ferdinand's official heir, his nephew Charles, should be left as king of German Austria. It is certain that Kaiser Wilhelm must, at that moment, have had many important things on his mind, and that it is hardly likely that he would have paid such a visit unless he had something grave to say. It is definitely known that on this occasion Franz Ferdinand expressed bitter hostility to the Hungarian aristocracy. It is also known that these remarks were repeated at the time by the Kaiser to a third person. The manners of Franz Ferdinand did worse for him than make him enemies. They made him the gangster friends that may become enemies at any moment, with the deadly weapon of a friend's close knowledge. Franz Ferdinand's plainest sign of intelligence was his capacity for recognizing a certain type of unscrupulous ability. He had discovered Orenthal, the clever trickster who as Austrian minister had managed to convert the provisional occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina into annexation behind the backs of the other great powers in 1907. Since Orenthal on his deathbed had recommended Berchtold to succeed him, that incompetent warmonger might also be counted as one of the works of Franz Ferdinand. But an even greater favorite of his was Conrad von Hotzendorf, whom he made the chief of general staff. This creature, who was without sense or bowels, fancied himself not only as a great soldier but as a statesman, and would have directed the foreign policy of his country had he been allowed. He was obsessed by the need of preserving the Austro-Hungarian Empire by an offensive against Serbia, lest all our predestined foes, having perfected their armaments, should deliver a blow against Austria. Hungary, he wrote in a memorandum he presented to Franz Joseph in 1907, which was followed by many like it. We must take the first opportunity of settling accounts with our most vulnerable enemy. In the intervening 7 years this obsession flamed up into a mania. In 1911 Franz Joseph, with the definite statements that my policy is pacific and that he would permit no question of an offensive war, obtained Orenthal's consent and dismissed Conrad from his post, making him an inspector general of the army. But Franz Ferdinand still stood by him, and so did all the partisans of the Belvedere, who numbered enough industrialists, bankers, journalists, and politicians to make plain the decadence of pre-war Vienna. Berchtold was so much impressed by Conrad that in 1912 he was once more appointed chief of general staff. He was preaching the same gospel. The way out of our difficulties, he wrote to Berchtold, is to lay Serbia low without fear of consequences. But at this time Franz Ferdinand's convictions took a new turn. He was becoming more and more subject to the influence of the German Kaiser, and Germany had no desire at that time for war, particularly with the Balkan pretext. He admired the Germans and thought they probably knew their business. This infuriated Conrad, who thought that Franz Ferdinand ought to persuade Germany to support Austria, so that he could feel confident even if their offensive war against Serbia spread into a general conflagration, which shows that he knew what he was doing. But in 1913 Berchtold had to tell Conrad, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand is absolutely against war. At this, Conrad became more and more desperate. His influence over Berchtold had been sufficient to make him refuse to see the Prime Minister of Serbia when he offered to come to Vienna to negotiate a treaty with Austria, covering all possible points of dispute. He persuaded Berchtold, moreover, to withhold all knowledge of the specific offer from either Franz Joseph or Franz Ferdinand. This is a great criminal act which gives us the right to curse Berchtold and Conrad as the true instigators of the world war. But Conrad was no less crude when in 1913 he used a trifling incident on the Dalmatian coast to attempt to get the Emperor Franz Joseph to mobilize against Serbia and Montenegro. This coercion Franz Joseph, with a firmness remarkable in a man of 87, quietly resisted, even though Berchtold supported Conrad, and this time, Franz Ferdinand was in agreement with the old man. Shortly after this another incident lowered Conrad's stock still further. Colonel Radl, the chief of general staff to the Prague Corps, who had been head of the Austrian espionage service, was found to be a spy in the pay of Russia. He was a homosexual, and had fallen into the hands of blackmailers. He was handed a loaded revolver by a brother officer and left alone to commit suicide. This caused Franz Ferdinand to fly into one of his terrible attacks of rage against Conrad, who had been responsible both for Radl's appointment to the espionage department and for the manner of his death. He was incensed that a homosexual should have been given such a position, partly for moral reasons, and partly because of the special liability of such men to blackmail, and it offended his religious convictions that any man should have been forced to commit suicide. This last was hardly a fair charge to bring against Conrad, since the loaded revolver was an established army convention in the case of shameful offenses. But thenceforward the two men were enemies. There was no doubt about this after the autumn of 1913. At the army maneuvers in Bohemia, Franz Ferdinand grossly insulted and humiliated his former friend, but refused to accept his resignation. He, however, made it clear that the only reason for the refusal was fear of a bad effect on the public mind. In June 1914 Conrad was eating his heart out in disappointment, bearing a private and public grudge against the man who had disgraced him and who would not engage in the war against Serbia, which he himself believed necessary for his country's salvation. It must be realized that he was a very relentless man. He himself has told of a conversation he had with Berchtold about the unhappy German prince, William of Wied, who was sent to be king of Albania. "Let us hope there will be no hitch," said Berchtold. "But what shall we do if there is?" "Nothing at all," said Conrad. "But what if the prince is assassinated?" asked Berchtold. "Even then we can do nothing," said Conrad. "Somebody else must take the throne in his place. Anybody will suit us, as long as he is not under foreign influence." The conversation is the more grievous when it is understood that they had just refused William of Wied's very reasonable request that he might live on a yacht rather than lodge among his reluctant subjects. Such enemies surrounded Franz Ferdinand, but it cannot be laid at their door that he had come to Sarajevo on June the 28th, 1914. This was a day of some personal significance to him. On that date in 1900 he had gone to the Hofburg in the presence of the emperor and the whole court, and all holders of office, and had, in choking tones, taken the oath to renounce the royal rights of his unborn children. But it was also a day of immense significance for the South Slav people. It is the feast day of Saint Vitus, who is one of those saints who are lucky to find a place in the Christian calendar. Since they started life as pagan deities, he was originally Vid, a Finnish Ugric deity. It is also the anniversary of the Battle of Kosovo, where, 5 centuries before, the Serbs had lost their empire to the Turk. It had been a day of holy mourning for the Serbian people within the Serbian kingdom and the Austrian Empire, when they had confronted their disgrace and vowed to redeem it, until the year 1912, when Serbia's victory over the Turks at Kumanovo wiped it out. But, since 1913 had still been a time of war, the St. Vitus's Day of 1914 was the first anniversary which might have been celebrated by the Serbs in joy and pride. Franz Ferdinand must have been well aware that he was known as an enemy of Serbia. He must have known that if he went to Bosnia and conducted maneuvers on the Serbian frontier just before St. Vitus's Day and on the actual anniversary paid a state visit to Sarajevo, he would be understood to be mocking the South Slav world, to be telling them that though the Serbs might have freed themselves from the Turks, there were still many Slavs under the Austrians' yoke. To pay that visit was an act so suicidal that one fumbles the pages of the history books to find if there is not some explanation of his going, if he was not subject to some compulsion. But if ever a man went anywhere of his own free will, Franz Ferdinand went so to Sarajevo. He himself ordered the maneuvers and decided to attend them. The Emperor Franz Joseph, in the presence of witnesses, told him that he need not go unless he wished. Yet it appears inconceivable that he should not have known that the whole of Bosnia was seething with revolt, and that almost every schoolboy and student in the province was a member of some revolutionary society. Even if the extraordinary isolation that afflicts royal personages had previously prevented him from sharing this common knowledge, steps were taken to remove his ignorance. But here his temperament intervened on behalf of his own death. The Serbian government, which by the single act acquitted itself of all moral blame for the assassination, sent its minister in Vienna to warn Bilinski, the joint finance minister, who was responsible for the civil administration of Bosnia and Herzegovina, that the proposed visit of Franz Ferdinand would enrage many Slavs on both sides of the frontier and might cause consequences which neither government could control. But Bilinski was an Austrian Pole. Ferdinand loathed all his race, and had bitterly expressed his resentment that any of them were allowed to hold high office. Bilinski was also a close confidant of old Franz Joseph and an advocate of a conciliatory policy in the Slav provinces. Thus it happened that, when he conscientiously went to transmit this message, his warnings were received not only with incredulity but in a way that made it both psychologically and materially impossible to repeat them. Franz Ferdinand never informed in advance either the Austrian or the Hungarian government of the arrangements he had made with the army to visit Bosnia, and he seems to have worked earnestly and ingeniously, as people will to get up a bazaar, to insult the civil authorities. When he printed the program of his journey he sent it to all the ministries except the joint ministry of finance, and he ordered that no invitations for the ball which he was to give after the maneuvers outside Sarajevo at Illich were to be sent to any of the finance ministry officials. It is as if a prince of Wales had traveled through India brutally insulting the Indian civil service and the India office. There was a thoroughly Habsburg reason for this. Since the military authorities were in charge of all the arrangements, it had been easy for Franz Ferdinand to arrange that for the first time on Habsburg territory royal honors would be paid to his wife. This could not have happened without much more discussion if the civil authorities had been involved. The result was final and bloody. Bilinski could not protest against Franz Ferdinand's visit to Sarajevo when he was not sure it was going to take place, considering the indelicate rage with which all his approaches were met. This inability to discuss the visit meant that he could not even supervise the arrangements for policing the streets. With incredible ingenuity, Franz Ferdinand had created a situation in which those whose business it was to protect him could not take one step towards his protection. When Franz Ferdinand returned from the balcony into the reception room, his face became radiant and serene, because he saw before him the final agent of his ruin, the key beater in the spattoon. His wife had been in an upper room of the town hall, meeting a number of ladies belonging to the chief Moslem families of the town, in order that she might condescendingly admire their costumes and manners, as is the habit of barbarians who have conquered an ancient culture, and she had now made the proposal that on the return journey she and her husband should alter their program by going to the hospital to make inquiries about the officer wounded by Shabranovich. Nothing can ever be known about the attitude of this woman to that day's events. She was a woman who could not communicate with her fellow creatures. We know only of her outer appearance and behavior. We know that she had an aphrodisiac and pinched yet heavy face, that in a day when women were bred to look like table birds she took this convention of amplitude and expressed it with the rigidity of the drill sergeant. We know that she impressed those who knew her as absorbed in snobbish ambitions and petty resentments, and that she had as her chief ingratiating attribute a talent for mimicry, which is often the sport of an unloving and derisive soul. But we also know that she and Franz Ferdinand felt for each other what cannot be denied to have been a great love. Each found in the other a perpetual assurance that the meaning of life is kind, each gave the other that assurance in terms suited to their changing circumstances and with inexhaustible resourcefulness and goodwill. It is believed by those who knew them best that neither of them ever fell from the heights of their relationship and reproached the other for the hardships that their marriage had brought upon them. That is to say that the boor we know as Franz Ferdinand and the small-minded fury we know as Countess Sophie Schotek are not the ultimate truth about these people. These were the pragmatic conceptions of them that those who met them had to use if they were to escape unhurt, but the whole truth about their natures must certainly have been to some degree beautiful. Even in this field where Sophie Schotek's beauty lay she was dangerous. Like her husband she could see no point in consistency, which is the very mortar of society. Because of her noble birth, she bitterly resented her position as a morganatic wife. It was infamous, she felt, that a Schotek should be treated in this way. It never occurred to her that Schoteks had a value only because they had been accorded it by a system which, for reasons that were perfectly valid at the time, accorded the Habsburgs a greater value, and that if those reasons had ceased to be valid and the Habsburgs should no longer be treated as supreme, then the Schoteks also had lost their claim to eminence. Unfortunately she coupled with this inconsistency a severely legalistic mind. It can be done. The English bench has given us examples. She had discovered, and is said to have urged her discovery on Franz Ferdinand, that the oath he had taken to renounce the rights of succession for his children was contrary to crown law. No one can swear an oath which affects the unborn. This is, of course, perfectly just. It did not occur to her that, if the maintenance of the Habsburgs required the taking of unjust oaths, perhaps the Habsburg dynasty would fall to pieces if it were forced to live on the plane of highest justice, and that her children might find themselves again without a throne. Countess Sophie Schotek must therefore have had her hands full of the complicated hells of the humorless legalist. It must have seemed to her that her environment was always perversely resisting the imposition of a perfect pattern, to her grave personal damage. She had, however, a more poignant personal grief. She believed Franz Ferdinand to be on the point of going mad. It is on record that she hinted to her family lawyer and explicitly informed an intimate friend that in her opinion her husband might at any moment be stricken with some form of mental disorder. This may have been merely part of that corpus of criticism which might be called any wife to any husband. But there were current many stories which go to show that Franz Ferdinand's violence had for some time been manifest in ways not compatible with sanity. The Czech officials in charge of the imperial train that had brought Franz Ferdinand from Berlin after a visit to the German emperor reported to the chief of the Czech separatist party that when Franz Ferdinand had alighted at his destination they found the upholstery in his compartment cut to pieces by sword thrusts, and in a visit to England he struck those who met him as undisciplined in a way differing in quality and degree from the normal abnormality which comes from high rank. This woman had therefore a host of enemies without her home, and within it an enemy more terrifying than all the rest. That she was in great distress is proven by a certain difficulty we know to have arisen in her religious life. It was one of the wise provisions of the early church that the Orthodox were not allowed the benefits of communion or confession except at rare intervals. There is obviously a sound and sensible reason for this rule. It cannot be believed that the soul is sufficiently potent to be forever consummating its union with God, and the forgiveness of sins must lose its reality if it is sought too rapidly for judgment to pronounce soberly on guilt. Moreover, limiting the approach to the sacraments prevents them from becoming magical practices, mere snatchings at amulets. By one of the innovations which divide the Roman Catholic Church from the early Church, Pope Leo X removed all these restrictions, and now a devotee can communicate and confess as often as he likes. But the Countess Sophie Schotek availed herself of this permission so extremely often that she was constantly at odds with the bishop who guided her spiritual life. At their hotel out at Elijah room had been arranged as a chapel, and that morning she and her husband had attended mass. Not one day could go without invoking the protection of the cross against the disaster which she finally provoked by her proposal that they should visit the wounded aide-de-camp in hospital. There was a conversation about this proposal which can never be understood. It would be comprehensible only if the speakers had been drunk or living through a long, fevered night, but they were sober and, though they were facing horror, they were facing it at 10 o'clock on a June morning. Franz Ferdinand actually asked Posiorek if he thought any bombs would be thrown at them during their drive away from the town hall. This question is incredibly imbecile. If Posiorek had not known enough to regard the first attack as probable, there was no reason to ascribe any value whatsoever to his opinion on the probability of a second attack. There was one obvious suggestion which it would have been natural for either Franz Ferdinand or Posiorek to make. The streets were quite inadequately guarded, otherwise Shabranovich could not have made his attack. Therefore it was advisable that Franz Ferdinand and his wife should remain at the town hall until adequate numbers of the 70,000 troops who were within no great distance of the town were sent for to line the streets. This is a plan which one would have thought would have been instantly brought to the men's minds by the mere fact that they were responsible for the safety of a woman. But they never suggested anything like it, and Posiorek gave to Franz Ferdinand's astonishing question the astonishing answer that he was sure no second attack would be made. The startling element in this answer is its imprudence, for he must have known that any investigation would bring to light that he had failed to take for Franz Ferdinand any of the precautions that had been taken for Franz Joseph on his visit to Sarajevo 7 years before, when all strangers had been evacuated from the town, all anti-Austrians, confined to their houses, and the streets lined with a double cordon of troops and peppered with detectives. It would be credible only if one knew that Posiorek had received assurances that if anything happened to Franz Ferdinand there would be no investigation afterwards that he need fear. Indeed, it would be easy to suspect that Posiorek deliberately sent Franz Ferdinand to his death, were it not that it must have looked beforehand as if that death must be shared by Posiorek, as they were both riding in the same carriage. It is of course true that Posiorek shared Conrad's belief that a war against Serbia was a sacred necessity, and had written to him on one occasion expressing the desperate opinion that, rather than not have war, he would run the risk of provoking a world war and being defeated in it, and throughout the Bosnian maneuvers he had been in the company of Conrad, who was still thoroughly disgruntled by his dismissal by Franz Ferdinand. It must have been quite plain to them both that the assassination of Franz Ferdinand by a Bosnian Serb would be a superb excuse for declaring war on Serbia. Still, it is hard to believe that Posiorek would have risked his own life to take Franz Ferdinand's, for he could easily have arranged for the Archduke's assassination when he was walking in the open country. It is also extremely doubtful if any conspirators would have consented to Posiorek risking his life, for his influence and military skill would have been too useful to them to throw away. Yet there is an incident arising out of this conversation which can only be explained by the existence of entirely relentless treachery somewhere among Franz Ferdinand's entourage. It was agreed that the royal party should, on leaving the town hall, follow the route that had been originally announced for only a few hundred yards. They would drive along a quay to the second bridge, and would then follow a new route by keeping straight along the quay to the hospital, instead of turning to the right and going up a side street which led to the principal shopping center of the town. This had the prime advantage of disappointing any other conspirators who might be waiting in the crowds after any but the first few hundred yards of the route. And, as Posiorek had also promised that the automobiles should travel at a faster speed, it might have been thought that the Archduke and his wife had a reasonable chance of getting out of Sarajevo alive. So they might, if anybody had given orders to the chauffeur on either of these points. But either Posiorek never gave these orders to any subordinate, or the subordinate to whom he entrusted them never handed them on. Neither hypothesis is easy to accept, even allowing for Austrian Schleimherei. Soldiers and persons in attendance on royalty do not make such mistakes. But though this negligence cannot have been accidental, the part it played in contriving the death of Franz Ferdinand cannot have been foreseen. The Archduke, his wife, and Posiorek left the town hall, taking no farewell whatsoever of the municipal officers who lined the staircase, and went onto the quay and got into their automobile. Franz Ferdinand and Sophie are said to have looked stunned and stiff with apprehension. Count Herrick, an Austrian general, jumped on the left running board and crouched there, with drawn sword, ready to defend the royal pair with his life. The procession was headed by an automobile containing the deputy mayor and a member of the Bosnian Diet, but by another incredible blunder neither these officials nor their chauffeurs were informed of the change in route. When this first automobile came to the bridge, it turned to the right and went up the side street. The chauffeur of the royal car saw this, and was therefore utterly bewildered when Posiorek struck him on the shoulder and shouted, "What are you doing? We're going the wrong way. We must drive straight along the quay." Not having been told how supremely important it was to keep going, the puzzled chauffeur stopped dead athwart the corner of the side street and the quay. He came to halt exactly in front of a young Bosnian Serb named Gavrilo Princip, who was one of the members of the same conspiracy as Chabranovic. He had failed to draw his revolver on the Archduke during the journey to the town hall, and he had come back to make another attempt. As the automobile remained stock still, Princip was able to take steady aim and shoot Franz Ferdinand in the heart. He was not a very good shot. He could never have brought down his quarry if there had not been this failure to give the chauffeur proper instructions. Herrick could do nothing. He was on the left side of the car, Princip on the right. When he saw the stout, stuffed body of the Archduke fall forward, he shifted his revolver to take aim at Posiorek. He would have killed him at once had not Sophie thrown herself across the car in one last expression of her great love, and drawn Franz Ferdinand to herself with a movement that brought her across the path of the second bullet. She was already dead when Franz Ferdinand murmured to her, "Sophie, Sophie, live for our children," and he died a quarter of an hour later. So was your life and my life mortally wounded, but so was not the life of the Bosnians, who were indeed restored to life by this act of death. Leaning from the balcony, I said, "I shall never be able to understand how it happened. It is not that there are too few facts available, but that there are too many. To begin with, only one murder was committed, yet there were two murders in the story. One was the murder done by Princip, the other was the murder dreamed of by some person or persons in Franz Ferdinand's entourage, and they were not the same. And the character of the event is not stamped with murder but with suicide. Nobody worked to ensure the murder on either side so hard as the people who were murdered. And they, though murdered, are not as pitiable as victims should be. They manifested a mixture of obstinate invocation of disaster and anguished complaint against it which is often associated with unsuccessful crime, with the petty thief in the dock. Yet they were of their time. They could not be blamed for morbidity in a society which adored death, which found joy in contemplating the death of beasts, the death of souls in a rigid social system, the death of peoples under an oppressive empire. Many things happened that day, said the head of the tourist bureau, but most clearly I remember the funny thin voice of the Archduke and his marionette strut. I looked down on the street below and saw one who was not as the Archduke, a tall, gaunt man from the mountains with his crimson scarf about his head, walking with a long stride that was the sober dance of strength itself. I said to Constantine, "Did that sort of man have anything to do with the assassination?" "Directly, nothing at all," answered Constantine, though indirectly he had everything to do with it. But in fact, all of the actual conspirators were peculiarly of Sarajevo, a local product. You will understand better when I have shown you where it all happened. But now we must go back to the tourist bureau, for we cannot leave this gentleman until we have drunk black coffee with him. As we walked out of the town hall the sunshine was at last warm and the plum blossom in the distant gardens shone as if it were not still wet with melted snow. Though the hills rise so sharply, I said, the contours are so soft, to be in the city is like walking inside an opening flower. Everything here is perfect, said Constantine, and think of it, only since I was a grown man has this been my town. Until then its beauty was a heartache and a shame to me, because I was a Serb and Sarajevo was a Slav town in captivity. Come now, I said, by that same reckoning should not the beauty of New York and Boston be a heartache and shame to me? Not at all, he said, for you and the Americans are not the same people. The air of America is utterly different from the air of England, and has made Americans even of pure English blood utterly different from you, even as the air of Russia, which is not the same as Balkan air, has made our Russian brothers not at all as we are. But the air of Bosnia is the same as Serbian air, and these people are almost the same as us, except that they talk less. Besides, your relatives in America are not being governed by another race, wholly antipathetic to you both. If the Germans had taken the United States and you went over there and saw New England villages being governed on Prussian lines, then you would sigh that you and the Americans of your race should be together again. I see that, I said. I was looking at the great toast-colored barracks which the Austrians set on a ledge dominating the town. They seem to say, all is now known, we can therefore act without any further discussion, a statement idiotic in itself, and more so when addressed to the essentially speculative Slav. All, I tell you, said Constantine, that is Austrian in Sarajevo is false to us. Look at this embankment we are walking upon. It is very nice and straight, but it is nothing like the embankment we Yugoslavs, Christian or Muslim, would make for a river. We are very fond of nature as she is, and we do not want to hold up a ruler and tell her that she must look like that and not stick forward her bosom or back her bottom. And look, here is the corner where Princip killed the Archduke, and you see how appropriate it was. For the young Bosnian came along a little street from the real Sarajevo, where all the streets are narrow and many are winding, and every house belongs to a person, to this esplanade which the Austrians built, which is one long line and has big houses that look alike, and seeing an arch-Austrian he made him go away. See, there is a tablet on that corner commemorating the deed. I had read much abuse of this tablet as a barbarous record of satisfaction in an accomplished crime. Mr. Winston Churchill remarks in his book on the unknown war, the Eastern Front, that Princip died in prison, and a monument erected in recent years by his fellow countrymen records his infamy and their own. It is actually a very modest black tablet, not more than would be necessary to record the exact spot of the assassination for historical purposes, and it is placed so high above the street level that the casual passerby would not remark it. The inscription runs: here, in this historical place, Gavrilo Princip was the initiator of liberty, on the day of St. Vitus, the 28th of June, 1914. These words seem to me remarkable in their restraint, considering the bitter hatred that the rule of Austria had aroused in Bosnia. The expression initiator of liberty is justified by its literal truth. The Bosnians and Herzegovinians were in fact enslaved until the end of the war, which was provoked by the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. To be shocked at a candid statement of this hardly becomes a subject of any of the Western states who connived at the annexation of these territories by Austria. One must let the person who wears the shoe know where it pinches. It happened that as Constantine and I were looking up at the tablet, there passed by one of the most notable men in Yugoslavia, a scholar and a gentleman, known to his peers in all the great cities of Europe. He greeted us and nodded up at the tablet. A bad business, that. Yes, yes, said Constantine wearily, for they were political enemies, and he dreaded what might come. We must have no more of such things, Constantine, said the other. No, no, said Constantine. No more assassinations, Constantine, the other went on. No, no, said Constantine. And no more Croats shot down because they are Croats, Constantine, rapped out the other. But we never do that, wailed Constantine. It is only that accidents must happen in the disorder that these people provoke. Well, there must be no more accidents, said his friend. But as he turned to go, he looked again at the tablet, and his eyes grew sad. But God forgive us all, he said. As for that accident, it had to happen. I said to Constantine, would he have known Princip, do you think? But Constantine answered, I think not. He was 10 years older, and he would only have known a man of Princip's age if their families had been friends, but poor Princip had no family of the sort that had such rich friends. He was just a poor boy come down from the mountains to get his education here in Sarajevo, and he knew nobody but his schoolfellows. That, indeed, is a fact which is of great significance historically, the youth and obscurity of the Sarajevo conspirators. Princip himself was the grandson of an immigrant whose exact origin is unknown, though he was certainly a Slav. This stranger appeared in a village on the borders of Bosnia and Dalmatia at a time when the Muslims of true Turkish stock had been driven out by the Bosnian insurrectionary forces, and occupied one of the houses that had been vacated by the Turks. There must have been something a little odd about this man, for he wore a curious kind of silver jacket with bells on it, which struck the villagers as strange and gorgeous, and which cannot be identified by the experts as forming part of any local costume known in the Balkans. Because of this eccentric garment, the villagers gave him the nickname of Princip, which means prince, and because of that name there sprang up after the assassination a preposterous legend that Princip's father was the illegitimate son of the murdered Prince Rudolf. He was certainly just a peasant, who married a woman of that Homeric people, the Montenegrins, and begot a family in the depths of poverty. When Austria came in and seized Bosnia after it had been cleared of Turks by the Bosnian rebels, it was careful to leave the land tenure system exactly as it had been under the Turks, and the Bosnian peasants continued on starvation level. Of Princip's children, one son became a postman, and married a Herzegovinian who seems to have been a woman most remarkable for strength of character. In her barren mountain home she bore 9 children, of whom 6 died, it is believed, from maladies arising out of undernourishment. The other 3 sons she filled with an ambition to do something in life, and sent them down into the towns to get an education and at the same time to earn money to pay for it. The first became a doctor. The second a tradesman who was chosen at an early age mayor of his town. The third was Gavrilo Princip, who started on his journey under 2 handicaps. He was physically fragile, and he entered a world distracted with thoughts of revolution and preparations for war. The 2 most oppressive autocracies in Europe were working full-time to supply themselves and all other European countries with the material of revolution. Russia was producing innumerable authors who dealt in revolutionary thought. The Austrian Empire was producing innumerable men who were capable of any revolutionary act, whether in the interests of military tyranny or popular liberty. The Russian influence came into Bosnia through several channels, some of them most unexpected. For political purposes, the Russian imperial family maintained a boarding school for girls at the top of the road from Kotar, in Cetinje, the capital of Montenegro, where many of the aristocratic families of Dalmatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina and even Croatia sent their daughters to be educated. As all familiar with the perversity of youth would expect, the little dears later put to use the Russian they acquired at that institution to read Stepniak and Kropotkin and Tolstoy. This was but a narrow channel, which served only to gain tolerance among the wealthier classes for the movement which swept through practically the whole of the male youth of the southern Slavs and set them discussing nihilism, anarchism, and state socialism, and experimenting with the technique of terrorism which the advocates of those ideas had developed in Russia. In this last and least attractive part of their activities, the Bosnians show at a disadvantage compared to their Russian brothers during the period immediately before the war. They appear more criminal because they were more moral. Among the Russian revolutionaries there had been growing perplexity and disillusionment ever since 1906, when it was discovered that the people's leader, Father Gapon, owing to the emollient effects of a visit to Monte Carlo, had sold himself to the police as a spy. In 1909 they received a further shock. It was proved that Asef, the head of the largest and most powerful terrorist organization in Russia, had from the very beginning of his career been a police agent, and though he had successfully arranged the assassination of Plave, the Minister of the Interior, and the Grand Duke Serge, he had committed the first crime partly because he was a Jew and disliked Plave's anti-Semitism, and partly because he wanted to strengthen his position in revolutionary circles in order to get a higher salary from the police, and he had committed the second to oblige persons in court circles who had wanted to get rid of the Grand Duke. This made all the sincere revolutionaries realize that their ranks were riddled with treachery, and that if they risked their lives it was probably to save the bacon of a police spy or further a palace intrigue. For this reason terrorism was practically extinct in Russia for some years before the war. But the southern Slavs were not traitors. It is true that there existed numbers, indeed vast numbers, of Croats and Serbs and Czechs who attempted to raise funds by selling to the Austro-Hungarian Empire forged evidence that their respective political parties were conspiring with the Serbian government. But their proceedings were always conducted with the utmost publicity, and their forgeries were so clumsy as to be recognized as such by the most prejudiced court. They presented telegrams, which were supposed to have been delivered on reception forms instead of transmission forms, and they put forward photographs of patriotic societies' minutes, which bore evidence that the original documents must have been over 3 foot 3 by 13 inches, a nice size for reproduction but not for a society's minutes. Neither the officials of the empire nor the Slav nationalists ever took any serious measures against these disturbers of the peace, and they seem to have had such a privileged position of misdoing as is given in some villages to a pilferer, so long as he is sufficiently blatant and modest in his exploits so that he can be frustrated by reasonable care, and the community loses not too much when he scores a success. But the real traitor and agent provocateur, who joined in revolutionary activities for the purpose of betraying his comrades to authority, was rare indeed among the South Slavs, and therefore terrorist organizations could function in confidence. They honeycombed the universities and the schools to an extent which seems surprising, till one remembers that, owing to the poverty of the inhabitants and the defective system of education imposed by the Austrian Empire, the age of the pupils at each stage was 2 or 3 years above that which would have been customary in a Western community. The terrorism of these young men was given a new inspiration in 1912 and 1913 by the Balkan Wars in which Serbia beat Turkey and Bulgaria. They saw themselves cutting loose from the decaying corpse of an empire and uniting with a young and triumphant democratic state, and by the multiplication of society upon society and patriotic journal upon patriotic journal they cultivated the idea of freeing themselves by acts of violence directed against their rulers. This, however, did not alter that horrible dispensation by which it is provided that those who most thirstily desire to go on the stage shall be those who have the least talent for acting. The Croats and Serbs are magnificent soldiers, they shoot well and they have hearts like lions. But they are deplorable terrorists. Much more individualist than the Russians, the idea of a secret society was more of a toy to them than a binding force. They were apt to go on long journeys to meet fellow conspirators for the purpose of discussing an outrage, and on the way home to become interested in some other aspect of the revolutionary movement, such as Tolstoyan pacifism, and leave their bombs in the train. When they maintained their purpose, they frequently lost not their courage but their heads at the crucial moment, perhaps because the most convenient place for such attentats, to use the continental word for a crime directed against the representative of a government, was among crowds in a town, and the young Slav was not used to crowds. He felt, as W. H. Davies put it of himself in urban conditions, like a horse near fire. Such considerations do not operate now. The Great War hardened the nerves of a generation in the dealing out of death, and it trained the following generation with its experience plus the aid of all the money and help certain foreign nations could give them. The Croats and Macedonians trained in Italy and Hungary, who killed King Alexander of Yugoslavia, represented the highest point of expertise in terrorism that man has yet attained. But in the days before the war the South Slavs were touching and ardent amateurs. Typical of them was young Juraj, a handsome Serb boy from a Herzegovinian village, who decided to kill the Emperor Franz Joseph when he visited Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1910. With that end in mind he followed the old man from Sarajevo to Mostar, and from Mostar to Illich, revolver in hand, but never fired a shot. Then he decided to kill the governor of Bosnia, General Vershanin, who was specially abhorrent to the Slavs because he was a renegade Croat. He waited on a bridge for the general as he drove to open the Diet of Sarajevo. The boy fired 5 bullets at him, which all went wide. He kept the 6th to fire at his own forehead. It is said that General Vershanin got out of his car and walked over to his body and savagely kicked it, a gesture which was bitterly remembered among all young South Slavs. This poor boy was typical of many of his fellows in his failure. In June 1912 another Bosnian tried to kill the band of Croatia in the streets of Zagreb, and killed 2 other people, but not him. In August 1913 a young Croat tried to kill the new band of Croatia, but only wounded him. In March 1914 another young Croat was caught in the opera house at Zagreb just as he was about to shoot the band and the Archduke Leopold Salvatore. And so on, and so on. The Balkan Wars altered the state of affairs to some extent. A great many young Bosnians and Herzegovinians either swam across the river Drina into Serbia, or slipped past the frontier guards on the Montenegrin borders by night, in order to join the regular volunteer bands which served as outposts for the Serbian army as it invaded Macedonia. All these young men acquired skill and hardihood in the use of weapons. But those who stayed at home were incurably inefficient as assassins. Princip was not among the young Bosnians who had gone to the Balkan Wars. He had soon become weary of the school life of Sarajevo, which was reduced to chaos by the general political discontent of the pupils and their particular discontents with the tendentious curriculum of the Austro-Hungarian education authorities. He took to shutting himself up in his poor room and read enormously of philosophy and politics, undermining his health and nerves by the severity of these indirect studies. Always, of course, he was short of money and ate but little. Finally he felt he had better emigrate to Serbia and start studies at a secondary school at Belgrade, and he took that step in May 1912, when he was barely 17. One of his brothers gave him some money, and he had saved much of what he had earned by teaching some little boys, but it must have been a starveling journey. In Belgrade he was extremely happy in his studies, and might have become a contented scholar had not the Balkan War broken out. He immediately volunteered, and was sent down to a training center in the south of Serbia, and would have made a first-rate soldier if gallantry had been all that was needed. But his deprived body broke down, and he was discharged from the army. Princip's humiliation was increased to a painful degree, it is said, because another soldier with whom he was on bad terms grinned when he saw him walking off with his discharge and said, "Scart, throw out, bad stuff." Though he went back to Belgrade and studied hard and with great success, he was extremely distressed at his failure to render service to the Slav cause and prove his worth as a hero. It happened that in Serbia he had become a close friend of a young printer from Sarajevo called Shabranovich, a boy of his own age, who had been banished from Bosnia for 5 years for the offense of preaching anarchism. Much has been written about this youth, which is not too enthusiastic, though it might be described as querulous rather than unfavorable. His companions found something disquieting and annoying about his high spirits and his garrulity, but it must be remembered that those who are very remarkable people, particularly when they are young, often repel more ordinary people by both their laughter and their grief, which seem excessive by the common measure. It is possible that what was odd about Shabranovich was simply incipient greatness. but he was also laboring under the handicap of an extremely hostile relationship to his father. In any case, he certainly was acceptable as a friend by Princip, and this speaks well for his brains. They had a number of Sarajevan friends in common, whom they had met at school or in the cafes. Among these was a young schoolmaster called Danilo Ilic, a neurotic and irascible and extremely unpopular ascetic. He is said to have served in the Serbian army during the Balkan War, but only as an orderly. From the beginning of 1914 he was engaged in an attempt to form a terrorist organization for the purpose of committing a desperate deed, though nobody, least of all himself, seemed to know exactly what. Among his disciples was a young man called Bushara, who one day cut out of the newspaper a paragraph announcing the intended visit of Franz Ferdinand to Bosnia, and posted it from Sarajevo to Shabranovic in Belgrade. It is said by some that he meant merely to intimate that there would be trouble, not that trouble should be made. It is also to be noted that one of his family was said to be an Austrian police spy. If he or somebody connected with him had been acting as an agent provocateur, they could not have hoped for better success. Shabranovic showed the paragraph to Princip, and they decided to return to Sarajevo and kill Franz Ferdinand. But they needed help. Most of all, they needed weapons. First they thought of applying to the Narodna Obrana, the Society of National Defense, for bombs, but their own good sense told them that was impossible. The Narodna Obrana was a respectable society acting openly under government protection, and even these children, confused by misgovernment to complete callousness, saw that it would have been asking too much to expect it to commit itself to helping in the assassination of a foreign royalty. Moreover, they both had experience of the personalities directing the Narodna Obrana, and they knew they were old-fashioned, pious, conservative Serbs of the medieval Serbian pattern, who were more than a little shocked by these Bosnian children who sat up till all hours in cafes and dabbled in free thought. When Shabranovic had gone to the society to ask a favor, an old Serbian captain had been gravely shocked by finding the lad in possession of Maupassant's Velami and had confiscated it. It is unfortunate that at this point they met a Bosnian refugee called Ciganovic, who had heard rumors of their intention and who offered to put them in the way of getting some bombs. He was a member of the secret society known as the Black Hand, or was associated with it. This society had already played a sinister part in the history of Serbia. It was the lineal descendant of the group of officers who had killed King Alexander and Queen Draga and thus exchanged the Obranovic dynasty for the Karađorđević. The Karađorđes, who had played no part in this conspiracy and had had to accept its results passively, had never resigned themselves to the existence of the group, and were continually at odds with them. The Black Hand was therefore definitely anti-Karađorđević and aimed at war with Austria and the establishment of a federated republic of Balkan Slavs. Their leader was a man of undoubted talent but far too picturesque character called Dragutin Dimitrović, known as Apis, who had been for some time the head of the intelligence bureau of the Serbian General Staff. He had heard of Hitch and his group through a Bosnian revolutionary living in Lausanne, Gojanović, a boy of 22 who had an extraordinary power over all his generation among the South Slavs, particularly among the Bosnians. His posthumous works were edited by Trotsky. It was by his direction that Shabranovic and Princip had been approached by Ciganovic, and were later taken in hand, together with another Bosnian boy of 19 called Grabas, who had just joined them, by an officer called Tanko Sic, who had been concerned in the murder of King Alexander and Queen Draga. Tanko Sic took the boys into some woods and saw how they shot, which was badly, though Princip was better than the others. Finally he fitted them out with bombs, pistols, and some prussic acid to take when their attempts had been made so that they might be sure not to break down and blab in the presence of the police. Then he sent them off to Sarajevo by what was known as the underground route, a route by which persons who might have found difficulty in crossing the frontier, whether for reasons of politics or of contraband, were helped by friendly pro-Slavs. The boys were smuggled through Bosnia by two guards who were under orders from the Black Hand, and with the help of a number of Balkan peasants and tradesmen, who one and all were exceedingly discomfited but dared not refuse assistance to members of a revolutionary body, they got their munitions into Sarajevo. This journey was completed only by a miracle, such was the inefficiency of the conspirators. Shabranovic talked too much. Several times the people on whose goodwill they were dependent took fright and were in two minds to denounce the matter to the police, and take the risk of revolutionary vengeance rather than be hanged for complicity, as indeed some of them were. Hitch was even less competent. He had arranged to fetch the bombs at a certain railway junction, but he fell into a panic and did not keep the appointment. For hours the sugar box containing the weapons lay in the public waiting room covered with a coat. The station cat had a comfortable sleep on it. Unfortunately Hitch recovered his nerve and brought the bombs to his home, where he kept them under the sofa in his bedroom. He had swelled the ranks of those who were to use their arms by some most unsuitable additions. He had enrolled a Moslem called Mehmed Bashish, a peculiar character, who had already shown a divided mind towards terrorism. In January 1913 he had gone to Toulouse with a Moslem friend and had visited the wonderful Gojanović, the friend of Trotsky. He had received from the leader weapons and poison for the purpose of attempting the life of General Posiorek, the military governor of Bosnia. But on the way he and his friend had thought better of it and dropped them out of the carriage window. Hitch had also enrolled two schoolboys called Chubralovic and Popovich, and gave them revolvers. Neither had ever fired a shot in his life. The few days before the visit of the Archduke Hitch spent in alternately exhorting this ill-assorted group to show their patriotism by association and imploring them to forget it and disperse. He was himself at one point so overcome by terror that he got into the train and traveled all the way to the town abroad, 100 miles away. But he came back, though to the very end he seems at times to have urged Princip, who was living with him, to abandon the attentat, and to have expressed grave distrust of Shabranovic on the ground that his temperament was not suited to terrorism. It might have been supposed that Franz Ferdinand would never be more safe in his life than he would be on St. Vitus's day at Sarajevo. That very nearly came to be true. On the great day Ilic made up his mind that the assassination should take place after all, and he gave orders for the disposition of the conspirators in the street. They were so naive that it does not seem to have struck them as odd that he himself proposed to take no part in the attentat. They were told to take up their stations at various points on the embankment, first Mehmed Bashish, then Shabranovic, then Chubralovic, then Popovich, and after that Princip, at the head of the bridge that now bears his name, with Grabas facing him across the road. What happened might easily have been foretold. Mehmed Bashish never threw his bomb. Instead he watched the car go by and then ran to the railway station and jumped into a train that was leaving for Montenegro. There he sought the protection of one of the tribes which constituted that nation, with whom his family had friendly connections, and the tribesmen kept him hidden in their mountain homes. Later he made his way to France, and that was not to be the end of his adventures. He was to be known to Balkan history as a figure hardly less enigmatic than the man in the iron mask. The Schoolboy Shuberlovich had been told that if Murmatbishich threw his bomb he was to finish off the work with his revolver, but if Murmatbishich failed he was to throw his own bomb. He did nothing. Neither did the other schoolboy, Popovich. It was impossible for him to use either his bomb or his revolver, for in his excitement, he had taken his stand beside a policeman. Shabranovich threw his bomb, but high and wide. He then swallowed his dose of prussic acid and jumped off the parapet of the embankment. There, as the prussic acid had no effect on him, he suffered arrest by the police. Princip heard the noise of Shabranovich's bomb and thought the work was done, so stood still. When the car went by and he saw that the royal party was still alive, he was dazed with astonishment and walked away to a cafe, where he sat down and had a cup of coffee and pulled himself together. Grabas was also deceived by the explosion and let his opportunity go by. Franz Ferdinand would have gone from Sarajevo untouched had it not been for the actions of his staff, who by blunder after blunder contrived that his car should slow down and that he should be presented as a stationary target in front of Princip, the one conspirator of real and mature deliberation, who had finished his cup of coffee and was walking back through the streets, aghast at the failure of himself and his friends, which would expose the country to terrible punishment without having inflicted any loss on authority. At last the bullets had been coaxed out of the reluctant revolver to the bodies of the eager victims. Sarajevo 6. Do you see, said Constantine, the last folly of these idiots. There is a raw edge to the ends of the bridge, and unhemmed look to the masonry on both sides of the road. They put up a statue of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife, not in Vienna, where there was a good deal of expiation to be done to those two, but here, where the most pitiful amongst us could not pity them. As soon as we took the town over after the liberation they were carted away. They may still be standing in some backyard, intact or cut into queer sculptural joints, cast down among ironically long grass. There was never more convincing proof that we do not make our own destinies, that they are not merely the pattern traced by our characteristics on time as we rush through it, than the way that the destinies of Franz Ferdinand and Sophie Schotek continued to operate after their death. In their lives they had passed from situation to situation which invited ceremonial grandeur and had been insanely deprived of it in a gross ceremonial setting, and it was so when they were in their coffins. They were sent to Vienna, to what might have been hoped was the pure cold cancellation of the tomb. They were, however, immediately caught up and whirled about in a stately and complicated vortex of contumely and hatred that astonished the whole world, even their world, accustomed as it was to hideousness. The Emperor Franz Joseph cannot be blamed for the insolence which was wreaked on the coffins on their arrival in Vienna. A man of 87 whose wife had been assassinated, whose son was either murdered or was a murderer and suicide, cannot be imagined to be other than shattered when he hears of the assassination of his heir and nephew, who was also his enemy, and his wife, who was a shame to his family. The occasion drew from Franz Joseph a superb blasphemy, when he heard the news. The thought of the morganatic marriage came first to his mind, and he said that God had corrected a wrong which he had been powerless to alter. But the guilt of the funeral arrangements at Vienna must rest on Prince Montenuovo, the emperor's chamberlain, who had tormented Franz Ferdinand and Sophie Schotek during their lives by the use of etiquette, and found that by the same weapon he could pursue them after their death. Nothing but actual insanity can explain Prince Montenuovo's perversion of the funeral arrangements. He was not only a cultured man, he had shown himself at times humane and courageous. In March 1913 he had acted for Franz Joseph in his resistance to Conrad's attempt to drag Austria into an unprovoked war with Serbia and Montenegro, and he had performed his duties with great tact and sense and principle. It would have been supposed that such a man, on finding himself charged with the duty of consigning to the grave the bodies of a husband and wife with whom he had been on contentious terms for many years, would feel compelled to a special decorum. Instead he could find no impropriety too wild for any part of the ceremony. He arranged that the train which brought the bodies home should be delayed so that it arrived at night. It came in horribly spattered by the blood of a railwayman who had been killed at a level crossing. Montenuovo had two initial reverses. He prescribed that the new heir, the Archduke Charles, should not meet the train, but the young man insisted on doing so. He tried also to prevent Sophie Schotek's coffin from lying beside her husband's in the royal chapel during the funeral mass, but to that Franz Joseph would not consent. But he had several successes. Sophie's coffin was placed on a lower level to signify her lower rank. The full insignia of the Archduke lay on his coffin. On hers were placed the white gloves and black fan of the former lady in waiting. No wreath was sent by any member of the imperial family except Stephanie, the widow of the Crown Prince Rudolf, who had long been on atrocious terms with her relatives. The only flowers were a cross of white roses sent by the dead couple's two children, and some wreaths sent by foreign sovereigns. The Emperor Franz Joseph attended the service, but immediately afterwards the chapel was closed, in order that the public should have no opportunity to pay their respects to the dead. Montenuovo attempted to separate the two in their graves. He proposed that Franz Ferdinand should be laid in the Habsburg tomb in the Capuchin church, while his wife's body was sent to the chapel in their castle at Arstetten on the Danube. But to guard against this, Franz Ferdinand had left directions that he too was to be buried at Arstetten. Montenuovo bowed to this decision, but announced that his responsibility would end when he had left the coffins at the West Terminus station. The municipal undertaker had to make all arrangements for putting them on the train for Pokelarn, which was the station for Arstetten, and getting them across the Danube to the castle. But Montenuovo provided that their task was made difficult by holding back the procession from the chapel till late at night. As a protest, 100 members of the highest Hungarian and Austrian nobility appeared in the costumes that would have been the proper wear at an imperial funeral, thrust themselves into the procession, and walked on foot to the station. The coffins and the mourners traveled on a train that delivered them at Pokelarn. At 1 o'clock in the morning, they found that the station had not been prepared for the occasion. There were no crepe hangings or red carpets. This was extremely shocking to a people obsessed with etiquette and pomp. But they soon had more solid reasons for resentment. The moment when the coffins were laid on the platform was the signal for a blinding and deafening and drenching thunderstorm. The disadvantages of a nocturnal funeral became apparent. Nobody in charge of the proceedings knew the village, so the mourners could not find their way to shelter and had to pack into the little station, impeding the actual business of the funeral. It had been proposed to take the coffins to a neighboring church for a further part of the religious services, but the hearses could not be loaded in the heavy rain, and indeed, the mourners would not have known where to follow them in the darkness. So the bewildered priests consecrated the coffins in the crowded little waiting room among the timetables and advertisements of seaside resorts. At last the rain stopped, and a start was made for the castle. But there was still much thunder and lightning, and the 16 horses that drew the hearses were constantly getting out of control. It was dawn when the cavalcade was brought safely to a quay on the Danube, and in the quietness the horses were coaxed onto the ferry boat by attendants who had water running down round their feet in streams from their sodden clothing. The mourners, left on the bank to wait their turn, watched the boat with thankfulness. But when it was in the middle of the stream there was a last flash of lightning, a last drum roll of thunder. The left pole horse in front of the Archduke's hearse reared, and the back wheel slipped over the edge of the ferry boat. Till it reached the other side it was a shambles of terrified horses, of men who could hardly muster the strength to cling to the harness, and cried out in fatigue and horror as they struggled, of coffins slipping to the water's edge. It is strange that it was the scene which made it quite certain that the Sarajevo attentat should be followed by a European war. The funeral was witnessed by a great many soldiers and officials and men of influence, and their reaction was excited and not logical. If Franz Ferdinand had been quietly laid to rest according to the custom of his people, many Austrians would have felt sober pity for him for a day, and then remembered his many faults. They would surely have reflected that he had brought his doom on himself by the tactlessness and aggressiveness of his visit to the Serbian frontier at the time of a Serbian festival, and they might also have reflected that those qualities were characteristic not only of him but of his family. The proper sequel to the Walpurgis Nacht obsequies of Franz Ferdinand would have been the dismissal of Prince Monte Nuovo, the drastic revision of the Austrian constitution and reduction of the influence wielded by the Habsburgs and their court, and an attempt at the moral rehabilitation of Vienna. But to take any of these steps Austria would have had to look in the mirror. She preferred instead to whip herself into a fury of loyalty to Franz Ferdinand's memory. It was only remembered that he was the enemy of Franz Joseph, who had now shown himself sacrilegious to a corpse who, being a Habsburg, must have been as sacred as an emperor who was sacred because he was a Habsburg. It was felt that if Franz Ferdinand had been at odds with this old man and his court he had probably been right. Enthusiasm flamed up for the men who had been chosen by Franz Ferdinand, for Conrad von Hotzendorf and Berchtold, and for the policy of imperialist aggression that they had jointly engendered. Again the corpse was outraged. He could not speak from the grave to say that he had cancelled those preferences, to protest when these men he had repudiated put forward the policy he had abandoned and pressed it on the plea of avenging his death. The whole of Vienna demanded that the pacifism of Franz Joseph should be flouted as an old man's folly and that Austria should declare war upon Serbia. The excuse for this declaration of war was the allegation that the conspirators had been suborned to kill Franz Ferdinand by the Serbian government. During the last 20 years, in the mood of lazy and cynical self-criticism which has afflicted the powers that were apparently victorious in 1918, it has been often pretended that there were grounds for that allegation. It has been definitely stated in many articles and books that the Serbian government was aware of the murderous intentions of Princip Shabranovic and Grabas and itself supplied them with bombs and revolvers and sent them back to Bosnia. Sometimes it is suggested that the Russian government joined with the Serbian government to commit this crime. Not one scrap of evidence exists in support of these allegations. One of the most celebrated contemporary writers on European affairs sets down in black and white the complicity of the Serbian and Russian governments. I have asked him for his authority. He has none. A famous modern English historian, not pro-Serb, tells me that ever since the war he has been looking for some proof of the guilt of Serbia, and has never found it, or any indication that it is to be found. It is clear, and nothing could be clearer, that certain Serbian individuals supplied the conspirators with encouragement and arms. But this does not mean that the Serbian government was responsible. If certain Irishmen, quite unconnected with M.R. de Valera, should supply Irish Americans with bombs for the purpose of killing President Roosevelt, and he died, the United States would not therefore declare war on IRA. A connection between the Irishmen and their government would have to be established before a casus belli would be recognized. But no link whatsoever has been discovered between the Serbian government and Stiganovic and Tankosic, the obscure individuals who had given Princip and Shabranovic and Grabas their bombs. They were, indeed, members of the Black Hand, the secret society which was savagely hostile both to the Karageorge dynasty and the political party then in power. That this hostility was not a fiction is shown by the precautions taken against discovery by the Serbian sentries who helped the conspirators over the frontier. There are only two reasons which would give ground for suspicion of the Serbian government. The first is the marks on the bombs, which showed definitely that they had been issued by the Serbian state arsenal at Kragujevac. That looks damning, but means nothing. Bombs were distributed in large numbers both to the Komitaji and regular troops during the Balkan War, and many soldiers put them by as likely to come in handy in the rough and tumble of civil life. A search through the outhouses of many a Serbian farm would disclose a store of them. Tankosic would have had no difficulty in acquiring as many as he liked, without any need for application to the authorities. The other suspicious circumstance is the refusal of several Serbian officials to disclaim responsibility for the crime, and the assumption by others of a certain foreknowledge of the crime which was first cousin to actual responsibility for it. This can be discounted in view of the peculiar atmosphere of Balkan politics. A century ago no political leader could come forward among the Slavs unless he had distinguished himself in guerrilla warfare against the Turks, warfare which often involved what would be hard to tell from assassination. For this reason politicians of peasant origin, bred in the full Balkan tradition, such as the Serbian Prime Minister, Mr. Pasic, could not feel the same embarrassment at being suspected of complicity in the murder of a national enemy that would have been felt by his English contemporaries, say Mr. Balfour or Mr. Asquith. After all, an Irish politician would not find a very pressing need to exculpate himself from a charge of having been concerned in the murder of Sir Henry Wilson, so far as the goodwill of his constituents was concerned. But no hint of any actual meeting or correspondence by which Mr. Pasic established any contact, however remote, with the conspirators, has ever been given, and as any such contact would have involved a reconciliation with those who before and after were his enemies, there must have been go-betweens. But these, in spite of the loquacity of the race, have never declared themselves. There was a Mr. Lyuba Jovanovic, Minister of Education under M.R. Pasic, who could not stop writing articles in which he boasted that he and his friends in Belgrade had known for weeks ahead that the conspiracy was hatching in Sarajevo. But unkind researchers have discovered that 7 years before he put in exactly the same claim concerning the murder of King Alexander and Queen Druga, and that members of that conspiracy had indignantly brought forward proof that they had nothing to do with him. Mr. Jovanovic, in fact, was the Balkan equivalent of the sort of Englishman who wears an old Etonian tie without cause. On the other hand, there were overwhelming reasons why the Serbian government should not have supported this or any other conspiracy. It cannot have wanted war at that particular moment. The Karageorges must have been especially anxious to avoid it. King Peter had just been obliged by chronic ill health to appoint his son Alexander as his regent, and it had not escaped the attention of the Republican party that the king had had to pass over his eldest son, George, because he was hopelessly insane. M.R. Pasic and his government can hardly have been more anxious for a war, as their machine was temporarily disorganized by preparations for a general election. Both Alike, the royal family and the ministers held disquieting knowledge about the Serbian military situation. Their country had emerged from the two Balkan wars, victorious but exhausted, without money, transport, or munitions, and with a peasant army that was thoroughly sick of fighting. They can have known no facts to offset those, for none existed. Theoretically they could only rely on the support of France and Russia, and possibly Great Britain, but obviously geography would forbid any of these powers giving her practical aid in the case of an Austrian invasion. In fact, the Karageorges and the government knew perfectly well that, if there should be war, they must look forward to an immediate defeat of the most painful sort, for which they could receive compensation only should their allies, whoever they might be, at some uncertain time win a definite victory. But if there should be peace, then the Karageorges and the government could consolidate the victories they had won in the Balkan Wars, develop their conquered territory, and organize their neglected resources. Admittedly, Serbia aimed at the ultimate absorption of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, and the South Slav provinces of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But this was not the suitable moment. If she attained her aims by this method, she would have to pay too heavy a price, as, in fact, she did. No country would choose to realize any ideal at the cost of the destruction of one-third of her population. That she did not so choose is shown by much negative evidence. At the time the murder was committed, she had just let her reservists return home after their annual training. Her commander-in-chief was taking a cure at an Austrian spa, and none of the Austrian Slavs who had fought in the Balkan War and returned home were warned to come across the frontier. But the positive evidence is even stronger. When Austria sent her ultimatum to Serbia, which curtly demanded not only the punishment of the Serbians who were connected with the Sarajevo attentat, but the installation of Austrian and Hungarian officers in Serbia for the purpose of suppressing slavism, Mr. Pasic bowed to all the demands save for a few gross details, and begged that the exceptions he had made should not be treated as refusals but should be referred for arbitration to the Hague Tribunal. There was not one trace of bellicosity in the attitude of Serbia at this point. If she had promoted the Sarajevo attentat in order to make war possible, she was very near to throwing her advantage away. The innocence of the Serbian government must be admitted by all but the most prejudiced. But guilt lies very heavy on the black hand. There is, however, yet another twist in the story here. It seems fairly certain that that guilt was not sustained a full intent. We may doubt that when Apis sent these young men to Bosnia he believed for one moment that they would succeed in their plan of killing Franz Ferdinand. He was just as well aware as the authorities of the military and economic difficulties of his country, and probably wanted war as little as they did. But even if he had been of another mind, he would hardly have chosen such agents. The conspirators, when they first attracted his attention, numbered only two weakly boys of 19, Princip and Shabranovic. He had learned that their only revolutionary connections in Sarajevo were through Ilic, and as this information came from Gojanovic, the exile who knew everything about the unrest in Bosnia, he must have learned at the same time how inexperienced in terrorism Hitch was. Apis must also have known from his officers that Princip was only a fair shot, and that Shabranovic, and the third boy who joined them later, Grabas, could not hit a wall. He must have realized that in such inexpert hands the revolvers would be nearly useless, and the bombs would be no better, for they were not the sort used by the Russian terrorists, which exploded at contact, but the kind used in trench warfare, which had to be hit against a hard object before they were thrown, and then took some seconds to go off. They were extremely difficult to throw in a crowd. Any soldier could have guessed that Shabranovic would never be able to aim one straight. Yet Apis could have got any munitions that he wanted by taking a little trouble. And, what is more, he could have got any number of patriotic Bosnians who had been through the Balkan Wars and could shoot and throw bombs with professional skill. I myself know a Herzegovinian, a remarkable shot and a seasoned soldier, who placed himself at the disposition of the Black Hand to assassinate any oppressor of the Slav people. Dan Ces Jur's law, he says, nous ediens tufus. His offer was never accepted. It is to be wondered whether Apis was quite the character his contemporaries believed. Much is made of his thirst for blood, and he was certainly involved, though not in any major capacity, in the murder of King Alexander and Queen Driga. But the rest of his reputation is based on his self-confessed participation in plots to murder King Nicholas of Montenegro, King Constantine of Greece, the last German Kaiser, and King Ferdinand of Bulgaria. The first three of these monarchs, however, died in their beds, and the last one is still with us. It is possible that Apis was obsessed by a fantasy of bloodshed and treachery, which he shrunk from translating into fact. Partly out of a poetic preference for fantasy over fact, partly out of a very sensible regard for his own skin. There is, indeed, one circumstance which tells us that the Black Hand took Princip and his friends very lightly indeed. Over and over again we read in the records of these times about boys who took out revolvers or bombs with the intention of killing this or that instrument of Austrian tyranny, but lost heart and returned home without incident. There must have been many more such abortive attempts than are recorded. The Black Hand was the natural body to which such boys would turn. With a request for arms, it would be interesting to know how often they had handed out munitions which had never been used. Repetition had, it seems, bred carelessness in classification. For when Princip and Shabranovic took the prussic acid which Siganovic and Tankosic had given them, it had no effect on either. It is said, vaguely, that it had gone bad, but prussic acid is not subject to any such misfortune. In the only form which is easy to obtain, it does not even evaporate quickly. What Siganovic and Tankosic had given the boys was plain water, or something equally innocuous. They would not have made the substitution if they had believed in the effectiveness of the conspiracy. They must have known that if the boys succeeded and were tortured and talked, they would have reason for the gravest fears, which, indeed, were realized. Apis was executed by the Serbian government 3 years later, after a mysterious trial which is one of the most baffling incidents in Balkan history. Nothing is clear about it save that the real offense for which he was punished was his connection with the Sarajevo attentat. Tankosic and Siganovic also paid a heavy price in their obscure way. Only one person involved in this business did what he meant to do. Princip believed he ought to kill Franz Ferdinand, and he shot him dead. But everybody else acted contrary to his own will. The dead pair, who had dreamed of empire stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, surrendered the small primary power to breathe. If the generals about them had had any hope of procuring victory and the rule of the sword, they were to fail to the extraordinary degree of annihilating not only their own army but their own nation. The conspirators wanted to throw their bombs, and could not. Ilic, whose flesh quailed at the conspirators' lot, was compelled to it by the values of his society, distracted as it was by oppression. In Vienna Montenuovo raised a defense of criminal insolence round the sacred Habsburg stock, and uprooted it from Austrian soil, to lie on the rubbish heap of exile. There was an Exquisite appropriateness in this common fate which fell on all those connected with the events of that St. Vitus's Day, for those who are victims of what is known as St. Vitus's disease suffer an uncontrollable disposition to involuntary motions. Sarajevo 7. You must come up to the Orthodox cemetery and see the graves of these poor boys, said Constantine. It is very touching, for a reason that will appear when you see it. 2 days later we made this expedition, with the judge and the banker to guide us. But Constantine could not keep back his dramatic climax until we got there. He felt he had to tell us when we had driven only halfway up the hillside. What is so terrible, he said, is that they are there in that grave. The poor little ones, Princip, Shabranovich, Grabas, and 3 other little ones who were taken with them. They could not be hanged, the law forbade it. Nobody could be hanged in the Austrian Empire under 21. Yet I tell you they are all there, and they certainly did not have time to die of old age, for they were all dead before the end of the war. This, indeed, is the worst part of the story. It explains why it has been difficult to establish humane penal methods in countries which formed part of the Austrian Empire, and why minor officials in those succession states often take it for granted that violence is a part of the technique of administration. The sequel to the attentat shows how little Bosnians had to congratulate themselves for exchanging Austrian domination for Turkish. When the Serbian prussic acid failed, both Princip and Shabranovich made other attempts at suicide which were frustrated. Princip put his revolver to his temple, and had it snatched away by a busybody. Shabranovich jumped into the river and was fished out by the police. He made at that point a remark which has drawn on him much heavy-footed derision from German writers owing to a misunderstanding over a Serb word. A policeman who arrested him said in his evidence at the trial, I hit him with my fist, and I said, why don't you come on? You are a Serb, aren't you? He said that Shabranovich answered him in a phrase that has been too literally translated, yes, I am a Serbian hero. This has been taken by foreign commentators as proof of Shabranovich's exalted folly and the inflamed character of Serbian nationalism. But the word eunuch has a primary meaning of hero and a secondary meaning of militant nationalist. The words the policeman intended to put into Shabranovich's mouth were simply, yes, I am a Serbian nationalist, so that he could say that he had then asked, where did you get your gun, and that he had been answered, from our society. Shabranovich gave a convincing denial that the conversation, even in this form, ever took place. Thus is the face of history thickly veiled. The 2 youths, beaten to unconsciousness, were taken to prison, which on the morrow of St. Vitus's Day was as good a place to be as any in Sarajevo. For there broke out an anti-Slav riot which in its first impulse destroyed the best hotel in Sarajevo and the office of a Serb newspaper, and the next day merged into an organized pogrom of the Serb inhabitants of Sarajevo. There was, of course, some spontaneous feeling against them. Many Muslims grieved over the loss of their protector, and a number of devoutly Catholic Croats regretted their co-religionist for his piety. It is known that some of these, notably a few Croat clerical students, joined in the rioting. But General Posiorek had to contrive the rest. The bulk of the demonstrators consisted of very poor Catholics, Jews, and Muslims, many of whom had come to town to work in the new factories and had fallen into a pitiful slough of misery. Those unhappy wretches were told by police agents that if they wanted to burn and loot, authority would hold its hand, and, more than that, that they had better burn and loot good and hard, lest a misfortune should fall on the town. This warning was more heavily impressed on the people by the thousands of troops that had been brought into the town now that Franz Ferdinand and Sophie Shotek were dead and beyond need of protection. There were enough of them to line 3 deep the long route by which the coffins passed from the cathedral to the railway station. Many of them were Croat and Austrian, and afterwards they walked about with fixed bayonets, singing anti-Serb songs. They did not interfere with the rioters. Rather were they apt to deal harshly with those who were not taking a sufficiently active part in the riot. It was doubtless easy to take the hint and enjoy the license. Human nature is not very nice. But the full blame for the riot cannot be laid on these helpless victims of coercion. The leading Serb in Sarajevo owned a house, a hotel, a cafe, warehouses, and stables, in different parts of the town. All were visited, and all were methodically sacked from cellar to roof. Street fighters do not work with such system. Then those who appeared with pickaxes and slowly and conscientiously razed to the foundations houses belonging to the Serbs were not stopped by the authorities. In this way, material damage was inflicted on the town to the amount of 200,000 pounds. So little was the noting spontaneous that many Croats and Jews and Muslims risked their lives by giving shelter to Serbs, but so many lives were lost that the figures were suppressed. Not a single rioter was jailed nor a single official, military or civil, degraded for failure to keep order. It is not surprising that like riots broke out during the next few days in every provincial town and sizable village where the Croats and Muslims outnumbered the Serbs. This is said to have been a device of General Posiorek to placate the authorities and dissuade them from punishing him for his failure to protect Franz Ferdinand. But it is doubtful if he had any reason to fear punishment, for he was promoted immediately afterwards. Meantime hundreds of schoolboys and students were thrown into prison, and were joined by all eminent Serbs, whether teachers or priests or members of religious or even temperance societies. As soon as war broke out there were appalling massacres, in such a small place as Pali, the winter sports village above Sarajevo, 60 men and women were killed. Wholesale arrests filled the fortresses of Hungary with prisoners, of whom more than half were to die in their dungeons. The Austrian excuse for this war was self-defense, but it is hard to extend it to cover the riots at Sarajevo. It is carrying self-defense too far to use a pickaxe and demolish the house of the man whom one regards, surely by that time only in theory, as an aggressor. Moreover, already the arrested youths had been interrogated and it must have been suspected by the authorities that the conspiracy might consist of a few isolated people of no importance. Before the provincial riots that suspicion must have become a certainty. For the prisoners had talked quite a lot. They, and those friends of theirs who had been arrested later, had been put to torture. Princip was tied to an oak beam so that he stood tiptoe on the ground. Grabas was made to kneel on a rolling barrel, so that he continually fell off in a stifling cloud of dust, and was put in a straitjacket that was pulled in again and again, and shepherd dogs, of the sort that are often terribly strong and savage in Bosnia and Serbia, were let loose in his cell. When he was faint with pain and lack of sleep, Shabranovich apparently escaped such tortures, because the garrulity of which his friends complained came in useful. From the very beginning he told the police a great deal, and they did not find out till the end of the trial that it was not true. He concocted a very clever story that the Freemasons had ordered the murder of Franz Ferdinand because he was so militant a Catholic, which diverted suspicion from Belgrade. But Hitch was also arrested, and the threat of torture was enough to make him tell everything. Let him who was without fear cast the first stone, but it meant that all the peasants and tradesmen who had reluctantly helped in the journey from the frontier. All the schoolboys who had chattered with him about revolt at the pastry cooks joined the conspirators in jail. Some of them, however, would have been arrested in any case, for the Austrian army had by now crossed the Serbian frontier and seized the customs records, which made them able to trace the route. The conspirators passed a time of waiting before the trial, which would have been unutterably terrible to Western prisoners, but which these strange, passionate, yet philosophical children seemed to have in a fashion enjoyed, though at one time hope deferred must have made their hearts sicken. In their cells, they heard the guns of the Serbian army as it crossed the Dina, and they expected to be rescued. But the sound of the firing guns grew fainter and died away, and later, Serbian prisoners of war were brought into the prison. On the 12th of October the trial began. It is typical of the insanity of our world that, 10 weeks before this, Austria had declared war on Serbia because of her responsibility for the attentat, although these were the first proceedings which made it possible to judge whether that responsibility existed. The trial was for long veiled from common knowledge. Only certain highly official German and Austrian newspapers were allowed to send correspondence. Shabranovich, in the course of one of his very intelligent interventions in the trial, talked of the secret sittings of the court, and when the president asked him what he meant, he pointed out that no representatives of the opposition press were present. To this the president made the reply, which is curiously like what we have heard from the Nazis very often since. What, according to your ideas, is a court open only when the representatives of the opposition are allowed to come in? There were naturally no English or French correspondents at that time, and there were apparently no American journalists. None could follow Serbo-Croat, so they took their material from their German colleagues. The most dramatic event of our time was thus completely hidden from us at the time when it most affected us, and it has only been gradually and partially revealed. The official reports were sent to Vienna and there they disappeared. Not till the early 20s was a carbon copy found in Sarajevo. This can be read in a French translation. Care should be taken in consulting a German version, for one at least abounds in interpolations and perversions devised in the interest of upholding Shabranovich's fabrications about Freemasonry. The only account of it in English is contained in Mr. Stephen Graham's admirable novel St. Vitus Day. It is perhaps for this reason that there are many false ideas abroad today concerning the conspiracy. It is imagined to have been far more formidable than it was. People say, you know, Franz Ferdinand had no chance. There were 7 men in the street to shoot him if Princip failed. This is what the Moslems in the town hall thought, but it is not true. Princip was not the first but the last in the line of assassins, and all the rest had proved themselves unfit for their job. It is also held that the conspirators were dangerous fanatics of maniacal or at least degenerate type. But actually their behavior in court was not only completely sane but cheerful and dignified, and their evidence and speeches showed both individual ability and a very high level of culture. Even those who hate violence and narrow passions must admit that the records of the trial open a world which is not displeasing. It is, of course, disordered. As a schoolboy goes into the dock he is asked, according to form, whether he has any previous convictions. Yes, he has served a fortnight in prison for having struck a teacher in a political disturbance in a classroom. One peasant, charged with helping the conspirators to dispose of the bombs, wept perpetually. It was the fate of his simple law-abiding sword to be ground between the upper and the nether millstones of an oppressive government and revolutionary society so desperate that they dared to be almost as oppressive. When they asked him why he had not denounced the party to the police when he saw the bombs, he said, but with us one cannot do a thing like that without the permission of the head of the family. He was sentenced to be hanged, and though his sentence was reduced to 20 years imprisonment, he died in prison. Other prisoners showed the essential unity of the Slav race by talking like Dostoevsky characters, by falling out of a procession that marched briskly to a temporal measure and settling down to discuss spiritual matters, no more quickly than the slow pulse of eternity. When the president of the court said to one of the schoolboys, but you say you're religious, that you're a member of the Orthodox Church, don't you realize that your religion forbids the killing of a man? Is your faith serious or is it on the surface? The boy thoughtfully answered, yes, it is on the surface. Another expounded the mysticism of pan-slavism, claiming that his nationalism was part of his religion, and his religion was part of his nationalism. How poorly Austria was qualified to bring order into these gifted people's lives, and there was no reason for her presence if she could not, is shown by the shocking muddle of the court procedure. Dates were hardly ever mentioned and topics were brought up as they came into the heads of the lawyers, rather than according to any logical program. Nobody made any recriminations against Illich, though it was apparent he had behaved far from well. Some of the prisoners fought for their lives, but with a certain dignity, and on the whole without sacrifice of their convictions. It is very clear, however, that Princip was in a class apart. Throughout the trial he was always selfless and tranquil, alert to defend and define his ideas but indifferent to personal attacks. He never made a remark throughout the trial that was not sensible and broad-minded. It is interesting to note that he declared he had committed his crime as a peasant who resented the poverty the Austrians had brought on his kind. Shabranovich, however, was a very good second, in spite of the unfavorable impression he often made. That impression one can quite understand after one has read the records. At one point he held up the proceedings to make a clever and obscure joke that did not quite come off, of the sort that infuriates stupid people, but it is also clear that he was extremely able. He kept his Freemasonry myth going with remarkable skill, and Princip carried on a debate which the left-wing youth of England and France came to only much later. Shabranovich had in the past been a pacifist. Indeed, though a passionate pan-Serb, he had dissuaded many of his fellow students from enlisting in Serbia's ranks during the Balkan Wars. He was still so much of a pacifist that he was not sure whether his act in attempting the life of Franz Ferdinand had been morally defensible. It was, if it were ever right to use force, but of that he was never fully persuaded. In his speech to the court before it pronounced judgment, this point of view was very apparent. He did not ask for mercy, and he quite rightly laid the blame for his crime on the poisoned atmosphere of the oppressed provinces, where every honest man was turned into a rebel, and assassination became a display of virtue. But Princip had always been of the opinion that this was not the time for Bosnians to delve into first principles. He had never been a pacifist, and as a boy had argued coldly and destructively with the Tolstoyan group in Sarajevo. He simply said, anyone who says that the inspiration for this attentat came from outside our group is playing with the truth. We originated the idea, and we carried it out. We love the people. I have nothing to say in my defense. The trial went as might have been expected. Consideration of the speeches of the counsel for the defense show that it was very nearly as difficult in Austria for a prisoner charged by the government to find a lawyer to put his case as it is in Nazi Germany. The Croat lawyer who was defending one prisoner showed the utmost reluctance to plead his cause at all. He began his speech by saying, illustrious Tribunal, after all we have heard, it is peculiarly painful for me, as a Croat, to conduct the defense of a Serb. But there was one counsel, Dr. Rudolf Zisler, who bore himself as a hero, with an intrepidity that was doubly admirable considering it was wartime. He pointed out that the continual succession of trials for high treason in the Slav provinces could only be explained by misgovernment, and he raised a vital point, so vital that it is curious he was allowed to finish his speech, by claiming that it was absurd to charge the prisoners with conspiracy to detach Bosnia and Herzegovina from the Austrian Empire, because the legal basis of the annexation of these provinces was unsatisfactory, and in any case the annexation had never been properly ratified. Apparently the first proposition can be disputed, but the second is sound enough. Neither the Austrian nor the Hungarian parliament ever voted on the necessary act of annexation. It was only a technicality, just another piece of schlampere, but it adds yet one more fantastic touch to the event that Princip had a legal right to be where he was in Sarajevo, and that Franz Ferdinand had none. Nothing, of course, was of any avail. Illich, together with the schoolmaster, a retired bioscope exhibitor, the peasant who wept, and one more stoical, who had all played a part in harboring and transporting the munitions, was sentenced to the gallows, and the first 3 of them were hanged in Sarajevo 4 months later. The last 2 were reprieved and sentenced to imprisonment for 20 years and for life, respectively. Princip, Shabranovic, and Grabas would have been hanged had they not been under 21. As it was, they received sentences of 20 years imprisonment, 1 day of fast each month, and 24 hours in a dungeon on every anniversary of the 28th of June. The rest of the conspirators were sentenced to terms of imprisonment ranging from life down to 3 years. These were not excessive sentences. In England, Princip would have very rightly been sent to the gallows. Nevertheless, the sequel is not such as can be contemplated without horror and pity. 13 conspirators were sent to Austrian prisons before the end of the war, which came 3.5 years later. 9 of them had died in their cells. How this slow murder was contrived in the case of Princip is known to us through Slav guards and doctors. He was taken to an 18th century fortress at the Theresienstadt between Prague and Dresden. The Austrians would not leave him in Sarajevo because they already saw that the war was not going as they had hoped, and they feared that Bosnia might fall into Serbian hands. He was put in an underground cell filled with the stench of the surrounding marshes, which received the fortress sewage. He was in irons. There was no heating. He had nothing to read. On St. Vitus's day he had sustained a broken rib and a crushed arm which were never given proper medical attention. At the Theresienstadt the arm became tuberculous and suppurated, and he contracted a fungoid infection on the body. 3 times he tried to commit suicide, but in his cell there lacked the means either of life or of death. In 1917 his forearm became so septic that it had to be amputated. By this time Shabranovic and Grabas were both dead, it is said of tuberculosis. Grabas at any rate had been a perfectly healthy boy till his arrest. Princip never rallied after his operation. He had been put in a windowless cell, and though he could no longer be handcuffed, since the removal of his arm, his legs were hobbled with heavy chains. In the spring of 1918 he died. He was buried at night, and immense precautions were taken to conceal the spot. But the Austrian Empire had yet to make the last demonstration of schlampere in connection with the Sarajevo attentat. One of the soldiers who dug the grave was a Slav, and he took careful note of its position. He came forward after the peace and gave his information to the Serbs. They were able to identify the body by its mutilations. Princip appears to have suffered greatly under his imprisonment, though with courage. In his death, as in everything we hear reported of his life, there was a certain noble integrity of experience. He offered himself wholly to each event in order that he might learn in full what revelation it had to make about the nature of the universe. How little of a demented fanatic he was, what qualities of restraint and deliberation he brought to his part in the attentat, is revealed by the testimony of the Czech doctor who befriended him in prison. From the court records one would suppose him to be without personal ties, to be perhaps an orphan, at any rate to be wholly absorbed in politics. Yet to the Czech doctor he spoke perpetually of his dear mother, of his brothers and their children, and of a girl whom he had loved and whom he had hoped to marry, though he had never kissed her. Shabranovic took his punishment differently, and almost certainly a little more happily. It chanced that in prison he had momentary contact with Franz Werfel, the greatest of post-war Austrian writers, who was working there as hospital orderly. In an essay Werfel has recorded his surprise at finding that the Slav assassin, whom he had imagined as wolfish and demented, should turn out to be this delicate and gentle boy, smiling faintly in his distress. It can be recognized from his account that Shabranovic used in prison that quality which annoyed his less gifted friends, which was the antithesis, or perhaps the supplement, of Princip's single-mindedness. He took all experience that came his way and played with it, discussed it, overstated it, understated it, moaned over it, joked about it, tried out all its intellectual and emotional potentialities. What these youths did was abominable, precisely as abominable as the tyranny they destroyed. Yet it need not be denied that they might have grown to be good men, and perhaps great men, if the Austrian Empire had not crashed down on them in its collapse. But the monstrous frailty of empire involves such losses. At the cemetery we forgot for a moment why we were there, so beautifully does it lie in the tilted bowl of the town. It is always so in Sarajevo. Because of the intricate contours of its hills it is forever presenting a new picture, and the mind runs away from life to its setting. And when we had passed the cemetery gates, we forgot again. For another reason. Not far away among the tombs there was a new grave, a raw wound in the grass. A wooden cross was at its head, and burning candles were stuck in the broken clay. At the foot of it stood a young officer, his face the color of tallow. He rocked backwards in his grief, though very slightly, and his mouth worked with prayer. His uniform was extremely neat. Yet once, while we stared at him in shocked distress, he tore open his skirted coat as if he were about to strip, but instantly his hand did up the buttons as if he were a nurse coolly tending his own delirium. This was a Slav. This is what it is to be a Slav. He was offering himself wholly to his sorrow. He was learning the meaning of death and was not refusing any part of it. Knowledge, for he knew that experience is the cross man must take up and carry. Not for anything would he have chosen to feel one shade less pain, and if it had been joy he was feeling, he would have permitted himself to feel all possible delight. He knew only that in suffering or rejoicing he must not lose that control of the body which enabled him to be a good soldier and to defend himself and his people, so that they would endure experience along their own path and acquire their own revelation of the universe. There is no other way of living which promises that man shall ever understand his destiny better than he does, and live less familiarly with evil. Yet to numberless people all over Europe, to numberless people in Great Britain, this man would be loathsome as a leper. It is not pleasant to feel pain, it is the act of a madman to bear the breast to agony. It is not pleasant to admit that we know almost nothing, so little. That, for lack of knowledge, our actions are wild and foolish. It is not pleasant to be bound to the task of learning all our days, to be under the obligation to go on learning. Even though it involves making acquaintance with pain, although we know that we must die still in ignorance. To do these things it is necessary to have faith in what is entirely hidden and unknown, to cast away all the acquisitions and certainties which would ensure a comfortable existence lest they should impede us on a journey which may never be accomplished, which never even offers comfort. Therefore the multitudes in Europe who are not hungry for truth would say, let us kill these Slavs. With their dedication to insanity, let us enslave them lest they make all wealth worthless and introduce us at the end to God, who may not be pleasant to meet. The judge and the banker said, look, they are here. Close to the palings of the cemetery, under 3 stone slabs, lie the conspirators of Sarajevo, those who were hanged and 5 of those who died in prison, and to them has been joined Juraj, the boy who tried to kill the Bosnian governor General Vershanin and was kicked as he lay on the ground. The slab in the middle is raised. Underneath it lies the body of Princip. To the left and the right lie the others, the boys on one side and the men on the other, for in this country it is recognized that the difference between old and young is almost as great as that between men and women. The grave is not impressive. It is as if a casual hand had swept them into a stone drawer. There was a battered wreath laid askew on the slabs, and candles flickered in rusty lanterns. This untidiness means nothing. It is the Moslem habit to be truthful about death, to admit that what it leaves of our kind might just as well be abandoned to the process of the earth. Only to those associated with the permanent system, who were holy men or governors or great soldiers, do Moslems raise tombs that are in any sense monuments, and they are more careful to revere these than to keep them in order. After all, a stone with a green stain of wheat on it commemorates death more appropriately than polished marble. This attitude is so reasonable that it has spread from the Moslems to the Christians in all territories where they are found side by side. It does not imply insensibility. The officer swaying in front of the cross on the new grave might never be wholly free of his grief till he died, but this did not mean that he would derive any satisfaction at all in making the grave look like part of a garden. And as we stood by the shabby monument, an old woman passing along the road outside the cemetery paused, pressed her face against the railings, looked down on the stone slab, and retreated into prayer. Later a young man who was passing by with a cart loaded with vegetables stopped and joined her, his eyes also set in wonder on the grave, his hand also making the sign of the cross on brow and breast, his lips also moving. On their faces there was none of the bright acclaiming look which shines in the eyes of those who talk of, say, Andreas Hofer. They seemed to be contemplating a mystery, and so they were. For the Sarajevo attentat is mysterious as history is mysterious, as life is mysterious. Of all the men swept into this great drawer only 1, Princip, had conceived what they were doing as a complete deed. 2, Shabranovich, it had been a hypothesis to be used as a basis for experiment. His vision of it came from the brain only, and not from the blood. To some of the others it had been an event interesting to imagine, which would certainly not be allowed to happen by the inertia we all feel in the universe, the resistance life puts up against the human will, particularly if that is making any special effort. To the rest, to the unhappy peasants and tradesmen who found themselves quite involuntarily helping the boys in their journey from the Serbian frontier, it must have seemed as if the troubles of their land had fused into a mindless catastrophe, like plague or famine. But the deed as Princip conceived it never took place. It was entangled from its first minute with another deed, a murder which seems to have been fully conceived by none at all, but which had a terrible existence as a fantasy, because it was dreamed of by men whose whole claim to respect rested on their realistic quality, and who abandoned all restraint when they strayed into the sphere of fantasy. Of these 2 deeds there was made one so potent that it killed its millions and left all living things in our civilization to some degree disabled. I write of a mystery, for that is the way the deed appears to me, and to all Westerners. But to those who look at it on the soil where it was committed, and to the lands east of that, it seems a holy act of liberation. And among such people are those whom the West would have to admit are wise and civilized. This event, this Sarajevo attentat, was in these inconsistencies an apt symbol of life, which is loose and purposeless, which weaves a close pattern and doggedly pursues its ends, which is unpredictable and illogical, which follows a straight line from cause to effect, which is bad, which is good. It shows that human will can do anything. It shows that accident does everything. It shows that man throws away his peace for a vain cause if he insists on acquiring knowledge, for the more one knows about the attentat the more incomprehensible it becomes. It shows also that moral judgment sets itself an impossible task. The soul should choose life. But when the Bosnians chose life, and murdered Franz Ferdinand, they chose death for the French, and Germans and English, and if the French and Germans and English had been able to choose life they would have chosen death for the Bosnians. The sum will not add up. It is madness to rack our brains over this sum. But there is nothing else we can do, except try to add up this sum. We are nothing but arithmetical functions which exist for that purpose. We went out by the new grave where the young officer was trying to add up the sum in the Slav way. A sudden burst of sunshine made the candle flames sadder than darkness. He swayed so far forward that he had to stay himself by clutching at the cross. His discipline raised him and set him swinging back to his heels again. Village. We were going to see the village outside Sarajevo where the Austrians built a racecourse and where Franz Ferdinand stayed the night before he died. The road was so extravagantly bad that we bounced like balls, and Constantine had a star of mud on his forehead as he told us. Sarajevo has a soul like a village, though it is a town. Now, why has a village the sort of soul that it has? Because it is irrigated, because there flow through it rivers of water and rivers of air. If there is water running through a city it is no longer water, it is not clear, it might evoke demonstrations of fastidiousness from a camel. If there is air blowing through the city it cannot be called wind, it loses its force among the houses. So it is with movements in the mind. They become polluted and effete. Religion instead of being an ecstasy and a cosmology becomes ethical, philosophical, penitential. But in Sarajevo, he continued, as the car lifted itself out of a rug with a movement not to be expected from a machine, credible only in a tiger leaping out of a pit, there is a vivifying conception which irrigates the city and makes it fresh like a village. Here Slavs, and a very fine kind of Slav, endowed with great powers of perception and speculation, were confronted with the Turkish Empire at its most magnificent, which is to say, Islam at its most magnificent, which is to say Persia at its most magnificent. Its luxury we took, its militarism and its pride, and above all its conception of love. The luxury has gone. The militarism has gone. You saw at the railway station the other morning what had happened to the pride. But the conception of love is still in the city, and it is a wonderful conception. It refreshes and revivifies. It is clean water and strong wind. What is peculiar about this conception of love? Asked my husband, who had just been thrown on his knees to the floor of the car. It is, said Constantine, failing to remove his stomach from the small of my back, the conception of love which made us as small boys read the Arabian Nights with such attention, so that grandmama always said, how he reads and reads, we must make a priest of him. Is it not extraordinary, by the way, that all over Europe, even in the pudic nurseries of your own country, this should be regarded as a children's book? It is as if our civilization felt fear that it had carried too far its experiment of bringing up children in innocence, but would not admit it, and called in another race to administer all that knowledge, which had been suppressed, in an exotic and disguised form, so that it could be passed off as an Eastern talisman engraved with characters which naturally cannot be read, though they are to be admired aesthetically. About this conception of love, said my husband, struggling up to a seated position and wiping the mud off his glasses, you mean the old crones arriving with messages and the beautiful women in darkened rooms, and the hiding in jars? Yes, that is it, said Constantine, the old crones, very discreet, the pursuit of the occasion that demanded faith, the flash of eye below a veil lifted for only a second, the wave of a scarf from a lattice, which was at once a promise of beauty and a challenge to cunning and courage, for there might be a witty ambush hiding in jars and there might be death from a eunuch's sword. It is too beautiful, he repeated, beaming as one cradled in content though at the moment he was actually suspended in the air. It is a conception of love which demands that it should be sudden and secret and dangerous. You from the West have no such conception of love. It seems to you that love must be as slow as the growth of a plant. A man and woman must come throughout many months to a full understanding of each other's natures and take serious vows to fulfill each other's needs. You think also that a man insults a woman if he wishes to make love to her without delay, and that a woman is worthless if she gives herself to a man before they have killed a great part of the calendar. In this there is much truth. I remember that when I was a young man in Paris, it sometimes happened that though I had two mistresses there were times when I went out into the street and took the first woman I met, and it was because I am in part a barbarian and so I could not wait. That was nothing. But love can be sudden and quite different from that. It can be so ecstatic that it can come into full being at a single encounter, that it needs only that encounter to satisfy the lovers. If you offered them a lifetime together you could not offer them more than the night that follows when the old crone has opened the door. No, the car is not going to turn over. Arid, when you come back next year the road will be better. We are a young country, and we will do all, but we have not yet had the time. Such love could properly be engendered by a single glance from the eyes. Indeed it could not claim to be this kind of love, this ultimate affinity, if the most infinitesimal contact was not enough to declare it. That is why it must be sudden. It must be secret because jealousy is a part of both this sudden love and the other slow-moving kind. A man who performs the miracle of keeping a woman happy for 40 years cannot bear it that on one night during those 40 years another man should be necessary for her happiness, and a man who meets a woman once and makes that meeting as fabulous in her memory as a night spent in the moon cannot bear it that he should not be the father of the 11 children whose noses she wipes. Hence these men must not know of each other. We roar like bulls about our honor. But so it is. Also this love must be dangerous, or it would not be itself. That is not to say that one does not value a thing unless one has paid a great price for it. That is vulgar. But if a woman did not know that to lift her veil before a stranger was perhaps to die, she might perhaps lift it when she had received no intimation of this great and sudden love, when she was merely barbarian. And indeed neither she nor her lover could fully consummate this kind of love without a sense of peril. They would not shut the eyes of reason and precipitate themselves into the abyss of passion, unless they knew this might be their last chance to experience it or, indeed, anything else. It is a more marvelous conception of love, I think, than anything other nations. No. The French make love for the sake of life, and so, like living, it often falls to something less than itself, to a little trivial round. The Germans make love for the sake of death, as they like to put off civilian clothes and put on uniform, because there is more chance of being killed, so they like to step out of the safe casual relations of society and let loose the destructive forces of sex. So it was with Werther and elective affinities, and so it was in the years after the war, when they were so promiscuous that sex meant nothing at all. And this is not to speak ill of the French and Germans, for the love of life and the love of death are both necessary things. But this conception unites love of life and death in a single experience. Such lovers are conscious at once of the extremity of danger and that which makes danger most terrible and at the same time most worth challenging. But that is the essence of all adventure, said my husband, and indeed it is the essence of yes, what you say is very true, said Constantine, as he always does when he intends that the person who is talking to him shall talk no more. It is this conception of love which gives life to the city of Sarajevo. How far this tradition exists today I cannot tell. But I think that even now old women are sometimes sent with messages that must be read by only one person, and I think that the plum trees would not blossom so freely round those little restaurants on the hillside above the town if some god or goddess had not been placated by sacrifice. You think, said my husband, the rose never grows one half so red. But I am sure, continued Constantine, that the conception gives the town a special elegance. The men and women in it have another dimension given to their lives, because they have kept in their hearts the capacity for the second kind of love. They are not mutilated by its suppression, and they have hope. All of them may yet have this revelation, and some of them have actually had it. I think that is why so many of the women here have lips and eyes that shine like children's, and why the men are not bitter or grudging or hurried. A sensuality that is also a mysticism, he cried. What can a race invent better for itself? But here is Illich, here is our marvelous Illich. He leaped in one second from well-buttered reverie to shaking indignation. Illich, our Potemkin village. They built it to show the foreign visitors how well they had imposed civilization on our barbarism, just as Potemkin built villages on the steppes to impress the foreign ambassadors with Russian prosperity, hollow villages that were built the day before and were pulled down the day after. Come, look at their civilization, at our barbarity. The spa waited for us behind the scrubby, half-forested edge of the park, and indeed, it was not pleasing. In earlier days it had certainly been better kept. It now looked like any of the other Yugoslavian spas, which are patronized by the peasants and small shopkeepers, and showed a certain homely untidiness, though nothing worse. But the place was unengaging in its architectural essence. A string of shapeless hotels was joined by a covered corridor to a central restaurant and pump room, a pudding of a place. Every building was smothered in heavy porches and balustrades and balconies of craftless but elaborate woodwork. The hotels were all closed at the moment. They did not open till the heat brought people out of the city, and we strolled about looking for the proprietor of the Hotel Bosnia, the largest of the hotels, at which Franz Ferdinand and Sophie Schotek had spent there last night. I think that they have kept the chapel that was made for their coming, said Constantine, and I know they keep their room as it was, for I have seen it. It was the suite reserved always for the royal family and for the governor, and it was altogether Moslem, but a terrible Moslem. It was like a place I have seen in your London, when I was there for 5 days during the war, called the Cardoma Cafe, all little inlaid tables and a clutter of many things, whereas, as you have seen, the chief furniture of a Moslem house is the light. Also I would like you to meet my friend who is the director of the spa. He has a very beautiful wife and her sister, who would like to talk to you about Tennyson's Idylls of the King. They read nothing else, they would be Enid and Guinevere. He waved his arms as if he were wearing long flowing sleeves, and pulled out his neck to its most swan-like. But here is a man with keys. They fitted, however, only the door of a little shop in the Hotel Bosnia's arcade. But the man was glad to have a talk. He says, said Constantine, that they do their best to keep the place neat, but that there is not enough money to do much. Many people come here in summer, but they are not rich, like the nobles who used to come here from Austria and Germany and England to see how beautifully Bosnia was being governed by the Austrian Empire. But he would not have it different, though he has been here since a child and loves the place, for he is a very patriotic Yugoslav. But really it is disgusting, this village. They did nothing for the country, but they built these hotels and the racecourse which I am going to show you presently, and all the grand people came and looked at it and said, ah, it is so in Bosnia, all weeded gravel paths and new houses and good beer, it is too good for these cattle of Slavs. He mimicked the tone of a fine lady, turning his face from side to side and twirling an imaginary open parasol. The man with the keys had been watching. He suddenly threw down his keys onto the pavement and began to shout straight past us to the horizon, like the young man at Trisat, like the young man on the boat whose soup was cold, like the hotel manager from Var. Yes, yes, he cried, and they had our men and women brought in to dance the colo to them. We were for them the natives, the savages, and we had to dance for them as if we were bears at a fair. He bent and picked up the keys, then remembered something and threw them down again. And what they did to us as soldiers. They made us become soldiers, and when a man goes into battle he may be called before his God, and they made us Christians wear the fez. Yes, the fez of the accursed Turks was the headgear of all our 4 Bosnian regiments. He picked up his keys for the second time and led us along the corridor to the railway station, which indeed was very grand, in the manner of Baden-Baden or Marienbad. I find this grotesquely unpleasing, I said. I did not bring you here to please you, said Constantine. When I take you to see things that were left by the Turks and the Austrians, it is not to please you, it is so that you shall understand. And now, will you please look where I tell you? This station is very untidy, is it not? The paint has gone and there are no flowers growing in wire cages. Will you please look at the chestnut tree that stands in the middle of this piece of gravel outside the station? Do you see that there are growing round it many weeds? Now, I apply a test. If you are saved, if you know what the soul is and what a people is, you will be able to see that that tree is better now, standing among weeds, than it was when it was spick and span, for these weeds are the best we can do, they are all the order we can yet attain in Bosnia, and the spickness and spanness came from another people, and were therefore nothingness. They could not exist here, because they were not part of the national process. There I cannot agree, I said. I do not believe that it was wrong of the English to drain India and abolish suttee. I do not believe that the Paris blanks did wrong in medicining the sicknesses of Africa. Do I not know such things must be done, said Constantine. We Yugoslavs are stamping out malaria in Macedonia, and we are raising up peasants that have been trodden into the mud by the Turks. But it should be done by one's people, never by strangers. Rats, said my husband, if a people have wholly gone under, without a fringe that has kept its independence and its own folkways, strangers must butt in and help it get on its feet again. The trouble is that the kind of stranger who likes helping unfortunate people usually does not get leave to set about it unless other members of his group see a military or commercial advantage to be got out of it. But if you mean that the Bosnians had enough force and enough remnants of the old Slav culture to look after themselves once they got the Turks off their necks, and that the Austrians had nothing to give them and had no business here, then I'm with you. Ah, you have said something true and so untidy, complained Constantine, and what I said was not quite true, but so beautifully neat. But it was where the racecourse drew its white diagram on the gardeny plains that the irrelevance of the Austrian intervention appeared most apparent. The scene was now enchanting. All over the course sheep and cattle were grazing on the turf, ringing faint little bells as they were pressed on by comfortable, slow-moving breed, or met the active air, not quite a wind, which flowed quietly down the great tawny valley that led back to Sarajevo. Where there was not grass the earth showed red, and the poplars stood like jets of chill green gold light. Scattered on the plains were the rough white farms and cottages of Christians, and on every slope which promised a fine view there stood a Moslem villa, smoothly and solidly white among the white clouds of its orchard. One such villa stood on a little hill close by the racecourse, as compact a delight as if an enormous deal of spring had been boiled down till it would fill just a little pot, according to the method of making rose leaf jam. And the white rails, of course, recalled another delight. I saw a string of horses, going like a line of good poetry, under a cloudless morning on Lambourne Downs. I remembered what the author of the Book of Job had said about the horse, the glory of his nostrils is terrible. He pawed in the valley, and rejoiceth in his strength. He saith among the trumpets, ha, ha, and he smelleth the battle afar off, the thunder of the captains, and the shouting. A pleasure, undoubtedly, but how irrelevant to the starving Bosnian peasant, and how irrelevant, how insolent to Sarajevo. The scenery before me was distressing in its evocation of Austrian society as it was in the time of Franz Joseph, as Metternich had foreseen it must become if the empire was not allowed some measure of freedom. Banality rose from the tomb and stood chattering about the lawns, women with heavy chins and lively untender eyes and blonde frizzes of hair under straw boaters, wearing light blouses and long skirts and broad waistbands, men with the strongly marked expressions of ventriloquist tummies, with sloping shoulders and ramrod backs. They chattered loudly, with the exaggerated positiveness of those who live in a negative world. They were Catholics, who could nourish among them a Los von Rom movement. They were cosmopolitans, who lived by provincial standards. They were bound by etiquette and recognized no discipline. They were the descendants of connoisseurs yet neither produced nor appreciated great art. They sacrificed all civil interests to a military caste that proved, as soon as war broke out, to be wholly civilian in everything but its splendid and suicidal valor. These people had come to govern, to change, to civilize such men and women as we had seen in Sarajevo, the Jews with their tradition of fine manners and learning, the Muslims with their houses full of light and their blossoming gardens, and Dedication to peaceful nature, the old women we had seen in the marketplace, whose souls had attained to it, the men whose long strides were endurance itself, who would know, like our friend with the keys, that an honest man must not dance before tyrants nor go to his god in the fess. These women in blouses and skirts had come as examples of the fashion to those who had worn Persian brocade since West was on visiting terms with East. The ramrod men had come to command, such as the officer who had stood swaying by the new grave. The builders of these horrible hotels, of the little covered corridor that looked as if one end of it might have led to the old Drusus Bazaar in Baker Street, had come to Sarajevo, the town of 100 mosques, to teach and not to learn. Tribovica. Later that afternoon we drove out of Sarajevo by the road that leads to Tribovica, the mountain which rises too near the town and too steeply to be seen from it. The craned neck can see only its foothills. Halfway up we stopped the automobile and stood on a grassy ledge to see the orchards and villas lying beneath us, all little pots of spring jam, like the villa by the racecourse. On a ledge above us were standing some gypsies, 8 or 9 girls in jackets and trousers of printed curtain stuffs, and 2 men who were jumping and gesticulating in front of them, the upturned toes of their leather sandals looking like cock spurs. Something about the gestures of Constantine's plump little arms as he showed us the city brought them tumbling about us. A good many people of the lettered sort recognized Constantine from his caricatures in the papers, but the unlettered see him for what he is with astonishing quickness. He has only to swing an eloquent hand at a street corner and there are men and women about us looking at him with an expression which sums up the twofold attitude of ordinary folk to the poet, a mixture of amused indulgence, as of a grown-up watching a child at play, and ecstatic expectation, as of a child waiting for a grown-up to tell it a fairy story. These gypsies ran down the grassy slope and stood about us giggling in a circle of crimson and plum and blue and green and lemon and cinnabar, the wind blowing out their full trousers and making them hug their shawls under the chin. They bring a lovely element into a community which allows them to exist without sinking into squalor. It is as if one could go out and make love to a flower, or have foxes and hares to play music at one's parties. The higher rocks above the road were pale green with hellebores, and there were primroses and cowslips and cyclamen, and at last the faded mauve flames of crocus. Then we came to the snow, lying thinly on scars and under pine woods. Where it deepened we left the car and walked past a house which might have been a Swiss chalet, had it not been for the music that someone within was plucking from the strings of a gusla, to a peak shoulder crusted in ice and deep with snow where there was a shadowed seam. About us were the smoldering Bosnian uplands, their heather heights red with last year's autumn, though in some valleys the first touch of spring had given a spiny or an alp a hard mineral viridity. These heights and valleys run neither north nor south nor west nor east, but in all ways for a mile at a time, so that the landscape turns like a merry-go-round. Beyond these broken and burning highlands lay a wall of amber cloud, and above this rose 2 unknown ranges, one reflecting on its snows the brightness of an afternoon that was for us already dimmed, the other crimson with an evening that had not yet reached us. Sarajevo we could not see. The valley that runs down from it was a vast couch for a white river, until it twisted and broke and broadened and couched several rivers, which in winding spread their whiteness in mist. Over all the nearer highlands was cast a web of paths, joining the villages across the tawny distance, and from some of them, though they were a mile or 2 away, came sounds of playing children and barking dogs. Cold, we went back to the chalet and drank warming coffee under the pictures of the boy king and his mother and his murdered father. They are found in every public place in Yugoslavia, even Croatia. I think they are present in anti-Serb territory, because they are sold by some charitable society which nobody wishes to refuse, but in other parts, where there lingers the medieval conception of the king as a priest of the people, they have nearly the status of holy pictures. At the back of the room sat a handsome young man playing the gusla and singing, apparently the proprietor, and 2 very pretty young women, all with that characteristically Slav look which comes from the pulling of the flesh down from the flat cheekbones by the tense pursing of the mouth. On the face of the murdered king there was the same expression, hardened to woodenness by the fear of death coming from assassination without or tuberculosis within. Constantine drank his coffee, pushed away his cup, and said, "When you look at things, try to remember them wholly because you have soon to go home to England. I think of a story I heard from a monk of how King Alexander came to see the frescoes in his monastery which contained portraits of our Serbian kings of our old empire, in the 13th century, which are real portraits, mind you. Before one he stood for 3/4 of an hour, looking terribly, as one would look on one's father if he came back from the dead, sucking him with the eyes. The monk asked him if he had a special cult for this king, and he said, no. For all kings of Serbia must I have a cult. All kings I must understand, in order that the new dynasty be grafted on the old. And this king I must make a special effort to understand, since nothing that is written of him makes him quite clear to me. You see, he was a mystic, and because the channel of his mysticism was Yugoslavia, nobody outside Yugoslavia can understand him. He put his elbows on the table and rumpled his little black curls. Nobody outside Yugoslavia understands us. He complained. We have a very bad press, particularly with the high-minded people, who hate us because we are mystics and not just intelligent, as they are. ACH. That Madame Genevieve Tabus, how she writes of us in her Paris newspaper. She suspects us of being anti-democratic in our natures, when we Serbs are nothing but democratic, but cannot be because the Italians and the Germans are watching us to say, ah, here is Bolshevism, we must come in and save you from it. And really she is not being high-minded when she makes this mistake. She makes it because she hates the Prime Minister, Mr. Stoyanovich, and it is not that she hates him because he is a bad man, she hates him just because they are opposites. She is little and thin and fine, he is a great big man with a strong chest and much flesh that all comes with him when he moves. She finds all relationships difficult, and all men and women follow him as if he were a great horse. She is noble when she loves her country, and when he loves his country it is as natural as when he sweats, and some he likes wine and can drink it, all sorts of wine, red wine, white wine, champagne, little wines of our country and great wines of France, and she must drink only a little drop of mineral water from a special spot, and of that she has a special source. So they hate each other, and since she is idealistic and is therefore ashamed that she should hate people for the kind of marrow they have in their spines, she pretends to herself she hates Yugoslavia. And yet she is great in her way. But not so great, my pardon to your wife, my dear sir, who I know is a lady writer also, as Mr. Stoyanovich. I never heard anybody else in Yugoslavia speak well of Stoyanovich except Constantine, but Constantine was sincere. He laid his cheek on the table, and drew his folded hands back and forward across his forehead. There is something, I said, which has been worrying me ever since I stood by the tomb of the attentators, and what you said at Illich this morning has intensified my perplexity. Listen. The predominantly German character of the Habsburg monarchy, and the concessions it had to make to the Hungarians, meant that the Austro-Hungarian Empire oppressed its Slavs and feared the Kingdom of Serbia as a dangerous potential ally to these discontented subjects. At the same time there were economic conditions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire which meant that there must be sooner or later a revolt, in which these discontented Slavs would be specially likely to bear the brunt of the fighting. Therefore precisely this war that happened in 1914 was bound to happen, sooner or later. But certainly, said Constantine, it had nearly happened in 1912, when Franz Ferdinand's friends all but succeeded in starting a preventive war over Albania. Then it mattered not at all what happened in Sarajevo on June 28, 1914, I said. Constantine was silent for a minute. The man behind us stopped, playing his gusla, as if he understood what had been said. Constantine said, in a sense you are right. The little ones need not have died, and of the two big ones the poor angry one could have gone on shooting his beasts, and the poor striving one could have continued to strive after the little things the other poor ones did not want her to have. We should have had the world war just the same. What a waste. I said. Well, Sarajevo is the one town I know that could bear with equanimity the discovery that her great moment was a delusion, a folly, a simple extravagance, said Constantine. She would walk by her river, she would sit under the fruit tree in her courtyard, and she would not weep. But after a pause he added, but she is not an imbecile. If she would not weep it is because of her knowledge that we are wrong. By the attentat she took the war and made it a private possession of the South Slavs. Behind the veil of our incomprehensible language and behind the veil of lies the Austrians and Hungarians have told about us and our wrongs, the cause of the war. More than that, the reason for the war is eternally a mystery to the vast majority of the people who took part in it and were martyrized by it. Perhaps that is something for us South Slavs, to know a secret that is hidden from everybody else. I do not know. How I wish, he said, standing up, that we could stay here tonight. There are such honest little rooms upstairs, with coarse clean sheets, and it is so quiet. That is to say there are many noises, but they all have a meaning. It is this bird that cries or that, whereas the noises in a city mean nothing. But if we are going to Yaitset, tomorrow we must go down to the town. It was not yet dark. As we came down we could still see the cyclamen and the primroses and the cowslips on the banks of the road, looking sweetly melancholy as flowers do when seen by other than full light. When we were halfway down the dusk was deep blue, and we stopped the car when we came to the knoll where we had stood beside the gypsies, in order to look down on the scattered lights of Sarajevo. But our chauffeur called out to us from the car, pointing at the city. He is asking you to listen to the bells, said Constantine. They are sounding all over the city, and it is a great thing for him because when the Turks were here there might be no church bells. This man's father, or his grandfather, told him of the time, 60 years ago, when they were not allowed, and he feels proud that they are there now. Travnik. On our way out of Sarajevo the next morning we stopped to buy oranges, and I filled my lap with white violets and cowslips and marigolds, and so we started on a morning's drive through valleys which might have been landscaped by capability. Brown, so prettily were the terraces set and planted, so neat was the line the climbing woodlands drew against the hilltop moor. This is in part due to geological accident. But it is also true that hereabouts man has the neatest of hands. He is extremely poor, but he can work miracles with his restricted materials. We came presently to a little spot called Kislyak, a very old spot, which was popular, particularly among the Jews, in the Turkish times. I suppose that in the last 25 years the mass of people who had stayed there were on the same financial level as those in America who have an income of $40 a week or under. The place was as pretty as a musical comedy set. In the main street there was a long low park hotel, plastered white as snow, with a brightly striped mattress taking the air at every window, which it seemed could not have been put there in answer to mere necessity, so gay was the pattern. To admire it, we left the car, and crossed a little stream to a pinewood where there stood an artlessly built bathhouse and drinking fountains. On the bridge there was an elderly Moslem contemplating the running water. Always, in this part of the world, where there is running water, there is an elderly Moslem contemplating it. He joined our party without intrusiveness, and pointed out to us a cafe nearby, a wooden summer house built over the stream in a thicket of willows which he rightly thought particularly pleasing, and then he took us over to the drinking booths and found a Christian gardener who unlocked them and gave us cups of water. It had a fortifying taste of metal. We strolled along a path through the pinewood and came on a black marble monument from which a gold inscription had been savagely excised. The Moslem and the gardener, who had been following us at a few paces distance, came forward to tell us that it had been put up to commemorate a victory of the Austrian army over the Bosnian insurgents. Would you rather have things as they are now? Said Constantine. They agreed that they would, and we all sat down on a bench, while I finished my cup of water. I want to stay here, I do not want to go on, I said. It is the Moslem who is making you feel like that, said Constantine. That is the great art of the Moslem, and, mind you, that is very interesting, for, look at him, he is a Slav like the gardener, who has it not? It is the Turks and his religion that have taught him to sit and do nothing so very nicely. He would be content to sit here all day, just as we are doing now, and indeed it would be most pleasant, for we would listen to the stream and watch the clouds above the treetops, and we would smoke and sometimes we would exchange polite remarks. We stayed there, just as he said, for nearly half an hour. The feeling was as in one of the delightful households to be found in Bath, where there are beautiful manners and beautiful furniture and a complete sense of detachment from modern agitation. But there was not the anxiety about income tax which usually mars such interiors. The Moslem was as poor as can be. Even here, he was in neatly mended rags, his leather sandals were tied up with string. On our way again, such poverty was all about us. The mosques were no longer built of stone and bricks, but were roughly plastered like farm buildings, with tiled roofs and rickety wooden minarets, but they had still a trace of elegance in their design, and there were fine embroideries on the boleros the women wore over their white linen blouses and dark full trousers, and on the shirts of the black-browed men. With some of these people we could not get on friendly terms. If they were in charge of horses they looked at us with hatred, because the horses invariably began to bolt at the side of the automobile, however much we slowed down. We sent 2 hay carts flying into the ditch. So rarely had these people seen automobiles that they looked at us with dignified rebuke, as at vulgarians who insisted on using an eccentric mode of conveyance which put other travelers to inconvenience. But the people who had no horses to manage looked at us with peculiar respect, since automobiles passed so rarely that it seemed to them certain that my husband and Constantine must be important officials from Belgrade. With a stylized look of sternness the men saluted, and stood to attention while we passed. Look at their faces, said Constantine, they think that all the time they must die for Yugoslavia. And they cannot understand why. We do not ask them to do that, but that now we ask another thing, that they should live and be happy. The road climbed to a wide valley, where spring winds were hurrying across wet emerald pastures, and through woods sharply green where winter had left them, and bronze where it still dawdled. Little pink pigs and red foals ran helter-skelter before our coming, and men and women in gorgeous clothes, more richly colored than in the lower valleys, chased after them, but paused to laugh and greet us. In the distance loomed mountains, holding on their ledges huge blocks of monastic buildings. These are among the few relics of the Austrian occupation other than barracks. It was here that the empire made the headquarters of their attempt to Catholicize the Bosnians, who belonged to the Orthodox Church. The Dominicans and the Franciscans, who had been here for 700 years, were reinforced, not altogether to their own pleasure, by the Jesuits. At the base of these mountains we touched it, the town which for good reason was called by the Turks Travnik, or grassy town. Narrow houses with tall and shapely, slanting tiled roofs sit gracefully, like cats on their haunches, among the green gardens of a garden-like valley. Here, in this well-composed littleness, which lies snug in the field of the eye, can be enjoyed to perfection the Moslem counterpoint of the soft, horizontal whiteness of fruit blossom and the hard vertical whiteness of minarets. This town was the capital of Bosnia for 2 centuries under the Turks, the seat of the Pasha from the time that Sarajevo would not have him, and it has a definite urban distinction, yet it is countrified as Junket. This is where the Moslem at Kislyak would like to have a house, said my husband, if he ever let himself want anything he did not have. We had been invited to luncheon with the father and mother of the lovely Jewess in Sarajevo whom we called the Bulbul, and we found their home in an apartment house looking over the blossoming trench of the valley from the main road, under a hill crowned with a fortress built by the old Bosnian kings. We found it, and breathed in our nostrils the odor of another civilization. Our appearance there caused cries of regret. The father stood in the shadow of the doorway, a handsome man in his late 50s, whose likeness I had seen often enough in the Persian miniatures, gazelle-eyed and full-bodied. In the delicious voice of the Sephardim, honey-sweet but not cloying, he told us that he was ashamed to let us in, for we would find nothing worthy of us. He had thought we meant to call at his factory, which was a couple of miles outside the town, so he had ordered a real meal, a meal appropriate to us, to be cooked there, and he had left an explanation that he could not be with us, as his wife had broken her ankle until she was well. He would eat all his meals with her. He bowed with shame that he should have blundered so. But a voice, lovely as his own, but a woman's, cried from the darkened room beyond and bade him bring the strangers in. It was at once maternal, warm with the desire to do what could be done to comfort our foreignness, and childlike, breathless with the desire to handle the new toy. She lay on a sofa, fluttering up against the downward pull of her injury, as her birds do, and she was astonishing in the force of her beauty. She was at least in her late 40s, and she was not one of those prodigies unmarked by time, but she was as beautiful, to judge by her effect on the beholder, as the bulbul. That could not really be so, of course. As a general rule Horace must be right, for reasons connected with the fatty deposits under the skin and the working of the ductless glands, when he writes, O matri pulchre fili pulchrier. Yet in this case he would have been wrong. He should have ignored his meter and written of mater pulchrier. Pulcherem filio, for there was the more beautiful mother of the most beautiful daughter. The bulbul was the most perfect example conceivable of the shining Jewish type, but so long as one looked on this woman she seemed lovelier than all other women. Her age was unimportant because it did not mean to her what it means to most Western women. She had never been frustrated, she had always been rewarded for her beautiful body and her beautiful conduct by beautiful gratitude. My husband and I sat down beside her, smiling as at an unexpected present, and she apologized to us for the poor meal she would have to improvise, and cried over our heads directions to her cook in a voice that floated rather than carried, and then settled to ask us questions which were by Western standards personal, which were extremely sensible if she wished to be able to like us quickly before we left her house. In a painted cage a canary suddenly raised fine drawn but frantic cheers for the universe, and they checked it with gentle laughter that could not have hurt its feelings. The canary, it seemed, her husband had brought home to divert her while she must lie on the sofa. The room was littered with gifts he had fetched her for that purpose, a carved flute, a piece of brocade, an 18th century book of Italian travel with colored illustrations, an amber box, a trifle, I should say, for each day she had been kept in the house. Their household rocked gently on a tide of giving and receiving. They watched us sadly while we ate, uttering coos of regret for the meal that was really worthy of us, waiting uneaten in the factory. But we were not discontented. We were given homemade spaghetti, those eggs called Spanish eggs which are boiled for 3 days in oil and come out greaseless and silky to the palate, lamb chops from small ethereal lambs who probably had wings, sheep's cheese, pure white and delicately sharp, peaches and quinces foundered in syrup that kept all their summer flavor, and raki, the colorless brandy loved by Slavs. As we ate we told them of our meetings with their daughter in Sarajevo, and they stretched like cats in pride and pleasure, owning that all we said of her was true, and reciting some of her accomplishments that they thought we might not have had the chance to observe. Nothing could have been less like the uneasy smile, the deprecating mumble, which is evoked in an Englishman by praise of his family. But this was a long way from England. Constantine went on to tell the gossip he had picked up in Sarajevo, and the more ambassadorial gossip he had brought from Belgrade, and while they rewarded his perfect storytelling by perfect listening, I looked about the room. It was certainly provincial. Anything that had reached the room from Vienna, Berlin, Paris, or London had taken so long to get there and had been so much modified by the thought of the alien taste for which it was destined that it would be antiquated and bizarre. But built into this room, and inherent in every word and gesture of its owners, was a tradition more limited in its scope than the traditions of Vienna, Berlin, Paris, or London, but within its limits just as ancient and sure and competent. Whatever event these people met they could outface, the witness to that was their deep serenity. They would meet it with a formula compounded of Islam and Judaism. Their whole beings breathed the love of pleasure which is the inspiration of Sarajevo, which was perhaps the great contribution the Turks had to make to culture. But it was stabilized, its object was made other than running water by the Jewish care for the continuity of the race. It was a fusion that would infuriate the Western moralist, who not only believes but prefers that one should not be able to eat one's cake and have it. I went later to comb my hair and wash my hands in these people's bathroom. A printed frieze of naked nymphs dancing in a forest ran from wall to wall, and several pictures bared the breasts and thighs of obsoletely creamy beauties. Naively it was revealed that these people thought of the bath as the uncovering of nakedness, and of nakedness as an instrument of infinite delight. It was the Seraglio spirit in its purity, and it was made chaste as snow by the consideration that these people would have offered this flesh of which they so perfectly understood The potentialities to burn like tallow in flame if thereby they might save their dearer flesh, their child. So one can have it, as the vulgar say, both ways. Indeed one can have a great deal. More than one has supposed one could, if only one lives, as these people did, in a constant and loyal state of preference for the agreeable over the disagreeable. It might be thought that nothing could be easier, but that is not the case. We in the West find it almost impossible, and are caught unawares when we meet it in practice. That was brought home to me by this woman's tender gesture of farewell. First she took all the lilacs from a vase beside her sofa and gave them to me, but then felt this was not a sufficient civility. She made me lay down the flowers, and took a scent bottle from her table and sprinkled my hands with the scent, gently rubbing it into my skin. It was the most gracious farewell imaginable, and the Western world in which I was born would not have approved. There sounded in my mind's ear the probable comment of a Western woman, "My dear, it was too ghastly." She seized me by the hands and simply drenched them with some most frightful scent. I couldn't get rid of it for days. Their fastidiousness would, of course, have been bogus, for the scent was exquisite, a rich yet light derivative from Bulgarian attar of roses. These people were infallible in their judgment on such matters, having been tutored for centuries by their part in the luxury trade between Bosnia and Tsarograd, as they named Constantinople, and she had assumed that persons of our kind would have a like education and would recognize that this scent was of the first order. She had also assumed that I would like to receive a gift which showed that somebody who had not known me 2 hours before now liked me. She assumed, in fact, that I too preferred the agreeable to the disagreeable. Remembering the grey ice that forms on an Englishman's face as he is introduced to a stranger, I reflected that she was too audacious in her assumption. Before we left the town her husband took us for a stroll. A lane wound among the mosques and villas through gardens that held much plum blossom and lilac and irises. And, here and there, among the shrubs, the innocent playfulness of which balls. Travnik had changed its aspect now, as a town does after one has eaten salt in one of its houses. It is no longer something painted on one's retina, it is third-dimensional, it is a being and a friend or an enemy. We climbed up to the old castle, which is a fortress now, and were met by very grave young soldiers. Slav soldiers looked about, and dedicated even when they are drunk, these sober boys, guarding their white town and pale green valley, were as nuns. There had been an intention of calling on the commandant, but the young soldier said he was asleep. They looked at us for some time before they told us this, and spoke sadly and with an air of pronouncing judgment, and I think that perhaps they thought that their commandant was a sacred being, and that it would be a profanation to disturb him for the sake of 3 men not in uniform and a woman no longer young. They bade us goodbye with a worried air, as if they wished they were sure they had done right. All to them was still a great moment. We followed a little path down a grassy hill, miraculously untainted as glades are on the edge of Moslem towns, to a big pool lying among trees. It was fed by 3 springs, each bursting from the moat shelter of a clump of cyclamen. It was dammed by a steep stone wall, broken at one end by a channel through which the waters burst in a grooved sliver that looked to be as solid as crystal. We admired it for a long time, as if it were a matter of great importance, and then we went down to the main road, and found a cafe which had settled itself in snug melancholy at the corner of a Moslem graveyard, near by the pompous canopied tombs of a couple of pashas. There we sat and drank black coffee and ate Turkish delight on toothpicks, while a gentle wind stirred the flowering trees that met above the table, and set the grasses waving round a prostrate pillar which had fallen by one of the pashas' tombs. There strolled up and sat down some of those mysterious, impoverished and dignified Moslems who seemed to have no visible means of support, but some quite effective invisible means. They watched us without embarrassment, we were unembarrassed, and the men talked of country pastimes. Here, the bulbul's father said, was real game for shooting in winter. There is deep snow here in winter time, it seems, and the beasts come down from the heights and loiter hungrily on the outskirts of the town. A friend of his had sauntered a few yards out of his garden, his gun loaded with pellets. He paused to look at a black bush that had miraculously escaped the snow. It stood up and was a bear, a lurch away. His friend raised his gun and shot. The pellets found the bear's brain through the eye. He staggered, charged blindly, and fell dead. He himself had been driving down to his factory one November afternoon when he saw a pack of wolves rushing down the mountain on a herd of goats. He stopped his car and washed. They came straight down like the water we had seen rushing down by the dam. They leaped on the goats and ate what they wanted. He had heard the goats' bones cracking, as loud, he said, as gunshots. When the wolves had eaten their fill, they rushed up the mountain again, dragging what was left of the goats. It took only 5 minutes, he thought, from the time he first saw them till they passed out of sight. He pointed up to the mountains. It is only in winter you see them, he said, but all the same they are up there, waiting for us and the goats. We looked in wonder at the heights that professed the stark innocence of stone, that was honeycombed with the stumbling weighty hostility of bears, the incorporated raucosity of wolves. And as we lowered our eyes we saw that we were ourselves being regarded with as much wonder by other eyes, which also were speculating what the sterile order of our appearance might conceal. A gaunt peasant woman with hair light and straight and stiff as hay and a mouth wide as a door had stopped in the roadway at the sight of us. She was so grand, so acidulated, so utterly at a disadvantage before almost anyone in the civilized world, and so utterly unaware of being at a disadvantage at all, that I made Constantine ask her to let herself be photographed. She whinnied with delight, and arranged herself before the camera with her chin forward, her arms crossed, her weight on her heels, acting a man's pride. I think nothing in her life had ever suggested to her that there is a woman's kind of pride. She was poor. Dear God, she was poor. She was poor as the people in Rab. Her sleeveless white serge coat, her linen blouse, the coarse kerchief she had twisted round her head, were stained with age. The wool of the embroidery on her coat was broken so that here and there the pattern was a mere fuzz. Garments of this sort have a long life. To be in this state they must have been worn by more than one generation. She had probably never had new clothes in all her days. This was not the most important aspect of her. There were others which were triumphant. It could be seen that she was a wit, a stoic, a heroine. But for all that it was painful to look at her, because she was deformed by the slavery of her ancestors as she might have been by rheumatism. The deep pits round her eyes and behind her nostrils, the bluish grooves running down her neck, spoke of an accumulated deprivation, and amassed poverty, handed down like her ruined clothes from those who were called reis, the ransomed ones, the Christian serfs who had to buy the right to live. To some in Bosnia the East gave, from some it took away. Yaitse, Jajs, I. Beyond Travnik the road rose through slashing rain to a high pass, beset before and behind with violet clouds, rent and repaired in the same instant by the scissors of lightning. The open faces of the primroses were pulpy under the storm, the green bells of the hellebore were flattened against the rocks. In the valley beyond we ran into a high blue cave of stillness and sunshine, and came on a tumble-down village, shabby and muddy and paintless and charming, called Bakuf. Bakuf is a Turkish word, meaning religious property. I have never heard anything that made me more positively anxious not to study Turkish than the news that the plural of this word is Evkaf. It is called by that name because the land hereabouts was given by pious Muslims to provide for the maintenance of mosques and charitable institutions, and some hundreds of the laborers that tilled it lived in this village. Under the Austro-Hungarian Empire these properties were specially nursed, and the laborers given preferential treatment. They were, indeed, the only agricultural workers whose position was in any way better under the Austrians than it had been under the Turks. Nowadays the property is well looked after by the Muslim political party, but the village has fallen into that state of gentle disorder rather than actual squalor, which is characteristic of Ottoman remains in Bosnia. The violent rains had set the main street awash with mud, and we saw nobody but an old man with the white twist in his turban that denotes the Muslim priest, tiptoeing across the morass, with the air of a disgusted cat, to a rickety wooden mosque. He looked agreeable, but the town was irritating to the female eye, with its projecting upper stories where the rotting latticed harem windows are ready to fall out of their rotten casements. It is impudent of men to keep women as luxuries unless they have the power to guarantee them the framework of luxury. If men ask women to give up, for their sake the life of the marketplace, they must promise that they will bring to the harem all that is best in the marketplace, that, as all intelligent Muslims have admitted, is the only understanding on which the harem can be anything but a field of male sexual gluttony and cantankerousness. But if they fail to keep that ambitious promise, which there was indeed no obligation to make, they should surrender the system and let women go back to freedom and get what they can. A harem window, with a hole boarded up and a lattice tied by a rag to its casement, is a sign of the shabby failure that has broken faith with others, like a stranded touring company. After Bakuf we passed through a valley that was like a Chinese landscape, with woods leaning to one another across deep vertical abysses, and suddenly we found ourselves at the waterfall which is the chief glory of Yaitse. That town stands on a hill, divided by a deep trench from a wide mountain covered by forests and villages. And a river rushes down from the town and leaps 100 feet into a river that runs along the trench. The chauffeur and Constantine ran about the brink uttering cries. All South Slavs regard water as a sacred substance, and a waterfall is halfway to the incarnation of a god. My husband and I went a stroll, hobbling over the slippery stones, to see the smooth lap and the foaming skirts of the waters from a distance, and when we looked back we saw that Constantine had taken a seat on a rock, and by the waving of his little short arms and the rolling of his curly black bullet head we knew that near him a bird was fluttering over the falls, exulting in the coolness, in the blows the spray struck on its almost weightless body, in the challenge that was made to its wing courage. From the turn of his plump wrists and the circles described by his short neck, we knew it beyond a doubt. His hands and his head told us to when the wind swung out the fall from the cliff and it floated like a blown scarf. And what delicious fear was felt by the bird. Constantine is a true poet. He knows all about things he knows nothing about. We heard laughter. On the mountainside beyond the river 3 peasant girls were taking a walk, in bright dresses which showed a trace of Turkish elegance, which recalled that the word used for well-to-do in this district means literally velvet-clad. And Constantine's bird ballet had caught their eye. They had huddled into a giggling group and watched him for some minutes, then burst into teasing cries, and waved their arms and rolled their heads in parody. Then when Constantine stood up and roared at them in mock rage, they squealed in mock fear, and fled along the path, across a flowery field, into a glade, and again across a field. In alarm the birds that had been fluttering through the spray flew out into the void of the abyss and divided to the right and left. The 3 girls took hands and laughed over their shoulders, louder than ever, with their heads thrown back, and entered a deep wood, and were not seen again. Constantine slumped forward, his head on his knees, and seemed to sleep. When it grew cold we roused him, and walked slowly towards the town under flowering trees. The word Yaitse, or Jashs, means either little egg or, in poetry, groin, or testicle. I am unable to say what sort of poetry. The town is extravagantly beautiful. It stands on an oval hill that is like an egg stuck on the plateau above the river, and its houses and gardens mount over the rounded slope to a gigantic fortress. And it has the shining and easy look of a land where there is enough water. There is a royal look to it, which is natural enough, for it was the seat of the Bosnian kings, and an obstinacy about the whole masonry of the city walls and the fortifications, which is also natural enough, for it resisted the Turks for a painful century and in 1878 met the Austrians with dogged, suicidal opposition. Now it has a look of well-being, which is partly a bequest from the colony of wealthy Turkish merchants who settled here, and partly a sign that, what with pigs and plums and a bit of carpet weaving and leather working, things here are not going so badly nowadays. The Austrians tried to direct their tourist traffic here, and that is why Yaitse owns an immense old-fashioned hotel with a Tyrolean air. When I saw the high bed with gleaming sheets, so suggestive of ice axes and early rising, I would willingly have lain down and gone to sleep, but already Constantine, who was never tired, had found a god. This was a pale and emaciated lad, probably Tizical, for tuberculosis is the scourge of this land. All day long one sees peasants sitting on the ground, even shortly after rain, yet they rarely have rheumatism, but tuberculosis is as murderous as it is in the Western Isles. It seems to be the stuffy nights in the overcrowded houses that do it. The lad was the worse off for being a Christian. He had not that air of being sustained in his poverty by secret spiritual funds that is so noticeable in the poverty-stricken Moslem. Coughing, he led us through the white streets, in front of a fan of children that stared but never begged, to a gardenish patch, where steps led down into the ground. We found ourselves walking through black corridors and halls, cold with the wet breath of the living rock. Black vaults soared above us, in hard mystery. From a black throne a sacrifice had been decreed, on a black altar it had been offered, in a black sepulchre it had been laid by, and throne and altar and sepulchre were marked with black crescent moons and stars. These are the catacombs of the Bogo Mills, said the god. That I believe is not certain. They are probably the funeral crypt of some noble Bosnian family, stripped of its skeletons by the Turks. But they revealed the imaginative bent which would find hermetic belief attractive. This subterranean palace came as near as matter could to realizing the fantasy, dear to childhood and never quite forgotten, of a temple excavated from the ebony night, where priests, swathed and silent, though putatively basso profundo, inducted the neophyte by torchlight, through vast pillared galleries dominated by monolithic gods, to the inmost and blackest sanctuary, where, by bodiless whisper or by magic right brightly enacted against the darkness, the secret was revealed. I felt agreeably stimulated. This ought to be a setting for a wonderful play, I thought, but it would not develop past the image of the pale and powerful master of Mysteries, sitting on his black throne and thundering his awful judgment. I could think of no event that would seem adequate as cause for pallor extreme enough to equal the blackness of the living rock, and I was forced to ask myself why, if this master of mysteries was so powerful, he had to do his work downstairs. I remembered that when Mozart wrote the magic flute in exploitation of our love for the cryptic cavern, and the solemn symbol, he and his librettist had finally to turn their backs on the unresolved plot and go home whistling with their hands in their pockets. I remembered, too, that this strand of fancy had at first been identified with Christianity, but swung loose when Christianity became respectable and the church was as much a state building as a mint or a law court. Then it identified itself with heresy. And, when religious tolerance had spread over Europe and heresy became dissent, it adopted political unrest and revolution as its field. Thus it happened that the secret societies of Europe, particularly those which had been formed in the universities, were responsible for 48. Now I was faced with a material expression of this fantasy, and realized my own inability to use it as a stepping stone to any new imaginative position. I could see how it was that 48 led merely to 49, and to 50, and to all the other flat and doleful years, and how it was that left-wing movements, which are so often tinged with romanticism, fade away after the initial drama of their seizure of power. Come, said Constantine, there are so many things to be seen in Yaitse, you cannot wait. There are two friends of mine who run a chemical factory here, you shall meet them tomorrow, and they have uncovered an altar of Mitras near here on the hillside, which I think you should see. As we came out of the crypt we saw that the afternoon had nearly become evening. There was a great bloom on the light, and the little children who were waiting for us cast their giants of shadows on the cobbles. We went on through the lanes till we found an orchard, opened a gate in the palings, and followed a path to the shed. Inside it was quite dark, and the guide gave us candles. We raised them, and the light met the god of light. It was the standard sculptured altar of Mitras. A winged young man, wearing a Phrygian helmet, his cloak blown out by the wind, sits on the back of a foundering bull, his left knee on its croup, his right leg stretched down by its flank so that his booted foot presses down on its hoof. With his left hand he grips its nostrils and pulls its head back, and with his right he is plunging a knife into its neck just above the shoulder. Mitras is not an Apollo, but a stocky divine butcher, and his divinity lies solely in his competence, which outdoes that of ordinary butchers. This is a supreme moment in his career. He so causes the earth, from the blood and marrow that ran forth from the bull's wound was engendered divine, and the wheat, the seed, emitted by him in his agony was illuminated by the moon and yeast into the several sorts of animal, while his soul was headed off by Mitras's dog, who had hunted down his body, and was brought into the afterworld to be guardian god of the herds, and give his kind the safety he himself had lost. The bas-relief is enormously impressive. It explains why this religion exerted such influence that it is often said to have just barely failed to supplant Christianity. That is an overstatement. It had no following among the common people. Its shrines are never found save where there were stationed the soldiers and functionaries of the Roman Empire, and it generally excluded women from its worship. But it was a cherished cult of the official classes, that is to say the only stable and happy people in the dying state, and it must have had some of the dynamic force of Christianity, because it had so much of its content. The Christians hated it not only because it offered a formidable rivalry, but because the sacrificial killing of the bull was like a parody of the crucifixion, and that was not the only uncomfortable resemblance between the two faiths. Tertullian says that the devil, whose work it is to pervert the truth, invents idolatry's mysteries to imitate the realities of the divine sacraments. If my memory does not fail me, he marks his own soldiers with the sign of Mitras on their foreheads, commemorates an offering of bread, introduces a mock resurrection, and with the sword opens the way to the crown. He was also annoyed because virginity was practiced by certain followers of Mitras. There is no pleasing some people, but Mitrasism has its own and individual attraction. Power, which is perhaps the most immediately attractive concept we know, is its subject matter. Mitras is the Lord of hosts, the god of victory, he who sends down on kings and princes the radiance that means success. This slaughter of the bull is a fantasy of the power that never runs to waste, that can convert defeat itself to an extreme refreshment. Mitras conquers the bull, which is to say, the power of mind and body conquers the power of the body alone. But it is not tolerable that any power of whatever sort should be wasted, particularly in the primitive and satisfying image of the bull, so there is invented a magic that makes him the source of all vegetable and animal life at a moment which it then becomes trivial to consider as his death. He even destroys death as he dies, for as the guardian god of the herds he guarantees the continued existence of his powerful species. Power rushes through this legend like the waterfall of Yaitse, falling from a high place but rising victoriously unheard, to irrigate and give life. It was so dark that even by candlelight one could see little, but the best way to see sculpture is not with the eyes but with the fingertips. I mounted on the plinth and ran my hands over the god and the bull. Strength welled out of the carving. The grip of the god's legs on the bull recalled all the pleasure to be derived from balance, riding and rock climbing and skiing. The hilt of the dagger all but tingled. The bull's throat was tense with the emerging life. My hands passed on from the central tableau. Right and left were the torchbearers, one holding his torch uplifted, as symbol of dawn and spring and birth, the other letting it droop, as symbol of dusk and winter and death. How did this faith alter the morning? How did it improve the evening? What explanation of birth could it furnish? What mitigation of death? My fingertips could not find the answer. The central tableau showed that power was glorious and the cause of all, but all must be caused by power, for power is the name given to what causes all. That is to say, the central tableau proves that x equals x equals x. There are no other terms involved, which can be added or subtracted or multiplied. The imagination came to a dead stop, as it had done in the crypt which we had just left. I remembered that there had been tacked onto the Asiatic elements in Mitraism a system something like Freemasonry, which put the faithful through initiatory ceremonies and made them in succession ravens, occults, soldiers, lions, Persians, runners of the sun, and fathers. Each rank had its sacred mask, legacy from the tradition of more primitive cults. But when one had put on one's lion's head and walked about in procession, what did one do? One went home. So Mitraism waned, defended by martyrs who died as nobly as any Christians, and Christianity triumphed, by virtue of its complexity, which gives the imagination unlimited material. We went through the fruit trees, their blossom rosy now with evening, and climbed to the heights of the town, between high houses with steep tiled roofs, new churches, and old mosques. Women, often veiled, leaned over balconies, out of suddenly opened casements. Little dogs, harlequined with the indications of a dozen breeds, ran out of neat little gardens and bade us straw and deliver. We came at last to the fortress that lifts a broad breast of wall and two hunched shoulders of strong towers on the Summit of the hill. This was built by the Bosnian kings, who were warmed by a reflection of Byzantine culture, and it was occupied for centuries by the Turks, but, with the irrelevant scenery sometimes displays, its interior is a perfect expression of French romanticism. As we walked round the broad turf battlements we looked on rough mountains that a fading scarlet and gold sunset clothed with a purple heather, made of light, and from the town below came the virile and stoical cries of Slav children. But within the enceinte all was black and white and grey, grace and melancholy. It contained a deeply sunken park, such as might have surrounded a chateau in France. In it there were several stone buildings fallen into stately disrepair in the manner of the ruins in a Hubert Robert picture. There was a long cypress avenue, appropriate for the parting of lovers, divided either by the knowledge that one or both must die of a decline, or by the appearance of the ghost of a nun. And there were lawns on which valley girls in tarletan should have been dancing to the music of Chopin. It evoked all sorts of emotion based on absence. As the color faded from the sky, and it became a pale vault of crystal set with stars blurred with brightness as by tears, and the woods lay dark as morning on the grey mountains, it was as if the park beneath had carried its point and imposed its style on its surroundings. The moon was high and shed on these lawns and cypresses and ruins that white bloom, that finer frost, that comes before the moonlight. We felt an aching tenderness, which was a kind of contentment. Constantine began to speak of the days when he was a student under Bergson, as he always did when he was deeply moved. But the mind pricked on, as in the black crypt and before the Mithraic altar, to use this scene as a point of departure for the imagination. And again I found no journey could be made. A ruin is ruined, nothing of major importance can be housed in it. If the two lovers were consumed by a fatal illness, that was the end of them. If the ghost of a nun appeared, she would perhaps reveal a secret, such as the position of the grave of her child, which would be rendered completely unimportant by the fact that she was a ghost, since the existence of an afterlife would make everything in this life of trifling importance, or she would disappear, which would leave matters precisely as they had been. The dancers would sometime have to stop dancing, to retreat on their slowly shuddering points into the shadow of the cypresses, until the undulating farewells of their arms were no longer moonlit. None of the component parts of this lovely vision admitted of development. Better men than I am had felt it. The romantics are always hard put to it to begin their stories, to find a reason for the solitude and woe of their characters. That is why so often they introduce the motive of incest, a crime only really popular among the feeble-minded, and open to the objection that after a few generations the race would die of boredom, each family being restricted to a single hereditary hearth. And the romantics can never finish their stories. They go bankrupt and put the plot in the hands of death, the receiver, who winds it up with a compulsory funeral. We went back to a hotel, pausing to blink through the night at a kind of shop window in a church, a glass coffin let into the wall, where there lies the last Bosnian king, a usurper and persecutor, yet honored because he was a Slav ruler and not a Turk. For half an hour I lay on the steep and shining bed in my room, and then came down to eat the largest dinner I have eaten since I was a little girl. There was chicken soup, and a huge bowl of little crimson crayfish, and very good trout, and a pile of pale skinken pancakes stuffed with jam like those at Split which the waiter had tried to make me lay up against the hungers of the night, and some excellent Dalmatian wine. I said to Constantine something of what I had felt at the sights of Yaitse, and he answered, yes, it is strange that there are sensations quite delightful which are nevertheless not stimuli, that there are spectacles which make us shiver with pleasure, of a quite refined and intricate sort, and yet do not open any avenue along which our minds, which are like old soldiers, and like to march because that is their business, can travel. And listen, I will tell you. It is very sad, for we need more avenues. Since some of the avenues that our minds can march down very happily are bad places for us to go. Let me tell you a story of Yaitse. This was a great place to the Turks. For them it was the key to Central Europe, and so for many years they would have it. For 7 years it was defended by a Bosnian general, Peter Keglevich, and at last he came to the end. He knew that if there was another attack he could not meet it. Just then he heard that the Turkish troops had left their camp and were massing in one of the ravines to make a surprise sally on the fortress with ladders. So he sent a spy over to talk with the Turks and tell them that he had seen they had gone from their camp, and had been very glad, and had told all his soldiers, now you may laugh and be glad. For the enemy has gone far away, and you may sing and drink and sleep, and tomorrow, which is St. George's Day, your women and girls may go out as usual, to the mountains in the morning according to our custom and wash their faces in the dew, and dance and sing. But the Turks were doubtful, and they lay in wait at dawn, and they saw all the women and girls of Yaitse come out of their houses in their most beautiful clothes, and go down the steep streets to the lawns and terraces beyond the river, yes, where those most impudent ones were this afternoon. There they washed their dear little faces in the dew, and then some struck the strings of the gusla, and others sang, and others joined their hands and danced the kolo. Poor little ones, their fingers must have been very cold, and I do not know if they sang very well, for each of them had a knife hidden in her bosom, to use if her plan miscarried. Then, when the Turks heard them singing and saw them dancing, they thought that what the spy had said must be true, and the fortress would be like a ripe fruit in their hands. But since they were always like wolves for women, they left their ladders and they ran down to rape the poor little ones before they started looting and killing in the town. When they were in the woodlands and marshes down by the river, the Christians rose from their ambush and destroyed them. And the little ones who had been so brave went back to the city they had saved, and for a few more years they were not slaves. Now, that is a story that will send the mind marching on, particularly if it belongs to a good and simple man or woman. Peter Keglevich was a cunning man, and it is right to be cunning, that the Turks and such evil ones may be destroyed. The little ones were very brave, and to save their city and their faith they risked all, and it is right to be brave, because there is always evil. And it is also beautiful, for the little ones were lovely as they sang and danced, and they were trusted by their Slav men. So that there must have been an honorable love between them, and the desire of the Turks makes us think of other things of which we would be ashamed and which are nevertheless very exciting and agreeable. And St. George's Day is a most beautiful feast, and our mountains are very beautiful, and Yaitse is the most beautiful town. And so a man can give himself great pleasure in telling himself that story, and he can imagine all sorts of like happenings, with himself as Peter Keglevich, with all the loveliest little ones being brave for his sake, and all his enemies lying dead in the marshes, with water over the face, and on that he can build up a philosophy which is very simple but is a real thing. It makes a man's life mean more than it did before he held it. Now, will you tell me what in peace is so easy for a simple man to think about as the scene of war? So do not despise my people when they cannot settle down to freedom, when they are like those people on the road of whom I said to you. They think all the time they must die for Yugoslavia, and they cannot understand why We do not ask them to do that, but another thing, that they should live and be happy. You have seen that all sorts of avenues our artists and thinkers have started lead. Nowhere at all, are not avenues but clumps of trees where it is pleasant to rest a minute or two in the heat of the day, groves into which one can go, but out of which one must come. You will find that we Serbs are not so. We are simpler, and we have not had so many artists and thinkers, but we have something of our own to think about. Which is war, but a little more than war, for it is noble, which war need not necessarily be. And from it our minds can go on many adventures. But you must go to bed now, you look tired. Yeah, I'd say, Jajs, too. You must wake up at once, said my husband. But it was not next morning. The room was flooded with moonlight, and my watch told me that I had been in bed only half an hour. Get up and dress, my husband urged me, there is a female dentist downstairs. In his hand I noticed he held a glass of plum brandy. She has a voice like running water, he continued, and she says she will sing us the Bosnian songs, which in this region are particularly beautiful. What is all this about? I asked coldly. She is the sister of Shabranovich, the boy who made the first attempt on Franz Ferdinand's life, and then threw himself into the river. She is the wife of the medical officer here and practices herself. Somebody in Sarajevo wrote and told her we were coming. Come down quickly. I must go back to her. Konstantin is telephoning to his bureau in Belgrade, and she is all alone. He left me with such an air of extreme punctiliousness that I was not surprised when I came downstairs to find a very attractive woman. She was not young, she was not to any pyrotechnic degree beautiful, but she was an enchanting blend of robustness and sensitiveness. She possessed the usual foundation of Slav beauty. Lovely head bones. Her skin was bright, her eyes answered for her before her lips had time, and she had one of those liquid and speeding voices that will never age. When she is 80 it will sound as if she were an unfatigued and hopeful girl. In pretty German she said that she had come to take us to her house, where we could drink coffee and meet her husband, and so we went out into the moonlit town. She was a little shy of us, since Konstantin was still telephoning and we had to go alone. Like a fool she ran ahead, on the excuse that she knew the way, but kindness drew her back as we were going up an alley. You would like to see, she said, and pointed to a small window in a white wall. We had already remarked the sound of chanting, and we found that we were looking into a mosque, where about 100 Muslims were attending their evening rite. Through the dim light we could see their arms stretch up in aspiration, and then whack down till their whole bodies were bowed and their foreheads touched the floor in an obeisance that was controlled and military, that had no tinge of private emotion about it. The sound of their worship twanged like a bell. They rose again, relaxed, and we thought the prayer must be over, but again they strained up tautly, and again they beat the floor. It looked as if it were healthy and invigorating to perform, like good physical jerks, which, indeed, the Muslim rite incorporates to a greater degree than any other liturgy of the great religions. 5 times during the day a Muslim must say prayer, and during these prayers he must throw up his arms and then get down to the ground anything from 7 to 13 times. As the average man likes taking physical exercise but has to be forced into it by some external power, this routine probably accounts for part of the popularity of Islam. We watched till Hafez's head turned towards us. It was strange to eavesdrop on a performance so firmly based on self-confidence of success and solidarity with the big battalion, and feel diffident, not because one was on the side of failure and the beaten battalion, but because the final issue of the battle had been not as was expected. We went on to an apartment house that stood several stories high in the shadow of the fortress, and were taken into a home that recorded a triumph, which perhaps belonged truly to yesterday, but had certainly not been completely annulled by today. It was a room that could be found anywhere in Europe. It had light distempered walls and a polished floor laid with simple rugs. It was hung with pictures in the modern style, bright with strong colors. The furniture was of good wood, squarely cut by living hands. There was a bowl of fruit on the sideboard. There were many books on the shelves and tables, by such writers as Shaw and Wells, Aldous Huxley, and Ernest Hemingway, Thomas Mann, and Romain Rolland and Gorky. This sort of room means the same sort of thing wherever it is, in London or Paris, Madrid or Vienna, Oslo or Florence. It implies a need that has been much blown upon since the last war ended and reaction got its chance, but it certifies that its owners possess honorable attributes. They have a passion for cleanliness, a strong sense of duty, a tenderness for little children that counterbalances the threat made to young life by the growth of the town, a distaste for violence, a courageous readiness to criticize authority if it is abusing its function. Such a room implies, of course, certain faults in its owners. They are apt to be doctrinaire, to believe that life is far simpler than it is, and that it can be immediately reduced to order by the application of certain liberal principles, which assume that man is really amenable to reason, even in matters relating to sex and race. They are also inclined to be skeptical about the past and credulous towards the present. They will believe any fool who tells them to fill themselves with some contorted form of cereal and despise the ancient word that recommends wine and flesh. These are, however, slight faults, easily corrected by experience, compared to the dirt and irresponsibility, violence and carelessness towards children, cowardice and slavishness, on which these people wage war. Only the malign bigot hates such rooms. Even those who believe that there is more in life than such people grant must admit that these rooms are worthy temples to subsidiary gods. There are those who sourly remark that Bolshevism was made in such rooms. It is not true. The Russian exiles who were responsible for that sat on unmade beds in flats as untidy as Versailles or any medieval castle. They were the powerful people who never tidy up, who only happen for the moment to be out of power. But those who live in these swept and garnished rooms wish only to serve. In the hereafter they shall be saved when all the rest of us are damned. It could be seen that the doctor husband was of salvation, like his wife. His handsome face spoke of kindliness, discipline, and hope. They gave us coffee, and we told them of the beauty of our journey, and they told us how homesick they had been when they had to leave Bosnia to take their training at the university in Belgrade, and how happy they had been to come back and practice here. They spoke of their work with a sternness which seems strange in people who are in their own country, which we hear only from colonists and missionaries in Africa or Asia. But they were in the position of colonists and missionaries, because Austria left Bosnians in the position of Africans or Asiatics. They did nothing for us, said the doctor. Nothing, in all the 36 years they were here. You can test it. Look for the buildings they left behind them. You will find a great many barracks, some tourist hotels, and a few pitifully few schools. No hospitals. No reservoirs. No houses. For the people. They told us that when they had left Bosnia after the war to study in Serbia they had been astonished at the superior lot of the Serbian peasant. His country had been sacked and invaded, but nevertheless he was better fed and better clad than his Bosnian brother. Liberation meant to us, said the dentist, release from being robbed. I thought grimly of the many books written by English travelers between 1805 and 1914 which stoutly maintained that the Bosnians and Herzegovinians were so much better off, first under Turkey and then under Austria, than the free Serbs. It would be pleasant if this could be proved quite unconnected with the circumstance that the Turks and the Austrians knew how to entertain a Western visitor, while the free Serbs lacked the money and experience. At length Constantine came in, and they greeted him affectionately. After we had drunk the ceremonial round of coffee that was brought in for him, he spoke to the dentist in Serb and she turned to us with a face suddenly flushed, the eyes and mouth happy and desperate, as in a memory of a love affair that had been unfortunate but glorious. Constantine says I am to tell you about my brother, she said. But the story is so long, and it is so difficult for foreigners to realize. This will help you to understand some of it. She took from the bookcase an album of photographs of the attentat that had been sent to her after the war by the chief of police at Sarajevo, and spread it out before us, and then walked up and down, her hands over her face, quivering in that lovely nervousness which, save when her sense of duty was organizing her, governed her being. Most of the photographs we had seen before, they showed the streets of Sarajevo, with the two poor stuffed and swollen victims being pushed onto their deaths, and the frail and maladroit assassins laying hold of the lightning for 1 minute, and then falling into the power of the people in the streets, who on this day looked so much more robust and autonomous than either the victims or the assassins that they might have belonged to a different race. But there were in addition some ghastly pictures of the terror that followed the assassination, when, long before any inquiry into the crime, hundreds of Bosnian peasants who had barely heard of it were put to death. There were some particularly ghastly pictures of men who had never known anything but injustice, misgovernment by the Turks and Austrians, poverty, and this undeserved death, and were now saying in grim pride, with their wry necks and stretched bodies, nevertheless I am I. There were also pictures of some peasant women who hung from the gallows tree rigid as saints on icons among their many skirts. There were several photographs of the fields round the barracks at various towns where these mass executions took place, each showing the summer day thronged as if there were a garden party going on, with the difference that every single face was marked with the extremity of agony or brutality. The interest and strangeness of the pictures were so great that I swung loose from what I was and for a moment looked about me, lost as one is sometimes when one wakes in a train or in an unfamiliar hotel. It might have been that we were all dead and that I was looking at some records of the death struggle of our race. Coming close to me, the dentist cried, in that voice which was delicious even when what she said was acutely painful, but we have no record of the worst part of what happened to him in prison. That should be known, for if such things happen it is not right that they should not be known. But it is dreadful to me to wonder what he did suffer, for you cannot think how delicate and fragile he was, my little brother. He was so fine. If it had not been for the oppression never would he have done anything violent. So it was easy for them to kill him in prison. I asked, is it true, what they say, that he was bound to die, because before he went into prison he had tuberculosis? No, 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 she protested, never did he have anything of the sort. Before they got hold of him, never. Then, correcting her impulsiveness by a lovely effort of self-discipline, she explained, I have asked myself again and again, in the light of my medical training, if he suffered from anything of the sort, and quite honestly I do not think so. I cannot remember any definite symptoms at all. He was not robust, and he had a tendency to catarrh and bronchitis, but really there was nothing more than that. But it is the habit of our people to say when they see a boy or girl who is thin and weakly, he looks consumptive, and the Austrians took advantage of that to excuse themselves. It has always interested me to know what happens after the great moments in history to the women associated by natural ties to the actors. I would like to know what Saint Monica had to do after her son, Saint Augustine, heard the child in the garden say, tall leg, and was converted to Christianity, how she treated with the family of the little heiress whom Saint Augustine was then obliged to jilt, how she dismissed the concubine with whom he had been passing the difficult time of his engagement, how she gave up the lease of the house in Milan. These are the things you are never told. I said to the dentist, tell me what happened to you and your mother after the attentat. She said, you cannot think how terrible it was for my poor mother. She knew nothing of politics, she had been married when she was a young girl, she had had many children, my father was a very stern man who would hardly let her speak and never spoke to her save to order her and scold her. She was quite dazed. Then suddenly this happened. Her eldest child tried to kill the Archduke and his wife apart from anything else. She felt it was too grand for us, it could not happen. Then, that same evening, they came and arrested my father, and it was as if the end of the world had come. She had not known what it was to be without a man, without her father or her husband. I was no use to her. I was a girl, and indeed I was only 15. She was like a terrified animal. But then the next morning a neighbor climbed into her back garden and said, come, you must escape, a mob is coming to kill you, and she and I had to take the 5 children that were younger than me and my brother, and get them down the back garden and out through another house into the street beyond where another friend sheltered us. As we got clear we heard the mob wrecking our home. Then she was very brave. But for long she simply could not understand what had happened. Nothing in her life had prepared her for it. Later on, before she died, she saw that my brother had been very brave and had done something that history demanded, but at first it was only a disgrace and a disaster. You see, for long she was stunned by the terrible things that happened to us. We were taken with many other Bosnians to an internment camp in Hungary, and she and I had to earn money by working all day as laundresses, but even so my little brother and sisters were always hungry, and so were we, and many people died all round us. It was like hell, and we grieved for my poor brother Netiligo, for we did not know what had happened to him, and even now, beyond the fact that he is dead, we do not know. Then at the end of the war it was still terrible, for one day they simply came to us and turned us loose, drove us out of the camp with no money and nowhere to go, and no clear idea of what had happened, and we were so weak and foolish and confused with suffering. That was a nightmare. Then, when we had found my father, we settled down again and all lived together in the same house. But it was not for long. She was a dying woman, and she lived only a year or two. I will show you a photo that we had taken of her on her deathbed only a few days before she died. The dentist rose to fetch it, and Constantine said to me, prepare to hate me if I was unsympathetic. It is the habit of our people to take photographs of their beloveds. Not only at weddings and at christenings, but in death too. We do not reject them in their pain. It marked a real division between our kinds. I could not imagine any English person I knew having had this photograph taken, or preserving it if by chance it had been taken, or showing it to a stranger. The mother's face was propped up against pillows, emaciated and twisted by her disease, which I imagine must have been cancer, like the petal of a flower that is about to die. Her eyes reviewed her life, and these circumstances that were bringing it to an end, and were amazed by them. The children's faces, pressing in about her sharp shoulders and her shrunken bosom, mirrored on their health the image of their mother's disease and were amazed by her amazement. But no part of their grief was being rejected by them, it was running through them in a powerful tide, it was adding to their power. Constantine need not have been alarmed. I felt this difference between his people and mine as a proof of our inferiority. To be afraid of sorrow is to be afraid of joy also, since we do not take photographs of our deathbeds, it is hardly worth the trouble to take photographs of our weddings and christenings. Think of it, said the dentist, there is such a sad end. Funny thing I remember about that photograph. We sent for the photographer and gathered round the bed, and afterwards we found that my father was hurt because we had not told him that the photographer was coming and he could not be included in the picture. It did not occur to him that to us he was the instrument of her martyrdom, that we would have thought it as odd to have him in a picture of her agony as it would be for the wife of a shepherd who has been fatally mauled by a wolf to include the animal in a last photograph of him. It showed how innocent he was in his severity, how it was all part of a role he had chosen and stuck to because he had not the sensitiveness to realize the consequences. This is what he was like, said the doctor, who had been turning over the portfolio out of which his wife had taken her mother's picture. He handed us a photograph of a man in peasant costume, with a face as completely made up by an aggressive expression as Mussolini's, standing in a defiant pose in front of some banners bearing Serbian inscriptions of a patriotic nature. He was a very stern Bosnian patriotic man, said Constantine. See, these are the banners of his secret nationalist society. Es muss ain't mit immer trotzen sen, immer trotzen. The dentist picked it up, looked at it for a minute as intently as if she had never seen it before, shook her head and put it down. In the house, never a gentle word, she said. She buried her face in her hands, but began to laugh. I can think of things that seemed terrible to me at the time, but now they seem funny. There was the time when I was chosen to recite for my class at the school prize giving. Yes, said the doctor, tell them that, it always makes me laugh. Yes, please do, we said. It was when we still lived at Trebony, said the dentist, and already my brother and I were very ambitious. We meant to be educated, so I worked very hard, and I was top of my class. Therefore I was chosen to say a recitation at the prize giving, which was a great affair. All the functionaries came to it and even some of the officers and their wives, to say nothing of all the townspeople. But, of course, I was miserable when I heard that I was chosen, because I knew that all the other little girls who were chosen to recite for their class would have pretty new dresses and light shoes and stockings for the occasion, and I knew I would have nothing. We had nothing, none of us, never. We had only to ask for something and father immediately felt that made it a duty to refuse it, lest we become spoiled and self-indulgent. It was no good asking our mother to speak for us. That would make it doubly certain we should not get what we wanted. He would then want to prove that he was master in his own house. But I began to see he was proud I had been chosen. I found out that he was taking about with him a local newspaper in which the choice of pupils was announced and showing it to his friends. So very, very timidly I approached him. I was not honest. Usually I was honest with him, however much he beat me. But this time I wanted so much a little soft, fine dress. So I went and I told him how I wanted a new dress and new shoes, and I thought I should have them, because the Austrians and Hungarians would be there and they would sneer at me as a Serb, if I was in my old clothes. And that impressed him. Yes, he said, I see it, you must have a new dress, and new shoes, and new stockings. It must be done. I shall never forget how my heart leaped up when I heard him say this. But I had not reckoned it was still my father who said I could have these things. And therefore it followed that they could not possibly be the things which I wanted, and which would give me pleasure. The poor dear man began to think of these shoes, and these stockings and this dress as expressions of his Weltanschauung. He became very smiling and mysterious. He treated me as if he were about to confer some benefit on me which I was not old enough to understand as yet, but which would astonish me when I came to full knowledge of it. Then at last a day came, just before the prize giving, when he took me out to see what he had been preparing for me. We went to a bootmaker who had already made for me a pair of boots, immensely large for me so that I should not grow out of them, made so strongly that if I had walked through a flood I should have come out with dry feet, cut out of leather so tough and thick that it might have been from an elephant or a rhinoceros. For weeks he had been inquiring which cobbler in Trebony made the stoutest footwear, used the most invincible leather. I put them on, saying in my heart, this cannot be true. Then he took me to a tailor who tried on me a dress that was as incredibly horrible as my boots. For weeks the poor man had been going about the drapers' shops, in search of material that was strongest, that would never wear out. He had found out something with which one could build a battleship. I cannot tell you what it was like. It hardly went into folds. This had been made into a dress for me by a tailor, who had been chosen because he was an old man who made no concessions to modern taste and cut clothes as the people in the hill villages wore them, more like the cloths you put on horses and cattle. By the instructions of my father he had made my dress far too big for me, so that I should not grow out of it for years, and it even had deep hems, that felt like planks, so that the skirt would be long enough for me when I was a grown woman. It had even great insets in the bodice, for the days when my bosom should develop, that stuck out like capes. I cannot tell you what I felt like as I had this horror tried on me. But it was only a day or two before the prize giving, and if there had been weeks and months before it happened, I still could have done nothing. For never had I seen my father in such a good humor, and this terrified me. I felt that interference in the state would lead to something so horrible that it could not be faced. My brother was very kind to me about it and I wept in his arms. But my mother was no use to me, because she was so dazed by my father, she said nothing but hush, hush, you must not anger him. So on the day of the prize giving I crept into my school weeping. All my teachers and my schoolfellows were very kind to me, they understood at once, for my father was well known for his 70. But the time came for me to speak my recitation, and then I had to stump on the platform in these horrible new boots that would have been suitable for a peasant working in one of our flooded valleys. I was scarlet, and with reason. For I must have been the most ridiculous sight in the world, less like a little girl than a fortress. But I stood there, and it seemed to me that this was just another battle in the endless war that I would have to carry on with my father all my life if I wanted to do anything, so I began my recitation as well as I could. I believe the audience was very kind. But I really knew nothing of what was happening, for I was caught up into an extraordinary state. I felt as if my mind was gagged, as if there was a bar preventing my feelings flowing in the natural direction. Which was of course, for a child in such a situation, hatred. What was holding me back was the sight of my father in the audience. He was sitting far back, of course. Because naturally as a patriotic Serb he would not sit in front where the Austrian and Hungarian functionaries would sit, but he sat in the front of the seats where the townspeople were, because he was much respected. So I could see him distinctly. And I could see that his face was alight as I had never seen it before, with a sense that, at last, just for once in his troubled life, everything was going well. His daughter had wanted something sensible, and he had granted her desire, and added more to it, so that from then on he might be sure of getting more of that gratitude and obedience he craved. I could not love him, but I could not hate him. Oh, the poor dear, the poor dear. She burst into distressed and loving laughter, and her fingers, as if without her own knowledge, turned over the photograph of her mother, laying it with its face down, as if to protect the dead woman from the ancient enemy whose personality was being evoked by these memories. My father had so many funny ways, she went on. You have perhaps noticed how greatly our people, however poor they are, love to be photographed. It was so with him also. Whenever things seemed to be going well he wanted to take us all to the photographers and be photographed in the midst of his children. But then when he quarreled with any of us he would go round the house, cutting our photographs out of the groups. But he would never destroy them, perhaps. He was too much of a peasant, with primitive ideas of magic, and to burn the images of his children or to throw them into a waste paper basket would have seemed too much like killing them. He kept them in a box, and when he took us back into favor, he would paste them back into the group, so that some of our photographs presented a most extraordinary appearance. I would see one day that my little sister had gone, and then she would be back, and then she would be pasted in again. Oh dear, the poor man. Again she laughed into her hands, and again her husband said, a smile on his sane and handsome face, it was extraordinary how it had never occurred to him that family life might be conducted agreeably. Once in Belgrade, long after the war, he came in and found me sitting in the cafe we frequented, and he asked me where my wife was. I said, I had an appointment to meet her here at 6 and she has not come yet. He said, but it is already 1:30. Tonight you must box her ears for this. Then I said, but I married your daughter precisely because I know that she would never keep me waiting except for a very good reason, and in any case I am quite happy sitting here reading my papers and drinking my coffee, and furthermore I do not like striking women, particularly when I love them. So why should I give your daughter a box on the ears? That horrified him. If I had said something really nasty, something really cruel and base, I could not have upset him more. He felt I was striking at the foundations of society. Yet, do you know, said the dentist, in his last years he accepted everything. He used to talk of my whole life, of my profession, and even of my marriage as if it were something for which he had worked and planned. Yes, indeed, said the doctor. Some months before he died we went out and had a meal alone together as my wife was away, and he said to me, well, you know you have reason to thank me. I have brought my daughter up so that she is a good sensible girl, not just interested in foolishness as so many women are, and now you have a wife with a professional standing you can be proud of, whom you can treat as an equal. Now what do you think of that? Said the dentist happily. But her face changed. She held up her forefinger. Is not that one of my little ones? Yes, said the doctor, I believe I heard a cry a minute ago, but I was not sure. You might have told me, said the dentist, in a tone that was a little sister to reproach. Would you care to see our babies? She asked me, and as we went along the passage she explained to me, they are not really our babies. My sister, the very lovely one who has her head against my mother's shoulder in that photograph I showed you, married and had 4 children, and recently died. So, as her husband has to live in the town and has to work very, very hard, we have adopted them. The children were lying in 2 beds in a large room, with their 4 bright heads pointing to the 4 quarters of the compass. The little one had her feet right up on the pillow and her head down on her sister's stomach. They stirred and fretted a little as the dentist turned on the light, but they had the more than animal, the almost vegetable serenity of well-kept children, which Tennyson described when he wrote of babes like tumbled fruit in grass. As the dentist put them right way up and tucked them in, she laughed, and she said, after she put out the light and we were tiptoeing along the passage, it is such a joke, you know, to have a ready-made family like this. To have the 4 children, that is grave and wonderful, but to have all of a sudden 4 little toothbrushes, and 4 little pairs of bedroom slippers and 4 little dressing gowns. It is all like a fairy story. She came back into the living room much more placid than when she had left it. Now you will hear some Bosnian songs, she said, her voice soaring as if it were glad that her mind were giving it liberty to sing. Ja Idse, Jashs, 3. When I awoke and saw the sun a pale green blaze in the treetops below our windows, my husband was already awake and pensive, lying with his knees up and his hands clasped behind his head. That was interesting last night, he said. She loved her brother, but still to her the important person was the browbeating father. She had to talk of him because he seemed to her the prime cause of everything in the house, and even the Sarajevo attentat seemed to her simply a consequence of him. I remember there is an odd passage in the trial which shows that her brother was of the same opinion. Here, pass it, it is lying on the chair. I saw, for we had taken with us Musset's French translation of the court proceedings. Yes, I said, it is right at the end. The father makes a few dreary contentious appearances in the evidence of other people, bullying, raging, having his son shut up in the police station because he had offended a pro-Austrian servant in their house and had refused to apologize, and so on. Then at the end they read a deposition made by the father, notably certain passages significant as regarding the father's opinion of the son. He complained of his children's ingratitude, and he expressed the hope that they in their turn might be treated in the same way by their own children. I thought of the plump children I had seen the night before, deep in their contented sleep in the airy bedroom, and shuddered on behalf of the dead. The president of the court asked Shabranovich, do you see what an ungrateful son you are? And Shabranovich made rather an astonishing answer. He said, I do not wish to accuse my father, but if I had been better brought up, I would not be seated on this bench. It was an odd thing for a man to say whose case it was that, granted the annexation of Bosnia, it was inevitable that he and his friends should murder the Archduke. It is the fashion now to sneer at Freud, but nobody else could have predicted that in the mind of Shabranovich his revolt against his father and his revolt against the representative of the Habsburgs would seem one and the same, so that when a question was put to him in court that associated the 2 revolts, he answered not with the reason of an adult, but with the excuse of a defiant child. How exactly this bears out the psychoanalytic theory that they who attack the heads of states are not acting as a result of impersonal political theory so much as out of the desire to resolve emotional disturbances set up by childish resentment against their parents. But wait a minute, said my husband. I have just thought of something very curious. It has just occurred to me. Does not Seton Watson say in his book Sarajevo that Shabranovic was the son of a Bosnian Serb who was a spy in the service of the Austro-Hungarian government? Why, so he did, I exclaimed. And now I come to think of it, Stephen Graham says so, too, in St. Vitus Day. This is most extraordinary, said my husband, for Seton Watson is never wrong. He is in himself a standard for Greenwich time. And Stephen Graham may slip now and then, but in all essential matters he is in his own big way precise, I said. Yet all the same this cannot be true, said my husband. This girl was talking under the influence of a memory so intense that it was acting on her like a hypnotic drug. I do not think she could have lied even if she had wanted to do so. And she never mentioned it. On the contrary, she mentioned several things that were inconsistent with it. And she showed us that photograph of her father standing among the banners of a Serb patriotic society, which if he were a police spy would be a piece of Judas treachery such as the sister of Shabranovic could not bear to keep in her home, much less show to strangers. No, indeed, I said, I do not believe that if she had known him to be a police spy, she would have mentioned him to us. But there's something else than that. Shabranovic was a youth without reticence, and in the court at Sarajevo he did not care what he said against the government. If his father had been a government agent, I believe he would have denounced him to the world, just as a young communist would have denounced his father as a counter-revolutionary. Yet never once in all the pages of Shabranovic's evidence, and in any of the countless comments he made on the evidence of other witnesses, did he say, my father was a traitor to the Slav cause. He says that he complained that his father hoisted both the Serbian and Austrian flags on his house, but that was not an individual act on the part of his father. It was a matter of conforming to a police regulation, which we know most people in Sarajevo obeyed. But there is no other act of his father's that is denounced by Shabranovic. Could they perhaps not have known, proceeded my husband. The dentist at least must have considered the question, I said, for if Seton Watson and Stephen Graham spread the story it must be because they have heard it on good authority and from several sources. It must have come before her notice sometime. It is a mystery, said my husband, but let us get up. Once we get downstairs we will find Constantine and probably he will be able to clear up the mystery. We found Constantine downstairs having a breakfast which was as admirable as the dinner. You have stumbled upon something very intriguing, and very disgusting, and very frightening, said Constantine, and lovely too, because it is the instrument of the martyrdom of a saint. But may I ask you, do you not find the coffee and the bread excellent? Yes, we said. My people know how to live, he purred, and continued. It unfortunately happened that after the war we were all running hither and thither, and we had many other things to do besides write down what we had been doing. So the writing of the history of what happened at Sarajevo fell into the hands of a few who were clever enough to look to the future. Now, because there were no papers, because the reports of the trial were then lost to us, there was nothing for serious historians to work upon, and the field was free to anybody who had been in Bosnia at the time of the attentat and had come in contact with the conspirators. One of these was a young man who had certainly known the attentators, and who had himself been involved in the revolutionary movements of the students. It cannot be denied he has studied the subject very fully, and all foreigners who are writing about the attentat come and consult him. But unfortunately it happened that soon after the war this young man met Shabranovic's sister and fell madly in love with her. Many men have felt so about her. It is her voice that makes one feel as if she was a vila, the Serbian fairy, a kind of wood nymph, and would dance with one forever in the glades. But she could not love him. Already she would marry with the doctor whom you saw last night. Long this other young man tried to change her heart for him, but it could not be done. So he went away, and then it appeared to him that the whole family of Shabranovic was not so wonderful, and he wished to destroy them with his scorn. So in everything he writes and tells, Shabranovic seems not such a hero. After all, just a little shade of scorn here, just a little touch of impatience there, and he spoils Shabranovic. I recognize that you are telling the truth, I exclaimed. I can see that the descriptions of a jerky, fretful, loquacious, hysterical Shabranovic might be a jaundiced view of a vivacious, temperamental, and fluent personality such as his sister. Yes, said Constantine, there has been nothing grossly untrue said about Shabranovic, but it has all been made a little nasty and puny, and to the same cause. I put down the story that Shabranovic's father was a police spy. I do not believe it, for I know that his daughter has heard it, and I know that she is such a good and true woman that she would not deny it unless she had investigated it and found it baseless. And if she had not found it baseless she would never have spoken his name again. What a lie, exclaimed. Cruel lie, I exclaimed. Oh, it will not be exactly a lie, said Constantine. I do not think that this man would deliberately tell a lie. But he loved this woman, and because she does not love him he wants to prove that she and everything about her is worthless, and in this state of mind he thinks that facts bear a significance which he would certainly not see in them had he gained what he wanted. Here, I imagine, he has simply misinterpreted some incident, or rather given it greater weight than it merits. Think of Shabranovic's father. He was a monstrous egotist, ein subjectivist without limit or restraint. It appeared to him that every part of the universe which was not him had shown the basest treachery by separating itself. We have seen how his children, who as you see from this specimen I have shown you, as I will show you all in my country, were really extremely serious, seemed to him ungrateful and unnatural. It is not to be imagined that when he was in a patriotic society, his comrades would not sometimes, and perhaps often, seem to be conspiring against him and their common cause, simply because they disagreed with him on some minute point of policy. It might quite well then happen that as a threat to his comrades he declared that he might leave the whole of them in the lurch and go off and inform against them at the local police office. This threat may have been taken in earnest by some simple people, who might be misled by subsequent happenings into believing that he had carried it out, though he never did so. Other people, not simple, but malevolent, may have spread stories that he had done so, for it cannot be expected that such a man would not make many bitter enemies. Moreover, it may have happened, perhaps just on one occasion, that Shabranovic's father may have denounced to the police some man in the Bosnian revolutionary movement whom he thought a danger to it. This is a method that was very often used by the revolutionaries in Russia under the Tsardom, to rid themselves of comrades whom they considered undesirable, on account of indiscretion or some form of indiscipline. Here amongst our people it was very rarely used, but remember this man was an exception. He was a law unto himself. It is just possible that he may have done it. Still, that he practiced any sort of spotty RW chapter revanchist treachery against his fellow Serbs, and that he was in receipt of payment from the Austro-Hungarian authorities, that I do not believe. What a shame that such a story should be told, I said. No, not a shame, said Constantine, it is something that could not be helped. For if a woman does not do a man the little favor of handing him over her body and her soul, regardless of whether she likes him, it appears to him the unvarnished truth. That she is a leper, that her father is a hunchback who sold his country, that her mother was a cripple who nevertheless was a whore. Besides, I think between this man and Shabranovich there was to start with a little bit of dislike. I think he either gave evidence or made a deposition, and that Shabranovich commented on it in a way that makes one feel there had been a lack of sympathy. But at this point our table was approached by one of those pale persons in subfusc Western clothes, closely resembling the minor characters in a Mater-linked drama, who carry messages in the Balkan countries. He said something to Constantine which made him burst into happy exclamations, and gave him a note. Drink up your coffee. You English people are always eating, cried Constantine. He had been oddly showing his delight at the note by tearing it up into small pieces. My two very good friends who are chemical manufacturers here are eager to see me, and they ask us to go down to the temple of Mitras, so that they may show it to you more properly, but of course it is me they want to see, for we were very great friends when we were young in Russia. He hurried us out to our car and to the chemical factory, which stood among the grass and orchards on the outskirts of the town, incongruously urban, built with a gratuitous solidity that was considered appropriate to industrial architecture in Central Europe during the 19th century. But the two managers were not there, and Constantine stood, in an ecstasy of disappointment, crying, but they told me to come here, and searching in his pockets for the note he had received. You tore the note up at the hotel, I said. You English are fantastic, said Constantine. Why should I have done that? By good fortune there drove up at the moment a large car, out of which there bounded, almost vertically, two huge men who fell upon Constantine and kissed him and smacked his bottom and cried out lovingly, with voices such as loving bears might have. They paid no attention to my husband and me for some time, so delighted were they with this reunion with one whom they had evidently looked on as a little brother, as a fighting cock, and as a magician. They turned to us and cried, such a comrade he was, in Russia. Ah, the good little poet. But after a time Constantine told them that we must be moving on soon, and they became flushed with the prospect of half an hour's abandonment to their secret passion, which was archaeology in general, and the Mithraic temple in particular, and with great loping strides they led us along a lane and down a field to the orchard. They came from the most western Slav territories, one was a Croat, and the other, the taller, came from Slavonia, which used to be in Hungary, but both looked extremely and primitively Slav, as we think Russians ought to be. The taller, indeed, belonged to that order of Russian which looks like a gigantic full-bodied Chinaman. When we got to the orchard it was found that the key to the gate had been left at the factory, but they lifted up their voices and roared like bears in pain, and there came running up the hillside a workman in a beautiful braided plum-colored peasant costume. When he had learned what was the matter he went away and returned with an axe and proceeded to break down a portion of the wooden fence round the orchard, which was of quite respectable solidity. While he was cutting, there approached us an extremely handsome and venerable old Moslem priest, well suited by the twist of white in his turban that announced his office, who, after greeting the men in our party, joined us, for no comprehensible reason, since he showed a profound indifference to both us and to what we were doing. When the gap was made we all filed through it, except for the Moslem priest. To him the sight of a statue representing a human form was forbidden, so he sat down with his back to the temple on a tree trunk under a cloud of plum blossom. It was too plain, the Mithraic mystery, this morning. The night before I had seen with my eyes the outlines and felt with my fingertips the planes that made a massy hieroglyphic meaning strength. Now I could see the emotional overtones of the design, and its details. The god's face was empty of all but resolution, and resolution is not enough to fill a face, and that the bull's sexual organs were excessive in size would hardly be denied, even by another bull, and the scorpion that attacked them was as gargantuan. Grossness was being grossly murdered, with gross incidentals. No wonder women were not admitted to this worship, for it was distinctively masculine. All women believe that someday something supremely agreeable will happen, and that afterwards the whole of life will be agreeable. All men believe that someday they will do something supremely disagreeable, and that afterwards life will move on so exalted a plane that all considerations of the agreeable and disagreeable will prove petty and superfluous. The female creed has the defect of passivity, but it is surely preferable. There is a certain logic behind it. If a supremely agreeable event occurs it is probable that the human beings within its scope will be sweetened, and that therefore life will be by that much more harmonious. But there is no reason to suppose that a supremely disagreeable event will do anything, except strain and exhaust those who take part in it. It is not true that the vine and the wheat spring from the blood and marrow of a dying bull, the beast from its sperm. The blood and marrow and sperm of the dead clot and corrupt, and are a stench. The two giants exhibited this lunatic altar respectfully, because they too were male. But suddenly they caught sight of Constantine, who had climbed on an upturned basket, nosing in the sidelines for additional symbols, and at the sight of his pan-like plumpness they cried out, "Ah, the good Constantine, he is just the same as ever." They spread out their arms and called to him, and he came down and let them smack and embrace him all over again. All three began to cry out, "Do you remember? Do you remember?" I was listening, and was quite unable to profit by it, to a passage of history that is, so far as I know, uncommemorated in Western history, yet is of considerable interest. After the Serbian army had been driven out of its own country by the German and Austrian invaders and had reached the Adriatic by the famous retreat through Albania, a number of the survivors were sent to Russia. When the revolution broke out some of these Serbians joined the whites, and some the reds. A number who had been in touch with Russian revolutionary propaganda at home played quite conspicuous roles in the Kerensky party. When the Bolsheviks seized power some were killed, and others followed Lenin, but they too were for the most part killed in the next few years. Only a few survive, and those whom one meets have escaped only by luck and preternatural daring. The three survivors under my eyes were laughing so much that they had to lean against each other to keep on their feet. They felt they owed us an explanation, and the Croat wheezed out between his guffaws, "Nous idiens ensemble tous les trois dans la fortress de Saint-Paul et de Saint-Pierre à Petrograd one we, madame," added the taller one, the Slavonian, "moi et notre bon petit Constantine, nous idiens infirmes. Dans la même cellule. Et après nous idiens condamnés à mort, tous les deux tout at." This point Constantine remembered a joke so rich that he staggered about and caught his breath while he tried to tell it to us. Pointing at the Slavonian, he gasped, "Figurez-vous, il a été deux fois condamné à mort. Deux fois. Deux fois." Three at the thought of it they collapsed and sat down on the ground at the foot of the altar, crying with laughter. At last the Slavonian pulled himself together and said to us, apologetically, wiping his eyes, "Ah, que voulez-vous, madame? On age on 4. 1. We were all three together in the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul at Petrograd. 2. Yes, madam, I and our good little Constantine were shut up in the same cell, and afterwards we were condemned to death, both of us. 3. Just think of it, he was condemned to death twice. 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 4. You know how it is, madam. We were only young. Yusra. That morning we followed the river of the waterfall some miles towards its source. It filled the trough of a broad and handsome valley, and interrupted itself every half-mile or so with shallow cascades, handsomely laid out in bays and scallops, and shaded by willow gardens. In the lower reaches of the valley there are strung across these cascades lines of 4 or 5 mills, little wooden huts on piles, with a contraption working underneath which is a primitive form of the turbine. It is here, among my people, said Constantine in his fat, contented voice, that the principle of the turbine was invented, hundreds of years ago. But the mills stand very high-shouldered nowadays, for some years ago Yaitse was shaken with 23 earth tremors, and a landslide altered the course of the river. To please Constantine we stopped the car and went into one of the mills, but lost heart, because there was a beautiful young man lying on the floor under a blanket, who woke up only to give a smile dazzling in its suggestion that we were all accomplices, and closed his eyes again. So we went on our way by the river, widened now into a lake, which held on its rain-gray mirror a bright yet blurred image of the pastoral slopes that rose to the dark upland forest, and which seemed, like so much of Bosnia, almost too carefully landscape gardened. At the end it split with a flourish into 2 streams, which were linked together by a village set with flowering trees, its minaret as nicely placed as the flowers on those trees. Some of its houses spoke, by lovely broken woodwork and tiled roofs fistulated with neglect, of a vital tradition of elegance strangled by poverty, and this was still alive in certain houses which in their decent proportions and their unpretentious ornament, kept trim by cleanliness and new plaster, recalled, strangely enough, some of the more modest and countrified dwellings in Jane Austen's Bath. There were lilacs everywhere, and some tulips. There was nobody about except some lovely children. From the latticed upper story of one of the houses that were rotting among their lilacs there sounded a woman's voice, a deep voice that was not the less wise, because it was permeated with the knowledge of pleasure, singing a Bosnian song, full of weariness at some beautiful thing not thoroughly achieved. They became credible, all those oriental stories of men who faced death for the sake of a woman, whom they knew only as a voice singing behind a harem window. Later, standing on a bridge, watching water clear as air comb straight the green weeds on the piers, we heard another such voice coming from a trim Christian house, divided from a wooden mosque by a line of poplars. This was more placid and less young, but was still urgent in its desire to bring out beauty from the throat, urgent to state a problem in music. Both these women made exquisite, exciting use of a certain feature peculiar to these Balkan songs. Between each musical sentence there is a long pause. It is as if the speaker put her point, and then the universe confronted her with its silence, with the reality she wants to alter by proving her point. Are you quite sure, it asks, that you are right? Are you quite sure it is not worthwhile being right about this thing? Then the melodic line gathers itself up and tries again to convert the inert mass of the silence by the intensity of its argument. In and in by the river we drank coffee. A gendarme came to see who the strangers might be, a huge old soldier with one eye missing and fierce grey mustaches. Well, how goes it, old mustachioed one? Asked Constantine, laying his arm about the old man's shoulders. Something in the turn of his words gave credit to the old man as a soldier and a rebel and a descendant of the Hayduks, and he blushed and laughed with pleasure. The innkeeper's son, a pleasant boy in his teens, made himself agreeable by showing us the brown trout and the big crayfish wriggling in the floating box of their reserve. On the opposite bank was a prosperous Moslem house, bright as a Christmas present just off the tree, with a garden where the plants grew with a decorative precision we expect only from cut flowers in a florist's vase. It possessed a pavilion on the water's edge, and I was reminded, for the second time, of Jane Austen's Bath. Such little seemly shelters for those who love coolness and shade and the power to look out and not be looked at may be found on the banks of the Avon and on the park walls of great houses, where the traffic goes by. Indeed Bath and the surrounding country, with its towns that may be small but could not be taken for bumpkinish villages, and its enjoyment of private yet not greedy delights, such as walled gardens, is the most Moslem part of England that I know. A veiled woman had flitted in, her puny shoulders rounded by the weight of something she carried under her overall. There was a murmuring with the innkeeper's wife in a corner. The veiled woman flitted off again, carrying herself straighter. There had been left for our inspection 3 boleros which a woman in the village, of a fine family now poverty-stricken, wished to sell. We laid them out on a bench and were abashed to see the value, for the price was £1. All were of velvet, dark rose, soft scarlet, purple, and they were sewn so thickly with gold braid that the velvet appeared only as a steady factor behind the design which sprung and thrust and never lost its vital purpose in mere incrustation. Into the purple jacket some woman had put great cunning. Purple and gold are heavy matters, so she had placed here and there, by 3s and 6s, tiny buttons of lavender and rose, always in a manner that lightened the burden on the eye, sometimes together, sometimes apart. The woman who did this might still be alive in the village, I said. I see they are old, but perhaps she sewed the jacket when she was very young. But I was wrong, for it was lined with an early 19th century chintz. How maddening that a person like that should have been swept away by time, I said, but her work I shall save, I shall take that home and show it to people, and they will all like it, and I will leave it in my will to someone who will like it, and so it will be rescued from the past. Of that you cannot be sure, said Constantine, the past takes enormous mouthfuls. There may come a day when nobody will think that bolero beautiful, when it will seem simply tedious or ludicrous or even evil to those who lift it from the rag bag. You are thinking that there are standards which do not change. But I will tell you a story of the town we have just left, of Yaitse, which will prove to you that objects which are beautiful and even sacred in the eyes of a whole people may lose their value in quite a few generations. When Bosnia fell to the Turks many of the Franciscan monks stayed where they were, but one house in Yaitse fled to the coast and set sail for Venice. They fled in order to save the dear treasure of their church, which was the body of St. Luke. It had been given to them by a daughter of George Brankovic, the despot of Serbia, who had redeemed it for 30,000 ducats from the Turks when they had seized it in Epirus. But when the poor Franciscans came to Venice, all was not well for them, and they were attacked as if they were pagans and had brought with them a false god. For there was already another body of St. Luke in Italy. Some Benedictines at Padua had him already, and had had him for 300 years, and he was the object of an impassioned cult of the people. The Yaitsean Franciscans had to defend their title at a trial before the papal legate at Venice which lasted 3 months. At the end the papal legate said, "It is Right what you say, your treasure is the true Saint Luke. But always the Franciscans were kept very poor and very unhappy, for the Paduans tried again and again to get the judgment reversed. At that I cannot wonder, for they had a strong point in their favor. Their body was headless, the Icean Luke was whole, he had all, but about 580 the Emperor Tiberius had given Saint Gregory the head of Saint Luke, which was still in the Vatican, and which was still shown to the people as his true head even after the papal legate had pronounced that the whole body from Ice was the true Saint Luke. No doubt he was in a position where he found it difficult to be logical, for another church in Rome had long been curing the sick by an arm of Saint Luke, which was now certainly the third. There is nobody today to whom that story would not seem absurd, except very simple people, too simple people, idiots. Those who believe in the power of relics, and who are solemn will beg you not to talk of such things, not to recall how the stupidities of our ancestors made foolish a beautiful thing. But most people, whether they are believing or not, will only laugh. But the people of 500 years ago did not see anything ridiculous in a dead man with 2 heads and 3 arms, all working miracles, and they did not feel suspicious because many monks made much money out of such dead men. They saw something else, which made them add a head and make it 1 head, and 2 arms and 1 arm, and make it 2 arms. And we do not know what that something was. For me, I hated when I read history. And I see that now there is nothing where once there was something. It shows me that man has been eating food which has done him no good, which has passed out of him undigested. Road. A man fishing from a boat in the middle of the lake stood up and with wide sleeves waved what looked like a greeting, but he must have been a supernatural being in control of the elements, and very disagreeable in disposition, for at that moment a rage of rains broke on us. We saw nothing of our road till, at Vikov, Christian women wearing woven aprons of bright winey colors, Moslem men with fezzes, Moslem women with black muzzles, stood in mud during a moment's sunshine, marketing tiny piles of vegetables, lean and hungry livestock. Then it rained again, and we saw as little of the new road we took when we turned aside at Vikov, save once when we left the car and stood by a thicket of blackthorn that climbed over great tombs resting on stone platforms. They are said to house the Bogomil dead, and they have the massive and severe quality which belongs to all manifestations of their heresy. But the blackthorn, polished silver in a sudden outpouring of sunshine, redeemed them. Then we came on a town that lay on the flat of a plain with the tedium of a military station which strategy has dumped where natural man would never halt. This, said Constantine, was an important garrison in Austrian days. It was time for the midday meal, and we stopped at the hotel, which was quite big. We went into a dining room where a surprisingly large number of people, including a good many military officers, were sitting at a small table and eating in a silence broken only by furtive whispers. I thought that they had perhaps come to the town to attend the funeral of some great personage, and after we sat down I asked Constantine if this could be the case, but he answered as softly, no, I think there must be some generals here. And it was so. Presently 4 officers, of whom 2 were generals, rose from the table and went out, as soon as they had passed through the door. Conversation soared and filled the upper air, noisy as a flock of London pigeons. Our wine was given us long before our food, and proved to be very palatable, red and Swedish, not like any French wine but quite good. We were wondering where it came from, for its name gave no indication, when we received a visit by the landlady. I found her suddenly, leaning over the back of my chair, an elderly Jewess, with a chestnut wig, rapidly undulant in her cringing. We asked her about the wine, and she answered, it is from Hungary. What, said Constantine. But it cannot be from Hungary, it is too cheap, it cannot have had any duty paid on it, it must be from Yugoslavia. No, she said, it is from Hungary, it is from the Vojvodina. Somebody called her away, and she left, with a gait so conditioned by continual cringing that even between tables she bowed from right to left and pressed her clasped hands forward in objectless obeisances. Constantine said, but why does she call the Vojvodina Hungary? It has been ours since the war, it is the center of Banat. She must have some reason to hold to the old Austrian days. We then thought for some time of nothing but our food, which was excellent, not in the Balkan but in the Central European way. There was vegetable soup without paprika, lamb stew of a Viennese type, and superb Apfelstrudel. But while we were eating it the Jewess came back and wavered about us, and my husband said to her, what beautiful German cooking you are giving us, and what beautiful German you speak. May I ask where you learned your German? It is my native language, she said, and explained that she had been born in a certain town on the borders of Austria and Hungary. But I have been here for 52 years. 52 years, my dear, she repeated coquettishly, and slowly drew her hand down my arm with the rancid tenderness of the procuress. There could be felt the iron hand in the dirty velvet glove. It was sickening to reflect how often in those 52 years she must have brought to the exigencies of brothel life all they needed. One could see her wiping up the vomit of drunkenness, striking some soft white body into the required posture and conducting some forcible examination in search of venereal disease, jerking a frightened child by the arm and telling her not to whimper, carrying basins and perhaps performing direct services in the matter of hopeless and murderous abortions. I am glad you drink my poor wine. I am glad you eat my little bit of an Apfelstrudel, she carnied, and bowed backwards to the door. Yes, said Constantine, you are perfectly right. I expect she came here when she was a little girl of 16 or so, to be with the officers. I think she must have been very beautiful. And then as she got older she managed a house. So the Austrians spread culture among us barbaric Slavs. So she would hunger always for her dear Austrians, and say that the Vojvodina is in Hungary. As he spoke the old woman came back, followed by an elderly man, a middle-aged man, and 2 women in their late 30s or early 40s, who sat down at a table near us. We had come late, and by this time the dining room was nearly empty. So she and her family were having their meal. The elderly man was evidently her brother and the others her children, but they were malevolent parodies of her. In the stock that had produced her vigor some poison had been working which had spared only herself. Her features, which in her heyday must have had a semiramis richness and decision, were in these others splayed into oriental rubbish. Heaps of bone. They carried long stooping bodies on uncertain feet that turned out at obtuse angles. It was apparent when the meal was brought to them that the parody had been carried to a cruel height. They could not eat properly. Often the soup missed their mouths and ran down their chins into their plates. As the landlady sat at the head of the table, lifting the good soup she had made to her lips with a steady hand, looking on them with weary and tender eyes, and occasionally indicating some dropped food with a word or a proffered napkin, it appeared that to herself her life might seem like the triumphant bearing of a cross, a moral victory of which she might be proud. It was a point not to be denied too hastily. Nevertheless, she was cruelty, she was filth. Sarajevo 8. We were at a party at the Bulbuls. She had a house on the quay by the river, not far from the corner where Franz Ferdinand was killed, a modern house which owed its handsomeness to the Turkish tradition, for it was full of light and clear of unnecessary furniture, and in the large reception room on the first floor there was a raised dais by the windows, running right across the floor, which is a common and charming feature of Moslem houses. What furniture there was the best obtainable of its kind, but that kind is not good. There is no fine European furniture in the Balkans except a few Baroque pieces in Croatia and Dalmatia. It is a contrast with the north of Europe, where the wealthy Danish and Swedish merchants and Russian landowners spread the knowledge of Chippendale and Sheraton right across the Baltic. The Turkish domination cut the Balkans off from that or any other European artistic tradition, and when the Balkan peoples came in contact with it, it was through the intervention of Central Europe, where there has never been any good furniture except the Baroque and the Biedermeier, which were based entirely on fantasy rather than on sound principles of design and thus could found no school of cabinet making. Taste degenerated more rapidly in Austria during the 19th century than in any other country, with the possible exception of Russia, so she imposed on the Balkans a corrupt fashion in these matters. A bookcase and a sideboard made by a man who knows nothing of what the masters of his craft have discovered in the past are apt to be merely large boxes, and if that man believes that quantity can be a substitute for quality, those boxes are apt to be very big and clumsy indeed. But the little Bulbul had bought the best furniture that this dispensation produces, and her carpets and hangings were all beautiful in the Oriental style, and there was in every clean and sunlit square inch of the house a sense of housewifery that was conscientious yet leisurely, inspired not by irritable dislike of dirt but through sensuous preference for cleanliness. She herself was unhurried, in a crisp dress that made her edible beauty cool without chill, like the flesh of a melon. Her husband was gracious and sculptural, gentle, even soft, and yet immovable, imperishable, as a granite monolith might be that was carved in the likeness of a tender and amiable god. They had other guests, his sister and her son, who was studying science at Zagreb. In each of them giant liquid eyes and a purposeful symmeter slimness transmitted the Sarajevo tradition of prodigious good looks. It is the misfortune of the Jews that there are kinds of Jews who repel by their ugliness, and the repulsion these cause is not counterbalanced by the other kinds who are beautiful, because they are too beautiful. Because their glorious beauty disconcerts the mean and puny element in the Gentile nature, at its worst among the English, which cannot stand up to anything abundant or generous, which thinks duck too rich and chamberlain too heavy, and goes to ugly places for its holidays and wears drab clothes. Many Gentiles, very many English, might have come out of this room hating the people inside for no other reason than their physical perfection. The talk, also, might have been too good for a Western visitor. The artist among these people so far as talking was concerned was Constantine, who could exploit his own brilliance with the ancient cunning of the Oriental storyteller, but everybody in the room knew how to support the star. They not only understood what he was saying, they knew the play, they could give him his cues. Such conversation demanded attention, discrimination, appreciation, all forms of expenditure which we Westerners, being mean, are apt to grudge. But, indeed, the main objection an English person might have felt against this gathering was its accomplishment and its lack of shame at showing it. When we rose from the table we went into the sunlit room with the dais, and drank coffee which had had an egg beaten into it so that its black bitterness should be mitigated more subtly than by milk, and then, as the saying goes, we had a little music. A little music. The Bulbul took up her gusla and, in a voice exquisitely and deliberately moderate, she sang many Bosnian songs. She did not sing them like the women in Uzro, for she was not Slav and she had not made that acceptance of tragedy that is the basis of Slav life. It was as if she were repeating in a garden what she had heard the wild Slavs wailing outside the walls. Mischievously she sang a love song with her eyes fixed on my husband's face, because it is the custom of the country to sing such songs looking steadfastly into the beloved's face. Everybody laughed because it was understood that an Englishman would find this embarrassing, but he acquitted himself gallantly, and they clapped him on the back and told him they thought him a good fellow. This to recall Jane Austen's bath, such a pleasantry might have enlivened a drawing room in the Crescent. Presently the Bulbul put her gusla in her husband's hands and said, "Now you." And with adoring eyes she turned to her guests and explained, "I sing and sing well. But he not only sings, he has a voice." It was true. He had a voice like drowsy thunder, forged by God only half awake. He sang a Serbian song, longer than most, about the pasha of the town where Constantine was born, Shabbats. He was a drunkard and a gambler. The song suggests a mind dazed, as one has seen people in the modern world, at casinos and over card tables, by a certain amount of alcohol and a ecstatic contemplation of number, divided from any substance. He had played away his fortune, he sat penniless in the shell of his splendor. He suffered like a morphinomaniac deprived of his drug because he could not gamble, so with the leisurely heartlessness of the drunkard he ordered that his mother be taken down to the slave market and sold as a servant. But his wife, who was young and beautiful and noble, came and, with the even greater leisureliness of the heartbroken, told him that she must be sent to the slave market and sold instead of his mother, for there is disgrace and there is disgrace, and one must choose the lesser. The song presents ruin. In a framework of decorum, it takes up the melancholy of drunkenness and the coldness of long-standing vice and examines them as if they were curiously colored flowers. But in a later song he paused, smiled, repeated the last phrase, and sang a phrase from a song by Schumann which was like a translation of the other into its different idiom. The science student ran to the piano, and everybody joined in snatches of Schumann's songs. They went on well with the two grenadiers, with Constantine in the middle of the room, acting it as well as singing it, until he spread out his arms and thundered, Mein Kaiser, Gefangen, and the foolish little white dog, which was the Bulbul's only apparent weakness, woke up in its basket and leapt forward barking, anxious to lend any help that was needed. They laughed. They were not ashamed to laugh. Laughter is agreeable, and they had come here to enjoy agreeable things together. Then they began to sing again, but this time in mockery, pursuing German romanticism from lyric to lyric, passing from Myrtillen und die Rosen to Poor Peter. Constantine, very stout and very red with lunch and happiness, and still accompanied by the kindly and questioning dog, enacted Poor Peter. Der Arm. Peter won't Borbay, Garlang Sam, Lation Blas und Disco. One in spite of all their clowning they were singing their four parts exquisitely, and their parody was a serious criticism of the romantic spirit. But Constantine put up a prohibitory hand and said, enough. Now let us restore ourselves by contact with the genius of the great Nordic one. Are we not all Aryans? And they passed into a compost of scenes from The Ring, which went very well considering that Constantine was singing the character of Carmen. Why Carmen? They knew. It was because Nietzsche in a famous passage expressed a belief that what Wagner needed was an infusion of the spirit of Bizet. Therefore in this performance of the ring Siegfried and Brunhild were sustained through their troubles by the companionship of the gypsy, and Yo-Ho-Yo, mingled with the habanero. Such musical virtuosity and such rich literary elusiveness is, in my experience, rarely the sequel of English lunch parties. There came into the room as we applauded, quiet-footed and with his perpetual air of gentle cheerfulness about all particular issues and melancholy about our general state, our friend the banker, whom we had not seen for some days. The Bulbul detached herself from the singers for a moment and came to have her hand kissed, and stood by us for a little till they hailed her back, and she left us with the prettiest smile of real regret thrown over her shoulder, though she was glad to sing again. I think her idea of perfect happiness would have been to find herself simultaneously feeding every mouth in the universe with sugar plums. The banker watched his friends with a smile for a moment or two, and then asked us how we had enjoyed our trip through Bosnia. I said, it was beautiful beyond anything. Travnik was lovely and Yait said, better still. But best of all I like the sister of Shabranovich. You are like the dwarf in the fairy tale who declared, dearer to me than any treasure is something human. He said, I am sure you are right, you will not see better than her in any journey. She is truly noble. I spoke also of Yitro and the jackets, of the cuff and the women with the wine-colored aprons, and lastly of the terrible old woman at the inn where we had eaten. You are quite right, he said, she would be what you suppose. Indeed, I think. I have heard of this woman. I will speak to you now of things that you will not read about in any of the books that were written by English travelers who visited Bosnia, while the Austrians were here, which, if I may say so, were not very intelligent. I agreed. I had that morning been reading one which I thought imbecile. The author had circulated in fatuous ecstasy among the Austrian and Hungarian officials, congratulating them on having introduced the mulberry tree, which had been a most prominent feature of the Bosnian landscape under the Turk, and congratulating the governor's wife, called, not unjustly, the Queen of Bosnia, on teaching handicrafts to such women as had made the purple bolero at Yizro. You see, we were not an easy people to govern any time in the occupation before or after the annexation. The soldiers were all paid as if they were on active service, and the functionaries also were given specially high salaries. This meant that a great many camp followers came down to our country to batten on these men who had plenty of money and no natural ways of spending it. It had something of the atmosphere of the Klondike rush. And there were many, many prostitutes among these, and of these many were Hungarians, not that they are a people lacking in virtue, but that the land system left many of the peasants so poor that they had to send their daughters out to service in the world or see them starve. So it happens that for us Hungarian is the language of gallantry, even as French is in London. He paused. The singers had stopped their opera, and were singing old favorites. Let us sing wow wow wow, said Constantine, and nobody could for a moment fail to realize that he meant I. The fault, continued the banker, is not with these women, who are often exceedingly kind and good, and achieve every kind of moral victory that they are permitted, but with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which, although pretentiously Roman Catholic, violated all Catholic councils of chastity by itself organizing a system of brothels in our country, which could not be excused on the grounds of the necessities of the troops. Certainly the brothels they opened in Sarajevo were far in excess of the requirements of the garrison and the functionaries. There were 5 very large expensive ones, which were known as the Red Star, the Blue Star, the Green Star, and so on, and 2 for the common soldiers. The 5 matches and the last groschen. It was a wicked thing to do to our town. For before that we had not such things. We Jews have our traditional morality, which was then undisturbed. The Serbs and Croats are a chaste, patriarchal people, where a man will kill any other man who has taken the virtue of his wife or daughter. There must be a harsh kind of purity. All cases where our codes broke down were met by the gypsies, whose part it is alone among the nations of the world to exorcise. But we had never known prostitution. And there is something extremely exciting to a young man in the knowledge that he can acquire the enjoyment of a beautiful girl by payment of a small sum. To many of us, also, the furniture of the brothels was a revelation of Western luxury. Those who did not belong to families who had been wealthy for a long time had never seen big mirrors before, or gold chairs covered with red velvet, and they were profoundly impressed. I am afraid that His Catholic Majesty the Emperor Franz Joseph did not sin only against purity when he organized these brothels, he committed also the sin of conspiring for the souls of others. For I am sure the intention was to corrupt all the young men of Sarajevo so that our nationalist spirit should be killed and Bosnia should be easy to govern. But this would not be only a political move, the thought of the corruption would in itself be delicious, for the Austrian hates the Slav, every German hates the Slav, with an appetite that simple death, simple oppression cannot satisfy. He added, but I wonder if you can understand how mighty hatred can be. I think you English do not, for you have long been so fortunate that nobody else's hatred could touch you, and you had yourselves no reason to hate anybody. Let me point out to you that in your journey to Travnik and Yait said there was one thing you did not see. You saw nothing of the kingdom of Bosnia. You saw a few fortresses, and perhaps a church or two, and probably the funeral vaults of the Vakcic family. There is nothing else to see. Yet once the Doge of Venice wrote to the Pope, under our eyes, the richest kingdom of the world is burning, and he meant Bosnia. Conquest can swallow all. The Turks consumed Bosnia. The Austrians did what they could do. Consumed that little which remained, but they then had weak mouths. But sometimes I fear lest some of their blood have grown strong jaws like the Turks. One poor Peter tottered slowly by, pale as a corpse, and full of fear. Serbia. Serbia. Train. We left Sarajevo in the early morning, picking our way over the peasants who were sleeping all over the floor of the station. Nothing we believe about peasants in the West is true. We are taught to think of them as stolid, almost physically rooted to the soil, and averse from the artificial. Nothing could be less true, for the peasant loves to travel, and travels more happily by train than on horseback. In old Spain I first remarked it. At the junctions trains used to stand packed as they are in the English Midlands, where there are myriad commercial occasions to set people traveling, but these had nobody in them except peasants who can have had the slenderest material motives to leave their homes. In the account of the Sarajevo trial, the mobility of the prisoners and the witnesses is far greater than that of anybody in England below the more prosperous middle classes. Now that the country is self-governing, and there are fewer restrictions, every train and motor omnibus is stuffed with people amiable with enjoyment, as if they were going to a cup tie, but with no cup tie whatsoever in view. The journey out of Sarajevo is characteristic, leisurely, and evasive and lovely. The train starts at the bottom of the bowl in which the city lies, and winds round it, and comes out at a nick in the rim. There is a high station at the nick, and there one looks down for the last time on the 100 minarets, the white houses, and the green flames of the poplars. Thereafter the train travels through a Swiss country of Alps and pine woods, with here and there a minaret village, until it goes into a long wooded gorge, which has one superb moment. Where two rivers meet they thunder down on each side of a great rock that has been sharpened by ages of their force to a razor-edged prow. Sometimes we looked at the scenery and sometimes we slept, and often we listened to Constantine, who throughout our entire journey, which lasted 13 hours, talked either to us or some of the other passengers. The first time I was in Yugoslavia, Constantine took me down to Macedonia so that I could give a broadcast about it, and when we arrived at Skopje I thought I would have to run away, because he had talked to me the whole time during the journey from Belgrade, which had lasted for 12 hours, and I had felt obliged to listen. Now I know that in conversation Constantine is like a professional tennis player, who does not expect amateurs to stand up to his mastery for long, who expects to have to play to relays, so sometimes I did not listen to him, until I caught one of the formulas which I know introduce his best stories. When you are in Belgrade, said he to my husband, you will meet my wife. My wife, she is a German. She was very, very beautiful, and she is of a very old German family, and they did not wish her to marry me, so I wafted her from them in an aeroplane. And for long they would not be good with me, and I was not always very fortunate in the efforts I made to win them. You see, my mother-in-law, she is the widow of a Lutheran pastor, and I know well that is a different religion from mine. But I think there are only two Christian religions in Europe, and one is the Orthodox Church and the other is the Roman Catholic Church. Now I know that my mother-in-law is not an Orthodox, for one of the things that disgusts her with me is that I am Orthodox, so it seems to me that to be Lutheran is to be some kind of Catholic. Perhaps a Catholic that lets his pastor be married. So one day my wife and I are staying with my mother-in-law among the mountains, and my mother-in-law and I are having breakfast on the balcony, before my wife has come down, and there is sunshine, and the coffee is so good, and there are many flowers, and I am so happy that I say to myself, now is the time to make myself pleasant to the old lady, so I say to her that I see in the papers that the Pope is ill, and that I am sorry, because I think very well of the Pope, and I give her instances of all the things that have made me think the Pope is a good and wise man. I point to the snow peaks in the distance, and I say that to climb such heights is a great achievement, and so often had done the Pope, for he is a great mountaineer, and from that I pass on to the papal edicts, and praise their wisdom and discretion. And my mother-in-law says nothing to me, but that does not surprise me, because often I talk all, and others not at all. But then my wife comes down and my mother-in-law stands up and cries to her, look at the savage you have married, that sits there and on such a beautiful morning praises in my very face the Pope, who is a devil. And from her side the efforts to be friends with me are often not very good, though in time she came to like me. It is so with the white beer. Do you know white beer? It is the last of all that is fade in the world, and it is adored by the petite bourgeoisie in Germany. They go to the beer gardens in the woods and by the lakes, and with their little eyes they look at the beauties of their Germany, and they drink white beer, which is the most silly thing you can drink, for it does not taste of anything and cannot make you drunk. It is just like the life of the petit bourgeois in liquid form, but it is gross in its nothingness, so that some of them who have shame do not like it, and order raspberry syrup to add to it. But there are those who are not ashamed of being fade, and they would not spoil it with a flavor, and they order ein Weisses mit only, mit only, mit only. Could you have anything that is better for the soul of the petite bourgeoisie that is asked what it wants and says, I want it without. That is to be lost, to be damned beyond all recovery, and yet there they are. Very happy, they sit in their beer gardens and ask for mit only. It is altogether delicious. It is one of those discords in the universe that remind us how beautifully God works when he works to be nasty. Once I said this in front of the mother-in-law, and do you know ever after she gives me to drink this horrible white beer, and my wife has tried to tell her she should not do so, and my mother-in-law says, you are foolish. I have heard him say he likes very much mit only, and my wife she says, no, you have it wrong, it is the expression mit only he likes, and my mother-in-law says, how can you say such nonsense? Why should he be pleased when people say they will have white beer without raspberry syrup? And to that there is nothing to be said, so I must drink white beer, though I am a Serb and therefore not a petit bourgeois, but a lord and a peasant. We were passing through lumber country, by a river on which we saw the lumbermen steering great rafts of logs over the rapids. Some day you must travel so, said Constantine, in the calm places you will hear the men singing so wonderfully. We passed through Visegrad, a lumber town with many stacks of new logs and old houses, with minarets, and a wide brown bridge over which there rode on a pack horse a Moslem who must have been very old, or from the far south, for alone of all Bosnian Moslems I have ever seen he wore the headdress which preceded the fez. Among the Turks, the turban. Then I slept a little and woke up in a little town where there was not a minaret, where there was no more trace of Islam than there would be in a Sussex village. We were, in fact, in Serbia. We went and stood on the platform, and breathed the air, which was now Serbian air. It is as different from Bosnian air as in Scotland the lowland air differs from highland air. It is drier and, as they say of pastry, shorter. Anybody who does not know that it is one pleasure to fill the lungs up at Yaitse or Lochedov and another to fill them down at Belgrade or the Lammermuir hills must be one of those creatures with defective sensoria, who cannot tell the difference between one kind of water and another. On the platform a ceremony was going on, for there was traveling on our train an officer, a light-haired boy in his 20s, who had once been in the garrison of this town, and had afterwards been moved south and was returning northward to take up some new and more exalted duty. The people of the town had heard beforehand that he would be passing through, and had gathered with their children to congratulate him on his promotion. It could be grasped, chiefly from their cheering when the train arrived and left, that they had liked him very much, but when he was standing in front of them he and they alike were transfixed with shyness, evidently arising from the sense of sacredness of military glory, for from what they said it appeared that he had reached a rank extraordinary for so young a man. He was extremely touching as he stood before them, solemn with honor, his compact body whittled down from broad shoulders to a slim waist and lean haunches by discipline and exercise. He had one of those Slav faces that puzzle the Westerner, for he had the stern eyes and brows and cheekbones with which we expect hard, thin lips, but his mouth was full and sensitive. I liked the look of him as he stood there in his neat, olive uniform. I liked the faces of the children, lifted to him, tranced by the thought of his austere and defensive destiny. There are better things in life than fighting, but they are better only if their doers could have fought had they chosen. My town is Chabatz, said Constantine, and I listened, for all his best tales begin with those words. In Chabatz we were all of us quite truly people. There were not many people who spoke alike and looked alike as there are in Paris and in London, and in Berlin. We were all of us ourselves and different. I think it was that we were all equal, and so we could not lift ourselves up by trying to look like a class that was of good repute. We could only be remarkable by following our own qualities to the furthest. So it is in all Serbian towns, so it was most of all in Shabac, because we are a proud town, we have always gone our own way. When old King Peter came to visit Shabac, he spoke to a peasant and asked if he did well, and the peasant said he did very well, thanks to the trade in pigs and smuggling. We do not at all care, yet we care much. The peasant would tell the king he smuggled and broke his law, but he would die for the king. In the war we were a very brave town. The French decorated us as they decorated Verdun. I would like to take you to see Shabac. But it is not as it was. I mean, I do not know it now. You might not be disappointed by a visit, but I should be, because I should not be able to introduce you to all the people that were there when I was young, and that now are dead. Some of them were so very nice, and so very strange. There was an old man that I was very fond of, yes, and I loved his wife too. He had made something of a fortune out of making army clothing, and he made it honestly, for he was a good, patriotic man, and did not cheat the poor soldiers. So with his money, he could follow his mania, which was for the new thing, for science, for the machine, for the artificial, the modern. You may not remember it, for I think it came earlier with you than with us, but there was some time ago a rage for such things. It was partly due to your H.G. Wells and his imitators, and it was partly due to our ideas about America, which we then believed to be entirely covered with skyscrapers and factories. I had it myself a little, which is how I became friendly with the old man, for I spoke of such things before him, and after that he used to send for me sometimes to come to his home and eat, because he had been to Belgrade, or Novi Sad, and had brought back a tin of vegetables or fruit, so I used to sit down with him and his wife in the midst of the country which grows the best fruit and vegetables in the world, and we used to smack our lips over some pulpy asparagus and turnipy peaches from California, and talk of the way the world was going to be saved when we all lived in underground cities and ate preserved food and had babies artificially germinated in tanks and lived forever. I was only a boy then and I grew out of it, but the old man was firm in the faith. And his wife, who, I think, never believed in it at all but who loved him very dearly, followed him. I have said he was very rich, and so he was able to have the first sewing machine in our town, and then the first gramophone, and then the first motor car, which, as we then had no roads for motoring, was of no use to him, but sent him into ecstasy. But there were many other objects on which he gratified his passion, far more than you would believe. His house was full of them. He had many very odd clocks, one I remember very well, the dial of which was quite hidden, which told the time only by throwing figures of light on the ceiling, which was all very well in the dark, but cannot have been much use to my friends, who always went to bed early and slept like dogs till the sunrise. He also fitted his house with a water closet, which he was always changing for a newer pattern. Some of these water closets were very strange, and I have never in my life seen anything like them since, and I cannot imagine what ideas were in the inventors' minds. In some kinds one had to go so, and why in a water closet should one go so and so? Surely that is the one place in the world where a man knows quite simply what he has to do. The clothes of my friends were very strange also. He would not wear peasant costume, of course, but as soon as he had adopted Western costume, he rebelled against that also, and he had ties that fastened with snappers and trousers that were made in one with a waistcoat. But he was worse about his wife's dress. He made her wear knickerbockers under her skirts, which our women used not to do, and which for some reason shocked them. Trousers they knew from the Turks, and skirts they knew, but trousers under the skirts that they thought not decent. And when he heard of brassieres, those two he sent for, and made his wife wear them, and as she was an old peasant woman, very stout, they had to be enormously enlarged, and even then they remained clearly to be seen, never quite accommodated to her person. And he was so proud of having everything modern that he could not help telling people that she was like an American woman, and was wearing knickerbockers and brassieres, and then the poor thing grew scarlet, and suffered very terribly, for our women are modest. But she endured it all, for she loved him very much. I know how she loved him, for I became involved in her heart. You know that young men are very callous, and when I had got out of my boyhood it no longer seemed to be glorious to eat tinned vegetables, and I laughed at my old friend behind my hand. When I came from Paris after my first year at the Sorbonne, I went to see them, and out of wickedness I began to tell them preposterous stones of new machines, which did not really exist. Some of them might have existed. Indeed, some of them have come to exist since then. I remember I told them an American had discovered a system by which houses and trains were always kept at the same temperature, no matter what the weather is like outside. It is air conditioning, it is now quite true, but then it was a lie. And I went on so, telling more and more absurd stories, until I said, and of course I was forgetting, there is the artificial woman that was invented by the celebrated surgeon Dr. Martel. That is quite wonderful. And my old friend said to me, an artificial woman? What is that? A woman that is artificial. For God's sake, tell us all about it. So I went on and on, telling many things that were not at all true, and that were not honest, and my friend listened with his eyes growing great, and then I looked at his wife and her eyes were great too, and they were full of pain. Then my old friend said to me, but you must get me one, you must get me an artificial woman. He could afford all, you see, and I realized she had known that he was going to say that, and that she was terribly sad, because she knew that she was his real wife and that she would not be able to keep him from an artificial mistress. So I said it was not ready yet, that Dr. Martel was working on it to improve it, and that it could not be bought, and then I sweated hard to tell him something that would make him forget it, and drank more plum brandy, and I pretended to be drunk. But before I left he came round to my house and he told me to bring him back an artificial woman, that he did not care at all how much it cost, and that he would sell all he had to be possessed of such a marvel. So it was every time I came back from Paris on my holidays, I would go to their house and he would talk of other things for a time, but only as a little boy who has been well brought up, and knows that he must talk to the uncle for a little while before he asks, and did you not forget my toy train? But sooner or later he would say, now about the artificial woman. Is she ready yet? And I would shake my head and say, no, she is not yet ready. Then I would see his wife's face grow so happy and young and soft. She had him a little longer. Then I would explain that Dr. Martel was a very conscientious man, and a very great surgeon, and that such men like to work very slowly and perfectly. And then I would put my hand up so that she would not hear, and I would tell him some story that would not be very decent, of how the artificial woman had broken down under experiment, but the old man would listen with his eyes right out of his head, and she would go away to the kitchen and she would fetch me the best of her best, some special preserve or a piece of sucking pig that she had meant to keep for the priest, because I said that the artificial woman was not yet ready. And I saw that she was getting very fond of me, like a mother for her son, and I grieved, for I did not like to have brought this sorrow to her by a silly joke. I felt very ashamed when she came to see me at a time when the cold wind had made me bad with my lungs, and it was as if I should go like my sister, who had died when she was 16, and I said to her, Aunt, you are too good to me. I have done nothing for you, and she answered with tears in her eyes, but you have been as good to me as a son. Do you think I am so simple that I do not know the artificial woman must long ago be finished? With such a clever man as you say working on it? You tell my husband that it is not so only because you know that I could not bear to have such a creature in my house. There was nothing at all that I could say. I could not confess to her that I had been a monkey without making it plain to her that her husband had been an ass. As many people in the town laughed at him, and she was more aware of it than he was and hated them on his account, I could not admit that I had been of their party. She would have felt betrayed. So I could do nothing but kiss her hand and tell her that always, always I would protect her heart from the artificial woman. The last year of my studies was the last year before the war, and then I did not come back for my holidays at all. I was studying too hard philosophy under Bergson, and the piano under Wanda Landowska, and then for years I was a soldier and all. People were swept away, and it did not seem to matter to ask how or where they were. So it was not till years after that I heard what had happened to my two old friends. It is a terrible story to me, not only because I had a sort of love for them, but because it is typical of us Slavs. We are a light people, full of leisure till it becomes heavy as lead, and then we jump into the river for no reason, and if our leisure had not grown heavy as lead one would say for the sake of sport, but that has altered the case. Do you remember? No, we none of us can remember it, but we all have read of it, that at the end of the century people believed that something had happened to humanity and that we were all decadent and that we were all going to commit suicide. Fin de siècle, the very phrase means that everything takes a long time to reach this country, and this talk arrived here very late, in 1913, and in the meantime it had been translated into German and it had become heavy and morbid and to be feared. It came to this poor silly old man and he learned that the most modern thing to do was to kill yourself, and so he did it. He became very melancholy for a time, working at it as other old men work at learning chess, and then went into his stable and hanged himself, to be modern, to have an artificial death instead of a natural. I think he was probably sure that there was immortality, for though he believed he was a freethinker, I do not believe it ever crossed his mind that he would not live after death. And soon after his wife also hanged herself, but I do not think there was anything modern about her reasons. They could not have been more ancient. In Shabbats, many strange things happened, very many strange things indeed, but I think that of all of them not nothing was not never more sad. I slept, and woke up into a world of mirrors. They stretched away on each side of the railway, the hedges breathing on them with their narrow images. We were passing through the floods that every year afflict the basin of the Danube and its tributaries. And to me, who love water and in my heart cannot believe that many waters can be anything but pleasure heaped upon pleasure, there came a period of time, perhaps 20 minutes or half an hour, of pure delight. During this period I remained half asleep, sometimes seeing these floods before me quite clearly yet with an entranced eye that was not reminded by them of anything I had learned of death and devastation since my infancy. Sometimes falling back into sleep and retaining the scene before my mind's eye with the added fantasy and innumerable significance of landscapes admired in dreams. The scene was in fact if not actually unearthly, at least unfamiliar in aspect, because of the peculiar quality of the twilight. Light was leaving the land, but not clarity. For some reason, perhaps because there was a moon shining where we could not see it, the flooded fields continued to reflect their hedges and any height and village on their edge as clearly as when it had been full day, and though the dusk was heavier each time I opened my eyes I could still see a band of tender blue flowers which grew beside the railway. By mere reiteration of their beauty these flowers achieved a meaning beyond it and more profound, which, at any rate when I was asleep, seemed to be immensely important though quite undefined and undefinable, like the sense of revelation affected by certain refrains in English poetry, such as the Bailey beareth the bell away. But presently the floods were blotted out from me, as thoroughly as if a vast hand had stretched from the sky and scattered earth on the waters till first they were mud, and then land. Then Constantine came back into the compartment after an absence I had not noted, his face purplish, his black eyes hot and wet, his hands and his voice, and his bobbing black curls lodging a complaint against fate. He sat down on the feet of my husband, who till then had been asleep, and he said, on this train I have found the girl who was the first real love of my life. She was of my town, she was of Shabbats, and we went to school together, and when we grew to the age of such things, which among us Serbs is not late, we were all for one another. And now she is not young any more, she is not beautiful, she has more little lines under her eyes even than you have, but it can be seen that she was very beautiful indeed, and that she is still very fine in the way that our women sometimes are, in the way that my mother is fine, very good for her husband, very good for her children, and something strong beyond. You know my mother was a very great pianist. It seems to me it would have been very well for me if I had made this girl my wife before the war and had come back to her, for I had terrible times when I came back from the war and it would have been good if I had had a grand woman like this to stand by me. But she would not have me, though we had been sweethearts for 2 years. I knew that when I left Shabbats to go to the Sorbonne she was glad to see that I am going, and all the way to Paris I was glad that it looked very well and as it should be, and I the man was leaving her the woman and going to a far place and having new adventures, because I knew that was how it was not and that she was tired of me. Never did I write to her, because I was afraid she would not answer. But now when I saw her here on the train I knew that it was a pity it was so, and I said to her, why did you treat me so? When I was young I was very handsome and my father was very rich and already you knew I was a poet and would be a great man, for always I was a wunderkind, but you did not want me, though I think that once you loved me. What had you? At first she would not tell me, but I asked her for a long time, and then she said, well, if you trouble me so for so long a time, I will tell you. There is too much of you. You talk more than anybody else, when you play the piano it is more than when any other person plays the piano, when you love it is more than anybody else can make, it is all too much, too much, too much. Now, that I cannot understand. I talk interesting things, for I have seen many interesting things, not one man in 100 has seen so many interesting things, your husband has not seen so many interesting things. And I play the piano very well, also what I love with great delicacy of heart, and in passion I am a great experience for any woman. And you must ask my dear wife if I am not a kind man to my family, if I do not do all for my little sons. Now, all these things are good things, how can I do them too much? And I am sure that at first she loved me, and when she saw me here in this train she was so glad to see me that her eyes shone in ecstasy. Why then did she become weary? and let me go to Paris with all things finished between us? Why does she now become cross and tell me there is too much of me? Why have I so many enemies? When I would only do what is good with people, and when I would ask nothing but to be gentle and happy? I will go back and ask her, for she cannot have meant just what she said, for it was not sensible, and she is a very fine sensible woman. When he had gone my husband sighed, and said, good old Constantine. Now in all my life I have never got on a train and met a woman I used to love. Indeed, the nearest I have ever come to it was once going down to Norfolk when I met my old matron at Uppingham. That was indeed quite agreeable. But really, I prefer it that way. It seems to me that the proper place for the beloved is the terminus, not the train. I am, however, traveling with you on this occasion, I reminded him. Yes. My dear, so you are, he said, closing his eyes. I myself slept after a time, and when I awoke he was still asleep and it was night. And a conductor was telling me that we were near Belgrade. We packed our books, and collected our baggage and went to look for Constantine. He had fallen asleep in the corner of another compartment, and was now sitting half awake, running his hand through his tight black curls and smiling up at the lamp in the roof. There was no sign of the first woman he had ever loved, and he said, as I woke up I thought of a beautiful thing that happened to me when I was a student in Paris. Bergson had spoken in one of his lectures of Pico della Mirandola, who was a great philosopher in the Renaissance, but now he is very hidden. I do not suppose you will ever have heard of him because you are a banker, and your wife naturally not. He did not say we must read him, he just spoke of him in one little phrase, as if he had turned a diamond ring on his finger. But the next morning I went to the library of the Sorbonne and I found this book and I was sitting reading it, and Bergson came to work in the library, as he did very often, and he passed by me, and he bent down to see what book I had. And when he saw what it was he smiled and laid his hand so on my head. So, I will show you. Passing his plump hand over his tight black curls, he achieved a gesture of real beauty. That happened to me, nothing can take it away from me. I am a poor man, I have many enemies, but I was in Paris at that time, which was an impossible glory. And so Bergson did to me. He sat with his heels resting on the floor and his toes turned up, and his black eyes winking and twinkling. He was indestructibly, eternally happy. The railway station at Belgrade is like any big railway station anywhere. It was odd to step back from a world where everything had its strong local flavor into scenes which were familiar precisely because they were so flavorless, so international in the pejorative sense of the word. In the colorless light descending its vaults there waited Constantine's wife, Gerda, a stout middle-aged woman, typically German in appearance, with fair hair abundant but formless, and grey eyes so light and clear that they looked almost blind, vacant niches made to house enthusiasms. She wore a grey coat and skirt and a small hat of German fashion, and among the dark, hurrying people she stood as if drawing contentment from her own character, from her advantageous difference. When we got out of the train Constantine ran to her and hugged her, and she smiled over his shoulder at us in resigned amusement. Then she greeted me, and my husband was introduced to her, and it might have been a tea party in Hamburg or Berlin, with the same proud stress on a note which nobody not German can define. It is not magnificence, the slightest touch of the grand manner would be regarded as absurd. It is not simplicity, massive elaboration is required in furniture, in dress, in food. It is not the moderation of the French bourgeois, for that is based on craftsmanship, on a sense that to handle material satisfactorily one must keep one's wits about one and work coolly and steadily. These people at such tea parties have no sense of dedication to the practical and financial problems of a household. They have an air of regarding it as an ideal that by handsome expenditure they should buy the right to be waited upon. Yet there is nothing wild, nothing extreme about them or Gerda, only aims that are respected by the mass, such as continuity and sobriety. There is a positive element, even impressive in its positiveness, that welds these negatives into a dynamic whole, but I have no idea what it is. We stood still together while Constantine and my husband looked for a lost suitcase, in an amiable yet uneasy silence. She took my book from my hand, looked at the title, and handed it back to me with a little shake of the head and a smile, full of compassionate contempt. It was a book called The Healing Ritual, by Patience Kemp, a study of the folk medicine of the Balkan Slavs, which traced the prescriptions and practices it described back to early Christianity, to pre-Christian mythology, and to the culture of Byzantium and Greece and the Orient. Puzzled by Gerda's expression, for it seemed to me a most admirable book, I asked, have you read it? No, she said, smiling and shaking her head again, but I do not believe it. I am not a mystic. But it is not that sort of book at all, I said. It is by a graduate of the School of Slavonic Studies, who is also a trained anthropologist, and she has traveled all over the country collecting legends and customs and analyzing them. Gerda continued to smile, bathed in satisfaction at the thought of her superiority to Miss Kemp in her poetic fantasy, to me in my credulity. But it is a work of great learning, I insisted. Miss Kemp could obviously look after herself and I did not care what Gerda thought of my intelligence. But there seemed to me something against nature in judging a book without having read it and in sticking to that judgment in spite of positive assurances from someone who had read it. It is published by a firm called Faber, I continued. They do not publish books such as you imagine this to be. She turned away so that she stood at right angles to me, her smile soared up above us. I could see her spirit, buoyed up by a sense of the folly of myself, of Miss Kemp, of Messrs. Faber, mounting and expanding till it filled the high vaults of the railway station. Unconstrained by any sense of reality, there was no reason why it should not. Belgrade I. When we were having breakfast in our bedroom a chambermaid came in about some business, one of those pale women with dark hair who even in daylight look as if one were seeing them by moonlight, and we recognized each other and talked affectionately. It was Angela, a Slovene, who had been very kind to me when I was ill in this hotel with dengue fever last year. She was the gentlest and sweetest of women and for that reason had developed a most peculiar form of hysteria. Perhaps because of her experience as a tiny child in the war she was a true xenophobe. She could not imagine anything more disgusting than a member of another race than her own. But she did not like to feel anything but love for her fellow creatures, so she transformed her loathing for them into a belief that they exude powerful and most unpleasant odors. This belief made her life as a chambermaid an extraordinary olfactory adventure, for to this hotel there came people of all nationalities. She staggered from room to room on her round of duties, almost in need of a gas mask. When she came to making the beds, her political convictions led her to think very poorly of the Bulgarians, the Italians, and the Greeks, and therefore it appeared to her that these people smelled like manure heaps, like the area around a gasometer, like a tanner's yard. Particularly was this so with the Greeks. When she spoke of her daily work in the suite then occupied by a wealthy young Greek merchant her face assumed a look of poignant physical apprehension, as if she were a miner talking of the fire damp which might provoke a disaster. The Hungarian seemed to her to have a strong smell, which, however, was not unpleasant, only extremely different from the smell a human being ought to exhale. But the Germans and Austrians were definitely very gross in her nostrils, and the French smelled wicked and puzzling, as I imagine a chemist's shop might to a countrywoman who knew the uses of hardly any of the articles it exhibited. About the natives of countries more remote she knew less, so she smelled less, and about such people as the Swedes and Finns her nose invented what were to full odors as suspicions are to certainties. To test her, I told her that I was not truly English, but half Scottish and half Anglo-Irish. This distracted her, because she had never heard of the Scottish or Irish, and while she was won to Scotland by my explanation of the resemblance between the Scottish and the Bosnians, it rightly seemed to her that to be Anglo-Irish was to be like an Austrian or Hungarian landowner among the Slovenes or Croats, or to be a Turkish landowner among the conquered Slavs. She would cry out as she made my bed, I have it, I know what you smell like, and it would always be something valuable but ambiguous. Not universally appreciated, such as some unusual herb, some rarely used kind of wood. But there would be some strain of pleasantness in the comparison, due to her belief that the Scottish resembled the Bosnians. And no matter how I and other borderline cases smelled, her toil was not repellent, since the foul miasma given out by the foreign guests of the hotel was exorcised and exquisitely replaced by the fragrance, stronger than that of rosary or herb garden because it was imaginary, which hung about the rooms occupied by Croats, Serbs, and Slovenes. I feel happier about your illness now that I have been here and seen that the hotel is very good, and that the people are so very friendly, said my husband, but it looked terrible when I read in the papers before I had got your letter that you were ill in a hotel in Belgrade. I thought of Belgrade then as the Viennese talk of it, as the end of the earth, a barbarian village. I am sorry I tried to keep it from you, I said, but after all I too had a shock when I read of my illness in the paper. For it said that I was in the care of 2 doctors, but there were 3 gentlemen coming in every day and bearing my bosom and laying their heads against my heart, and I had hoped they were all members of the medical profession. On the whole I have never been more happily ill than I was here, when my temperature was very high and I really felt wretched. Angela and 2 other chambermaids and a waiter came and stood at the end of my bed and cried nearly the whole afternoon. Also my nurse cried a lot. I liked it enormously. But you always say you hate scenes, said my husband. So I do, when I am well, there are so many other things to do, I answered, but when I am ill it is the only incident that can cheer and reach me under the blankets. And really it is sensible to show emotion at serious illness. Death is a tragedy. It may be transmuted to something else the next minute, but till then it is a divorce from the sun and the spring. I also maintain that it would have been a tragedy for myself and for a few other people if I died in my early 40s, so it was quite logical for susceptible people to burst into tears at such a prospect and neglect the bells that their more robust clients were pressing. I am quite sure that it must be more exhilarating to die in a cottage full of people bewailing the prospect of losing one and the pathos of one's destruction than to lie in a nursing home with everybody pretending that the most sensational moment of one's life is not happening. I see that, said my husband, but you must remember that if people behaved like that they would not be able to bear the strain of patiently nursing the victims of long illness. That is what is called taking the long view, I said, and I do not believe it is so superior to the short view as is supposed. I remember once going a walk in Greece with 2 English women, one of them the enchanting Dilys Powell, to see a marble lion that lies somewhere near the foot of Mount Hymettus, when from a long way off we had seen some peasants about their business of repainting and cleaning a little church that had been erected to commemorate the feat of a Christian saint, who had turned to marble this lion, which was in fact archaic and many centuries older than any Christian. Suddenly one of their number who was walking away from the church towards a farm stopped in horror, just where the grass grew long at the edge of the road, looked down, and cried out to his companions, who also looked down, and then also cried out. Some went down on their knees on the ground, others ran back to the church and returned carrying things. When we got there we found that the first peasant had stopped because he had come on an old man who had fallen in a faint by the roadside, from hunger and thirst and weariness. He was, as one of the peasants explained to us, one of those without corn, a peasant who for some reason has no land and must tramp the country seeking to be employed by others. The English ladies might find it difficult to believe, he said, speaking with embarrassment, that such people existed, since we were from a rich country, but in a poor country like Greece there were some of them. This I found extremely embarrassing. But I forgot that, in my pleasure in the delightful kindness they were showing the old man, the way they were folding coats and cloaks to make a bed for him, and holding up to his mouth bottles of wine and pieces of bread, and crying out what a shame it was that he should have to be wandering on such a day and without food. Then one of my companions said, yes, they are like this, very kind to people in trouble at first, but they are like children, they soon get tired. So and so of the British colony in Athens was taken ill with fever when he was walking in the mountains, and some peasants took him in and looked after him with extraordinary care for a few days, and then they simply turned him out. I felt a jar at that, for it seemed to me that here was a difference between primitive and civilized practice, which was, on the whole, to the advantage of the primitive. For there are more short illnesses than long, at least in circumstances where one is obliged to be dependent on strangers, and sympathy seems to me more necessary for acute pains than for chronic suffering, which gives one time to muster one's defenses. That, indeed, is something about which I feel bitterly. Twice it happened to me, before I married you, that people who were close friends of mine wrote inquiring how I was and what my plans were, and I had to write back to them telling that an extraordinary calamity had befallen me. Something almost as extraordinary as that a wicked stepmother had sent me out into the woods in winter with instructions not to come back till I had gathered a basket of wild strawberries, and infinitely agonizing as well. On neither occasion did I receive any answer, and when I met my friends afterwards each told me that she had been so appalled by my news that she had not been able to find adequate words of sympathy, but that I was not to think she was anything but my friend and would be till death. And, indeed both women are still my friends. It, however, only gives me a modified pleasure. It presents me with the knowledge that 2 people know me very well and enjoy my society but are not inspired by that to do anything to save me when I am almost dying of loneliness and misery, and that this unexhilarating relationship is likely to persist during my lifetime. It seems to me it would have been much better for me if I had had someone who would have cried out and said it was a shame that I should be so unhappy, as the peasants did when they found the old man by the roadside. My husband said, I wonder very much indeed. This has all something to do with economics. What on earth? I said derisively. I am moved, and your friends were moved, by fear of exceeding emotion, he explained, and I believe it is Because Western people always regard their emotion exactly as they do their material wealth. Now in a highly artificial capitalist society such as we live in, one's money comes to one piece by piece, and if one spends it one might not be able to replace it. Because the circumstances in which one made it may not be repeated, and in any case, it takes a long time to store up capital, so that considering the shortness of life a piece of extravagance may never be corrected. But a peasant's material wealth comes from the soil. He therefore knows that if he is wasteful one year the summer and autumn will bring him replenishment, and even the hazard of drought and frost and flood does not amount to anything so threatening as the immense discrepancy between capital and income, the enormous amount that has to be saved for a competency. So even a rich and lavish man may be more uneasy in his mind about expenditure than a very poor and economical peasant. And I fancy that therefore all of us in the Western world know an instinct to skimp our emotional expenditure which the peasant has not. It is true therefore that my feeling that Angela and the waiters and the nurses were doing something wrong in crying round your bed has no logical basis at all, and is a stupid transference and confusion. Yet there are practical conveniences, I said. Because in towns we could not cry out and wail and weep as one could in a village. Think how strangers to Paris feel it the most frightening of towns instead of the least. Simply because Parisians quarrel and grieve exactly as they would if they were the inhabitants of some hamlet of 30 houses, and the cries echo back from the tall houses and the pavements, exaggerated to the intensity of hell. The telephone rang and my husband answered it. Putting it down, he said, Constantine's wife is coming up to see us. I sat down at the dressing table and began to powder my face, but my eye was caught by the view from the window. Belgrade straggles over a ridge between the Danube and its tributary the Sava, and the hotel of the Serbian king is high on that ridge, so between the blocks of the flats and houses on the opposite side of the street I looked at the flat plate of the floods. The waiter who had come to take away our breakfast tray followed the line of my eye, and said, Yes, it is unfortunate, you will be able to have no fresh caviar, for a while. The river is high, they cannot get it. My husband exclaimed, What, do you get caviar? Here. You had better ask, the waiter replied, Where else can you get it? It is well known that Serbian caviar is the best in the world. When he had gone we rejoiced at this patriotic remark and I at last remembered to show my husband a verse I found quoted in a book by a Serbian author called Michic. Eliseel Serbest color d'azur. Odidon est assis un vrai dieu serb. Entour d'Angie Serbs auxiliary voyageurs. Qui chantent la gloire de l'arrêt superbe. We were laughing over this when Gerda came in, and we repeated it to her. She smiled and said, So you have got over your liking for the Serbs? Not at all, I said. But it is stupid to be like that, she said. You cannot like people who are stupid. Yes, we can, said my husband, with an air of quietly asserting our rights. It did not seem possible to carry on this conversation on fruitful lines, so we spoke of other things, and presently, according to a charming German custom, she rose from her seat and shook hands with me in thanks for a handbag I had sent her from London some time before. Then we showed her some things we had bought in Bosnia, a Persian tile picture of a prince on his white horse, delicately holding out a fruit to a bird that delicately received it with his beak, in the most delicate of landscapes, and my coat of cloth of gold, and it was all very agreeable. We were lifted for a moment into that state of specifically German contentment that I had remarked in Gerda at the station, in which my husband was perfectly at ease, from sheer habit, since he had lived so much in Germany, but in which I am acutely uncomfortable, as I do not understand its basis and I feared I might put my foot through it at any moment. Its basis, on this occasion I think, was a sense that we were a group of the elect, connoisseurs of objects which many people would not at all appreciate, and able at the minute to command leisure for our enjoyment. She looked happy and much younger, and I remembered Constantine's boasting of her beauty. Suddenly I remembered friendship and how beautiful it is, in a way that is difficult in London or any capital where one suffers from an excess of relationships, and I realized that it was probably a great comfort for this German woman, so far from home, to talk with my husband, whose German is like a German's and of her own kind, for he learned it in Hamburg and she was a Bremen. These thoughts made me say, next time there was a pause, it was very pleasant in Sarajevo to see how many friends Constantine had, and how much they loved him. But Gerda made no answer. My husband thought she had not heard, and began to enumerate the families and individuals we had met in Bosnia, and the affectionate things they had said of Constantine to us. She remained perfectly impassive, so impassive that it seemed as if she was perhaps hiding some painful emotion, and my husband, afraid lest she had some idea that these friends of Constantine's were not friendly to her, said, and those who had met you spoke very regretfully because they had not seen more of you. He told her truthfully that the Bulbul's father and mother, who had entertained Gerda at Travnik when Constantine and she came to Bosnia on their honeymoon, had asked after her with a special warmth. Gerda shrugged her shoulders and said, I cannot remember them. What a pity. I exclaimed, they are such a wonderful pair, but before I could say very much about them she interrupted me, by asking coldly and wearily as if I had been talking for a long time about something I should have known would bore her, it is 12 years ago since I saw these people, how can I possibly be interested in them? Impatiently she made arrangements that we should visit her for tea that afternoon, and soon after rose and left. I do not understand that, said my husband later, as we walked out of the hotel towards the park that lies beside it, the Kalmten, which is the special glory of Belgrade and indeed one of the most beautiful parks in the world. Usually a wife or husband is delighted, if only for superficial and worldly reasons, when the other partner has many friends. Unless of course there is hatred between them. Do you think Gerda perhaps really hates Constantine? I do not know, I said. Constantine thinks that she adores him. She certainly gives you the impression she would adore her husband if she could, and Constantine certainly adores her. I have it, exclaimed my husband. Most of the people I mentioned were Jews. What an odd, what an elusive thing it is to be a German nowadays. It is like asthma, I said. Suddenly they begin to strangle spiritually, and you have to remember it is because they are allergic to Jews. But there is more than that to it. She was happy with us, together we formed a group of people who were like the groups who are approved in her own country. Suddenly by talking of Constantine's friends we deserted the camp and went over to the enemy. We took sides with the Jews and the Slavs who are constantly afflicting her with their strangeness, who make up the bitterness of her exile. Yes, but it is a pity she does not fit her emotions better into the framework of society, said my husband, for surely she would bring no other accusation against the Jews and the Slavs than that they do not fit into the framework of society. But it does not matter, she is probably a very nice woman and has many good points. But now we were in the park, and its charm was separating us from everything outside it, as good parks should do. We went through an area which is common to all parks, no matter where they may be, where nurses watch their children play among lilac bushes and little ponds and the busts of the departed nearly great, whose living Prototypes sit beside the nurses on the benches, writing, or reading in books taken out of shiny leather portfolios. Then there is a finely laid out flower garden, with a tremendous and very beautiful statue to the French who died in Yugoslavia during the Great War, by Mestrovich, showing a figure bathing in a sea of courage. Many people might like it taken away and replaced by a gentler marble. But the pleasantness of this park is such an innovation that it has hardly earned the right to put all grimness from its gates. For this is the old fortress of Belgrade, which till the end of the Great War knew peace only as a dream. Ever since there were men in this region, this promontory must have meant life to those that held it, death to those that lost it. Its prow juts out between the two great rivers and looks eastward over the great Pannonian plain. Superb words, the flattest eye. No, that spreads across Hungary towards Central Europe. Behind it is the security of broken country and forest. Here, certainly not to begin at the beginning, the Illyrians made a stand against the Romans and were driven out. Here the Romans made a stand against the Huns and the Avars, and were driven out. Here the Slavs joined the Huns and were oppressed by them, and for a brief space enjoyed peace under the Byzantines, but were submerged by the Hungarians, until war between Byzantium and Hungary brought a victorious Greek army to the foot of this rock. Then the Serbs came, and knew imperial glory under the Nemanja dynasty. Here the petty Serbian kings who had failed to uphold that glory made their last stand before the Turks. But the Hungarians, with typical Christian frivolity, claimed it for nearly 100 years, harrying the Serbs so that they could not beat back the Turkish army. Hence Belgrade fell to Suleiman the Great in 1521. The Hungarians paid their scot 5 years later, when the Turks beat them at Mohacs and kept them in servitude for 150 years. Then the tide turned, the maniac vizier Kara Mustafa was defeated outside Vienna and brought to this very place to be strangled. Then in 1688, the Austrians swept them out and took the fortress, but lost it 2 years later, and it was not retaken till Prince Eugene of Savoy came down on it in 1717. So far the history of Belgrade, like many other passages in the life of Europe, makes one wonder what the human race has lost by its habit of bleeding itself like a mad medieval surgeon. But it may be that not much has been wasted which we miss. Those that are preserved to unfold the buds of their being often produce very repulsive blossoms. In 1739 by a hideously treacherous agreement the Austrians handed Belgrade and its Serb inhabitants to Turkey. This was, however, not such a calamity for the Serbs as appears, for they had been so oppressively governed by the Austrians that many had already fled into Turkish territory, though the treatment they received there could be described not as good, but better. In 1792, however, the Austrians conferred some benefits on the Serbs by a treaty, which they had designed simply for their own security. They arranged that no Janissaries should be admitted to the garrison of Belgrade or any other Serbian town. This was to save the Austrians from a frontier that could immediately become aggressive in time of war. It virtually imposed a no man's land. But to the Serbs it meant liberation from the unchecked tyranny of the dominant military caste. In the next few years the Belgrade Pashalik became happy and prosperous under Haji Mustafa Pasha, one of the few Turks who ever showed signs of a talent for colonial administration. He was so much beloved by his Christians that he was known as the Mother of Serbs, an odd title for an intensely military people to bestow on the bearded representative of another. But there was a shift in palace politics far away in Constantinople, and the treaty was annulled. The Janissaries came back. They stole by fraud into this fortress, murdered the wise Haji Mustafa, and set up a looting, murdering, raping tyranny over the countryside. It was against them that Kara George, Black George, the founder of the dynasty, a pig farmer of genius, led his revolt in 1804. He besieged this fortress and it was handed over to him in 1806. He freed his whole country down to Parchin and Krushabats, in 1810. But when Serbia became the ally of Russia against Turkey in 1813, she was betrayed by Russian incompetence, and the Turks came back to Belgrade. They took a terrible revenge for Kara George's revolt. They massacred all the men who were not quick enough to take refuge in the Shimidia, as it is called, the wooded place, the country lying south of Belgrade which formed most of the old kingdom of Serbia, and they sold many of the women and children into slavery. But later another Serbian leader arose, one Miloš Obrenović, and he induced Russia to support him in a revolt against the Ottoman Empire. It was successful. It was too successful. Russia had not wanted Serbia to be free, but to be absorbed into the Tsardom. But the Serbs had shown such mettle that Belgrade could not be mistaken for anything but the capital of a free Serbia. She was therefore cheated out of the victory she had earned. To prevent her from being too free she was forced to let a garrison of Turkish troops remain in Belgrade fortress. This led to incidents. It could not have been otherwise. And the great powers were always there to turn them, sometimes out of greed and baseness, sometimes out of sheer idiocy, into wounds and humiliations. Their guilt can be judged from the conduct of the English in June 1862. One evening in that month 2 Turkish soldiers, sitting at a fountain, fell into a dispute with a Serbian youth and killed him. In the subsequent disorder a Serbian policeman was killed and another wounded. This started a race riot which lasted all night. The Serbian cabinet and the foreign consuls and the Turkish Pasha joined together to take measures to stop it, and peace was believed to be restored when the garrison of the fortress suddenly opened fire on Belgrade. For 4 hours the unhappy town was bombarded. Not until the foreign consuls took the courageous step of pitching their tents on the glacis between the town and the fortress were the guns silenced. After this the British Foreign Office took a step memorable in its imbecility. Lord John Russell, without making any inquiries whatsoever, decided that the incident had occurred because the Serbians had violated their treaty obligations to Turkey, and he put forward the strange decision that Austria should invade Serbia. Fortunately Austria perceived that she could not choose a more dangerous moment, and sent no troops. It is a relief to remember that 4 years later, English influence induced the Porte to withdraw from Serbia altogether. Foreign students of our politics must be puzzled to find that this change in attitude was due to the substitution of a conservative for a liberal government. But this withdrawal did not yet bring peace to the fortress. In front of it lay Hungary and Austria, greedy for it. Behind it lay Russia, greedy for it. Both wanted to snatch the Balkans from the hands of the dying Ottoman Empire. When the young Serbian state tried to placate Austria, Russia raged. In its rage it financed the Bulgars to turn against the Serbs, filling them with hopes of Balkan ascendancy which have ever since complicated and embittered the international situation. Later the great powers met at the Congress of Berlin and gave Bosnia and Herzegovina to the Austrian Empire, and thereby left Serbia helpless and humiliated. In 1905 Serbia resisted Austrian commercial aggression by a tariff war which was known as the Pig War, and formed a customs anschluss with the Bulgars. So Austria's hatred for Serbia grew day by day, till in 1914 Prince Split acted as a catalytic to Central European passions, and the Austrian monitors bombarded the fortress from the Danube. In 1915 it was occupied by Austrian troops, not to be freed until 1918. Now, its ramparts and glassy shelter in their mellow bluish rose brickwork a sequence of little flower gardens, which stuff the old ravelins and redoubts with pansies and tulips and forget-me-nots. It is the prettiest and most courageous piece of optimism I know, but for all that I think the Yugoslavs wise to have Mestrovich's statue to remind them of the imbecile ferocity of their kind. There is another statue by Mestrovich in Kalemgdan. It is a war memorial of Yugoslavia itself, the glorious naked figure. It can be seen only imperfectly. It stands on the very top of the column, at the prow of the promontory, high up above the waters, which it faces. On the park it turns its back, and that is all the observer can see. This is not according to the intention of the sculptor, nor is it a sacrifice made to symbolism, though it is very apt that the Yugoslavian military spirit should look out in vigilance and warning towards Hungary and Austria. It happens that the statue is recognizably male, so the municipality of Belgrade refused to set it up in the streets of the town, on the ground that it would offend female modesty. But the Serb is not only a peasant in prudery, he is an artist, he has some knowledge of handicrafts, so he saw that it was natural for a man cutting out the shape of a man to cut out the true shape of a man. The councillors felt therefore no Puritan hatred of the statue, and their peasant thrift told them that it would be wicked waste to throw away a statue well carved in expensive material by an acknowledged master. So up it went, buttocks to the fore. And beautiful it looked, outlined against the landscape, which lay under the floods. As a human being in a bath, the face of the land, its trees and houses, were above the water, but the body was wholly submerged. These floods were even threatening the low platform that lies below the slope which drops, purple with lilacs, from the prow of Kalemgdan. But the low grey barracks down there were still occupied. On the nacreous surface of an exercise ground there walked in twos and threes a number of soldiers wearing round Cossack caps and long full-skirted coats opening over scarlet breeches. The scene had the air of the beginning of a ballet, because each body was so tautly sprung in its trained perfection. There were two dovecots in the compound, one a pleasant faded jade green, the other earth brown. Sometimes some soldiers would halt underneath one of these coats and cry out or clap their hands so that the doves whirred out and traveled a low arc to a corrugated iron roof. But for the most part these young men strolled about talking with a peculiar intensity that was untinged by homosexuality but spoke of male friendships more acute and adventurous than anything we know in the West. To look at them was to understand the military conspiracies that have been the special difficulty of Serbia during the last 50 years. By now the surface of the floods was hacked into choppy waves, which became a coarse trembling silver where the sunlight pierced the grey violet clouds. We shuddered and took refuge in the fortress. It is immense. It is shaped by the Oriental tradition which obliged the ruler to symbolize his greatness by the size of his habitation. Some of it the Yugoslav government has not yet had time or money to take in hand. A labyrinth of corridors and cells is as the Turks left it 70 years ago, but in other parts there are arsenals, barracks, offices, tennis courts, and a museum which holds, as a grisly and suspicious exhibit, the automobile in which King Alexander was assassinated at Marseille. It is not to be comprehended why the French authorities let it leave the country. It is an old-fashioned vehicle 7 years old in 1934 and clumsily refitted with new coachwork after a smash which had actually been used for the transport of better-class criminals. The French chauffeur is known to have protested against being made to drive a king in such a piece of old iron. It is right that the automobile should be in Belgrade, for it beautifully symbolizes the way the Western powers have dealt with the Balkans. There also, in the landward ramparts, is a charming zoo of the whip-snade sort. Grey skies bring out the color of flowers and animals, a lion and lioness drinking at a stream shone like topazes. But it was no use, the day was growing colder. We went back to our hotel. Belgrade too. We ate too large a lunch, as is apt to be one's habit in Belgrade, if one is man enough to stand up to peasant food made luxurious by urban lavishness of supply and a Turkish tradition of subtle and positive flavor. The soups and stews and risottos here are as good as any I know. And the people at the tables round about one come from the same kitchen, rich feeding, not too digestible, but not at all insipid. Some of them, indeed, are definitely indigestible, beings of ambiguous life, never engaged in any enterprise that is crystalline in quality. It is said that Belgrade is the center of the European spy system, and it may be that some of these people are spies. One about whom such a doubt might be harbored came up to me while we were eating our chicken liver risotto, an Italian whom I had last seen at a nightclub in Vienna. I remembered our meeting because of his answer to my inquiry as to what he was doing in Austria. I come from Spain, but I have never good fortune, he said. I hope to bring here a bullfight, but the bull, he will not come. This did not, of course, refer to a startling example of animal sagacity, but to the change noticeable in the attitude of the customs officials as the animal passed from territories where bullfighting is done to where it is not. The unhappy beast had started on its journey as a symbol of life, glorious in the prospect of meeting a sacrificial death, and ended it as something like a fallen girl, to be rescued by bloodless humanitarians. Today when I asked the Italian a like question about his presence he made a more optimistic answer. I am about to take up very, very great concessions, he said. A Baraites mine. In Bosnia. But, I thought, the Baraites, he will not come. This man was an adventurer for the reason that most Westerners turn adventurers. He was too weak and silly to fit into the grooves of ordinary life, to be accepted in the company of the really important businessmen, the industrialists and financiers who would take up the concessions in Bosnia if they were worth anything, and who are also to be seen lunging at this hotel. But the native Yugoslavs who are offering them their country's resources over the table seem also to be adventurers, though for another reason. They would deviate from the strict pathway drawn by business necessity, not because they were too negative but too positive for daily life. They are robust men who speak and laugh and eat and drink a great deal, so that by early middle life they have the lined faces of actors and are full-bodied. The vitality of these Yugoslavs to be seen at midday in this or any other big Belgrade hotel is in astounding contrast to any English gathering of the sort. Englishmen, if they happen to be physically dynamic, usually disclaim it by their manners. These Yugoslavs have never had an ache or pain in their lives. Yet all the historical factors involved should, by rights, have produced an opposite effect, for all the Yugoslavs over 40 must have taken part in a military campaign of the most appalling nature, and all adults who were below that age had undergone as boys privations and dangers such as never threatened French or English or German children. I could understand why English diplomats, too often the most delicate of a delicate class, hated being an post among the Balkan peoples, but I could guess also at another reason why they should hate it. These Yugoslavs were not only very well, they were certain in any circumstances to act vigorously, and it would be impossible to foresee what form that action would take. In the Yugoslavian villages one felt certain of the peasants' vigor and the predictability of their conduct. They might be intensely individual in their emotions and their expression of them, but they would follow a tested tradition. Here one had no such certainty. These men in the hotel dining room were not united by the acceptance of any common formula. This gave them the alien and enigmatic character of wild animals, the lion and lioness, drinking at the stream and the kiln were not more sealed from one in their feeling and thinking than these jolly, healthy men. I asked myself in vain, what will they do? And I asked myself also the more important question, what would they feel that they could not do? I remembered what English people who had lived in the Balkans had told me of dishonesty and punctilio, of grossness and delicacy, avarice and handsomeness, coexistent in the same person, of statesmen who had practiced extremes in patriotism and in peculation not at different times in their career but on the same day, of brutality that took torture and bloodshed in its stride and suddenly turned to the tenderest charity. Surely this meant that not only I, but the Yugoslavs, were unable to answer the question. They were not yet familiar with the circumstances of urban life. It could hardly be otherwise, since 35 years ago there was not a town in Serbia the size of Rockford, Illinois. The Yugoslavs could not be blamed, therefore, if they had not worked out a tradition of conduct to fit those circumstances. Urban life takes a deal of learning. We saw further evidence of that when we went out to see the procession of children that always on this day, April the 24th, marches through the street along the ridge of Belgrade, to receive the blessing of the patriarch at the cathedral, which is near the park. We took up our places near the central square among a mob of infatuated parents, and languidly kind big brothers and sisters who were too old to walk in the procession, and bubbling and dancing little brothers and sisters who were too young, and had for the most part been given balloons for compensation. There was a great deal of apprehension about, for every child had new clothes bought for this occasion, and this worst of springs ranged drably overhead, sometimes spilling great heavy pennies of rain, and the procession was 40 minutes late. All that was forgotten, however, every time one of the children in the crowd lost grip of its balloon, and we all saw it rise slowly, as if debating the advantages of freedom, over the wide trench of the cleared street. Then we all laughed, and laughed louder when, as usually happened, since the wind was short of breath, the balloon wobbled and fell on the heads of the crowd on the other side of the road, and was fetched back by its baby owner. There was one such recovery which caused great amusement. A red balloon was blown higher than any of the others, as high as the first floor windows, and then traveled across the street very slowly, with jerks and hesitations, while its owner, a little boy in a sky blue serge coat, staggered exactly beneath it, his anxious body expressing all the consternation a man might feel when the stock market is breaking. It's going. It's gone. No, it isn't. See, it's going to be all right. No, there isn't a chance. The puce-faced old soldier who held the line in front of us shook and heaved, producing laughter from some place one would never keep it, unless one was in the habit of packing things away as safely as possible. 3. Schoolgirls who had been stiff in adolescent affectation laughed as comfortably as if they were women already. But in spite of all this good humor the occasion was not as pretty as we had hoped, because the little children were so remarkably fragile and pasty-faced. It is perhaps because they have been waiting so long in the cold, suggested my husband. But that was not the reason, for the children who were walking briskly in the procession were just as pallid and dull of eye and hair. I cannot understand it, I said. Why should the Serbs, who are so superbly healthy when they grow up, be such weakly children? A French woman standing beside us in the crowd said primly, with that air of having put in her thumb and taken out a plum which we in England have not used with ease since the days of Maria Edgeworth, it is because they keep their children indoors all winter. You would not believe how little they understand the importance of giving the little ones plenty of air and exercise. After a moment's complacent pause, she added, and vegetables too. That is another thing of which they are ignorant. The children are given enormous quantities of meat, and some salad, yes, but green vegetables they hardly eat at all. That was to say, in fact, that the Serbs had not mastered the technique of bringing up children in town, which indeed is hard enough to learn so far as winter is concerned. For in the country a peasant's child must go out into the cold, whatever the day be like, to help with the crops or the livestock. It gets air and exercise without ever having the need for them propounded. But a great deal of information has to be stated and realized before a man and woman living in town see that it is their duty to commit the obvious unkindness of sending a child out into the cold for no reason at all. The matter of food is perhaps not so urgent as the French woman alleged, for it is said that the paprika, with which the Serb flavors his soups and his stews, compensates for the lack of green vegetables. But the excess of meat is also a real injury to the child, which it is very hard for its parents to avoid inflicting. For in the country a peasant can eat a great deal of meat and profit by it, and it is not easy for him when he comes to town to realize that the source of his strength has suddenly become a danger to him. They are learning a new technique, and the conditions of their education are not ideal. What a calamity it is that the Serbs consider it of such importance to have a great capital, I said to my husband. Think of all the new ministries, and look at these poor teachers. Unfortunately the Serbs are perfectly right, said my husband. The old pre-war Belgrade was in no way discreditable to any Serbs except those who 550 years ago were beaten on the field of Kosovo, and let the Turks stream north. But it was always being brought up against her in every German or Austrian or French or English book on the Balkans, and it was perpetually alluded to by diplomats. But I agree with you, these teachers are a most unhappy sight. For just as remarkable as the pallor and fragility of the children was the neediness of the schoolmasters and schoolmistresses who were in charge of them. They bore themselves with dignity, and their faces were for the most part thoughtful and dedicated. This was to be expected, for the profession of teacher offers not the steady job which the peasant longs for above all else when he leaves the soil, but has a special heroic prestige. Before the Balkan Wars all the young bloods of both sexes with a turn for letters took teaching diplomas and went down to old Serbia and Macedonia, which were still Turkish provinces. The great powers had forced Turkey to permit the establishment of schools with foreign staffs for the benefit of the Christians among their subjects, but the result was hardly what could have been expected from such a benevolent intervention. No area since the world began can have been at once so highly educated and so wildly uncivilized. Macedonia was important to all Europe, because a power that got a foothold there had a chance of falling heir, by actual occupation or by economic influence, to the territories of the dying Ottoman Empire. So the land was covered with schools, staffed by nationalist propagandists, who, when they hailed from the neighboring Balkan powers, took their duties with more than normal pedagogic ferocity. Macedonia had a large population of Christian Slavs, who were mainly of Serb or Bulgarian or Greek character, though they often exchanged characters if they shifted, or their districts fell under different domination. Serbia and Bulgaria and Greece Therefore all founded schools which aimed at making the Macedonian infants into Serbs or Bulgars or Greeks who could be counted on to demand the transfer of the province to whatever state had secured their adherence. Quite a number of the schoolmasters and schoolmistresses in these competitive establishments were shot, or were not shot only because they shot first. This situation was not wholly ended by the war. Until a few years ago the IMRO or Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization, which wished to take Macedonia from Yugoslavia and make it Bulgarian, often attacked Yugoslav schools and murdered the staff, and yet many Serbian teachers volunteered to put in some years of duty in the south before they settled down at home. So the teacher in Yugoslavia is often a hero and fanatic as well as a servant of the mind, but as they walked along the Belgrade streets it could easily be seen that none of them had quite enough to eat or warm enough clothing or handsome lodgings or all the books they needed. It must be admitted that the city, with its starved professional classes, its lavish governmental display, and its population of an exploiting class, sometimes presents an unattractive appearance. I did not like Belgrade that evening when I sat in the hotel lounge and watched the bar fill up with high-colored, thick-necked, stocky little men, whose black mustaches were lustrous as ape's hair. There had been some sort of conference upstairs in a private room, with two foreign visitors, one pale and featureless and round, like an enormous Dutch cheese, the other a Jew as Hitler sees Jews. I think the dreams raised at that conference would never be realized in all their rossiness. No party was going to be left, as the others hoped, with the horns and the hooves as his share of the carcass. But everybody would do pretty well, except the general public here and in the rest of Europe, which was going to provide the carcass. And the rest of Europe can look after itself. It has had its opportunities, and if it has never used them to tidy up its financial system, so much the worse for it. The heavier offense is against Yugoslavia, a new country that has to make its body and soul. The extent of the damage that is done to the state by these financial and industrial adventurers is not easy to compute. I do not believe that it is nearly so much in terms of money as the Yugoslavs outside Belgrade allege. The great fortunes in Yugoslavia come from shipping and timber, and are as legitimate as such riches are in England or America. For the rest, there are only sporadic and unimpressive evidences of wealth, however gained. There may be some large villas in Belgrade whose owners could not explain how they came to be able to build them, but then there are very few large villas in Belgrade. Nor are there many large cars, or expensive restaurants, or jewelers, or furriers. It looks to me as if all the city speculators absorb a much smaller proportion of their country's goods than England and the United States cede. As a matter of course to the city and to Wall Street. But to a community of peasants it may well seem that such rewards for the middleman are altogether exorbitant, and indeed the political consequences of such a privateering strain in society are altogether disastrous for a new country. If the politicians of a state are dominated by ideas, then few parties form. There are certain natural classifications which establish themselves, those who are for repression and those who are for freedom, those who are for the town people and those who are for the peasants, those who are for the army and those who are for finance and industry, and so on. Sometimes these groups stand sharply defined and sometimes they coalesce into fewer and larger groups. But there is only a limited number of such classifications, and of the combinations that can be formed from them. But if there are 1,000 financiers and industrialists in a country, they can, especially when they are Slavs, turn political life into a multiplicity of small slippery bodies like a school of whitebait. In the 10 years after the granting of the Yugoslavian constitution in 1921 25 different governments held office. There is nothing more necessary for the country than a steady agrarian policy. There have been as many as 5 ministers of agriculture in 13 months. It was to end this gangsterish tumult that King Alexander took the disastrous step of proclaiming a dictatorship in 1929. This introduced what seemed to be a change for the better, but most Yugoslavs would say that it produced no change at all. For it ultimately put into the saddle Stojanovic, who was hated throughout the length and breadth of the country. That hatred was extraordinarily widespread. I have literally never heard any Yugoslav, except Constantine and a very simple-minded judge from a Dalmatian town, express admiration for him. He was hated chiefly because he was said to be a tyrant and enemy of freedom. He was said to have suppressed freedom of speech and freedom of the press by throwing his opponents into jail, where they were often starved and beaten. It is extremely difficult to weigh the justice of these accusations. It must be conceded at once that if a man is imprisoned in Yugoslavia he is likely to be maltreated. A bad penal tradition has been inherited both from Turkey and from Austria. I have known a most enlightened Serb official who had had the greatest difficulty in persuading his subordinates that it was not good form to use torture for the purpose of extracting confessions. It added to the complexity of the situation that when they were not torturing their prisoners they would treat them with a fatherly kindness unknown in our western prisons. Whether Stojanovic imprisoned many people or not was hard for a stranger to tell. My impression was that the regime was far more indulgent than German Nazism or Italian fascism. I have heard malcontents loudly abuse the government freely when sitting in a cafe or by an open window giving on a lane, and I have often received through the ordinary post letters in which my Yugoslav friends abused the prime minister and signed their names. I have been told several stories of atrocities which, on investigation, turned out to be either completely untrue or exaggerated. For example, I was told in Croatia of a Croat who had been exiled to a Macedonian town and was forced to report to the gendarmerie every 2 hours, but a pro-Croat anti-government Macedonian living in that town could not trace him, and had never heard of anybody undergoing that peculiar punishment. I was also told of a man who had been given a long term of imprisonment for having abused Stojanovic to his companion as they sat at dinner in a restaurant, but actually the magistrate had done no more than advise him not to talk so loud next time. But sometimes the hand of Stojanovic fell very heavily indeed. It sometimes fell vexatiously on the intellectuals. I have known of a provincial lawyer of the highest character who was sent to prison for 2 months for treasonable conversation, on the evidence of an ignoble personage who had before the war been an Austrian spy in Belgrade. The real damage done to the intellectuals lay not in the number of such cases or the severity of the sentences but in the insecurity arising from the knowledge that they could happen at all. But I believe that the hand fell with a murderous heaviness on the working classes. An English friend of mine once came on a tragic party of young men being sent down from a Bosnian manufacturing town to Sarajevo by a night train. All were in irons. The gendarmes told him that they were communists. I expect they were nothing of the sort. Real Marxian communism is rare in Yugoslavia, for it is not attractive to a nation of peasant proprietors, and the Comintern wastes little time and energy in this field, but the word is extended to cover the mildest of left activities. These young men had probably done nothing worse than try to form a trade union. It was against such as these, I believe, that the Stojanovic regime brought up its full forces. Consideration of this bias brought one to the reason that the more serious-minded among the Yugoslavs gave for their hatred of Stojanovic. They knew that their Abominable prison system could not be reformed in a moment. They knew that they were often difficult and ungracious under government. But they could not forgive him for representing the thick-necked, plundering little men in the bar. Those men were his allies, and they were united against the rest of Yugoslavia. They were against the peasants, against the starving schoolmasters, against the workmen who had been brought to town and poverty like lambs to the slaughter. It is plausible, yet I do not think it is true. Certainly Stojanovic represented the financial and industrial interests of Belgrade, but he may not have meant to be his country's enemy. I have known Englishmen and Frenchmen who have done business with him, and they all received honest, even handsome treatment at his hands, which seemed to be part of a certain Augustan attitude, hardly consonant with carelessness for his country's interest. The truth was, I suspect, that he was astonishingly naive, and that his naivete was cut to an old-fashioned pattern. The clue to that was supplied every evening to anybody who would listen to it by the radio. The Yugoslavian news bulletins had in 1937 certain peculiarities. There was very little given out about the boy king and his mother, Queen Maria. There was far more to be heard about the regent, Prince Paul, and his family. This was a great mistake. I believe that it was the result of a very proper desire to give young King Peter some sort of unpublicized boyhood, but it was misinterpreted by the rural and provincial population who considered it was a sign that Prince Paul was ambitious and might wish to usurp the throne. But there was never nearly so much about any member of the royal family as there was about Mr. Stojanovic. I have never turned on the radio in Yugoslavia without hearing a full account of everything the Prime Minister had done on the previous day, delivered in accents that would have been appropriate had he been a commander-in-chief that had just driven an invading army over the frontier. That might be taken as just another manifestation of the sham Caesarism which is a commonplace of our age, and, indeed, towards the end of Stoyanovic's regime he had the unhappy notion of packing his meetings with youths who chanted, in a concert, that was most uncharacteristic of the Slav, Vodaju, 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 as it might be. Führer, Führer, Führer. But there was a difference. Here we had a relic of the pre-Caesarian age that has passed from the rest of Europe. Mr. Stojanovic, Constantine once said to me, admires capitalism. Admires capitalism. I echoed. What, how can he do that? Capitalism is an attempt at solving the problem of how man shall get a steady living off an earth that does not care a jot for him, and it may be said, until some communist state has worked out its theory with better results than Russia, that we know of none more successful. But surely it is nothing like as good as what we want for ourselves. Surely it can only be regarded with disappointment, not admiration. So you think, said Constantine. But so does not Mr. Stojanovic. He knows that we are a poor country, since the Turks have taken all for 5 centuries. And he thinks it would be beautiful if much foreign money came here and bred more money, and if we had many factories such as they have in America, splendid white palaces full of machinery so intricate that when it moves it is like symphonies being played in steel, pouring out new and clean things for our people, pouring out golden streams of wages that all could be bought. But sometimes money does not breed, I said, sometimes it dies in childbirth, and the community is left with a whole lot of corpses on hand. And as for such factories, they may look like palaces but the people who work inside could never be taken for princes and princesses, and the stream of wages, which is golden in the same sense that the Danube is blue, often washes them back in the evenings to filthy slums. You are a woman, you want all to be pretty, said Constantine, you do not see the beauty of ruthlessness, and as for money, Mr. Stojanovic is a very clever man. He would see that there are no depressions as there have been in America. There is something here, touching in its inexperience, which is very different from fascism or Nazism. Mussolini and Hitler came to power because they offered the victims of capitalism a promise of relief by a magical rite of regimentation. But this is an innocent who does not know that such victims can ever be numerous enough to exercise a determining force in society. He thinks of them as failures, as weak and impotent, and so they may be in their personal lives, but if they form a seething and desperate mass they may develop a dynamic power surpassing that engendered by success. Under this delusion he conducts himself with an extraordinary imprudence. He does not understand that it is wise to allow as many of the failures as possible to convert themselves by organization to something more like success, and so he fails. And in this he resembles many members of the propertied classes both in England and in America to understand that trade unionism is not a disintegrating but a stabilizing force. How should such men as these in the bar know otherwise? When the Industrial Revolution had dawned on the Western powers, the Serbs were Turkish slaves, too. This day 87% of Yugoslavs are agricultural workers. Leskovac is called the Manchester of Yugoslavia and is no such thing, but a pleasant good-weathered little town of under 20,000 inhabitants who have no difficulty in keeping their faces clean. Never has Belgrade known a time when, from the uplifting windows of skyscraper hotels it does not possess, ruined bankers drop like the gentle dew from heaven upon the place beneath. It may be asked why these adventurers might not have learned of the inconveniences of capitalism from books and newspapers. Certain mistakes the printed word never kept anyone from committing. An unless never deterred a man from loving a whore. No aging woman sent away a young lover because she had read Bellamy. There exists a mountain of economic publications which prove that in our modern world of shrinking markets and increasing production it would be impossible to found John Company. The Germans plan to draw such wealth from colonial expansion. I felt a rush of dislike towards the men in the bar who were instruments of this error. I detected in them a strong physical resemblance to certain types found in Western cities during the last century, to pictures representing the financial adventurers who dominated Paris under the Second Empire, to the photographs of city men which can be seen in the illustrated papers of the 90s, named as founders of enterprises not now extant. Idiotically, they were not only copying a system that was far from ideal, they were themselves imitating those who had proved incapable of grasping such success as the system offers. I could imagine the hotel making the same error. It would repudiate its good fat risottos, its stews would be guiltless of the spreading red oil of paprika, it would employ chambermaids who would not howl by the beds of ailing clients and whose muzzles would not twitch in animal certainty before a Greek, in doubt before a Finn. It would not then resemble a good French hotel, it would become international, a tethered wagonlet, like the large Spanish hotels. Belgrade, I thought, had made the same error. It had till recently been a Balkan village that has its character of resistance, of determined survival, of martyred penury. This was a very sacred Balkan village. The promontory on which it stood had been sanctified by the blood of men who had died, making the simple demand that, since their kind had been created, it might have leave to live. Modern Belgrade has striped that promontory with streets that had already been built elsewhere much better. I felt a sudden abatement of my infatuation for Yugoslavia. I had been enchanted on my first visit with the lovely nature and artifice of Bosnia, and I had recognized in Macedonia a uniquely beautiful life of the people. When the Macedonians loved or sang or worshipped God or watched their sheep, they brought to the business in hand poetic minds that would not believe in appearances and probed them for reality, that possessed as a birthright that quality which Keats believed to be above all others in forming a man of achievement, especially in literature, and which Shakespeare possessed so enormously. Negative capability. He called it, and it made a man capable of being in uncertainties, doubts, without any irritable reaching after fact and reason. But Macedonia had been under the Ottoman Empire until 1913, it had till then been stabilized by Turkish misgovernment in precisely those medieval conditions which had existed when it was isolated by its defeat at Kosovo in 1389. Macedonia should perhaps be looked on as a museum not typical of the life outside it. It had had only 25 years of contact with the modern world. Serbia had known no such seclusion. It was liberated in 1815. For a century it had been exposed to the peculiar poisons of the 19th century. I had perhaps come a long way to see a sunset which was fading under my eyes before a night of dirty weather. But some of this threatened degeneration was still a long way from consummation. This hotel may have longed to slip off its robust character and emulate the Savoy and the Krillin and the Plaza, but its attempt was not well underway as yet. A newcomer had arrived in the bar. The stocky little men were now greeting with cries of love and trust another of the kind who would have betrayed them for about the sum that would have made them betray him, lifting their glasses to him and slapping him on the back, with the exaggeration of children playing the game in the manner of the word, that I might have seen in London or Paris or New York. But in none of those great cities have I seen hotel doors slowly swing open to admit, unheard and at ease, a peasant, holding a black lamb in his arms. He took up his place beside the newsstand where they sold Pravda and Politica, the Continental Daily Mail, Paris Soir, the New York Herald Tribune. He was a well-built young man with straight fair hair, high cheekbones, and a look of clear sight. His suit was in the Western fashion, but he wore also a sheepskin jacket, a round black cap, and leather sandals with upturned toes, and to his ready-made shirt his mother had added some embroidery. He looked about him as if in search of someone. Twice he went to the door of the bar and peered at the faces of the stocky little men, so it was plain that he was waiting for one of their kind, and indeed the middle class in Yugoslavia is so near to its peasant origin that any of them might have had such a cousin or nephew. But the one he sought was not there, so he went back to his place by the newsstand. He stood still as a Byzantine king in a fresco, while the black lamb twisted and writhed in the firm cradle of his arms, its eyes sometimes catching the light as it turned and shining like small luminous plates. To Paula, as arranged, we called the next morning at Constantine's house ready to go with Gerda to see the half-finished monument to the unknown soldier on the hill of Abala, 12 miles from Belgrade, and the Karađorđević mausoleum on the hill of Opalnats. The expedition began badly. Gerda opened the door in trim, fresh clothes, and was formally welcoming us in the hall when Constantine's old mother slipped in. Her mouth had suddenly watered for some kind of food, so she had tied a kerchief round her head and gone along to the market in her wrapper and slippers, and she had hoped to get back into the house without anybody being the wiser. But here we all were, being hook-old-born in the passage. So Gerda looked at the floor with the air of blushing for shame, though her skin did not in fact show any alteration at all. And the poor old mother hung her Beethovenish head. This was all quite wrong, for she was really a magnificent pianist, and Balzac's dressing gown is the one garment all artists have in common. One cannot create without a little sluttishness packed away somewhere. Neatness and order are delicious in themselves, but permissible only to the surgeon or the nurse. Schiller knew that when he kept rotting apples in his writing desk, and opened the drawer when he needed inspiration, so that he could look on their brownness, inhale the breath of overripeness. But Gerda had not been able to coerce Constantine. Shamelessly he called us into his study, and we found him fat and round and curly in his candy-striped pajamas and dressing gown, with little bouquets of black hair showing between his jacket buttons. Ah, she is your girl too, said my husband, pointing to the photograph over Constantine's desk, which represented the Ludovisi triptych of Venus rising from the foam. And why not, said Constantine. She is perfect, for what she is and what she is not. There is nothing in her pose of patriotism or propaganda or philosophy or religion, simply she says, I am rising to delight. His little fat hands paddled in the air, lifting him through the same tide as Venus, to the same sweet enamored air. He, who is one of the ugliest of human beings, knows intuitively all that it is to be the goddess of beauty. That sculpture is the very opposite of the frescoes that you have seen in South Serbia, that your husband will see in the mosaic copies that King Alexander made for the mausoleum at Opalnats. For there is no delight, it is all patriotism and propaganda and philosophy and religion, but all the same there is rising, there is floating, there is an ecstasy, but it is a terrible one. His mouth was full of bread and coffee, but his hands paddled, and he rose up a beam of white light to a light that was whiter. You are an intelligent man, though you are a banker, he said to my husband, so you will make no error at Opalnats. You will take these mosaics as an indication of what you will see in Macedonia, in South Serbia, not for themselves. All the Macedonian frescoes are painted, and these have been copied in mosaic. A painted fresco is a painted fresco, and a mosaic fresco is a mosaic fresco, and a fresco that is meant to be painted and is worked in mosaic is a mongrel, and mongrels should be gay little dogs, not very large works of art. I suffered the tortures of the damned when I was in Germany and must arrange all for our king with the German manufacturer of mosaics, but I must own it was not only because of my artistic conscience, it was also because the manufacturer was the slowest man in the world. A tall, fat man he was, with a great beard, and he spoke so, and so, and so, and once I could not help myself. I cried out, Mynheer, will you not speak a little faster, for I have many things to do, and he answered, very angrily, but still very slowly, no, I cannot speak fast, for in the mosaic business we do all things very slowly, we make for eternity. But you will see what he made. I am not sure that it was for eternity, I think. It was only forever, which is not at all the same. On the porch he said, it is fine weather, and it will be fine weather tomorrow. I am so glad that tomorrow we go to the Fruška Gora that I have not told you about. There are some old monasteries of our people on some hills by the Danube, that are called the Fruška Gora, that is the Frankish hills. They are very pretty in themselves. And they explain Belgrade and all that you will see today. So we drove off along the boulevards, which were crowded with leisurely people, for it was Sunday, and even those who had come to the market were taking it easy. For the same reason there were boys lolling at the open windows of the university students' hostel, in the lovely cat-like laziness only possible to highly exercised youth. From one window a boy, darker and more fiery than the rest, was leaning forward and making a burlesque harangue to a laughing group, who raised their hands and cried in mock hatred, long live Stoyanovich. Of such are the students whom the newspapers often describe as communists, and a number of them would claim that title. Yet to Westerners, nothing could be less accurate. These people are peasants who have in a sense enjoyed an unusual amount of class freedom. They were serfs only to the Turks, who were alien conquerors, and have not for centuries been subordinate to large landowners of their own blood. So they find it natural to criticize such of themselves as set up to be governors. Since they are South Slavs, they have never had Peter the Great or Catherine the Great to teach them obedience to a centralized power. If they were to rebel against the government, they would act in small independent groups, as Prince N. Shabranovich did. They would never joyously become subordinate atoms in a vast Marxist system. When they say they are communists, they mean that they are for the country against the town, for the village against Belgrade, for the peasant against the industrialist, and for that reason they won and all Lovit Stoyanovich. We were out of Belgrade, we were driving to the dark cone of distant Davala, across a rolling countryside that was the spit and image of lowland Scotland, though richer to the eye by reason of the redness of the earth. It bears signs of comfortable peasant proprietorship, and there came into my mind the verdict my Provençal cook had passed on a certain village on the Côte d'Amours, say on Bonpays. Person ans rich la basse mais tout le monde de biens. Fairer words cannot be spoken of a country, in my opinion, and I felt in great good humor. So, too, I was delighted to find, did Gerda. Her face was serene and she was making conventional German small talk with my husband, and she was plainly passing through a specifically German experience which has always struck me as charming. Its simplest form is often displayed in old-fashioned German children's books. Little girls arrive in a coach at a Cologne hotel, with their hearts singing like birds within them. Our Papa rises their carol, is a Herr Geheimrath from Hanover. Our Mama is everything a Frau Geheimrath should be. We are two well-behaved little girls, wearing beautiful new traveling ulsters, and we are going to see the Rhineland, which everybody knows is one of the most beautiful sights in the world, and all is heavenly. Neither the French nor the English ever get quite the same naive, unpresumptuous joy in what one is and what one does, when both are unremarkable. We may rejoice in what we do, but we are too august and I am not to detest what we are, or not to pretend such detestation. It pleased me enormously that Gerda was saying to herself as she drove along, I come of an old family of Lutheran pastors, I am the wife of a Yugoslavian official, I am accompanying an Englishman, a cultured person and graduate of Oxford University and a banker, and his wife, who is a writer, and we are going to see two interesting denkmals, and it is a fine day. The road swung round and round the cone of Avala, running between woodlands, green with their first leaves and bronze with buds and carpeted with blue periwinkles. We got out and climbed to the summit over the unfinished gauntness of the engineering construction which is to support the vast Mestrovich Memorial. At the very top we halted, embarrassed by an unusual view of the fighting male. On the descending slope beyond stood two rows of soldiers, one facing the other, every man of them holding in his hand something that flashed. An officer cried out a word of command, which roared from his throat like a spell designed for the instant precipitation of an ocean of blood. The soldiers raised to their lips the things that flashed, which were tin mugs, and we heard a strange sound which might have been made by birds singing underground. Then the officer cried out for atrocity again, and a jet of liquid, silver in the sunlight, spurted from each soldier's lips. They were doing gargling drill against influenza. They saw us, but showed no signs of self-consciousness. If the Serbian heroes of old had been ordered by their Tsars to gargle in front of female tourists, they would have obeyed. Military service appears to be the only thing that makes a Slav calm. The difference between the students we had seen at the windows of the university hostel and these soldiers was that which might be remarked in France between the girl pupils of Elysée gadding and gossiping their way home through the streets of a provincial town, and the still and stylized products of an extremely expensive convent school. We went down the hill again and paused beside a model of the Mestrovich Memorial which was mounted on a truck. The roof of the tomb is to be supported by immense Karyatides, Serbian peasant women, the mothers of these convoys. We looked at the existing memorial, which is rough and small, cut by some simple mason, and out of curiosity I put my head into a little hut beside it. I wished I had not. It housed the wreaths that had been laid on the memorial by various official bodies. Through its gloom immortelles and ribbons lettered with gold and striped with crude national colors emitted the nostril-stopping smell of dust. By reason of the words spelled out by gold letters and the combinations of the national colors, the spectacle was horrifying. These wreaths were displeasing in any case because they were official, and had been ordered by preoccupied functionaries and supplied as articles of commerce for a minor state occasion that would provoke no wave of real feeling in the people, but their provenance reminded one that the quality of Balkan history, and indeed of all history, is disgusting. One wreath had been given by Nazi Germany, which had now absorbed the body of Austria, and which had been absorbed by the spirit of Austria. Vienna is speaking again, through Hitler as through Luger and Schoner and Konrad von Hotzendorf, a message of self-infatuation and a quiver of hatreds for all but the chosen Teutonic people, the most poisonous being dedicated to the Slav. Another had been given by Italy, who had incessantly harried Dalmatia by her greed, who gave the assassins of King Alexander arms and the knowledge how to use them. It was a kind of filthy buffoonery almost unmatched in private life which had made these powers lay their wreaths on a grave sacred to a people whom they meant to send to its grave as soon as possible. It was an indictment of man that this people was forced to stand by when their enemies came to defile their holy place, simply because no political arrangement has been discovered which annuls the dangers arising out of Yugoslavia's proximity to Central Europe and Italy. I became filled with feminist rage. I would have liked to deface the model of Mestrovich's monument, which represented peasant women without contrition. Since men are liberated from the toil of childbirth and child-rearing, they might reasonably be expected to provide an environment which would give children the possibility to survive and test the potentialities of humanity. The degree of failure to realize that expectation revealed in this disgusting little room could not be matched by women, unless 90% of all births were miscarriages. Gerda, however, liked the wreaths. Our father is a Herr Geheimrath. I put out my hand and touched the Italian offering, and murmured my distaste, but Gerda only wrinkled her nose and laughed slyly, like a little girl who sees something that her nurse has told her is dirty. We drove away from Avala by a pleasant road that runs among water meadows, where willows mark the constant stream, and orchards with plump foliage smothering the last of the blossom, and vineyards naked and unpromising as graveyards, with their poles stripped bare for spring. Like the Pas-de-Calais, this Serbian countryside presents inconsistently neat cultivations and sluttish villages. The villages here are very large, for except in the neighborhood of the big towns there are no scattered farmsteads. Wherever the peasant's land may be, he lives in the village and drives his livestock home at night and out again in the morning. This custom proved its convenience during the Turkish occupation, for it enabled the Christians to put up a combined defense against night raids by irregular troops or bandits, but it had its origin further back than that. The basis of the Slav social system was the Zadruga, the family whose members shared equally in the labors and profits of a jointly owned estate, which was governed by an elected elder, who was usually the oldest man in the group but might sometimes be a younger man who had shown exceptional ability, or might even be a woman. The elder and his wife lived in a central house and the others inhabited either rooms joined to it or adjacent houses. The Zadruga naturally split up when the number of descendants began to press too heavily on the resources of the estate, but it usually included at least 3 generations and often numbered 100 persons or more. The dreary identification between country life and solitude has therefore never depressed Serbia as it has other lands, and even quite insignificant villages run long main streets down a hill and over a stream and up the hill on the other side, where the cultivators of the trim orchards and vineyards loll outside tumble-down cafes, looking anything but trim themselves. They were, indeed, not out to look trim. Ferocity was this district's line. They would have preferred to curdle the blood, just a little, by their manifest kinship with the Hayduks, with the great chief Karageorge himself. For we were already on the stage where that first liberator of Serbia had unveiled his violence and power. At a turn of the road we stopped to see the place where Karageorge was one day riding, with his herdsmen behind his swine, just after the Yanizaris had come back to power, and murdered the pro-Serb Mustafa Pasha and were massacring every important Serb that they could find. Through the dust he saw the flashing weapons of a party of Turkish soldiers, and without an instant's hesitation he and his herdsmen turned their horses' heads into the oak forests that bordered the road, leaving the swine to take care of themselves. Later we came to the village where Karageorge had met with 2 Serbian chiefs and 500 of the rank and file, and had been chosen their commander-in-chief in the first insurrection of 1804. This moody and valiant giant, who was no mere springing tiger but possessed real military genius, did not wish to accept that office, for curious reasons which have been reported for us by an actual witness. He said, I want to go with you, but not before you, and when they pressed him for a reason he told them, for one thing, you've not learned soldiering, and because of that, after some days, you will surrender to the Turks, then you know what will happen. And for another, if I accepted I certainly would do much not to your liking. If one of you were taken in the smallest treachery, the least faltering, I would kill him, hang him, punish him in the most fearful manner. This was not a mere threat of disciplinary firmness, it was a confessional allusion to the violences which he had already committed under the stress of patriotism. Years before, when he was a youth, he had taken part in an uprising and had had to flee with his stepfather and their cattle towards the Austrian frontier. But when they came to the river Sava, his stepfather's nerve failed him, and he announced he would turn back and seek pardon from the Turks. Karageorge did not believe that he would receive anything from the Turks but torture, so in desperation he took out his pistol and shot the old man dead. Then he went on to the next village and asked the headman to give the corpse burial, and left him all his cattle in payment. That Karageorge should at the moment of being chosen leader by his people have referred to their characteristic faults and his own, not in comfortable tones of conventional modesty but with an unimpassioned accuracy, is characteristically Slav. But east can meet west. The house where the 3 chiefs met has been pulled down and replaced by a towered school, closely resembling a small suburban public library. We passed by a spa almost as unlike Bath or Vichy or Baden-Baden as the spa we had seen in Bosnia. No fine ladies and gentlemen were here in search of undefined recuperation. Peasants were striding down a chestnut avenue towards the spring, solemnly conscious of what they expected its waters to do to their bowels, solemnly conscious of what their forefathers had known, that in water there are gods. There was a solid yet naive house, built by somebody who had gone to the west to see how these things were done, and had gaped at his model as well as studying. Since it was Sunday, there were little boys offering trays of scones and rolls, for the Serbs love breadstuffs almost as much as the Scots, and others were selling miniature leather sandals of the type worn throughout Yugoslavia, with the upturned toe, which is useless though appropriate as a symbol of the X which is added to the usual human characteristics in the Slav. The evaluation of that X became an increasingly interesting problem as we drove along the lanes into Karageorge's village, Topala, which is one of the 2 Serb words for poplar, for there his kind stood in the mud, all with these cockspur points to their sandals, all with that Slav mystery heavy on their dark forelocks, across their scowling brows, hanging round a playground that had been Karageorge's stable yard. The main street took us to a village green, running uphill, alongside a church with dome and walls battered and pitted with rifle fire, and a galleried farmhouse that had been Karageorge's home and now bore the emblems of a Sokol headquarters. On a seat beneath some trees sat 2 parent wolves, an old man and woman, their ferocity silvered down to gentle and amiable dignity, emitting fire from the nostrils only now and then, finely dressed in the sheepskin and embroidered homespun of peasant costume. The unknown quantity was not what one might have thought, for mere lawlessness and savagery do not age in majesty, with accumulated goods about them. An old man came and took us into the church, which was full of the dark magic of the Orthodox rite, and told us that here Karageorge had come to take communion, and here his bones had rested ever since they had been laid there several years after his death, till they had been moved to the great new mausoleum on the hill of Opalnats, half a mile away. Where had they been in the meantime? I asked. In the ground, said the old man, in a valley not far from here. He had come back from exile after Abramovich had become the leader of the Serbs, and Abramovich sent a man to kill him, that he might placate the Sultan by sending him his head. But later Abramovich's wife grew alarmed, because one of the children in her family grew ill, and she had the bones of Karageorge dug up and sent back to us here. Behind us in the darkness, Gerda tittered. We turned in surprise and found her looking surprisingly fair. They are such savages, she explained. The old man gazed at her perplexed, as if she might perhaps be ill or unhappy, and went on slowly with doubtful, kindly glances at her, to show us the screen that divides the whole altar from the church, the iconostasis. It was carved with artless sculptures of holy stories seen through peasant eyes, after the fashion of the 14th century, although the wood was new. They were carved for us by 3 brothers, he said, descendants of the 3 brothers who did the famous iconostasis and pulpit at the Church of the Holy Savior in Skopje, 200 years ago. They have carried on the craft from father to son. 8 years they lived here, making this screen. Now they have been for many years at Nish, working on a screen that will be greater than this, but not more beautiful. For the Karageorgeviches they did their best. He opened the royal door in the iconostasis that opens on the altar, and his face folded with grief. Here once God gave us a great mercy. When our King Alexander went to Bulgaria we said Mass here day and night. During all the 3 days he was in Sofia, and although there are many Bulgarians who hate us and have evil hearts, nothing happened to him, he came back to us in safety. But, God forgive us, when he went to France we did not say Mass for him at all, for we thought he was among friends. Again history emitted its stench, which was here particularly noisome. Nothing a wolf can do is quite so unpleasant as what can be done to a wolf in zoos and circuses, by those who are assumed not to be wolfish, to be the civilized curators of wolfdom. Before we got back into the car we stood for a minute on the green, looking at the fierce little church, at the fierce little farmhouse out of which some fierce boys were issuing, fresh from gymnastic exercises dynamized by patriotic fury, at the fierce and handsome ancients on the seat. Now I see the truth of the old saying that there are more ways of killing a cat than by choking it with cream, said my husband. Observe that in Bosnia the Slavs did choke the Turk with cream. They glutted him with their wholesale conversions and kept him outside of Sarajevo. But here cream just did not come into the question. The Serbs fought the Turks, and then they fought them, and then they fought them. What we see in these people is the normal expression to be looked for in a fighting army that has just come out of the trenches after a long hand fight, and thinks it may yet be ambushed. But later, as we walked to the mausoleum where it lifts its white cupolas in a wooded park, as we passed under the dry grainy gold of its mosaic vaults, he said, this, however, is something else. Has it anything to do with these people, this extraordinary place? Or is it just a fantasy of these Karageorgieviches? The church, which is dedicated to St. George, is quite new, and externally it is very beautiful. Fidelity to the Byzantine tradition is responsible for quite a number of very ugly small churches, for its reliance on pure form shows up any defects in the way of bad machine cutting and ugly stone, but it automatically imposes a certain majesty and restraint on a church which is given good material and skilled workmanship. Opelnats was built by old King Peter in 1912, but it was reduced to ruins during the Great War. In 1922 King Alexander rebuilt it, and added 2 features, which had, apparently, not been in his father's mind when he originally planned it. King Alexander brought up the bones of Karageorge from the village church at Topala, and buried them under a plain block of marble in the right apse, that is to say, beside the royal throne which stands in any Orthodox church of dignity, which is here an impressive matter of green marble surmounted by a white and gold eagle. The only other Karageorgievich whom King Alexander thought worthy to be buried in the church itself, and not in the crypt, was King Peter, who lies under another plain block of marble in the left apse. This indicates a critical attitude which ruling monarchs do not usually adopt towards their dynasty, for there was another Karageorgievich ruler, Alexander the son of Karageorge, but he was not a success. The other contribution of King Alexander was the mosaics. King Peter planned no other decoration than the shot-riddled regimental banners, born in the Balkan Wars and the Great War, which hang from the marble pillars. These mosaics are indeed at first extremely disconcerting in their artistic impropriety. It is not mere pedantry to object to mosaic as a medium for copying painted frescoes, for the eye is perpetually distracted by its failure to find the conditions which the original design was framed to satisfy. These frescoes are Byzantine in origin. Their proper title in the histories of art is Serbo-Byzantine. The flame-like forms that should have been fixed in appropriate tenuity by colors flame-like in their smoothness and transparency were falsified in their absence because they were represented in a material opaque and heterogeneous as sand. The man who ordered these mosaics to be made must have been lacking in any fine aesthetic perception. But they compose an extremely ably prepared encyclopedia of medieval Serbian art. Looking up at them one can say that Dormition of the Virgin comes from Gračanica, that sequence of the life of St. George comes from Tijani, that flight into Egypt from Pech, and without receiving the intense pleasure which is given by the actual sight of these works of art, one is afforded useful information as to what sort of pleasure that is going to be. But why did this man want to hold up an encyclopedia of medieval Serbian art over his family vault? Asked my husband. It seems to me as if an English king should build a mausoleum full of allusions to Richard Coeur de Lion. Well, that is all the remote past they have, I said, and they came straight out of that glory into the misery of Turkish conquest. But is there any real continuity between the medieval Serbian Empire and these Serbs? Asked my husband. Of course there is, I said. You will see that once you get away from Belgrade. But these frescoes are so beautiful, said my husband. This is a true legacy from Byzantium. It is too patently sensitive for the great period of Byzantine art, but there is the right hieratic quality, the true desire to arrange all things in an order that shall disclose a relationship between the lowest and the highest, even God himself. Then a thought struck him. But where are these Serbo-Byzantine frescoes? He asked. In monasteries, I said. Some in Serbia, some of the most beautiful are in Studenica and Mileševo and Zhicha, but many are in Old Serbia and in South Serbia. All on strictly Serb territory, said my husband, so this building with its enormously costly mosaics can mean nothing whatsoever to any Croatians or Dalmatians or Slovenes. Yet it is the mausoleum of their king, and superbly appropriate to him. I see that though Yugoslavia is a necessity, it is not a predestined harmony. We went towards the crypt where King Alexander himself is buried, but the beauty of one of the frescoes caught my husband back. But you never told me of this extraordinary thing, said my husband. Here is a man whom I know only as a Balkan king with an unfortunate tendency to dictatorship. He appears to have conceived a gloriously poetic idea, such as only the greatest men of the world have ever had. He recovered the ancient lands of his people in the Balkan Wars and tried, what was it Constantine once said, to graft his dynasty on the stock of their ancient emperors, so that what was dead lived again. It is quite a different idea from mere conquest. Those frescoes say to his people, this is what you were, so this is what you are. But, tell me, was it anything more than a pedagogic fancy? Can those toughs we have seen outside really respond to such an idea? I am not sure, I said, but I think he got it from them. Nonsense, said my husband. I refuse to believe that those young ruffians fret for lack of the Byzantine frescoes their ancestors enjoyed in the 14th century. Well, I assure you they knew they had lost something, I said. They all know by heart a lot of poetry. They do not look as if they did, said my husband. Oh, not Arthur Hugh Clough, I said, with a bitterness that referred to an attempt made by my husband to read me a poem by that writer which he had declared was tolerable, but they know thousands of lines of folk poetry about the defeat of the Serbs at Kosovo, and it gives an impression of a great civilization. I know that they tested the patients in the Serbian military hospitals during the war to see how many knew it, and it was something like 90%. Maybe, said my husband. In the crypt lamps hanging above the tombs illumined long arcades. Mosaics on the walls and vaults shook with a feeble pulse in this uncertain light. There are numbers of Karageorgievich dead lying here, and though it is only 120 years since Karageorge died, not a few have lain here for many times the length of their lives. This family, though so potent, was physically fragile. There are children, lads, young wives in their 20s, their names all trembling with that suggestion of weakness, headache, fever, which is given by tremulous lamplight. A stronger brightness was shed by the candles which blazed in an iron stand beside the grave of King Alexander, which lies at the altar end of the crypt, under slabs of onyx, Half a dozen men and women were lighting fresh candles and putting them in the stand, were crossing themselves and murmuring and kneeling and bringing their roughness down to kiss the shining onyx. Such passion, I have heard, is shown by Lenin's tomb. The king lies beside his mother, as his will directed. She died of tuberculosis when he was 15 months old. In this crypt, the foundation of this immense mass of marble erected to a parricide by his descendants, the core of this countryside on which defensive resentments grew like thick forests, all was plaintive and wistful, tender and nostalgic. Still, above us the day was blue and golden, as it had rarely been during this lachrymose spring. Around us it may have been so also, but we did not know. We were shut up in the courtyard of an inn. There was nothing remarkable about this courtyard. It was quite large. The rooms around it had a certain cozy quality, not at all Slav, as if they were built for a congestion which would not be at all contentious, but warm and animal and agreeable. On a line across the courtyard hung scarlet blankets and white sheets and towels embroidered in red cross stitch, in flower beds running by the walls primroses and tulips grew with an amusing stiffness. All that was worth seeing there could be seen in 10 seconds. Nor was this inn set in an interesting place. Outside there was a village consisting of one very broad and muddy street, lined with one-storied houses and shops. Sometimes a light cart passed, drawn by a mare with her foal running alongside. Harnessed outside the poles, so do they accustom horses to the traffic from the beginning. Sometimes a herd of dirty and ill-tailored pigs roamed by, apparently free from all governance. There was really no reason to pay a visit to such a village, particularly on a Monday afternoon, when none of the population was visible to display such interesting characteristics as they possessed. Nor was it for the food that we had come to this inn. On the table in front of the four of us, Gerda, Constantine, my husband, and myself, there were stacked platefuls of long undulent sausages that can never have been good specimens of their kind, that were particularly unpleasant at the moment, for they were neither quite warm nor quite cold. The liver sausage was peculiarly horrible, and left a layer of grease on the lips and palate. My husband and I were not even there because we had made a mistake, and had been deceived by our ignorance of the country into believing that this village was interesting. We had not wished to come at all. It had been announced to us that we should. The evening before, on our return from Topala, we had been sitting at dinner in our hotel, uneasily discussing Gerda. During the day's expedition she had shown that she was disappointed with us. When we showed admiration or curiosity about Serbian things she behaved as if we were letting her down and betraying some standards which we should have held in common, as an exceptionally stupid Englishman might behave in India to tourists who showed an interest in native art or philosophy. But she is worse than that, said my husband. She said something to me this afternoon when you were making a sketch of the church at Topala which seemed to me profoundly shocking. She told me that the Serbs hold that the Austrians had no right to bombard Belgrade, as it was an unfortified town, and I could not understand whether this was just an attitude of the people or a serious opinion of informed men. So I asked, does your husband think so? She gave a queer, sly smile and said, yes. He would say so, but then he is a good official. That seemed to me the most utterly undisciplined and disloyal thing that the foreign-born wife of an official could possibly say. It was then that a waiter came to announce a telephone call from Constantine. When my husband came back he said, Constantine tells me we will not be going to the Frushka Gora tomorrow, but the day after. Tomorrow he wants us to go and have lunch at a place called Franstel. Franstel? Why Franstel? I said. It is a suburb inhabited by the Swabs, the Germans who were settled here by Maria Theresa to colonize the lands that had been neglected by the Turks. But we will not see them if we go there by day. They will all be out at work in Belgrade or in the fields. Is there anything specially interesting there? That is what I asked. Constantine, said my husband, but he only said, as one who is doing his best, that the Swab girls wore from 10 to 20 petticoats. Next day we learned that the second part of our conversation was explained by the first, as we crossed the Danube and found our way to Zemun, which used to be the first town over the Hungarian frontier, and is now remarkable only for its enormous population of storks. Gerda wore an expression of sleepy satisfaction which increased as we drew nearer to Franstel. Now, as she sat at this table in the courtyard, eating her tepid sausages, her face was soft with complete contentment. Constantine watched her and broke into a tender laugh. Is it not extraordinary, the patriotism of Germans? He asked us. My wife is quite happy, because this little village is quite German and she feels she is surrounded by what is German. It was difficult to make a helpful response. I am fond of England myself, but I trust that if I lived in Rome I would not insist that some French or German visitors who happened to be in my power should cancel a trip to Tivoli or Frascati in order to spend a day in an English tea room. Would you believe it, continued Constantine fondly, she would not consent to be my wife until I had admitted to her that Charlemagne was a German. They are like rocks, these Germans. A silence fell. My husband and I were both reflecting that in the Nazis' opinion Charlemagne was not a German but an oppressor of Germans. Since we dared not make a frivolous comment and could not make a serious one, our eyes grew vacant. Above us the misused day was glorious. We heard doors banging in the inn. Somewhere a parrot began to scream. A girl in bunchy skirts came into the courtyard, put down a ewer, and pulled up an iron plate in the paving and drew herself some water from a well. Look, said poor Constantine timidly, she is wearing very many petticoats, it might be as many as 10 or 20. Frushka Gora. We stood in the disordered rooms of some sort of society called the Serbian Queen. And I had difficulty in fixing my attention on Constantine and the officials of the society as they explained to us precisely what it was. We had started at 7 from Belgrade and had traveled for 2 hours to Novi Sad, a journey which might have been pleasant, for the train ran beside the hallucinatory landscape of the misted Danube floods, but which was not, because it became apparent that Gerda had decided to detest us. Every word and movement of hers, and even in some mysterious way her complete inaction, implied that she was noble, patient, industrious, modest, and self-effacing, whereas we were materialist, unstable, idle, extravagant, and aggressive. She was at that moment standing in the corner of the room behind the men who were talking to me, silently exuding this libel house charade. The town, I understood they were telling me, had been founded by the patriarch Arsenius III at the end of the 17th century, when the Serbians revolted against the Turks in 1689 and failed. The Emperor Leopold of Austria offered them asylum on his territories, with full rights of religious worship and a certain degree of self-government. There were already a number of Serb settlers there who had been introduced by the Turks when Hungary was theirs. The patriarch accepted the offer, and led across the Danube 30,000 Serbian families, from all parts of the land, as far south as Macedonia and Old Serbia. Some of them had settled here in Neustadt, as it had been called. A good many of them had fled back to Turkish territory, for the emperor broke his promises, and the Austrians and Hungarians bled them white with financial and military levies and forbade them the use of the Orthodox rite. Only for a little time, under Maria Theresa's liberal son, the emperor Joseph, did the refugee Serbs enjoy honest treatment. But they never forgot their language and their culture, and in 1823 they founded this literary society, the Serbian Queen Bee. It was unfortunate that we had come to visit its headquarters just when it had been handed over to the house painter, they said anxiously. We could get some idea of what the society had preserved, we replied, and pulled out some of the pictures that were stacked against the wall. We came again and again on typical portraits of the sort that pullulated on the whole of 19th century Europe except France, where there were too many good 18th century portrait painters for artlessness to take the country by storm. Men who were nothing but mustaches and sloping shoulders, women who were nothing but smoothly parted coiffures and stiffly caged bodices, had their Slav characteristics contracted down to a liverish look. They did not migrate here, murmured my husband, until 300 years after the destruction of the Serbo-Byzantine civilization. I expect the continuity was quite thoroughly broken, and that King Alexander was simply a doctrinaire acting on nationalist. His voice broke. Theory, he added. Uncertainly. He had turned to the light of Byzantine Madonna, vast-eyed, rigid in the climax of an exalted rhythm. The Serbs had, indeed, not lost all their baggage on their way here. I will show you all, said Constantine, all I will show you. Therefore we must hurry, for I will show you the Patriarchate at Karlovci, which has been the headquarters of the Serbian Church since the great migration of Arsenius, before we go to the monasteries of the Fruška Gora. So we soon left this town, which was very agreeable and recalled my own Edinburgh in its trim consciousness of its own distinction. Our road took us into pretty country, green and rolling, at the river's edge. Once we paused at a church that had the remarried look of a building that has changed its faith. It had been a mosque during the 150 years the Turks held Hungary. It has since the early 18th century been a Roman Catholic church. The club-like atmosphere of a mosque still hung round it. It had a wide terrace overlooking the waters, where there should have been sitting impassive and contented men in fezes, drawing on some immense secret fund of leisure. We stood there for a moment, soothed by the miles of water, pale as light itself, on which stranded willows impressed dark emblems, garlands and true lovers' knots and cat's cradles. We went back to our contest with mud, with the dark Central European, whose nut is never completely mastered save by a drought so extreme as to be a still greater affliction, that rose now in thick waves before our wheels, that kept the upper hand even in the main street of Karlovci, though that was a handsome little town. The Patriarchate was a 19th century stone palace, built in the Byzantine style with Austrian solidity, rich in arch and balcony. We went up a flight of steps to the florid entrance and rang the bell, and looked round us at the gardens, which were very ornate in the formal style, with many flower beds laid out in intricate shapes and surrounded with low box hedges, and numbers of lilac bushes bearing peculiarly heavy purple flowers. The door did not open. We rang the bell again, we knocked with our fists, we went back to the car and sounded the hooter. Nothing happened, so we went into the gardens, Constantine clapping his hands and crying holla, holla, to the unresponsive palace. The gardens were mystifying. Inside the beautifully tended box hedges the flower beds were choked with weeds. A single garden chair, made of white painted wire in the Victorian fashion, was set quite alone on a wide gravel space, with an air of diluted sociability, as if it had gone mad and thought that there were about it many other garden chairs. Children came in from the street and followed us about. We could find no gardener, and the only door we could find opened into a large room with stone shelves used for storing an immense quantity of jam. We had given up all hope of entering, and had paused to inhale the scent of the prodigious purple lilacs, when an old man carrying an orange came out of a door we had not seen and told us that the Patriarch was in Belgrade, but there were some priests working at the printing press nearby, and he would fetch us one of them. There came to us a tall monk, nobly beautiful, wearing a cloak of complicated design and majestic effect. All the garments worn in the Eastern Church are inherited from Byzantium and recall its glory. He had perfect manners, and was warm in his greeting to Constantine and Gerda, but his eyes lay on us with a certain coldness and reproach. I was surprised at this, for I had always found Orthodox ecclesiastics disposed to treat English people as if they were members of the same church, but I supposed that here, at headquarters, they might be stricter in their interpretation of schism and heresy. But he was courteous, and told us that he would take us over the Patriarchate, and would like also to show us the printing press, in which he took a special interest as he was head of propaganda. It lay behind the gardens, in a no-man's land of alleys and outhouses, countryish and clean, with here and there more of those prodigious lilacs, and little streams running down to the Danube. From a courtyard filled with green light by an gnarled old fruit tree we went into a dusty office, where an old priest and a young one sat at rickety desks furnished with inkwells and pens and blotting paper that all belonged to the very dawn of stationery. Pamphlets of artless appearance, incompetently tied up in bales, were lying about not in disarray but in only amateurish array. We went down a step or two to the composing room, where a man stood before the sloping trays and set up print in the fantastic old Slavonic type used in Orthodox missals and in no secular writings whatsoever. We went up a step or two into a room where young girls bound the pamphlets, not very skillfully but most devoutly. Then in another room, either 2 steps up or 2 steps down but certainly not on the same level, we found a lovely twisted old man, deformed by the upward spiral of his spirit, as L. Greco loved to paint his holy kind. He fed the printing machine with sheets as if he had to school himself to remember that the poor mindless thing could do its sacred work only at a certain pace. We might have been visiting the office of some small fantastic cult carried on by a few pure and obstinate and unworldly people in some English town. Indeed, I know a shop in a Sussex village, owned by a sect which believes that the way to please God is by ritual water drinking, which was the precise analogue of this modest and fanatic establishment. Yet this was the analogue of a printing press owned by the Church of England and housed by the Archbishop of Canterbury in the grounds of Lambeth Palace. We had still to wait for some minutes before the front door of the Patriarchate, though the priest had gone through the kitchen to send up a servant to open it. Then it slowly swung open, and a withered little majordomo looked out at us. It seemed to me that he pursed his lips when he saw my husband and myself. "Good morning," said Constantine, stepping inside, "and how is life going with you?" "Palego, Palego," answered the little man, "that is, only so-so." "Why, he speaks like a Russian," said Constantine, and talked to him for a little. "Yes," he said, "he was a Russian officer. And he is very pious and he would like to be a monk, but he has a wife, so they have made him majordomo here. He was at least somewhere which might have reminded him of his home. I have never been to Russia, but I have visited states which formed part of Tsarist Russia, Finland, and Estonia and Latvia, and I am familiar with villas that have belonged to rich Russians in France and Italy and Germany, and I can recognize a certain complex of decoration and architecture as Romanov and nothing else. It has elements that can be matched in other countries. Something like it can be seen in the older mansions built by the 19th century barons on Riverside Drive. And in the Middle West and the West, there is the same profusion of busy and perforated woodwork in the interior. There is a suggestion also of the photograph frames and boxes made of shells which are to be bought at English seaside towns. And they recall also the presents that people give each other in German provincial shops, such as umbrellas with pink marble tops cut into stags' heads. There is a suggestion, in fact, of every kind of bad taste known to Western civilization, down to the most naive and the most plebeian, and there is a curious absence of any trace of the classical and moderating influence which France has exercised on the rest of Europe, though it has suffered the guilt infection spread by the ROI so lile. Yet there is also from time to time the revelation of a taste so superb that it puts the West to shame. There is here a passion which is the root of our love for beauty, and therefore of our effort for art, the passion for beautiful substances, for colored gems, for shining stone, for silver and gold and crystal. There is not only this basis for art, there is art, there is a creative imagination that conceives vast and simple visions, as a nomad would see them, who, lifting his eyes from the plains, looks on the huge procession of the clouds. There is also a feeling for craft. This nomad was accustomed to pick up soft metal and twist it into the semblance of horses and wild beasts, shapes he could criticize, since he rode the one and hunted the other, so much that he knew their bodies as his own. We are perhaps looking not at a manifestation of bad taste at all, but at the bewilderment of a powerful person with perfect taste who has been suddenly transported from a world in which there are only a few materials, and those in a pure state, to be shaped by that taste or ignored, into another world, crammed with small manufactured objects, the product of other people's tastes, which are so different from his that he cannot form any just estimate of their value. The powerful Russian people were kept from Western art by the Tartar occupation. They have never made full contact with it. This is no more than a giant's stupendous innocence, yet it is also a giant's stupendous vulgarity. He has resolved his doubts in too many cases by consideration of the money value of objects, or of the standards of people who may be of rank but who are historically ridiculous. But he is a giant, and it is something to be above the dwarfish ordinary stature. There was, indeed, one room in the Patriarchate that was magnificent, a conference chamber with a superb throne and crimson curtains which might have been taken from one of the finest Viennese palaces, but was derived from a larger and more dramatic inspiration. The rest was faintly bizarre and sometimes that not faintly. We sat down in a small drawing room, while Constantine talked to the priest and the major domo, and I remarked that the furniture was not what would have been found in an English archbishop's palace. It was a suite made from black wood, including chairs and tables and bookcases, all decorated with gilt carvings, 3 or 4 inches long, representing women nude to the waist, with their breasts strongly defined. They were placed prominently on the pilasters of the bookcases, on the central legs of the round tables, on the arms of the chairs. They were a proof, of course, of the attitude of the Orthodox Church regarding sexual matters, which it takes without excitement. And I am sure nobody had ever cast on them a pornographic eye. But for all that they were not evilly chosen as ornaments for an ecclesiastical home. But why, I said to Constantine, are both the priest and the major domo looking at me and my husband as if they hated us? Oh, it is nothing personal, said Constantine, but they both hate the English. Ha, 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 said Gerda, laughing like somebody acting in an all-star revival of Sheridan. That I suppose you find very odd, that anybody should hate the English. But what do they know about the English? Asked my husband. The old officer hates very much the English, explained Constantine, because he says that it was Sir George Buchanan who started the Russian Revolution. We had to think for a minute before we remembered that Sir George Buchanan had been our ambassador at St. Petersburg in 1917. But does he not think that perhaps Kerensky and Lenin had a little to do with it? Asked my husband. When it was put to him, the major domo shook his head and emitted an impatient flood of liquid consonants. He says, translated Constantine, that is nonsense. How could unimportant people like Kerensky and Lenin do anything like starting a revolution? It must have been someone of real influence like Sir George Buchanan. Now, ask the priest why he hates the English, I said. It is because he believes that Lloyd George could have saved the Romanov dynasty, said Constantine, but I do not understand what he means. I know what he means, I said. He has heard the story that the Bolsheviks would have allowed the Tsar and Tsarina and their family to come to England, and Lloyd George would not let them. But you can tell him that there was not a word of truth in that story, that Lloyd George's worst enemies have never been able to confirm it. The Bolsheviks never offered to turn the poor souls over to us, and there is no shred of evidence that they would ever have done so if they had been asked. But the priest only shook his head, his beautiful brown eyes showing him as inaccessible to argument as if he were a stag. It is no use talking to these good people, said Constantine, for this house is all for White Russia. The Patriarch is mad against the Bolsheviks, and he thinks that all European problems would be solved and that we would enter a golden age if only the Romanovs were restored, and he cannot see why England has not done it. I thought apprehensively of the stacks of pamphlets in the printing press, with their rough biscuit-colored paper, and their pale sticky type, and I wondered what astonishing information they gave out, when they were designed, as they sometimes are, to instruct the Orthodox laity in political matters. But before we left for the Frushka Gora, the priest in the grand cloak would have us see the Patriarchate Church, which is next door to the palace, and once we were there, all the ineffectiveness and artlessness that we had seen, the clutching at broken toys and the kindergarten assurance that life was simple when it was in fact most complicated, fell into its place and appeared legitimate. In the white and gold theater of a Baroque church, the students of the theological seminary attached to the Patriarchate were assisting at a Lenten Mass. The priests passed in and out of the royal door in the great iconostasis, which framed in gilt the richness of the holy pictures. As they came and went, there could be seen for an instant the shining glory of the altar, so sacred that it must be hidden lest the people look at it so long that they forget its nature, as those who stare at the sun see in time not the source of light but a black circle. The students' voices affirmed the glory of the hidden altar, and declared what it is that makes the adorable, what loveliness is and harmony. The unfolding of the rite brought us all down on our knees in true prostration, with the forehead bent to the floor. It is only necessary to do this during Holy Week, gasped Constantine apologetically in my ear. I am so very sorry. He thought that English dignity would be affronted by the necessity to adopt this attitude. But there could have been nothing more agreeable than to be given the opportunity to join in the ceremony, which, if nothing in the Christian legend were true, would still be uplifting and fortifying, since It proclaims that certain elements in experience are supremely beautiful, and that we should grudge them nothing of our love and service. It inoculated man against his constant and disgusting madness, his preference for the disagreeable over the agreeable. Here was the unique accomplishment of the Eastern Church. It was the child of Byzantium, a civilization which had preferred the visual arts to literature, and had been divided from the intellectualized West by a widening gulf for 1500 years. It was therefore not tempted to use the doctrines of the primitive Church as the foundation of a philosophical and ethical system unbridled in its claim to read the thoughts of God, and it devoted all its forces to the achievement of the mass, the communal form of art which might enable man from time to time to apprehend why it is believed that there may be a God. In view of the perfection of this achievement, the ecclesiastics of the Eastern Church should be forgiven if they show the incompetence in practical matters and the lack of general information which we take for granted in painters and musicians. They are keeping their own order. We cannot blame them if they do not keep ours. The Frushkagora, that is to say the Frankish hills, which are called by that name, for a historical reason incapable of interesting anybody, lie to the south of the Danube, and we had to drive across the range to find the monasteries founded by the 17th century migrants, for they lie scattered on the southern slopes, looking back toward Siberia. Once we were over the crest we found ourselves in the most entrancing rounded hills, clothed with woods now golden rather than green with the springtime, which ran down to vast green and purple plains, patterned with shadows, shed by a tremendous cloudscape, slowly sailing now on its way to Asia. We stopped to eat at a hotel high above a valley that fell in a golden spiral to the plains, and it should have been agreeable, for this is a center for walking tours, and we had around us many young people, probably teachers freed from their duty because it was near Easter, and there is nothing so pretty as the enjoyment people get out of simple outings in countries that have been liberated by the Great War. It is so in all the Habsburg succession states, and it is so in the Baltic provinces that once were Russia, Finland and Estonia and Latvia. But we did not enjoy our outing so much as we might have, because Goethe had been on the wrong side of the peace treaties. Constantine was saying, and much did we Serbs owe to those Serbs who were in Hungary, who were able to bring here the bodies of their kings and their treasure and keep alive their culture, when Goethe crossly interrupted him. But why were the Serbs allowed to stay here? It is not a question of being allowed to stay here, said Constantine, they were invited here by the Austrian Empire. Nonsense, said Goethe, one does not invite people to come and live in one's country. But sometimes one does, said Constantine, the Austrian Emperor wanted the Serb soldiers to protect his lands against the Turks, so in exchange he promised them homes. But if the Austrians gave the Serbs homes then it was most ungrateful for the Yugoslavs to turn the Hungarians out of this part of the country, said Goethe. It should still be a part of Hungary. But we owe nothing to Hungary, for they broke all their promises to the Serbs, said Constantine, and since the Austro-Hungarian Empire has ceased to exist and we reconstituted it according to the principle of self-determination, and there were more Slavs here than any other people, this certainly had to become Yugoslavia. To change the subject Constantine went on, but there are Slavs everywhere, God help the world. You have the Wends in Germany, many of them, and some distinguished ones, for the great Lessing was a Wend. They are Slavs. But surely none of them remember that, said my husband. Indeed they do, said Constantine. There was a Wendish separatist movement before the war and for some time after the war, with its headquarters in Saxony. I know that well, for in 1913 I went with a friend to stay in Dresden, and when we described ourselves as Serbs the hotel porter would not have it at all. He said, I know what you mean, and I have sympathy with all who stand with their race, but you will get me into trouble with the police if you say you are Serbs, and he would hardly believe it when he looked at our passports and saw that there was a country called Serbia. But if all the Wends are Slavs, said Goethe, why do we not send them out of Germany into the Slav countries, and give the land that they are taking up to true Germans? Then the Slavs, I said, might begin to think about sending back into Germany all the German colonists that live in places like France still. Why, so they might, said Goethe, looking miserable, since an obstacle had arisen in the way of her ideal program for making Europe clean and pure and Germanic by coercion and expulsion. She said in Serbian to her husband, how this woman lacks tact. I know, my dear, he answered gently, but do not mind it, enjoy the scenery. She could not. Her eyes filled with angry tears, the lower part of her face became podgy with sullenness. We none of us knew what to say or do, but just at that moment, someone turned on the radio and the restaurant was flooded with a symphony by Mozart, and we all forgot Goethe. Constantine began to hum the theme, and his plump little hands followed the flight of Mozart's spirit as Edya said they had followed the motion of the bird at the waterfall. We all drew on the comfort which is given out by the major works of Mozart, which is as real and material as the warmth given by a glass of brandy. And I wondered, seeing its efficacy, what its nature might be. It is in part, no doubt, the work of the technical trick by which Mozart eliminates the idea of haste from life. His ears could not lag as they make their journey through the listener's attention. They are not the right shape for loitering. But it is as true that they never rush, they are never headlong helter or helter-skelter, they splash no mud, they raise no dust. It is, indeed, inadequate to call the means of creating such an effect a mere technical device. For it changes the content of the work in which it is used, it presents a vision of a world where man is no longer the harassed victim of time but accepts its discipline and establishes a harmony with it. This is not a little thing, for our struggle with time is one of the most distressing of our fundamental conflicts. It holds us back from the achievement and comprehension that should be the justification of our life. How heavily the struggle weighs on us may be judged from certain of our preferences. Whatever our belief in the supernatural may be, we all feel that Christ was something that St. Paul was not, and it is impossible to imagine Christ hurrying, while it is impossible to imagine St. Paul doing anything else. But that was not all there was in the music. It was not merely the indication of a heavenly mode. The movement closed. It was manifest that an argument too subtle and profound to be put into words for music can deal with more than literature had been stated and had been resolved in some true conclusion. If those of us who listen should encounter the circumstances which provoke this argument, we would know the answer. We would not have to agonize to find it for ourselves if we had been sensitive enough to recognize it. But as the eardrums were taken over by the ordinary sounds of a restaurant, by chatter and clatter, it became apparent how little, as well as how much the music had done for us. A particular problem had been solved for us, but in a way that made it completely unserviceable to those millions of people who do not like music, and that indeed was not as clear to all of us as it should have been if we were to get on with the business of living. To comprehend this solution we had all had to learn to listen to music for years, and when we wanted to recall it in time of need we had to exercise both our memories and our powers of interpretation. A tool should not make such demands on those that handle it. And of Such solutions Mozart had found only a number, which was large when one considered how great the genius required for their finding, but small compared to the number of problems that vex mankind, and he was unique in his powers, none has excelled him. Art covers not even a corner of life, only a knot or two here and there, far apart and without relation to the pattern. How could we hope that it would ever bring order and beauty to the whole of that vast and intractable fabric, that sail, flapping in the contrary winds of the universe? Yet the music had promised us, as it welled forth from the magic box in the wall over our heads, that all should yet be well with us, that sometime our life should be as lovely as itself. But perhaps no such promise had been given, perhaps it was only true that had a human voice spoken in such tones it would have been to express tender and protective love. If the musician used them in the course of his composition it might be only because he found they fitted in some entertaining arrangement of the scale. At a point on the plains there was now heaped up a drift of dark cloud, and through this there ran a shaft of lightning. A storm was on us, and it was in alternate blackness and greenish crystal light that we began our journey to four of the monasteries of the Frushka Gora, a journey which was astonishing in the directness of its contact with the past. It was as if one should drive along the South Downs, turning off the main road and following by roads into the downlands at Sullington and Washington and Steyning, and should find buildings where persons involved in the tragedy of Richard II had but newly cast aside their garments in mourning, where the sound of their weeping was hardly stilled. It made for a strangeness which immediately caught the eye that all these monasteries, so far from Byzantium, are built in the Byzantine fashion, with the quarters for the monks or nuns and pilgrims built in a square round and open space with the church in the middle. Though some have been burned down and rebuilt in the style of the Austrian Baroque, they keep to the original ground plan, and cannot be confused with anything of recent or Western inspiration. The first monastery we visited had been rebuilt in Austrian fashion. It raised above its quadrangle roofs a cupola as ornate as a piece of white coral, dazzling now in the strange stormlight against an inky sky, and it lay among orchards, their tree trunks ghostly with spray. It might have been in the Hellenental, an hour from Vienna. But within we found that the Eastern idea was still in government, that a wall had been built before the altar to dam the flow of light, to store up a reservoir of darkness where mystery could engender its sacred power. It possessed some relics of a saint, a Herzegovinian soldier who had wandered hither and thither fighting against the Turk, first under a Serbian despot and then under a Hungarian king. The legend ran that the Turks took the town where he was buried and were terrified because rays of light proceeded from his grave, and went to their emir, who was overcome at finding who the dead man had been, and gave his body to the monks of this monastery. For this emir was a renegade who had been taken prisoner by the Turks and had bought his life by renouncing his faith, and he was not only a Herzegovinian, he was actually kin to the dead man. The news of this wonder came to the saint's widow, who was a refugee in Germany, and she sought out this monastery, in defiance of the Turks, and became a hermit nearby, till she died and was buried here, near to her husband. This might have happened yesterday, indeed it might have happened today, for the monastery is in the care of white Russian nuns, wearing a melancholy headdress of a closed black cap fitting over a black veil that falls about the shoulders, and still preoccupied by the distress of their exile. It was hard to keep their misfortunes distinct in our minds from those of the founders of the monastery, and indeed others had failed to do so. Constantine halted by a grave in the quadrangle to tell me that it housed an abbess who had been stricken down during the 17th century migration, and two young novices who were standing by, girls who had been born after their parents' flight from their fatherland and had been drawn here by an inborn Tsarist nostalgia, exclaimed in surprise. They had thought her one of their own community who had died on her way from Russia. The black sky was pressing lower, the cloisters gleamed at us through an untimely dusk. Constantine thought that if we were to be stormbound it had better be in a monastery where there was more to see, and we hurried back to the car under the first heavy pennies of rain. Thunder and lightning broke on us as we ran in to crush it all. Another monastery which has been burned and given an Austrian exterior while keeping its ancient core. But this was older than the others. When the leader of the Slav forces at the Battle of Kosovo, the Tsar Lazar, was killed on the field, the rags of his power were inherited by his kin, and there was one unhappy heir, named Stephen, whose fate was lamentable even for that age. His father, forced to seal a treaty by giving the Sultan Murad his daughter as a bride, sent his son to bear her company, but in time the Sultan fell into war with his wife's father and put out the young man's eyes lest he should take up arms in the fight. In his private darkness he reeled across the Balkan Peninsula, sometimes a captive dragged from prison to prison, then, released, back to his father's camp on the Danube, then away with his father again to wander in exile. His father died, his two brothers, one blinded like himself by the Sultan, engaged in fratricidal war, his mother also died, it is thought of poison, his blind brother fled and became a monk on Mount Athos, his victorious brother died. Though this dead usurper had named an heir, a party of the nobles took Stephen, and, spinning him round as in the game of blind man's buff, made him declare himself despot of Serbia. The Serbians, seeing themselves threatened with civil war in the face of their Hungarian and Turkish enemies, rushed on him and sent him out of their land, bound and under guard. Again he stumbled about the Balkan Peninsula, sometimes pushed back into Serbia by his heartless supporters and beaten out again by his reluctant subjects, always preserving his gentle, patient fortitude. At one time he seemed to find a lasting refuge in Albania, where the great hero Skanderbeg took a great liking to him and gave him his own daughter, the Duchess Angelina, for wife. But the Turks came to Albania also, and the blind man was homeless again, and was in Italy when death took him. Then his widow and his two sons, now penniless, started to wander afresh, and Hungarian charity maintained them here. One of the sons became a priest, and he founded this monastery, and in time all three of them were laid in the same tomb before the altar. In the dark church, that blazed with light because of the profligate but mellow gilding on the iconostasis, we were shown the Duchess Angelina's narrow and elegant hand, black and mummified, loaded with the inalienable rings of her rank. But there was other royalty here. Under a round red stone on the floor was buried King Milan Obrenović, the king who was so little of a success that he was forced to abdicate in 1889, who wandered almost as much as Stephen, but on more comfortable routes, from Belgrade to Vienna and Paris, harried not by the Turks without but by the Turk within. Nor was his grave all we saw of him at Crush-it-all. There is a memorial to him in the church wall, erected by the Emperor Franz Joseph. Why not, said Constantine. Milan was all for Austria, he governed our country as an Austrian dependency. Later, in the treasury, which was not in the church but in the monastery, a flash of lightning dispersed the unnatural dusk and showed us the contorted trees of the wind-flogged woods outside, and inside a medley of Byzantine church vestments, medieval chalices and crosses, ancient manuscripts, and the cups and saucers, prettily painted with pale flowers in the Slav fashion, the silver teapots and coffee pots, the wine glasses, and decanters, of King Milan's last establishment. These had been sent here by the Emperor Franz Joseph, to whom, by an act of testamentary whimsy, King Milan had left the entire contents of his home. It would be, quite simply, that he would hardly notice to whom he left them, so long as it was not to his wife, Natalia, said Constantine. Is she buried here? I asked. No, not at all, said Constantine. The negative he used sounded delightful in this connection. She is not dead, she is living in Paris, very poor. Point one. Only the other day, the government was obliged to prevent a German company from making a film about the Abramoviches, and she wrote a letter about it. And she will never be buried here, said the abbot, a grave person who had been a priest and had become a monk 10 years ago, after the death of his beloved wife. That is, unless she is granted the light before she dies, for she was converted to Roman Catholicism about 30 years ago. It was a strange thing to do, for our people had been kind to her, and had taken her part when her husband dealt wickedly with her. In another room there was arranged all the furniture from King Milan's drawing room. A salon of the 80s sat there in its stuffy and shiny richness, and from its walls there stared the portraits of the doomed family King Milan, with the wide cat grin of a tormented buffoon, the excessively, grossly beautiful Queen Natalia, their fat son Alexander, who was like his father in resembling a cat, though this time the cat had been doctored, and Queen Drika, who was so prosaic that even now, when we can recognize her expression as fear and know what she feared, her face remains completely uninteresting. Our Mrs. Simpson, said Constantine, pointing to her picture. Yes, yes. Our Mrs. Simpson, cried the abbot, going into fits of laughter. There was also King Milan's bedroom, furnished in rosewood, and more portraits of these unhappy people, preserved in tragedy like flies in amber. Before we went away I went into the treasury again to take a last look at the embroideries, and caught sight of 2 photographs which showed serb peasants and soldiers and priests walking through the snow, with expressions of extreme anguish, bringing the body of King Milan to his grave. But how could they feel so passionately about Milan Abramovich? I asked Constantine. He had done ill by his country and ill in his personal life. I noticed that even the abbot spoke of him as behaving wickedly. It does not matter what Milan Abramovich was in himself, said Constantine. He was our first crowned king after the Turkish conquest. When we were free our power flamed like a torch in the hands of our Emperor Stephen Dushan, but afterwards it grew dim. And in the poor wretch who was the husband of the Duchess Angelina it guttered and went out. The dead torch was lit again by Kara George, and it grew bright in the hand of his successor, Prince Michael Abramovich, and when Milan made himself king its light grew steady, though his was not the hand that was to bear it, and it was the same torch that our ancient dynasty of the Neumanites had carried. So why should we care what else he had done? It was not Milan but their king whom these Serbs were following through the snow. It was the incarnation of Serbian power. When the storm had lifted we drove out again on the plains, now lying under a purged and crystal air, in which all things were more than visible, in which each blade piercing the rich spring earth could be seen for miles in its green sharpness, in which the pools outside the villages carried not reflections but solid paintings of the blue sky and silver clouds. Then we turned back to the range of downs and entered it by a little valley, which presently ran into a cache of apple orchards, a lovely coombe, as sweet as anything Devonshire or Normandy can show. Behind a white wall, shielded by fruit trees and Judas trees, we found a monastery enclosing an astonishing church that had been built after the emigration had done its work on the migrated craftsman's imagination. It was a fusion, lovely but misogenic, of the Byzantine and the Baroque styles, of 14th century Eastern and 17th century Western styles. While we gaped there came up to us a Russian monk, a young man who, like the nuns we had seen at the first monastery, must have been born after his parents had left Russia. He was beautiful, with the eyes seen only in Russian so far as I know, which looked dangerous as naked lights carried on the stage, by reason of their extraordinary llamancy. He told us with smiling remoteness that the abbot was away, and we were disappointed, for the abbot is a Probyshevich, one of a family that has been dominant in the Serb colony ever since the migration, and is the brother of a famous democratic politician who died in exile during the dictatorship of King Alexander. That is a pity, said Constantine. However, we can still show these English people what is interesting here. But there is nothing interesting here, said the Russian monk. We have only the body of a Serbian emperor. He spoke without insolence. His remark proceeded from a complete failure to form any sort of relationship with his surroundings, however hospitable they might have been, which is characteristic of a certain kind of white Russian emigre. We said that we found that interesting enough, and he went with us into the exquisite mongrel church, and we found it glowing and beautiful within. There were 2 handsome girls on step ladders cleaning the windows, and they clattered down and followed us, smiling in welcome and at the same time murmuring in piety, as we went towards the sarcophagus of the emperor. The Russian monk lifted its lid and showed us the body under a square of tarnished cloth of silver, but would not uncover it for us. He shrugged his shoulders and said that it was only done on the emperor's day. He would have seemed on a par with a girl in a milliner's shop refusing to take a hat out of the window had it not been quite plain that, while he was flagrantly frivolous, religious ecstasy was not only within the range of his experience. It was never very far from him. But the 2 girls behind us sighed deeply in their disappointment. This is Erosh, the son of Stephen Dushan, said Constantine. He was a poor weakling, and lost all his father's empire in a few years. Yet he is venerated, I said. But certainly, said Constantine. But do the people who venerate him know what he did? I asked. Do these girls, for instance, know that he destroyed the Serbian Empire and paved the way to Kosovo? Well, I would not say they could pass an examination in the facts, said Constantine, but certainly they know that he was weak and he failed. That, however, is not of the smallest importance. He was of our ancient dynasty, he was an Emania, and the Neumanites were sacred. Not only were they the instruments of our national power, they have a religious significance to us. Some of them are described on their graves as Saint Meneni, born in sanctity. And this Erosh, though he was quite simply killed by a usurper of his secular power, is called by our church the martyr. This is not mere nationalist piety. It is due to the historical fact that the Neumanites simultaneously enforced on us Serbs Christianity and unity. We were Christians before, of course, but we had not a living church of our own. Then this extraordinary family of little prince sealings from an obscure village below Montenegro on the Adriatic came and did in a few years as much as Rome has done for any state in centuries. The first Nemanja to rule Serbia, Stephen Nemanja, became a monk when he abdicated in favor of his son Stephen, and is known as Saint Simeon, and he is a true saint. The oil from his grave at Studenica does many miracles, and one of his sons became our Saint Sava, and was a monk on Mount Athos, and left his monastery when his brother's throne seemed insecure and organized Serbia into such a close-knit fabric of church and state that, though the heirs of the throne were incompetent for 60 years afterwards, nothing could unravel it. But as well as a statesman, Sava was a saint, and was a pilgrim and visited the monks of Tibet. And his brother, too, King Stephen II, he also was a saint. When he lay dying, he sent for Saint Sava to make him a monk, but Saint Sava came too late, but God vouchsafed that he should be raised from the dead to take his vows as a monk. And so his corpse stood up and was consecrated. I tell you, no people could be expected to forget the identification between saint and king, between religion and nationalism, which was made by our early history. Goodbye, said the Russian monk at the gateway. The abbot will be sorry not to have seen you, particularly as you are English. He has gone to the post office now to complain because some English books have not arrived. I think they were sent to him by something called the Left Book Club. We left the hills and went back into the plains, which were again threatened by storm, and then returned to the hills by another valley, which was astounding in its likeness to a corner in the Wiltshire Downs. Twisted thorn trees guard austere channels of turf, but the hillside that closed our road was broken by the fine-drawn ironmongery of a pithead, and we came into a mining village, as monotonous as such are in every country and continent, but here, radiant with whitewash. Among its right angles we got lost, and stopped to ask our way to the Verdnik monastery from a group of boys. One of them got on the footboards to guide us, and brought us down to a morass in the middle of the village, which we had to skirt carefully, for it was involved with the railway line. Look up, said the boy, pointing up to the hillside before us. There stands Verdnik, see how great its walls are, see how rich it is, with all its vineyards and orchards. As we walked up a gold-green avenue of poplars to the gateway, he told us that he was going to be a monk, and so were all the boys with whom he had been walking when we found him. Why is that? Asked Constantine. Did your mothers promise you to God when you were born? No, he said. It is our own idea. We love this monastery, we come to it whenever we can, and we are always happy here, and we want to serve it all our lives. Verdnik is larger than the other monasteries, which is natural, since its unique possessions attract many pilgrims, and because of the wealth drawn from these pilgrimages, a large two-storied quadrangle is in good repair, handsomely whitewashed, and laid out like a garden with plum trees and Japanese quinces. The church is also different from the others. It seems to reject the Byzantine prescription that magic must be made in darkness. Direct light shines on the gilded iconostasis and on the multicolored thrones, and shines back amber from the polished marble pavement. It can be so, for there is no need to manufacture magic here. That already exists in the coffin lying before the iconostasis, which contains the body of the Tsar Lazar, who fell at Kosovo. He lies in a robe of faded red and gold brocade. A dark cloth hides his head, and the gap between it and his shoulders. His mummified brown hands, nearly black, are crossed above his loins, still wearing the bride rings of his rank. His dwindled feet have been thrust into modern stockings, and over them have been pulled soft medieval boots of blue silk interwoven with a gold thread. He is shrunken beyond belief, his hip bones and his shoulders raise the brocade in sharp points. He is piteous as a knot of men standing at a street corner in Jarrow or a Welsh mining town. Like them he means failure, the disappointment of hopes, the waste of powers. He means death also, but that is not so important. Who would resent death if it came when all hopes had been realized and all powers turned to use? There is an ideal point at which the fulfillment of life must pass into the acceptance of death. But defeat is defeat, and bitter, not only for the sake of pride, but because it blunts the sword of the will, which is the sole instrument man has been given to protect himself from the hostile universe and to impose on it his vision of redemption. When this man met defeat, it was not only he whose will was frustrated, it was a whole people, a whole faith, a wide movement of the human spirit. This is told by the splendid rings on the Tsar Lazar's black and leathery hands, and the refinement of the pomp which presents him in his death, the beauty and gravity of the enfolding ritual, show the worth of what was destroyed with him. I put out a finger and stroked those hard dry hands, that had been nerveless for 500 years. It is written here that the lot of man is pitiful, since the odds are against him, and he can command the success he deserves only if an infinite number of circumstances work in his favor, and existence shows no trace of such a bias. In the dark and cramped treasury are some untidy ancient manuscripts, on which a Tauchnitz edition of the Hound of the Baskervilles has curiously intruded, and certain possessions of the Tsar Lazar, the icon on which he swore his nobles to loyalty before the battle, the beaker from which he drank, the model of one of his cities. There is no reason to doubt that any of these are genuine. The Turks let Lazar's widow take his corpse and all his private treasures, and in the course of time she placed them in the monastery of Ravenitsa, which he himself had founded, in Serbia, far south of Belgrade on the Wajanish. It was often attacked and damaged by the Turks, and the migrants of 1683 took away its relics and built this new monastery, which for this reason is often also called Ravenitsa, to house them. I went down on my knees to peer at the precious objects through the glass case of the cupboard. The icon was damaged but enormously beautiful. In the background was a soaring close-pressed assembly of saints, conceived by an imagination disciplined and formalized by experience of ceremonial. There was also a panel of velvet, once crimson, now maroon, which was embroidered in silver gilt thread with words, many words, a prayer, a poem. It was sewn by the Princess Euphemia, the widow of a Serbian prince killed by the Turks, who had found refuge at the court of the Tsar Lazar. After Lazar had fallen at Kosovo, she went with his widow Milica to the monastery of Lyubostanya, where they both became nuns. She was an embroideress of great genius. Two of the most famous pieces of early embroidery in Europe are her work, the curtain for the sanctuary doors in the Church of Highlander, the Serbian monastery on Mount Athos, and a cloth for laying on the altar during Lent, now in the monastery of Putna in Romania. In the silence of the monastery she worked a pall to cover the severed head of the Tsar Lazar, and on it she wrote him a letter with her needle. You were brought up among all the good things of this earth, Omicron Prince Lazar, Omicron. New-made martyr, she begins. The power of the Lord made you strong and famous among all the kings of the world. You ruled over the land of your fathers, and in all right ways did you give happiness to the Christian folk who were laid in your hands. In courage and piety did you go out to do battle against the snake Murad, the enemy of God's church, because your heart could not bear to see the hosts of Ismail ruling in Christian lands. You were determined that if you failed you would quit this crumbling fortress of earthly power and, red in your own blood, be one with the hosts of the heavenly king. You had both your desires fulfilled. You slew the snake and you won from God the martyr's crown. So do not now forget your beloved children, who are left desolate by your death, while you are enjoying the everlasting delights of heaven. Many troubles and sufferings have fallen on your beloved children, and their lives are passed in sorrow, for the sons of Ismail rule over them, and we sorely need your help. Therefore we beg you to pray the ruler of mankind for your beloved children, and all who serve them in love and faith. For your children are girt about with many ills, and have forgotten, Omicron martyr, your goodness to them. But though you have quitted this life, you know the troubles and sufferings of your children, and since you are a martyr, you can take certain freedoms with the Lord. So bow your knee before the heavenly King who bestowed on you the martyr's crown, beg him that your beloved children may live long and be happy and do his will, beg him that the Orthodox Church may stand firm in the land of our fathers, beg him, who is the conqueror of all, that he give your beloved sons, Prince Stephen and Prince Book, the victory over all their enemies, seen and unseen. If the Lord gives us his help, we shall give you praise and thanks for it. Gather together the company of your fellows, the holy martyrs, and with them pray to the God that glorified you. Call Saint George, rouse Saint Demetrius, persuade the saintly Theodores, take with you St. Mercurius and Saint Procopius, forget not the 40 martyrs of Sebast, in which town your beloved sons, Prince Stephen and Prince Book, are now vassals in the army of the Sultan. Pray that they may be given help from God. Come, you, too, to our aid. Wherever you may be. Look on my humble offerings and magnify them with your regard, for the praise I offer is not worthy of you, but is only the little that I can do. But as you, my dear ruler and holy martyr, were ever generous of temporal and passing things, how much more freely so will you give us of those great and everlasting things which you have received from God. You abundantly gave me what my body needed when I came to you as a stranger in exile, and now I pray you both that you will save me and that you will calm the wild storm in my soul and in my body. Euphemia offers this from her heart. Omicron blessed saint. 1 Queen Natalia died in a convent in Paris in May 1941. Belgrade 3. What has made modern Belgrade, though no one could guess it by looking at the town, is a conscious attempt to restore the glories of the medieval Serbian Empire. The nostalgic frescoes of Opal Nats truly reveal the dominating fantasy not only of the Karađorđevićes but of the Serbian people. The memory of the Nemanites and their wealth and culture was kept alive among the peasants, partly by the Orthodox Church, which very properly never ceased to remind them that they had once formed a free and Christian state, and also by the national ballads. These poems are not quite so artless as they seem. They were composed by the Serbs, more or less collectively, quite a century after the Battle of Kosovo, on the model of the chansons de geste, which reached the Balkan Peninsula through Dalmatia at a very early date. Thereafter, the full force of the artistic genius of the nation, denied all other outlet, poured into this medium, and the late 18th century, which marked the decline of folk song in the West, here brought it new strength, for the nationalist and liberal ideas, popularized by the French Revolution, found their perfect expression ready-made in the laments of this enslaved people. The Serbs who took part in the first rising against the Turks in 1804 were, therefore, nothing like primitives who were simply revolting against an immediate injustice. That revolt they were making, but also they were the heirs of a highly developed civilization, which they intended from the first to create anew. It is possible that the monasteries of the Frushka Gora, the blackened body of the Tsar Lazar, exerted a direct influence on this rising. Karađorđe, after the flight from Serbia during which he killed his stepfather, joined the Austrian army, and though he deserted for a time and became a hayduk in the mountains, because he believed that he was unfairly neglected in the distribution of medals, he ultimately rejoined his regiment and was accepted by his colonel, who was greatly impressed by his personality, and got him employment after the end of the Turco-Austrian War as a forest ranger in the Frushka Gora. He was there for some years before the mildness of the new Pasha of Belgrade, Haji Mustafa, the mother of Serbia, tempted him to return to Serbia. He had therefore an ideological experience which is not conveyed in the usual description of him as a swineherd, and indeed even his material circumstances are not what the term suggests. He was a dealer in swine on such a large scale that his income was probably equivalent to about £1,000 a year at the time when he was chosen as the commandant of Serbia. Though the common lot of the Christian inhabitants of the Ottoman provinces was poverty-stricken, a certain number of exceptions enjoyed quite a handsome degree of prosperity, and according to the usual paradox of revolutions it was these exceptions, and not the oppressed multitude who revolted. It is not clear why the Serbs chose Karađorđe for this office. He was over 40. Though he had served in the Austrian army, he does not seem to have won any particular distinction. He was of definitely unstable temperament, he was subject to fits of abstraction that lasted for days, and to gusts of violence caused by flimsy suspicion. But he had a superb physique. He was tall even for a race of tall men, with burning eyes, wild coal black hair, a face that was still handsome though deeply scared, and a strange vibrant voice. He was a born warrior, and war was the breath of life in his nostrils. More than all else he liked to take part in a cavalry charge, spring from his horse at the climactic moment, and use his rifle in close combat. He shot with his left hand because his right had been smashed to pieces in one of his early campaigns. He had the prestige of high courage, and also that other strange, almost mystical prestige which is accorded to a wealthy man who renounces the more obvious enjoyments that his money might buy. It was the habit of these prosperous Serb rebels to practice a certain imitation of the Turkish pashas, to dress in silks and use gold harness and chased arms, and keep a certain degree of state in their homes. Karađorđe dressed and lived and worked with his hand like a peasant. These were intimations of a certain distinction, but not of the degree or kind which Karađorđe afterwards manifested. He showed himself for 9 years as one of the most remarkable men in European history. He was brilliant not only as a fighting soldier but as a strategist. His use of his forces to harass an enemy that outnumbered them sometimes by 3 to 1 is among the most amazing triumphs of military genius, and it is the more amazing since he had seen the inside of no staff college. He was also a skillful diplomatist, both in dealing with his own people, whom he had to educate in the primal idea of unity, and in playing off Austria and Russia against Turkey without compromising Serbian independence. In the task of setting up some sort of governmental system to oust Turkish maladministration he acted like a far-seeing statesman. There, indeed, he showed the first and most unexpected qualities of his genius. It was evident that the strong individualities of the rebels threatened the country with another form of the anarchy they were seeking to correct. There was every possibility that it might be split up under regional military chiefs, who would wrangle among themselves and reduce the Balkan Christians to the same state of disunity that had left them helpless before the Turks 400 years before. To control this situation, Karađorđe founded a Skupština or parliament of chiefs, which met each new year to settle all military matters, tactical, strategic, political, financial, and disciplinary. But this was obviously not a complete government, and shortly after a visit of certain Serbian chiefs to the Tsar led to the formation of another body. In the course of their journey they went to Kharkov, in Poland, and there they met a lawyer named Filipovich, who was a native of Novi Sad, a descendant of the 17th century Serb migrants. He suggested that he should accompany them home and found a legislative and judicial system in Serbia. They agreed, and took him back with them. To Karageorge, who, loyal to the influences of the Frushka, made him welcome, and told him to get on with the job. Filipovich then sat down and drafted a constitution for the Serbian state. He invented a Soviet, or council, of 12 persons elected and paid by different districts to manage the general affairs of the country. He inaugurated it, and became its secretary. There is extant the correspondence in which he made financial provision for the army by selling the houses and land owned by Turks in Serbian territory, fixed the taxes, organized a system of magistrates, and instructed the Soviet delegates in the exact nature of their rights while warning them against corruption. He also promulgated a legal code based on the Code Napoleon. It is difficult to think of any man in all history who undertook a more comprehensive labor single-handed, and it is interesting to find that Filipovich was never a vociferous patriot. He appears to have accepted the post largely to escape the climate of Kharkov, which he found extremely disagreeable. But he had a truly legalist mind, in the highest sense, and he delighted in the task of imposing order on a disorderly society for order's sake, and it is quite apparent that that delight found a response in Karageorge's very different nature. He supported Filipovich enthusiastically in his educational schemes, which were ambitious. Till that time the only schools in Serbia were held in the monasteries, and attendance at them involved great inconvenience, for the monks could not afford to house pupils who did not help in the cultivation of their lands, and a scanty education took several years. The Soviet was instructed by Filipovich to found an elementary school in every big town, and a secondary school of ambitious curriculum in Belgrade. This greatly pleased Karageorge, for though he himself could not read or write, he was a great believer in education, and he was always impressing on his followers, who were for the most part as illiterate as himself, the advantages of having all business recorded in writing. Even after Filipovich's premature death, Karageorge continued to work on his high plans. It became obvious as time went on that the Senate did not counterbalance the Skupština as had been hoped. The power of the rebel chiefs was, in fact, the only real power in the land, and soon it controlled the Soviet indirectly just as it directly controlled the Skupština. They seemed likely not only to split up the country so that it would be helpless before external aggression, but also to become greedy and oppressive despots not to be distinguished from the Turkish pashas. Karageorge met this threat by deposing two of the most powerful chiefs, and by using his prestige as national commandant to dominate the Soviet and force on it regard for the interests of the whole people. He took this attitude partly, no doubt, because the democratic tradition of the Slavs was working in him, but chiefly because he knew as a soldier the importance of national unity to a country perpetually threatened by foreign dominance. Karageorge kept at his task with unremitting grimness, and indeed he must have seemed a grim figure, for the essence of his struggle was austerity. He was fighting against the Turks, the practitioners of pagan luxury, and in the first part of his struggle, he engaged those among the Turks who were the most skillful in that practice, the rebellious Yanizaris who had given Sarajevo its intoxicating air of pleasure, and were rebelling against the reformist Sultan Selim because he was endeavoring to brace them to a new and Spartan dispensation. One of his followers has left us an account of a night the Serbian army spent during the campaign of 1805 on the heights above the town of Parchin, which was occupied by the Turks. When the trenches had been dug and Karageorge had inspected them and seen that all was prepared for the morrow's battle, he sat down on a cannon and asked his officers if there was any plum brandy about. They fetched him a flask of plum brandy and some corn pone, and he drank and passed the flask to them, and shared the corn pone out. They looked down on Parchin, which was blazing with light in the darkness below. It seemed almost to be in flames, such was the brightness. Light was streaming out from the Pasha's palace, and they could hear the sound of pipes and flutes and drums. One of Karageorge's suite, a man who was called Stephen the scribe and was kept simply as a secretary, being notoriously no good as a soldier, looked down on the town and said, "Do let me fire off this gun at the Turks." Karageorge laughed at him, but he went on begging, "Do let me take one shot, just one at the palace." Karageorge jeered, "But you might kill the Pasha." "Well, why not?" asked Stephen the scribe. "Well," said Karageorge, "you mustn't do that. You might make his children orphans, and they'd have nobody to buy them shoes, and then they might catch cold running round barefoot and die of fever." But Stephen the scribe teased him till he got his way, and very unskillfully pointed the gun and fired it. The ball cut through the air like lightning, and went straight for the Pasha's palace. In one instant the flutes and pipes and drums came to a stop, the lights went out, and there was darkness and silence. Very often Karageorge's rebellion must have seemed just such a murderous cannonball that put an end to brightness and music, and established the night. His end was not to be deduced from his beginning. After a time the war he had to conduct changed its form. The Serbs had begun their insurrection to rid themselves of the days, the rebel Yanizaris who had set themselves up as independent despots in defiance of the Sultan. But when they had beheaded the four chiefs they began to dream of freeing themselves from Turkey. Indeed, the treachery with which the Sultans treated them in spite of their services made them realize this as a necessity. This raised a problem which differed from year to year according to the situation of Europe. When Napoleon defeated Austria and the Turks were harried by Britain and Russia, then Serbia had reason for hope. But Napoleon's star waned, Russia was a preoccupied and often disloyal ally, and Turkey was reorganized by the great Sultan Mohammed II. Finally in 1813 a Serbian army of 50,000 faced an army of treble that number. Defeat was certain, but the Serbians knew what it was to be outnumbered and could quite well have put up enough resistance to gain them a negotiated peace, had not Karageorge, quite simply and shamefully, run away. He fell back, when he should have been bringing up reinforcements to support a harassed body of troops who were making a magnificent stand before the main Turkish army. His officers suddenly found he had deserted them without a word of explanation. For a time he wandered about the country, and then fled over the Danube back to Novi Sad and the Frushka. Nobody knows the reason for Karageorge's conduct. He never published any justification of it. Till then his worst enemies had never charged him with cowardice or lack of care for his country. It is possible that fatigue had released that unstable element which had caused his early fits of melancholy and abstraction. His family life had been tragic. The murder of his stepfather had not been the only act of violence which he had been obliged to commit against his family. He had an ne'er-do-well brother who had crowned his career by committing rape. This was an offense which was regarded as being at least as serious as murder. It was so often committed by Muslims on Christians that for a Christian to rape a Christian was not only a sexual crime, it had a renegade flavor. So Karageorge ordered his brother to be hanged at the door of his house, and forbade his mother to mourn her son. This was the appointed procedure, and there was nothing remarkable about it, but the relationship of brother and brother among Slavs is peculiarly close, and even if his individual sensibility was calloused his racial self must have been appalled. He had also led as extravagantly busy a life as, say, Napoleon, if one takes his illiteracy into account and considers what it would mean to be commander-in-chief and prime minister under that handicap, and he was now 51. He had added to his routine considerable demands on his detective capacities and a perpetual burden of apprehension. He had all the time to scan the rebel chiefs who were the medium through which he had to work, and judge whether they were loyal or disloyal, and if the latter, decide when he had best strike against them. Again and again he had to smother conspiracies, not only to save himself, but to protect the state. It would be no wonder if after 9 years of this hat-ridden life he should forget his nature and sink into apathy. But it is perhaps also relevant that the dominant figure of the Kosovo legend which shaped him as all other Serbians was the Tsar Lazar, who was not victorious, who did not preserve his people, who lay a blackened and much-traveled mummy in the exile of the Fruška Gora. That dominance perhaps explains why the Serbs always respect Karađorđe as the founder of their liberty, withdrawing no part of their homage because of his failure. There is a yet appendant to this mysterious eclipse of a great man. 4 years later, Karađorđe returned to Serbia. Since the country was then ruled by Miloš Obrenović, his deadly enemy, who hated him because he suspected him of the murder of his half-brother, he cannot but have anticipated that he would meet his death. And the trip proves to be even more suicidal than it appears at first sight if his ostensible reason for returning is examined. Though the Greeks were, like the Serbs, in revolt against the Turks, the Serbs had never trusted them. Since the Turks had abolished the Serbian Patriarchate and put the Serbs under Greek priests, there were too many old scores about to make for a successful alliance. Karađorđe knew this, and during his domination of Serbia he had for this reason held his country free of all entanglements with the Greek rebels. But in 1817, at a time when Miloš Obrenović was engaged in the most delicate negotiations with the Sultan, Karađorđe came back to Serbia as an agent of the Greek Revolutionary Society, the Ethniketaria, to induce the Serbians to stage a rising at the same time as a Greek revolt. He must have known that Miloš Obrenović would have to silence him, not for his own interest, but for the sake of the country. He must have known how Miloš Obrenović was likely to silence him. He was killed by an unknown assassin while he lay asleep in a cave. But that suicidal streak was not peculiar to him. It showed, against all expectation, in Miloš Obrenović also, though the two men were utterly different in character. His palace still stands in Belgrade. It is a Turkish house, with a projecting upper story, full of air and light with many water conduits. In Belgrade there may be seen, on the first floor of the Museum of Prince Paul, the robes worn by him and his wife. Richer far than the gear of the Karađorđes, which is shown alongside, they might have been worn by a Turkish pasha and the flower of his harem. And indeed he gave his audiences like a pasha, seated cross-legged on silk cushions, wearing the turban. Miloš had his eye set on the quality that Karađorđe had seemed likely to drive out of Serbia, the luxury and pleasure which had made Sarajevo, which had lit the lights at Parchin. He meant not to expel it but to transfer it from the possession of the Muslims to the Christians. He was capable of arranging the transference. He had only to follow where Karađorđe led, but he brought genius to his following. When Karađorđe fled across the Danube in 1813, and most of the chiefs who had owned him as leader fled into exile like lost sheep, Miloš stood his ground and calmly awaited the horror which he knew would burst on the country once the Turks returned. There was a preliminary massacre with impalements and mutilations and roastings on spits. Then there was systematic banditry, the worst of it under a legalistic guise. All sorts of Turks appeared, passing themselves off as landowners and merchants driven out by the rebel Serbs, who claimed land and wealth which had certainly never been theirs, and all those claims were allowed. The Serb population was beggared. Miloš waited by, smiling and bland. He ingratiated himself with Suleiman, the new pasha of Belgrade, who had been wounded by him on the battlefield and therefore respected him, and who trusted him because of his known enmity to Karađorđe. Suleiman made him governor of 3 large districts, and he repaid this honor by apparent subjection of the most absolute kind. He constantly exhorted the Serbians to lay down their arms and think no more of resistance to the Turks. When some rebels collected in one of his own districts, he went at once and persuaded them to surrender on a promise from Suleiman that they should be pardoned. That promise was broken. 150 of them were beheaded, and nearly 40 impaled, and Miloš himself was sent to Belgrade and kept in captivity. He bribed his way out. The resources on which all these rebels could draw were far larger than the modern reader would imagine. He returned to his home and found the people frantic with rage and terror, persuaded that there was again about to be a general massacre. Then he judged it well to act, and he put himself at their head. In 6 months he had driven out the Turks. It must be owned that Miloš never faced such huge odds as Karađorđe, and that he gained one of his most inexplicable victories because the Turkish commander made a sudden flight, just as inexplicable as Karađorđe's great defection. But Miloš showed military genius of the same impressive order as his rival, and later he showed himself a far greater diplomat and, by one supremely important act, at least, as great a statesman. After his victory he made a technical avowal of subjection to the Sultan and then sat down to negotiate the independence of his country, with infinite guile and patience. He knew just how to play on Turkey's fear of Russia, and he never let himself forget that, in actual fact, it would not be easy for the Russian army to come to Serbia's aid. He threatened to adhere to one or other of the great powers when Turkey was at ease in her foreign relations, but when she was perturbed he proffered the most soothing assurances of neutrality. He had an infallible nose for the right moment to bribe a pasha or roll a threatening eye out of his ear. It took him 18 years to wring Serbian independence from the Porte, when not a soul in Europe had thought the Porte would give way to him till the Turkish Empire had dissolved. True, it was not complete independence that he gained. Turkey insisted on her right to garrison certain towns, notably Belgrade, and refused to promise not to poke her nose into Serbian affairs. But it was practical independence. Turkish officials and regular and irregular troops no longer roamed at large in the land. Miloš's supreme act of statesmanship followed that victory. The Treaty of Adrianople, which gave Serbia its effective freedom, burdened only by a few irksome but not serious restrictions, also handed over to Miloš extensive crown lands. He might have distributed them as bakshish to his followers and founded a large class of landowners on whose power he could have relied. Instead he gave the lands to the people as small holdings, and guaranteed Serbia as a peasant state, thereby giving her happiness and her distinctive genius. This great service, as the culmination of a career so full of military and diplomatic gifts to his country, might have made him the most beloved ruler in Europe, had he not seen to it that his fame was far otherwise. He had for years been practicing a highly offensive and unnecessary despotism. He was certainly responsible for the death of 2 of his political opponents, and even if a light hand with murder was not to be harshly judged on territory demoralized by Turkish occupation, there was no excuse for seizing a fellow serfs' house and fields without a shadow of justification, or forcing peasants to labor for him at his will, or enclosing common forest land as pasture for his own swine. As he became more and more powerful, he behaved with more and more fantastic improbity. It might have sobered him that the Sultan had appointed him first prince of Serbia, but it only seemed to intoxicate him. He made his subjects pay their Turkish tribute in Austrian currency, but forwarded it in Turkish currency and pocketed the difference. He insisted on his right to punish his officers by beating. He enraged his subjects by establishing a monopoly on salt, a commodity which was scarce in Serbia, and had to be imported from Wallachia, and by investing his ill-gotten profits in a Wallachian estate, to which he proposed to retire if he was deposed. This, surely, was putting the words into the people's mouth. He had a remarkable wife, Princess Lyubitsa, who had in her youth stood beside many a battlefield and urged on the warriors with heroic invective, who cooked her husband's meals and waited on him at table all her days, who was reputed to chastise any lady who caught her husband's eye with such terrible effect that some had been known to die. It is fairly plain that his absolutism made her think he had gone mad, and that she begged his friends to warn him that he was running his head into a noose. But the noose was where he wanted his head to be. In 1838 a constitution was thrust upon him, in the course of a farce played out by the great powers. Russia and Turkey believed that if Serbia had a constitution they could in practice guarantee and interpret it, so that Tsar Nicholas and the Sultan Mohammed, the two great despots of Europe, forced constitutionalism on Serbia. Hence Palmerston and Louis Philippe, the two apostles of liberalism and parliamentary control, found themselves forced to urge Miloš to become an absolute monarch. The fuss seems quite nonsensical. Why? It should be easier for an external power to influence a constitutional monarch than an absolute one is not clear, and the whole dispute was probably conjured up by some silly young man in one of the foreign offices. But Russia and Turkey won, and a constitution was presented to the delighted Serbian people. Miloš refused to execute it. He tried, indeed, to suppress it altogether, but the opposition knew of it. A group of determined men gathered under a chief called Vučić, who had been one of Miloš's bravest and most devoted aides till his loyalty had been broken by the cruel and imbecile caprices of his master. One day, they surrounded Miloš's house and sent away his guards of honor, and also those who were detailed to wait on the Princess Lyubitsa. She went to her husband to be by his side, and when he saw her he said, "Well, you see it was no use your siding with my enemies. They have taken away your guard of honor too." She burst into tears. There was a long discussion concerning Miloš's fate. Some of the chiefs maintained that he should be put to death for the sake of national peace and unity. But he was the first prince Serbia had had since Kosovo, and the profound, even superstitious sense of dynasty which had been inherited by these Serbians made them regard him as by that token sacred. They decided he must abdicate in favor of his eldest son Milan, and go into exile. When they told Miloš he said, "If they no longer desire to have me, it is well, I will not intrude on them," and he signed the deed of abdication. 2 days after, he crossed the Sava to Austrian territory. Many people, even Vučić, wept to see him. Nevertheless Vučić flung a stone into the river, and cried out to Miloš, "When this stone floats you will come back to Serbia." "I shall die as Serbia's ruler," answered Miloš, and the boatman rowed on, bearing him to his strange, imbecile, unsanctified renunciation. Belgrade 4. The action of Vučić and his followers in accepting Miloš's princedom as hereditary was more bizarre, more a matter of totem and taboo, than appears. For his heir was totally unsuited to be a ruler, at least at that moment. Always delicate, he was now so ill that he could not be told of his father's fall, and he died after some weeks without ever having learned that he was Prince of Serbia. His younger brother, Michael, was still a boy, and his accession involved the inconveniences bound to arise out of the appointment of councillors who were practically regents. Quite suddenly Turkey insisted on appointing these councillors, and named Vučić and a chief called Petronijević, who was on good terms with the Turk and was strongly anti-Miloš. The Serbians disliked these councillors because they were named by Turkey and held Turkish sympathies. Michael resented their existence because he wished to govern by himself, and had a personal grudge against them for their hostility to his father. A further complication existed because a conspiracy to remove Michael from the throne was being organized in an unexpected quarter. The other members of the Obrenović family marshaled themselves against him with a unity that sprang from an unusual and fascinating diversity of opinion. 2 of Miloš's brothers had remained in Serbia. One of these was all in favor of deposing Michael, because he himself had not been made a cabinet minister. Another wanted to expel his nephew because he thought the boy would make a mess of it, and one fine day all Obrenovićes would be massacred. And abroad the Princess Lyubitsa was deeply involved in the conspiracy, for the reason that, if there had to be shooting, she preferred her husband rather than her son to be the target. The boy met this complicated situation with spirit. Actually he had inherited all his father's genius and brought a much better character to the using of it. He faced the pestilential Vučić, who had rebelled against Miloš with courage and patriotic passion, but now discounted that achievement by showing that rebellion was his only reaction to every circumstance, and he drove him into exile. But this very spirit raised the suspicions of the peasants, particularly as about that time it became necessary to depreciate Serbian currency and to raise the taxes, which Vučić had disingenuously lowered when he drove out Miloš in order to make the step popular. They feared that he was going to rob them of their money and their rights as impudently as his father. And when Vučić returned to Serbia in the guise of a defender of the constitution, they took up arms and followed him. Michael knew Vučić was inspired by the Sultan and went out to fight him, confident that he would free his country from the last traces of Turkish suzerainty, and that his people must applaud him for it. He was amazed when the deluded peasants followed Vučić, and his own army, itself disaffected, ran away. With a certain significant dignity, he disbanded such of his troops as remained loyal and sent home all peasants who had come from the provinces to support him, and passed over to Austrian territory. It is one of the paradoxes of Balkan history that though the Serbians who rejected Michael were moved by ignorance and stupidity and negativism, later events proved they were performing an enormous service to their country. Vučić then entered Belgrade in triumph and was acclaimed as leader of the nation, but his profound instinct against simplicity prevented him from putting himself forward as prince. It seemed good to him, for what reason it cannot be imagined, to force on the Skupština Alexander Karađorđević, the son of Karađorđe, a man of 36, upright and sensible and not contentious, but not impressive in personality. This set in motion the strange oscillation of Serbian sovereignty between the Obrenovićes and the Karađorđevićes, which has been so misconceived in the West. It has been thought of as a sanguinary conflict between the two families. Even H.W. temporally writes in his History of Serbia, for a century the ghastly struggle was continued by the partisans of both houses, until the last living Obrenović was assassinated in our own day, and elsewhere he deplores this terrible blood feud. But in actual fact when Miloš Obrenović murdered Karađorđe he committed the last crime that either family was to inflict on the other. Only one Karađorđević was ever to die by violence, and that was King Alexander of Yugoslavia, and he can hardly have been killed at Marseille by an Obrenović, for by then the breed was extinct. 2 Obrenovićes died by violence, but there is no evidence that any Karađorđević was responsible. One Karađorđević was deposed and one Obrenović was forced to abdicate, but in neither case could the other family be blamed. Indeed the abdicating Obrenović handed over his throne to his son. It may be doubted whether there was any effective enmity between the families till late in the second half of the 19th century. Certainly there was little at this time. Miloš Obrenović had persuaded Karađorđe's widow that he was guiltless of her husband's death, and at his invitation she had brought her children back from Hungary to Serbia, and had accepted a pension to keep them. During the reign of young Prince Michael, Alexander Karađorđević had cheerfully and loyally acted as the boy's adjutant. He certainly did not rise to princedom by any attacks he had made on the Obrenovićes, and it needed no effort on their part to account for his expulsion. 17 years later in 1859, his reign began tediously with a great deal of hubbub, caused by Russia and Turkey. Dynastic Russia was shocked because Serbia had cast aside a hereditary prince and thought that she ought to have been consulted. Turkey had already recognized Alexander and told Russia so. In the end Russia grumpily consented to recognize Alexander, though only after he had been chosen by a free election, on condition that the abominable Vučić and his colleague Petronijević, both pro-Turks, were sent into exile. Vučić had therefore gained nothing by his continual intrigues and mischief-making. But when these excitements settled down it was only to disclose a situation in which Alexander's failure was inevitable. The historians call him weak. It would be far more true to say that in his reign, Serbia discovered its weakness. It had come to life again not as a great empire, but as a small nation, and it was to learn, what was to become tragically clear in the 20th century, that modern conditions make the independence of a small nation a bad joke. In 1848 Alexander and Serbia suffered a deep and inevitable humiliation. The Magyars of Hungary rose against the Austrian government, and as their nationalist movement, under the leadership of the renegade Slav Kossuth, showed the most bitter hostility to all Slavs, the Serbs of Novi Sad and the Fruška Gora made haste to revolt against Hungary. It was then that the Croats took the same resolve and marched into Hungary under Jelačić. It was a shame and an agony to the Serbians that their brothers, the descendants of the 17th century migrants, the guardians of the blackened body of the Tsar Lazar, should be in danger, and that they should not go to help them. But Russia would not have it so, lest Austria should defeat the Slavs and draw conquered Serbia into her orbit. So Alexander Karađorđević had to sit with folded hands while the Danubian Serbs fought for life and lost. 12,000 Serbian volunteers went to their aid, but Serbia as a state had to behave like a coward. 6 years later it again seemed to his people that he had humiliated them. The Crimean War broke out and Serbia longed to take sides with Russia against Turkey. Serbia's incubus, Vučić, who had been exiled as pro-Turk and anti-Russian, had now got back to the country as anti-Turk and pro-Russian, and he persuaded the country to elect him as prime minister. Needless to say, he did nothing whatsoever to further its cause. He was a pure negativist. A Turkish army advanced towards Serbia. On the south and an Austrian army confronted her across the river at Belgrade. Again, Alexander had to remain inactive and frustrate national feeling. The peasants could not understand that he was bowing to the inevitable. They only saw that he did not resist their ancient enemy, Turkey, and that he had shown complete subservience to Austria, whom they now hated almost as much as Turkey, and quite rightly. For though the Serbs of Novi Sad had helped Austria to defeat the Magyar revolt, Franz Joseph had betrayed them as he betrayed the Croats who had shown him a like loyalty. He had after a few years handed them back to the Hungarians, who were now taking their revenge by a merciless process of Magyarization, which denied the Serbs their language, their religion, and their culture. The infuriated Serbians lost patience, and, needless to say, Vučić skipped forward to organize their discontent. And there was a conspiracy of senators to murder Alexander. It failed, but it was made unnecessary by a meeting of the Skupština, which without a dissension called on him to resign and demanded the recall of Miloš Obrenović. Alexander Karađorđević obeyed without a shadow of resistance, and Miloš returned with his son Michael. The old man was now 78 years of age, and the records show that he thoroughly enjoyed the day of his return. The Austrians refused to let him cross the river in their steamers, so he came over in a rowing boat. Just as on that day when he told Vučić that he would die the ruler of Serbia. On landing he made a deft speech which made it quite clear that he intended to disregard the Turkish pretension that the princedom of Serbia was not to be hereditary. My only care, he said to the cheering crowds, will be to make you happy, you and your children, whom I love as well as my only son, the heir to your throne, Prince Michael. That established the issue so firmly that the Turks could hardly care to dispute it. The old man then took up the routine where he had laid it down 20 years before, with all his characteristic zest. It is impossible not to feel pleasure in recording that one of his first actions was to throw Vučić into prison. There, very shortly, he died. The Turks wished to examine his body, but Miloš explained that it was better that they should not. His reign lasted only 20 months, during which he gave himself great amusement and pleased his people by using his old insolent skill in diplomacy to inflict some important defeats on the Turks. It is as well that he ruled so short a time, for he had nothing to offer but that skill. If he had lived longer he must have been faced by that hard fact, the helplessness of the small nation, which had vanquished Alexander Karađorđević, and he must have been vanquished too, for he had no resources to meet it. But it was very different with his son Michael, who on his accession to the throne showed how well the tricksters and simpletons responsible for his exile in 1842 had worked for their country. For he had spent the intervening years in improving his education and visiting the western capitals of Europe, in pursuit of the definite end of fitting himself for monarchy. The specific problem before him was the transformation of a medieval state into a state which would be modern enough to defend itself against modern empires. He attacked it with a genius that never failed until his death. First, Michael gave Serbia internal order. He impressed on it the conception of law as a code plan to respect the rights of all which must be obeyed by all. No longer was the ruler to bring his enemies before judges who touched their hats and gave the desired sentence. He and all his subjects had to face a blindfold justice. He reorganized the political constitution, laying it down that the members of the Soviet were no longer to be responsible to the Sultan but to their own national authority, and that the Soviet was to be subordinate to the democratic Skupština. He also took a powerful step towards the establishment of order by setting up a regular army under French instructors. Till then the Serbian military forces had been a synthesis of private armies led by chiefs who submitted only fitfully to the discipline of a central command, and were always favorable material for a meddler like Vučić. This Michael did against the violent opposition of Austria, who wanted to annex Serbia, Turkey, who wanted to recover her, and Great Britain, who was Turkophile. Only Russia and France befriended her. Second, he drove the Turks out of Serbia, for they were still in the fortresses of the principal towns. 2 years after his accession there occurred the famous incident, when the population of Belgrade were not unnaturally moved to demonstrations at the murder of 2 Serbians by 2 Turks, and the Pasha in command of Kalemdin. Fortress thought fit to bombard the open town for 5 hours, until he was forcibly restrained by the foreign consuls. Michael was able to use this to prove just how intolerable it was for a vigorous and developing country to have to submit to these fantastical vestiges of an ill-regulated authority, and to represent the outrage in terms comprehensible to the Western powers. He followed this up by sending his beautiful and able wife, Juliet Uniati, to London to influence British public opinion, which she was able to do through Cobden and Palmerston. Soon he had Great Britain, France, Russia, and even Austria lined up behind him in his demand that the Turks should withdraw their garrison, and he showed his father's diplomatic skill by making the demand in terms that enabled Turkey to grant it without lack of dignity. Third, he found a new foreign policy. He knew he was his father's son and better, and that he could get everything he wanted from the great powers by wheedling and threatening. But that was not enough, for he knew it would hold good only so long as the empires were in a state of quiescence. When they should be moved by real need for expansion, his guile would be unavailing. They would sweep down on his little principality like robbers on a child. For that, however, his period of exile had suggested a remedy. After he had lost his throne in his boyhood, he had first gone to live with his father among the Serbs of Hungary. He had visited the shrines of the Fruška Gora and had seen the relics of his people's ancient glory. Among the Serb scholars of Novi Sad and Budapest and Vienna, he had learned how real these glories had been, how certainly the medieval Serbian Empire had been begotten by Byzantine civilization, and how near it had come to being heir and transmitter of that civilization, prevented only by the coming of the Turks. He learned enough to know that in the past the struggle for power in the Balkans had swung from east to west, and from west to east, and victory had rested now with the Serbs, now with the Bulgarians. The Bulgarians were a people of other than Slav origin, being akin to the Turks and Hungarians and Finns, but they were interpenetrated with Slav blood and spoke a Slav language. Now they had another bond with the Serbs. They had been conquered by the Turks, and they were still enslaved. Michael believed that it would be a glorious thing to unite the South Slav peoples. The independent state of Montenegro would certainly be his ally, and since he could not join hands with the Croatians and Dalmatians and Hungarian Serbs, because they were under the vigorous tyranny of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, it would perhaps be wiser to link up with the Bulgarians, who would be more accessible than the others because of the inefficiency of the Turkish administration, and for the same reason more eager for emancipating friends. Then again should there be a vast area, solidly Slav, magnificently free. This dream, which was born of poetic and historical imagination, was immediately expanded by Michael's practical sense. Why should not past and present experience of Turkish oppression bind together small states, even though they were not Slav, into an effective union that should destroy the Turk? He planned a Balkan League that should join Serbia and Montenegro with Greece, which indeed was full of Slav blood, and Romania, and should receive the Bulgarians, the Bosnians and Herzegovinians, the Macedonians, and the Hungarian Serbs, as soon as these revolted against their oppressors. He actually came to an understanding with Greece and Romania, and sent Serbian propagandists to work among all the enslaved Slav peoples, while he increased his military strength at home. A check was sharply applied to his plan when England and France, with incredible fatuity, joined Austria-Hungary in rebuking him. It is difficult to imagine why they did this, for a young and prosperous Balkan League able to defend itself must have been a most powerful factor for European peace. The Great War of 1914 could never have happened if Austria had had under east a solid wall of people able to protect themselves, and had therefore had to accept her limitations. But so it was, and Michael had to neglect obvious opportunities for fulfilling his program. He was about to fill in the time by revising his constitution and making it more democratic when, on the 10th of June, 1868, he went for a walk in the Top Shider, the delightful park outside Belgrade that looks across the river Sava at the town on its great ridge of rock. He was accompanied by his cousin and her daughter Katerina, a lame girl of brilliant intellect, with whom, it is said, he was in love, but whom he could not marry because the kinship was within the degree prohibited by the Orthodox Church. He had some time before been divorced, for reasons which are still mysterious, from his Hungarian wife, Juliet Uniati, who subsequently married the Duke of Auremberg, and died in Vienna 51 years later, in 1919. 3 men came up to the party and attacked all 3 with knives. Katerina was wounded, her mother and Prince Michael were killed. Again the Great War was brought nearer to us, another wall between us and that catastrophe was pulled down. It has been alleged that this assassination was the work of Alexander Karageorgevich, and indeed he was tried in absentia by a Serbian court and condemned. But no evidence was called which was worth a straw. It is not easy to believe that this man, who was now 61, and who had never been ambitious and was completely aware of his own unpopularity, decided to kill his successor, whom he knew to be adored by his people, and reclaim the throne at a time when a vast and exacting program had been begun and would have to be triumphantly accomplished by any prince who wanted to save his neck. It is still more difficult to believe that Alexander Karageorgevich arranged the assassination yet took no steps to seize the power of the murdered man, and, indeed, never left his estate in Hungary before or after the crime. Alexander followed this up by an even stranger omission. Michael's marriage had been childless, and the Serbian cabinet was forced into proclaiming as ruler young Milan, a boy of 13, the grandson of one of Miloš's brothers. The relationship was uninspiring in its remoteness, and indeed there were suspicions that it was actually non-existent. But Alexander Karageorgevich never appeared to take advantage of the countless opportunities offered him or any other malcontent during the boy's minority. The assassins may have called themselves partisans of the Karageorgeviches, and the Karageorgeviches certainly had partisans. Everybody at odds with Michael's administration, which was far too efficient to satisfy everybody, used to take trips to see Alexander Karageorgevich and grumble over endless black coffees. But they were most likely to do this if they were old and remembered the good old days of corruption. The assassins of Michael Abramovich were young and vigorous. They were known to have relations with the Austrian police, and it was Austria who profited by Michael's death. Belgrade v. Every Slav heart grieved at Michael's death, and apparently the powers that are not to be seen were also perturbed. At noon on the 9th of June 1868, a peasant called Mata, or Matthew, ran through the streets of a town called Uzhitsi crying out, "Brothers! Brothers! Rise up and save our prince! They are cruelly murdering him. Look, they are slashing him with yataghans." Look, the blood. Help him, help him. The police thought he had gone mad and arrested him, but his position looked more serious when next day there reached Hitzi the news that Michael had been stabbed to death in Top Scheider. Matthew was examined by the mayor on the assumption that he must have been concerned in the conspiracy, but he was able to prove that nothing was less probable, and the whole countryside came forward to bear witness that he was a seer and often foretold events that had not yet happened or were happening far away. The mayor then told Mata to say what he saw of the future, and had a secretary to take it down in writing, and he was so impressed that he sent the notes up to the Minister of the Interior. The minister also was impressed. He ordered Matthew to be brought to Belgrade, and for some days the man sat in a room in the Foreign Office dictating to an official. The notes were filed in the archives, and only disclosed gradually to persons connected with the court or cabinet. But the notes taken by the mayor of Hitzi were not so well guarded. They became common knowledge and were finally published and sold all over the country. Mata foresaw all of Balkan history for the next 50 years. He said, Michael will be succeeded by a child, and for a time the country will be governed by 3 regents. When he comes of age all will go ill. He is clever but unstable, and he will be a torment to Serbia, which will know nothing of peace or security so long as he is on the throne. He will lead several wars, will enlarge the country, and will be more than a prince. He will be a king. But there will always be trouble. Finally he will abdicate and die in exile before he is old. He will leave but one son, born of a detested wife. This son will mean even more suffering to Serbia. His rule will plunge the country into disorder, and he too will make a disastrous marriage. Before the 30th year he will be dead, and his family will die with him. Another family will come to reign in Serbia, but the new king will disappear after 3 years, and then there will be agony unspeakable for our people. There will be revolts and bloodshed. And then a foreign power will invade our country. That foreign power will torture us. There will come such sad and hard times that those who are living will say when they pass a churchyard, O graves, open that we may lie down and rest. Oh, how happy are you who have died and are saved from our troubles and misfortunes. But a better time will come. He said other things, not yet fulfilled, which explain why nowadays one cannot buy the prophecies of Mata of Krima. It is no wonder that those who are threatened by them are apprehensive, for all that he said of Milan and his son came true. Milan was an unqualified disaster to his country. It is possible that he was not an Abramovich at all. His mother was a noble and beautiful and indecorous Romanian, and there was some doubt as to whether his father also was not Romanian, and the Abramovich is in no way involved. When Milan was presented to the Skupština on coming of age, one of the deputies stayed in his seat and explained that he did not intend to rise till he had seen the young man's birth certificate. In any case, even had Milan been an Abramovich, his upbringing would have prevented him from behaving like one. Their courage and vitality and craft were theirs only because they had lived the life of peasant soldiers. But Milan spent his childhood in not quite the best palace hotels of Paris and Vienna and Belgrade and Bucharest, alternately petted and neglected by parents who detested each other. Although it must have been realized how likely it was that he should succeed Michael, nobody seems to have regarded his education as a matter of any importance. He grew up with no virtue except an extreme aesthetic sensibility, which would have been revolted could he have caught sight of himself. In mind and body he was the perfect Rostaquara. His marriage was indeed as disastrous as Mata had foretold. When he was 19, while his ministers were negotiating with St. Petersburg to secure him the hand of a young Russian princess, he announced his engagement to Mademoiselle Natalia Keshko, the daughter of a Russian colonel belonging to the lesser ranks of the Moldavian nobility, who was a strange mixture of Slav and Romanian and Levantine. As the couple left the cathedral after their wedding, a thunderstorm broke over Belgrade and the horses of the state carriage reared and bolted. The omen was not excessive. Natalia was a detestable child, and cruel to the child she had married. When he showed her the peculiar best of himself she answered with a sneer. Because he once heard her say she liked lilies of the valley, he had a whole field planted with them, which is a gesture a Rostaquara might make if stirred to his depths. When he took her to see them at the perfect moment of their flowering, she was puzzled and annoyed by this extravagance. A whole field of lilies of the valley. This coldness she manifested in all phases of their common life. Violently aphrodisiac in appearance, with the immense liquid leaf-shaped eyes and the voluptuous smoothness of the ideal odalisque, she bore within her the conventionality of the kind of Russian provincial society that is described in some of Tolstoy and much of Chekhov, and she deeply resented her husband's passion. They had but one child, Alexander, born when its father was 21 and its mother 20. Thereafter Milan took a mistress, an ugly and intelligent Levantine Greek 10 years older than himself, who was perhaps a Russian agent. Natalia, who was at once narrow and loose, knew no restraint in her public resentment of the situation, particularly when this mistress gave birth to a son. Belgrade was startled and shocked by the public brawls of their prince and his wife. These were not peasant manners, but they were not fine manners either. As a ruler Milan was not less a failure than as a husband. When the Bosnians and Herzegovinians revolted against Turkey, he marched against the Turks from the north, while Prince Nicholas of Montenegro marched on them from the southwest. Prince Nicholas made a brilliant success, and wrung an advantageous peace treaty out of them. Milan failed, and had to be saved from disaster by Russian intervention. That started a movement in Serbia for the dethronement of Milan in favor of Prince Nicholas, which soon lost its vigor owing to the flaws that were evident in the Montenegrin's character whenever he stopped fighting, and it started a much more lively and lasting movement in favor of recalling Peter Karageorgievich, who had fought with the Bosnian rebels and shown himself remarkable as a soldier and as a man. It is hard to blame Milan either for his defeat or for the steps he took to remedy it. He was only 21 when he led out his troops against Turkey, and in a modern and orderly state genius has no chance to be precocious. If he had lived in the old Serbia of Karageorge and Miloš, he would have been fighting since he was 15 or 16, and would have known that to keep his throne he had to placate or outwit a dozen wily old chiefs, and in either case earn their respect as well. That was the training Michael Abramovich had had. It was ironic that it had enabled him to sweep away such barbaric conditions, which as it proved were apparently necessary to equip a Serbian ruler, his heir not accepted, for the difficult task of modernizing his state. A later campaign against the Turks was more satisfactory. But at treaty making, Milan was pitifully incompetent. He let the Treaty of San Stefano, which was signed between the Russians and Turks in 1878, take a form which inevitably was to destroy Michael Abramovich's dream of a union of the South Slavs for many years and perhaps forever, for he did not prevent Russia's giving her vassal state, Bulgaria, extended boundaries to which not only the Serbs but the Greeks could legitimately object. The Balkan League was split in 3 before it was founded. Then came the infamous Congress of Berlin, which was called for no other reason than to frame a treaty which should deprive the democratic Slavs of their freedom and thrust them into subjection under the imperialism of Turkey and Austria-Hungary. Without the Balkan League to use as a counter, Milan was utterly helpless. He was back in the position of poor Alexander Karageorgievich. It is not to be wondered at that in 1881 Milan signed a secret convention with Austria which handed over his country to be an Austrian dependency. He promised not to make any effort to redeem the Bosnians and Herzegovinians in return for a vague promise of support for a war, which he was not likely ever to declare, against the Turks in Macedonia, and he agreed to submit his policy day by day to Austrian control. The Austrian military attaché in Belgrade used to call at the palace and give Milan his orders. It is suspected that Milan received, directly or indirectly, financial recompense for this treachery. This increased the dishonour of the transaction, but it would be superficial to take it as proof that Milan's motives were simply mercenary. There can be no doubt that he was chiefly moved by his sense that the great aggressive empires of Turkey, Russia, and Austria made it impossible for him to give his country that independence which it thought it his duty to guarantee. A year after Milan sold his country down the river, down the Danube, he proclaimed himself king, and had himself anointed in the ancient church of Sitcha, where all the Nemanian dynasty had been crowned. It is a crimson church which stands among land like the fairest parts of the Lake District, solemnly dedicated to its royal ritual. A new door was pierced in the wall for each king to come to his coronation, and on his going out it was bricked up again. The people were not placated by Milan's elevation. He was notoriously given to drunkenness. He was spendthrift to the point of mania. His relations with his wife were already scandalous, and owing to his secret convention with Austria-Hungary his political conduct looked like the caprice of a lunatic. Most of his ministers and all of the public had no idea of the agreement, and they were therefore completely mystified when, as constantly happened, their king suddenly abandoned a project which he had fully approved and which was indeed plainly in the interests of Serbia, or when he put forward a plan which appeared meaningless because its context was known only in the Ballplatz. It is typical of Austrian Schlamperei that those who gave Milan his orders took no trouble whatsoever to make them such as he could obey without coming to loggerheads with his people. In 1883 certain districts rose in rebellion which was savagely suppressed. When little Alexander was 9 years old his father and mother separated with the utmost indecency. Their venomous hatred and bad manners were such as Strindberg describes in his play Divorce. Natalia on one occasion abominably kidnapped the child and took him to Wiesbaden, and Milan equally abominably had him brought back by the German police. The only respite in these brawls was due to Milan's imbecile declaration of war against Bulgaria, which led to a disgraceful defeat in 1886. By 1888 Milan had exhausted all other means of persecuting his wife and conceived the idea that he must divorce her, though he had no grounds whatsoever, for she was entirely virtuous. He persuaded the Serbian primate to regard as precedent certain cases of Russian tsars who had been divorced by simple edicts of the metropolitans. This deeply shocked his people, who now knew that their king was a thoroughly bad lot. His treasury was incessantly faced with checks he had cashed in nearly every capital in Europe and with dunning letters from moneylenders. And his military defeat meant even more in the Balkan country than it would have in the West. It was apparent that even if Milan was contented with the situation, his backers were not. In January 1890 he tried placating his subjects by giving them a liberal constitution, but 3 months afterwards, abruptly and without explanation, he abdicated in favor of his son, who was only 12 years old. It is probable that the new constitution and the abdication were Austrian attempts at coping with the steadily increasing interest that Serbia felt in the sober personality of Peter Karageorgievich, who would certainly never be amenable to foreign influence if he ascended the throne. The boy Alexander ruled until his majority, through 3 regents, 2 of whom were military men known as the tarnished generals in certain unlucky incidents in the war against Bulgaria, while the third was a political boss who had always been Milan's henchman. They were hardly ideal substitutes for a father and a mother, as they very soon had to be, for Milan insisted when he left his son in their care that he should never be allowed to see his mother or hold any communication with her. This was probably not purely an act of domestic hatred. The quarrels between the two seem, particularly towards the end of their dreadful marriage, to have had some sort of political basis. Natalia was strongly Russophile, and it is probable that she found out the existence of the secret convention with Austria. Indeed, some of her recorded utterances make it almost certain that she had. It may be that Milan feared she would impart this knowledge to the boy before he had the discretion to realize its full consequences. Whatever the cause of this prohibition, Natalia turned it to the vulgarist account. She came to Belgrade and used to stand with her face pressed against the gates, looking up at the windows to see her adored son, whom she had done little or nothing to protect. She took a house nearby and hung from a balcony when the young king went by on his daily drive. She also distributed secretly to the foreign newspaper correspondence information damaging to Serbia which she had learned in her position as queen. Finally the regents rushed through parliament a bill providing that neither King Milan nor Queen Natalia should be allowed to reside even temporarily in Serbia. The inclusion of both parents enabled the regents to avoid the accusation of partiality, and indeed they were probably feeling none too fond of Milan, who had been sent abroad with a handsome allowance but was running up enormous debts in Paris and Vienna. Once the act was passed the government asked Natalia to leave Belgrade, and when she refused they sent a police commissioner and his men to put her on a Danube steamer. She locked her door and the men had to climb over the roof to get into her house. They drove her away in a cab, and her beautiful grief inspired a mob of young men to make an attempt at rescue. After several of them had been killed, and many wounded, she addressed the mob and begged them to disperse, declaring that to prevent any more of this dreadful bloodshed she would leave Belgrade at once. When Alexander was 17, and a weak-kneed, stout, spectacled boy, he asked the regents and the principal ministers of the cabinet to dine with him at the palace. They came to dinner in high spirits, for they were all liberals, which is to say, in this confusing country that they were not liberals at all, but Tammany politicians, with a great deal more machine than ideology, and they had just pulled off a smart maneuver against the radicals, who here are not radicals at all but anti-Western, nationalist, Democrat conservatives who base their program on the ancient Slav communist tendencies growing out of the Tsadruga system. But before they had finished dining the palace aide-de-camp entered and spoke in a low voice to the boy, who nodded, rose to his feet, and said, "Gentlemen, it is announced to all the garrisons in Serbia, to all the authorities, and to the people, and I announce it here to you, that I declare myself of full age, and that I now take the government of the country into my own hands. I thank you, my regents, for your services, of which I now relieve you. I thank you also, gentlemen of the cabinet, for your services, of which you are relieved also. You will not be allowed to leave this palace tonight. You can remain here as my guests, but if not, then as my prisoners." For a second the men were silent, then they jumped up and hurried round the table towards the boy, crying out threats and protests. The aide-de-camp drew his sword and stopped them, then went silently to the folding doors on one side of the room and threw them open. Bayonets glittered on the rifles of a company of soldiers. I leave you in charge of Lieutenant Colonel Diarich, whose orders you will have implicitly to obey, while I go to give the oath of fidelity to the army, said the king, and he left the hall. Next morning the regents and the ministers were released, and went home. Through streets placarded with royal proclamations stating that King Alexander had watched the illegal actions of the liberal government, and feared that if they had been suffered to continue the country would drift into civil war, and therefore had declared himself of age and taken the reins of power into his hands. The people came out of their houses, read the proclamation, ran back and hung out their flags, and then rushed to the courtyard before the palace to cheer the Abramovich who after all had shown himself an Abramovich. There is but one explanation of this incident and the anticlimax that followed it. There can be only one reason why Alexander made this superb gesture and then never another, why he afterwards only acted as if he wished to surpass his father in caprice and cruelty towards his subjects. The clue is given by an utterance he made concerning the secret convention with Austria, and by certain of his actions which are apparently conflicting. There seems to be no doubt that later he spoke of his father's signature to the convention as an act of treason. At the time of his coup d'état he called the nationalist, democratic, anti-Western radicals to power. But only a year later he illegally removed the radicals from power, and later he annulled the constitutional reforms of the past 20 years, suppressed the freedom of speech and freedom of the press, and governed with the parliamentary help of an insignificant pro-Austrian party called the Progressives. Yet all this time Alexander was on the most affectionate terms with his mother, Natalia, who was pro-radical and pro-Russian, and he frequently left the country to spend holidays with her, which were apparently not marred by any differences of opinion. Finally, to the country's amazement and rage, he recalled his father from his scandalous life abroad and made him commander-in-chief. This was not altogether a disaster. Milan was far from being a fool. In between his orgies in Paris he had acquired a superb collection of pictures by the yet unrecognized masters of the 19th century, some of the finest. Cézannes once belonged to him. And though he had not been a successful general on the field, his sense of style made him an excellent organizer of a peacetime army. But he took his fun in persecuting the radicals and pro-Russians, many of whom he did to death. Serbia had never sunk lower since its foundation as a state. These incidents fall into a comprehensible pattern if certain assumptions are made, for which there is some independent evidence. It happened that in 1892 a copy of the secret convention had fallen into the hands of a Serbian nationalist and patriot, Prince Lazarević Biljanović, a descendant of the Tsar Lazar, and he had communicated it to the European press. Its existence was explicitly denied, both by the Serbian regents and by the Austro-Hungarian Empire through the parliaments of both Vienna and Budapest. If Alexander had discovered, perhaps by some secret communication from Natalia, that the convention indeed existed, it might well be that his young idealism revolted and he decided to appear before his country as their deliverer from the hidden tyrant. That would explain why he drove out his regents and assumed power a year before the proper time, and why he favored the anti-Austrian radicals. But his first conversation with the Austrian minister would show him the reality of the fear that had paralysed Alexander Karageorgievich and disintegrated his own father. He was probably told that any public disclosure and repudiation of the convention would be treated as an unfriendly act by Austria and would be followed by an invasion, or by his murder and replacement by Karageorgievich. The boy, sobered, would try to compromise. He would keep silent about the convention, but he would continue his support of the radicals. Austrian pressure slowly increased. Every year that Alexander reigned without disclosing the convention to his people put him in a worse position to assert his independence. He could not turn to his country and demand its support in his war against the foreign oppressor when it could be proved that he had for long been acting as the oppressor's agent. So he was forced backwards along a dark corridor, a pistol at his breast, to meet an unknown and horrid end, till suddenly he stopped. He struck the pistol away from the hand that held it, careless whether it might be picked up again or not. He had fallen in love with a woman who was Serbian and pro-Russian. Belgrade 6. By now the Serbians were deeply unhappy. They were a people who had lived by a tradition that had never failed them for 500 years, that had never let them forget how much fairer than all the conquering might of Islam their Christian knightliness had been. They had lived by Saint Saba and Stephen Dushan, by the king Marco and the Tsar Lazar. But Milan and Alexander Abramovich, who were perhaps not Abramoviches at all, nor even Serbians, and who were entirely and essentially 19th century, to such a degree that they both might have been minor characters in Proust, cannot possibly have been even faintly interested in these medieval personages. Milan was infatuated with the modern West, and he had surrounded himself with people who shared his infatuation and expressed it in ways less admirable than the purchase of Cézannes. His favorite foreign minister, Chitomil Mijatović, who supported him in the signature of the secret convention with Austria, once wrote a book on Serbia in which he speaks very ill of the Serbian church. In shocked accents he tells how he took some distinguished English gentleman to an ancient monastery and found there the Bishop of Niš, who bade him tell his friends that it would be much better if, instead of sending us Bibles, they were to send us some guns and cannons. This was an answer which, of course, might have come from any bishop of the early church. Leave to us the instruction of the people, it says, and help us to wage war against the heathen that sell the baptized into captivity. There were many such captives over the Serbian frontiers, in the hands of the Turks, not possibly to be redeemed until there was again a strong Christian power in the Balkans. Men like Mijatović wanted the Serbians to lay aside this grandiose subject matter which their destiny had given them for their genius to work upon, and instead they offered them, as an alternative, to be clean and briskly bureaucratic and capitalist like the West. It was as if the Mayflower and Red Indians and George Washington and the pioneer West were taken from the United States, and there was nothing left but the Bronx and Park Avenue. The Serbian tradition was not killed. The Serbians did not forget the field of Kosovo. Simply they felt that every day Kosovo was desecrated by the indifference of the father and son who governed them in this curious unconstitutional partnership. They were also conscious, though they did not openly admit it, that they could not even flatter themselves that they were really governed by this pair. It is impossible that the interpretation of Alexander's capricious and terrified despotism should have escaped a people so subtle, so politically experienced, and so suspicious. But to admit it would have involved recognition that Serbia could never be independent. That though it had freed itself from Turkey now it must fall under the tutelage of Austria or Russia, and that was to insult the Tsar Lazar, to leave the defeat of Kosovo unredeemed forever. The Serbians became moody, hallucinated, creative, and the real persecution they suffered at the hands of the anti-Russian and anti-radical agents sent out by Milan tinged their fantasies with a certain color, a certain brooding, cryptic violence. When Alexander Abramovich was a little boy he and his tutor had often walked in the Royal Park outside Belgrade with an American newspaper correspondent named Stephen Bonsall and an English military attaché named Douglas Dawson, who was later to be the controller of the household of King George V. One day the two foreigners talked of the delights of swimming in the Danube, and they were shocked to find that the little boy could not swim. So they found him a pool among the trees, and in spite of the tutor's protests they gave him his first swimming lesson. They were distressed to see how badly the boy stripped. He was misshapen and top-heavy, with clumsy shoulders and long arms, meager loins and thighs, and knock knees. As soon as he could cross the pool, which was about 30 feet wide, he said proudly to his unhappy tutor, "Now you need not worry about telling the regents that I am being given swimming lessons by these gentlemen, who are my friends. You can tell them that the king can swim." Alexander never lost his delight in swimming. When he visited his mother at her home in Biarritz, as he did regularly after his dismissal of the regents, he spent much of his time in the sea or lying on the sands in the sunshine. One of his companions was Queen Natalia's chief lady-in-waiting, a very pretty widow, 10 years older than himself, named Dragamashin. With her, as time went on, he fell deeply in love. She was the first woman in whom he had shown any interest. His reluctance to marry and his distaste for feminine society had led it to be generally believed that he was physiologically defective. But sometime between the years 1894 and 1897 his passion for her became so overwhelming that he forced his way into her bedroom at night. She, however, took him by the shoulders, turned him out, and locked the door. This is regarded by her enemies as proof of her subtle guile, but according to the king's own account she used a degree of muscular strength far greater than a designing woman would risk. Alexander came near to being in a position where he could say, "Perhaps you were right to dissemble your love, but why did you kick me downstairs?" After this the story becomes obscure. Sometime in the autumn of 1897 Queen Natalia discovered a letter from Alexander to Draga, and flew into a rage most curious in a middle-aged woman of great social experience. It is not clear why she was angry with Draga, who, however indiscreet she had been to evoke the letter, had answered it with the extreme discretion of staying where she was instead of going to Belgrade. But Natalia at once dismissed Draga, turned her out of the house, and sat down to write to all her friends that her lady-in-waiting had behaved to her like a traitress and a wanton. This at once threw Draga on her own resources, which amounted to about £100 a year, and closed to her the only circle where she might have found fresh employment. She was therefore obliged to return to her family in Belgrade. Queen Natalia, in fact, had made inevitable the relationship, which she affected to loathe. For this reason some have suspected her of finding an ingenious device for planting a pro-Russian agent in her son's court and looking as if she were doing no such thing. But the suspicion is unfounded, for she evidently conceived a real resentment against her son, and never saw him again. There is no reason to see anything here but the truisms of a stupid and vulgar woman. It is hard to imagine a life more complicated than young Alexander's in the winter of 1897. His father, to whom he had become more attached since his quarrel with his mother, and who had only lately returned to the country as commander-in-chief, had already begun to embarrass him as a Serbian patriot by pro-Austrian activities. Alexander went for a holiday to Murano, where Draga was staying, though she was still, according to his later and convincing accounts, not yet his mistress, and there he was visited by the Russian diplomat Izvolsky, then en post in Bavaria, who fully realized the extent to which he was anti-Austrian and might become pro-Russian, and reported to his superiors that, although Draga had caused a breach between the young king and his pro-Russian mother, she was herself a pro-Russian influence. It seems probable that he arranged for certain transactions to be carried on through the mediation of Draga, in order to shield him from the observation of Alexander's father. This extreme intricacy of relationship was just what might have stirred the interest and sympathy of the Serbian people, but it had to be kept secret. So, Alexander and Draga went back to Belgrade, to all appearances in the excessively simple characters of a tyrannous king and his venal mistress. It is still not known when the reality came to correspond with the popular belief. Alexander declared it was 3 years after the night when she had turned him out of her bedroom at Biarritz, but that scene may have occurred any time between 1894 and 1897. It is possible that she did not surrender to him till long after her return to Belgrade, perhaps only a short time before their marriage in the summer of 1900. But the people had no reason to guess at the unexpected purity of their relationship. Draga lived in a pretty little house near the palace in a style which was plainly not within the reach of her own resources, and she was constantly visited by the king. They naturally concluded that she was his mistress, but the feeling aroused by their conclusion was not natural. Before long she was hated as few women since the beginning of time, as no cruel mother, as no murderess, has ever been loathed. I have heard of a Serbian scholar, born beyond the Danube, in Hungary, whose great work was crowned by the Belgrade Academy. Though he was a passionate patriot and free Serbia was sacred soil to him, he would not come to claim his honor. To him, Belgrade was utterly polluted by the presence of Draga. All over Europe spread this campaign of defamation, when the king married her. Not a country but looked down its nose. She was supposed to be a woman of low origin who had led a vicious life, and this impression was confirmed by the current photographs of her, which showed a bloated face, coarsening around the jaw. But there are other things than dissipation that thicken the features. Tears, for example. Certainly the first part of the story was not true, for she was by birth the equal of the Abranoviches. Her grandfather, Nikola Lunjevica, was a friend of Miloš Abranovich, a very prosperous cattle breeder, who had ruined himself financing the rebellions against the Turks. Her more immediate antecedents had been painful, but quite respectable. Her father had died in a lunatic asylum, but till he went mad he had been an efficient and popular prefect of Shabbats. His collapse had left a large family, poorly provided for, and Draga, who was one of the elder children, married at 17 a mining engineer and civil servant. He was himself a worthless and depraved person, but he came of a quite successful family. His father was a noted doctor and one of his brothers had risen high in the army. There is an overwhelming consensus of opinion that there is no defense possible. In the second part of the story, it is still held by the mass of people today in Serbia that she unquestionably had had many lovers before Alexander, and that she might fairly be called a woman of loose life. Though it is always rash to challenge such unanimous certainties, the student must wonder where and when Dragamashin was able to live loosely. She was born in 1866. She married her husband sometime before her 18th birthday in 1884. He immediately fell ill with a disorder due to alcoholism, and she nursed him, except during periods when she had to flee from his ill treatment, till his death in 1885. When she became a widow she was left badly off, but not so badly off that she could not buy food and shelter, and her unfortunate position attracted the attention of Queen Natalia, who had her taught foreign languages and prepared for her duties as a lady-in-waiting. She was so constantly in attendance at the palace during this time that it was rumored she was King Milan's mistress. Although in fact King Milan hated her. In 1889 she began to travel about with Queen Natalia, and from 1890 lived under her roof at Biarritz. Her bad reputation can be taken as deserved only if it is accepted that from 1885 to 1889, between the ages of 19 and 23, she conducted herself so licentiously in Belgrade that it was still remembered in 1897. But Queen Natalia was chaster than snow, she was as chaste as sleet, and she was no more likely than Queen Victoria to have a woman of damaged reputation as her personal attendant. She was also noted for knowing everything that went on in Belgrade. If there existed in 1885 stories about Draga so rich and strange that they survived 8 years of absence, it seems odd that Queen Natalia never heard them. It seems odder still that a young woman who had spent her youth in the arms of innumerable lovers should at the age of 23 be willing to take up her quarters for the rest of her life in what was virtually the nunnery of Queen Natalia's court, particularly when she was so beautiful that she could have set up as a cocotte in any capital of Europe. There are discrepancies here which cannot be reconciled. We may be warned by the puerility of the case against her. Vladan Georgievich, the Jewish scoundrel who was progressivist prime minister and specialized in terrorism, theft of state papers, and blackmail, was driven to denouncing her for lending one of his family an immoral book by a Russian nihilist. It was Mr. Gladstone's favorite, the Journal of Marie Bashkirtsev. It seems as if it might be wiser to pay heed to the curiously sober and lethargic expression noticeable even in the earliest photographs of Draga, and accept their indication that a woman who has known at the age of 19 what it is to have an insane father and an alcoholic husband may develop a certain caution about the exploration of life. Her bad reputation had probably two sources, one limited though effective in a highly important sphere, the other unconfined as a comet, the poetry in the heart of the people, catching fire from a fiery destiny. It has already been said that Draga Mashin had a brother-in-law in the army, Colonel Alexander Mashin. He and most of his family hated her. It is hard to believe that this hatred can have been justified. A girl of 17 cannot have offended greatly against a husband, much older than herself, who during their brief year of married life was suffering from the effects of alcoholic excess. It is likely that this emotion sprung from the reluctance of obstinate people to humble themselves before a stranger to whom one of their kind has done an injury. To Colonel Mashin this hatred was bound to seem justified when she became Alexander's mistress, for he was a partisan of the Karageorgieviches, though he had also received great kindness from King Milan. There is no doubt that Colonel Mashin, who was a good soldier and very popular in the army, widely disseminated his sincere belief that she was abominable. For the rest, the people hated Alexander Ibranovich because he had taken from them their dream of avenging Kosovo, because he had destroyed the integrity of their free state, because he was laying low the representatives of their ancient ways, because he was vulgarizing their style, their austere Byzantine splendor, which made their men gaunt and minatory, their women still and patient, like the ancient kings and holy personages in the frescoes. Because the woman a man loves is in a sense his soul, or at any rate the answer to the call it makes, they thought of Draga as Alexander's soul, and therefore their enemy, and therefore utterly evil, as all of us in our simplicity conceive our enemies. It is certain that she was aware of the people's hatred and was full of fear. It looks as if, with a not unnatural cynicism, she thought that her lover's passion would pass, and that she would then be free. It is said that he gave her 20,000 pounds, and it is probable that she hoped to spend the rest of her life quietly in some French watering place, where there was a casino at the end of an esplanade planted with palms, and pink villas with jalousies. This vision might well seem heavenly, for Balkan politics were thickening round her to a nightmare. In February 1899 the Austrian influence in the court, of which the chief representative was King Milan, insisted on a suspension of relations with Russia. In July of the same year King Milan was driving from the Belgrade fortress to the palace when a young man stepped forward and fired a revolver at him. The assassin was a revolutionary Russophile, Bosnian. Like all his kind save Princip, he missed. King Milan used the event as a pretext for throwing many of his personal and political enemies into jail, but he, and several of the ministers who were in the best position to form an opinion, believed that it was his son Alexander who had employed the assassin. It is not easy to visualize family life as it was lived in the palace at Belgrade during this period. However, calm was apparently restored, and Alexander shuffled along quietly enough under instructions from Vienna until March 1900, when Count Golakowski, the Austrian foreign minister, was unfortunately inspired to send him a peremptory demand that he should marry a German princess without delay. This was typical of the extraordinary incompetence which the Austro-Hungarian Empire always showed in its dealings with Serbia. It was notorious that Alexander was still passionately in love with his mistress, and as he was not yet 24 years of age, there was no reason whatsoever to hurry him into marriage. But Alexander's ministers obeyed the orders from Vienna and extracted from him a promise that he would marry before the year was out. They lacked the sound common sense of the chief of the Belgrade police, a simple peasant who believed that Draga owed her power over Alexander to magic potions. When he heard of the promise he blurted out, "Here, what's this? We all know that this creature has bewitched the king so thoroughly that he firmly believes that he couldn't even be a husband to another woman. If he has promised you to marry within the year, he means to marry Draga Mashin." He was right. On July the 8th Alexander announced to the world his intention of marrying his mistress. He chose a moment when both his father and his prime minister were on holiday in different parts of the continent. As he had taken the precaution of ordering them to be supplied with different code books, they wasted a great deal of time after hearing the news in sending each other incomprehensible messages. But at home he had immediately to face a flood of opposition not to be deflected by such easy means. We know how he met it in one case. He addressed one of his ministers in terms which were drawn from the common language of lovers, which we may even recognize as having been used in our own times by other lips. "You know, Vukashin," he said, "that I have had neither childhood nor youth like other men. I have never had any ambition, not even the ambition to reign as a king. I wear the crown, not because I love it, but because it is my duty to do so. You must have noticed that yourself. There now exists a woman whom I love more than anyone or anything in this world, the only woman with whom I can be perfectly happy, and only then can I consecrate my whole life to the interests of the people if she becomes my wife. In the whole world there is only one woman who can make me forget the bitterness of my past life, and make me feel happy. This woman has been hitherto my good angel, who gave me strength to bear patiently all that I had to bear. That woman is Madame Draga, the daughter of Pantaloon. I am inflexibly resolved to marry her. Don't insult me by attacks on her. She is a pure and honorable woman, and only her enemies speak badly of her. Only after she received proof that without her and her love I could not live, did she sacrifice herself to me. Yes, I am passionately in love with her, and without her I cannot live. There is Now no power on earth which could prevent my marrying Driga, whatever the consequences may be. I would prefer to give up my crown and live with Driga, on an income of £360 a year, than have the throne and an appanage of £48,000 a year. I knew that my marriage with her would meet with extraordinary difficulties, therefore I have surrendered myself to her, body and soul, and therefore I have made it impossible for her to leave me. You ought to know that she persistently refused to become queen. I alone know what difficulties I have had to gain her consent. And now, after I have at last broken down her resistance, you come and make difficulties. Have you no pity for me? Do you wish to force me to go away forever? Because you ought to realize that if I cannot marry Driga as king, I will leave Serbia forever, and marry her as a private individual. His ministers were unmoved by his eloquence. The whole country was filled by the news of the approaching marriage, by a black horror such as they would not have felt at a threat of invasion by the Turks. On the day the king proclaimed his betrothal to his people, the cabinet resigned, and sent 2 of their number to Driga with the message that she must leave the country without delay. It was in their minds that if she refused she must be kidnapped, and it must have been in her mind that her life was no longer safe. She consented at once to their demand, but she not unnaturally asked if she might not wait till her maid had packed up her clothes and papers, provided that meanwhile she went to a friend's house where the king would not be likely to seek her. Once she had her possessions, she said, she would gladly cross the river to Hungary. To this the 2 ministers agreed. But it was then that her tragic origins put out a hand to drag her down to her doom. She had 2 younger brothers who were army officers. Both seemed to have inherited the mental instability of their father. They were flighty, garrulous, arrogant, extremely indiscreet, and not at all abashed by their sister's curious position. There is no doubt that their behavior had contributed largely to Driga's unpopularity. It was unfortunate that very morning the worst of the 2 was with his sister, and that as she got into her carriage she whispered to him the name of the friend with whom she was going to take shelter while her maid packed for her. This was a natural enough precaution for one who knew herself to be in danger of kidnapping or death. It was not natural for her brother to give this name to the king when he called on his mistress 2 hours later. He drove at once to Driga's hiding place and brought her home in his own carriage, and there and then put on her finger a diamond engagement ring, and left her under a strong armed guard. For 4 days the capital was in a turmoil. It is indicative of the curious standards of this people that deputation after deputation visited the palace, urging the king not to marry the woman whom he adored, on the ground that she was old, his mistress, and of depraved habits, and that they were permitted to depart in impunity. This is not what one would have expected in a country where freedom of speech and the press had long been violated. But the Slavs are so inherently democratic that even under an autocracy there was an admitted right for the common man to discuss his rulers' affairs once they entered a phase of supreme importance. These deputations went away and formed various schemes for meeting the situation. Some wanted King Milan to be recalled and put in his son's place, others wanted Peter Karageorgievich. Others reverted to the original plan of exiling Driga, with the added precaution of putting Alexander under arrest till she was out of the country. There was no question but that the army was to prevent the marriage by rebellion. It only remained to settle how they were to do it. Without any doubt a plan would have been devised which would have found general support, but on the 5th day an announcement was issued which hamstrung all opposition to the king's marriage. The Tsar Nicholas declared his approval of the engagement and sent an emissary to congratulate not only Alexander but Driga. More than that, the Tsar expressed his readiness to become at their wedding. The come is the chief witness, who plays a more important part in a marriage celebrated according to the Orthodox rite than any equivalent figure we know in the West, who is, as it were, the godparent of the marital tie. The enemies of Alexander were almost all pro-Russian. They could no longer oppose him now that he was obviously transferring his allegiance from Austria to Russia, and the marriage showed in quite a different light now that the Tsar was going to lend it his spiritual authority. A silence fell on Belgrade, not the less profound because it proceeded from bewilderment, rather than from satisfaction. It had some chance to settle, for King Milan never returned to Serbia. The Continental press published a letter which he was supposed to have sent his son concerning his marriage, but which appears to have been written for journalistic use, and he helped the Austrian authorities in a campaign of libel against Belgrade. His son directed his generals that if his father attempted to re-enter Serbia he was to be shot like a mad dog. But this scene, which would indeed have been not at all a surprising climax to the family life of the Abranoviches, was rendered impossible by Milan's death in Vienna in 1901. Nothing could have been more ironical than that his corpse and household possessions should have been sent to crush it all on the Frushka Gora, among the holy Serbian things which had never interested him. But it can well be understood why the Emperor Franz Joseph sent them there. Put them with the rest of the Slav rubbish, he may have said. For Milan had failed in his duty of keeping Serbia as an Austrian dependency, and henceforth he and all Serbs were hateful and worthless in Habsburg eyes. But the silence in Belgrade broke. The public loathing of Driga had to find words to lift its corroding bitterness out of the heart. There is no indication that Driga was not an admirable wife to Alexander. She seems always to have treated him with an ungrudging maternal tenderness. There is no record of her having sided with the world against him by showing consciousness of his lack of dignity or physical repulsiveness. But though certain ministers recognized her virtues, this did not improve her popularity, for there were other counteracting forces. There was a mysterious event which touched the primitive instincts of the people. It was commonly believed that Driga was sterile as a result of a surgical operation. This does not seem probable. If she had had such an operation while she was in France, it seems unlikely that anybody would hear about it except her immediate family, who would hardly have broadcast it. This was the 19th century, in Belgrade as anywhere else. But it is still more unlikely that it was performed before she went to France, for it is rarely required by very young women. It is a little difficult to believe that if it had ever been performed, Driga would have ventured to announce shortly after her marriage that she was expecting a child, for the doctors and the nurses who had attended on her would have become potential dangers, threatening even her life. Furthermore, a famous French gynecologist examined her and confirmed her opinion. Careless as fashionable doctors become, it is hard to imagine one failing to notice that an expectant mother lacked a womb, and it is not likely that he would have accepted a bribe, or that Alexander, who was in difficulties with his exchequer, could have raised one. In the spring of 1901 there were rumors that Driga had been mistaken or had lied. The Tsar of Russia offered to lend the court 2 of his own physicians. Because he had been come at the wedding he would have had to be godparent to the first child. And it is possible that he had heard the gossip from Belgrade, thought he had been rash in backing the unpopular pair, and wanted to keep clear of any dubious proceedings. These 2 Russian doctors declared that Driga was not pregnant, but they explained clearly enough that this was not the result of a surgical operation but of a malady that might necessitate one They also explicitly stated that the symptoms of this malady might easily have misled Drika into believing herself pregnant, and that the French gynecologist's diagnosis might have been justified at the time when it was made. The mischief was done. The people's mind was nursing an image that it always likes to hate and dandle in its hatred, the woman who is death, who is a whore and barren. They were moved to new folklore by the story, which troubled them by allusions to all sorts of dangers specially feared by the blood, to threats against kingship, to pollution of the race. Before long it was believed that Drika had been frustrated by the Tsar in an attempt to palm off as heir to the throne a child belonging to a sister of hers named Petrovich. It is quite true that Madame Petrovich was pregnant, and it may be true that in panic, finding her own hopes of pregnancy were false, Drika had thought of a warming pan baby. If that were so, only those who have never felt fear can blame her. Her situation was daily made more perilous by the conduct of her wretched brothers, who were certainly insane. The Serbian habit of expressing high spirits by discharging firearms into the air has alarmed many travelers, but these two young men indulged in it in a manner that alarmed even the Serbians. They also insisted that when they entered a cafe or restaurant the band should play the national anthem. If they did not start the rumor that one or other of them was to be adopted as heir to the throne, they at least behaved in a way that supported it and made it seem the beginning of anarchy. From Drika's photographs it can be seen that she grew rapidly stout, old, wooden. A hostile newspaper published a serial written round the prophecies of Mata of Krima, and she brooded on the fate that had been foretold for her. She must have been aware, for she was not a fool, that her husband's reign was a tragic catastrophe. The change from dependence on Austria had done Serbia no whit of good. If Austria gave Alexander bad advice, Russia gave him none at all, and that was worse, for though he had been on the throne 10 years he had no knowledge of how to govern independently. The constitutional routine that steadied Russian absolutism was utterly unknown to him. For too long he had defended his crown and his very existence by alternate cringing and terrorism, and he could conceive no other procedure. In 1901 he promulgated a new and democratic constitution, and almost immediately quarreled with the radicals whom the country elected to work it. Very soon he swept it out of existence and appointed a military dictatorship under General Tsar Markovich. The task of the government was not to be performed. The finances of the country were in ruins, largely through the rogue rise of Milan. The army and government officials were irregularly paid. Graft tainted every service. Nobody's liberty was safe. And both interior and foreign policy, owing to the long period of Austrian tutelage and Alexander's inability to profit by its termination, presented a completely bewildering spectacle to the people. In April 1903 rioters were shot down in the streets of Belgrade. In May there was a general election, with all returns grossly falsified by the government. On the night of June the 11th, General Tsar Markovich went to King Alexander and told him that he could no longer face the task of ruling the country when the people were so solidly against him. This news distressed and angered the king, and he covered him with bitter abuse. But later he became calmer and admitted the reasonableness of the resignation, and asked only that his prime minister should carry on in office till a successor could be found. About 10 o'clock the interview ended, and the king and queen committed a last imprudence. Every evening a military band played in the gardens in front of the palace, while the crowds walked to and fro. The king and queen went out on a balcony and sat there surrounded by Drika's sisters, including the one who was supposed to have assisted her in a plot to foist a false heir on the throne, and her two insanely ambitious brothers. Through the gathering darkness the people looked at the royal party with hatred that was strangling in its intensity, that had need to come to a climax. Meanwhile Tsar Markovich had gone to his home, and sat up talking to his wife over a glass of wine. There were two reasons why they did not go to bed. Their eldest daughter, a girl of 21, was married to a young officer named Milkovich, who was that night on guard at the palace, and she was expected to give birth to her first child at any moment at her own home, which was in a neighboring house. Also both Tsar Markovich and his wife felt sorrow over his resignation, and concern lest it should lead to royal disfavor. In the cafes and garden restaurants the usual summer crowds were sitting listening to the gypsy bands and watching the fireflies among the trees. There stands by Kalemgdan Park a hotel called the Serbian Crown, which is distinguished by a certain romantic, haunted grace, as if the shutters had been flung back by ghosts, keeping trysts made in a past and more passionate age. It has a long veranda which on warm nights is thrown open to the air, and there, on this night of June the 11th, which was the anniversary of the murder of Prince Michael Obrenović 35 years before, sat a party of officers who attracted a great deal of attention. One of them was Apis, Dragutin Dimitrovich, who 10 years later was to give out guns and bombs to the lads from Sarajevo who wanted to kill Franz Ferdinand. They were drinking an enormous amount of plum brandy, and they called repeatedly for the tune, which was played in honor of the queen when she appeared in public, Queen Drika's Kolo. Once at least they got up and danced the Kolo, the Serbian national dance, forming a circle with their arms on each other's shoulders and their feet shuffling in an intricate rhythm. It was not extraordinary that they should dance the Kolo. To this day soldiers will do that at any minute, outside their barracks or when they have to wait in a public place, say at a railway station. But it was extraordinary that these officers should dance Queen Drika's Kolo, considering her unpopularity. It was explained for many of the onlookers by their drunkenness. A number of them were visibly drunk by 11 o'clock. Shortly after that hour they left and walked towards the palace. They were joined by certain other parties of officers who had been spending their evening at various cafes and the officers' club. Some of them also were flushed and riotous, but some were quite sober and well able to play their appointed parts in the conspiracy. One of these was Drika's brother-in-law, Colonel Mashin. His motive in leading these soldiers against the palace may be taken as largely base. He had received large gifts of money from King Milan, who had often sent him on interesting missions. With exquisite inappropriateness he had been one of Serbia's representatives at the Hague International Peace Conference of 1899. All these benefits had stopped at the marriage of Alexander and Drika, when Milan left the country to die. This must have inflamed to fever point his resentment against Drika for her failure to appreciate his brother's delirium tremens. Of Mashin nothing noble has ever been disclosed. But other leaders of the conspiracy were of a quite different sort. One lived to be a great man, of proven courage and wisdom, incorruptible in a time of temptation, never forgetful of his peasant origin, and always loyal to the peasants. His family speak of him as selfless, austere to himself, and tender with all others. Their followers also were of different qualities. Some were going to the palace in the expectation of murder and loot. Others went to demand the abdication of Alexander and to promise him and his wife a safe conduct over the frontiers on condition he did not name either of the Lunevitsa brothers as his successor. And of the 86 conspirators, 26 had come up that day from scattered garrisons in answer to telegrams from Mashin telling them to get leave on any pretext and hurry to Belgrade, and were still not quite sure what was going to happen. From the restaurant some went to the barracks of certain regiments to keep them from leaving for the defense of the palace when the alarm was given. Others went to the palace and gave the previously arranged signal, which was to bring them the king's equerry to open the outer door and lead them to the royal bedroom. But he had already repented of his consent to the conspiracy and had reacted to repentance in the manner of a Dostoevsky character. He had not betrayed his comrades to the king, he had simply sat in a chair in the entrance hall and drunk himself into a state of unconsciousness, so that he would be unable to hear them when they came. Eventually, they had to explode the locked door with a dynamite cartridge. This gave the alarm inside the palace and out. The king's aide-de-camp ran to the telephone but found the wires cut. Then the electric lights went out, either because the system had been damaged by the explosion or, some say, because the aide-de-camp turned off the central switch. Outside, some gendarmes ran out of the neighboring police station, saw a mob in the street, and began to fire. But what they thought was a mob was the 6th Regiment, who had been brought out of barracks by one of the conspirators, and the soldiers answered fire. For a quarter of an hour there was a battle, but then the lie, which had brought the 6th Regiment to the palace, spread to the police. They were told that King Alexander was turning Queen Druk out of the palace and that they had been sent for to keep peace in the town while she and her family were sent off to the frontier, and at once they ceased action. The same lie had disarmed the palace guard. All stood silent, bemused, cataleptic, because of their hatred of this woman. The king's equerry was shocked out of his drunken sleep and staggered to the door. The conspirators cried out that he had betrayed them and Davis shot him dead. There is no record that this inveterate plotter of attentats, who dreamed all his life long of murdering crowned heads, ever killed anyone with his own hands except this dazed and unimportant man. Terrified, with the din of the street fighting in their ears, they sent over to the house of a doctor nearby and asked for candles. Since the doctor was told the story of Druk's expulsion, he gladly gave them. With these feeble lights, the conspirators hurried into the palace, not knowing how long they had left for their work, and blundered about amongst the shifting shadows and the litter of furniture. The palace was a fine example of the school of interior decoration to which the dynasties of Europe seem irresistibly drawn, and they had to find their way among objects including many bead portiers, a huge black bear that someone had shot during the Bulgarian War, marble fountains removed from old Turkish palaces, an immense number of occasional tables covered with bric-a-brac, tom-toms, and Turkish hookahs. They stumbled about, knocking things over, and tried to find their way to the royal bedroom. Sometimes enemies detached themselves from the shadows, loyal members of the palace guard, who were instantly killed. One was Milkovich, husband of Prince Markovich's eldest daughter, who was that night in childbirth. Concerning these loyalists a divergence of opinion soon appeared. Some were merely for overpowering the king and queen, others were for outright murder and did it. There must have been a certain amount of mutual distrust among the conspirators themselves by the time they struggled through the darkness to the royal bedroom and found that the king and queen had gone. There was no question but that they had just left, for the bed was still warm, and a French novel had been thrown down on the bed table, open and face down. Now the conspirators had reason to feel real fear. If the king had got away and roused those soldiers who were still faithful, they would all lose their lives. They ordered the aide-de-camp, whom they had wounded in the shooting downstairs, to be brought upstairs, and they questioned him. Though he was weak and in pain, he lied glibly and sensibly to gain time. First he persuaded them to go down and search the cellars, which they did for an hour. When they were satisfied that there was nobody there, they ran upstairs and ransacked the rooms again, some holding candles while the others drew their swords and poked them under sofas and pierced curtains with them, and beat them on the walls to detect secret doors. Their situation was becoming more and more desperate. Meanwhile 2 officers had been sent with a company of soldiers to the house of Prince Markovich. When they knocked at the door, the general and his wife thought a messenger had come from their daughter's house. But owing to the conversation that they had been having about the results of his resignation, he was not surprised, and he received them courteously and tranquilly. The senior officer told him that they had been sent to place him under arrest in his own house until it was time for him to go to the palace to hand over the seals of office. The general still showed no surprise and treated them as soldiers doing their duty, bidding them sit down while he gave them cigarettes. They smoked for a while. The senior officer showed signs of agitation, which puzzled his junior, who did not know that they had been sent to kill the general. After a time the general rose and said, "I will go and order some coffee." And as soon as he turned his back on his guest, the senior officer lifted his revolver and shot him 3 times. The assassin stood in great distress, crying out that he had been ordered to do this thing, while the junior officer knelt down and took the dying man in his arms. Your Majesty, Prince Markovich said with his last breath, "I have been faithful to you. I did not deserve that you should do this thing to me." And in this error he died. At the palace, King Alexander and Queen Druk were hiding in a little room that opened off their bedroom, scarcely more than a wardrobe, where her dresses were hung and her maid did her sewing and ironing. There had been a secret passage, specially built by King Milan to meet just such an occasion as this, but Alexander had scornfully had it bricked up. The door to this wardrobe room was covered by the same wallpaper as the bedroom walls, and it completely deceived the conspirators. Perhaps because they searched by candlelight, the king and queen kept silent till they heard their enemies question their aide-de-camp and then go stumbling down to the cellars. Then the king went to the window and cried to the soldiers whom he saw dimly standing about in the gardens about the palace. But they were all some way off, and he was leaning from a dark window, and they had been told that the officers of the palace guard were protecting their king against a conspiracy started by Druk and her family. They stood silent and immovable. The hatred of Druk had become a wandering spell, an enchantment that played about the city, sealing the mouths and paralysing the bodies of all its inhabitants. The royal pair seemed to have given up the attempt to save themselves for a time and to have tried to clothe themselves decently. The king was wearing trousers and a red silk shirt, and Druk had found lying about a pair of white silk stays, a petticoat, and yellow stockings. She did not dare to open a cupboard to get out a dress, for fear of making a noise, and they were in darkness. Their torture lasted for about 2 hours. Then the queen, who was standing at the window, saw an officer come into the gardens just below, and recognized him by his walk as the commander of the royal guard. She leaned out and cried to him, "Come and save your king. He is in danger." The commander halted, looked up, and made sure that it was she. He raised his revolver and fired at her, or rather at the Austrian Empire, at our evil earth, at our polluted species, at sin. A wide shot, for she was in fact none of these things. It was no wonder he missed her. This commander went round to the entrance hall and found the conspirators, with their drawn swords in their hands, wrangling with the dying aide-de-camp, who was on the point of persuading them to search another building nearby. He told them that he had seen the queen at a window near the royal bedroom. They ran back to it at once, but still could not find the wardrobe room. An axe was fetched from a woodshed in the palace courtyard, and one of the officers struck the walls till he came on the door. It was locked, and there is no evidence whether it was broken open, or whether the king and queen unbolted it under promise of safety. All that is known is that at the last they stood in their bedroom, the flabby spectacled young man and the stout and bloated middle-aged woman, fantastically dressed, and faced a group of officers whose shaking hands held guttering candles and drawn swords and revolvers. Mashin was there, but so was a leader of the highest character. This man asked the king if he would abdicate, and was answered with the bitterest words a son ever spoke. No, I am not King Milan. I am not to be overawed by a handful of officers. Then all the revolvers in the room fired at once, and Alexander fell into Draga's arms. He cried, Mito. Mito. How could you do this thing to me? Mito was the familiar name of Tsar Markovich. Alexander died in the belief that he had been assassinated by order of the man who had died an hour before, in the belief that he had been assassinated by order of Alexander. Then the revolvers fired again, and Draga dropped to the floor. A madness came on most of the men in the room. They stripped the bodies and hacked them with their swords, gashing the faces, opening their bellies. Some of them who did not run amok shouted to them that they must all go away now that the deed was done, now that partisans of the king and queen might come in and arrest them. This, however, did not do anything to restore decency to the scene. For with a dreadful sanity the men who had been stripping and slashing tumbled the naked corpses out of the window into the gardens below. This was sound common sense and guaranteed their own safety, for it showed that both king and queen were dead and there was now no one to protect or be protected by, since there were no Abranoviches left to succeed to the throne. But it added another indecency to the scene. Alexander's arms had always been much more developed than the rest of his body, and as there was a spark of life in him he clung to the balcony with one hand as he went over, and an officer had to sever his fingers with a sword before he would let go. When he had been cast down on the lawn his other hand closed on some blades of grass. The morning broke, and although it was June some rain fell about 4 o'clock. That brought the Russian minister out of his legation, which looked across a chestnut avenue at the palace. He had been watching the tragedy all night through the slits in his shutters. Though he could certainly have taken steps to rescue the king and queen, he had intervened neither then nor when he had been informed of the conspiracy, which had happened 2 or 3 days earlier, for a great number of people had known of it beforehand. Mr. Mijatovic, who was then Serbian minister in London, received a full description of it at a spiritualist séance held by Mr. W. T. Stead 3 months before. The medium, Mrs. Burchell, had visualized the scene with singular fidelity. Such at least was the opinion of everybody present who came from Finsbury Park, though a gentleman from Hounslow heard nothing. Other persons, however, received intimations later and from more materialistic sources. The Austrian government knew of it, and certain movements of troops on its frontiers could be explained only by that foreknowledge. But it would not issue a warning to Alexander, its enemy, and the Russian legation would not issue a warning to its highly unsatisfactory friend, who was so unpopular, so awkward, and, above all, so unlucky. But there is a point at which a gentleman must draw the line. Entering the garden, the Russian minister went up to the officers who were standing about and pointed to the corpses. For God's sake, he said, carry them into the palace. Do not leave them here in the rain exposed to the gaze of the public. This sentence may well be preserved as a symbol of the kind and degree in which the great powers have acted as a civilizing influence in the Balkans. Belgrade 7. Thereafter the city blossomed like the rose. Serbia was young again, it was refreshed. It tossed its head and threw off its sleep and faced the morning in its strength, because Draga was dead, because the bad woman had been killed. The actual ills that Alexander Abramovich had committed, or at any rate consented to, the imprisonments and floggings, the corruption and fraud, were quickly forgotten. For long the people have spoken as if he had been murdered because he was Draga's husband, and as if his murder were secondary to hers, and as if the murders were purgations of a plague, which was nothing but Draga. This is a mystery. For Draga was insignificant. She is one of the most negative people who appear in history. At no point in her career does she seem to have said or done anything that could be remembered 5 minutes later. She represents prose in its defective sense, in its limitation to factual statement, in its lack of evocation and illumination. Her enemies found it difficult to make a case against her, because she provided them with no material from which any deduction could be made, and for the same reason her friends could build up no defense. When she went into a room she did nothing that was noble and nothing that was base. She stood up if standing was good, and she sat down if sitting was better. No man except Alexander seems to have loved her, and although a few women felt a protective kindness towards her they do not talk of her as in any way interesting. Such a woman could not have committed a great crime, and indeed she never was accused of any. To plan the substitution of an heir to the throne would have been disgraceful, had she ever truly done so, but that can be left on one side, for Serbia's hatred of Draga was mature before she ever became queen. It was ostensibly based on the immorality of her life as a young widow in Belgrade, and let us visualize exactly what that meant if it were real. A beautiful and dull young woman lived in a small room somewhere in Belgrade. On the walls there would be hung many family photographs and a poor bride rug or two, and on the wooden floor there would be 1 or 2 others of these poor rugs. There would come to her sometimes men who would perhaps be comely and young like herself, for she was not so poor as to need to take lovers against her inclination. There would follow some conversation, agonizing in its banality had one had to listen to it, but not criminal, not threatening to anyone's peace or life. It would not be unnatural if the couple soon abandoned the use of words, and turned to embraces, which would as like as not be purely animal in inspiration. Then, if the worst of what the queen's enemies said was true, they went into another room, in which there was a bed, and lay down on it. Once they were, their nature limited them to the performance of a certain number of movements which, except to the neurotic, are not abhorrent, which some people find agreeable and others disagreeable, which by common consent have to be judged ethically solely by their results, since they themselves carry hardly any but a momentary and sensational significance. Now, this is admittedly not what one would hope to find in the past of a royal personage. A queen should know only the love that lasts, as a king should know only the courage that never fails. But it must be reiterated that Draga was hated before there was any probability that she should become queen, and that makes the power of the scene over the popular imagination remarkable. It might have led to the birth of an illegitimate child, but it did not. It might have led to the transmission of venereal disease, but it did not. Still, the potentiality shadows it. But even so it is extraordinary that the Serbs should have been distraught and frenzied by a scene that was darkened by only the shadow of horror when they were so familiar with scenes that were black with its substance. They were used to murder, to the bullet that sped from the forest branches, to the rope that strangled the captive who the next day would be pronounced a suicide. They were used to the fraudulent trial, the lying witnesses, the bribed judge, the undeserved imprisonment, and the thieving fine. Yet, it was Drika who sent their blood rushing to blind their eyes, who made them draw their swords in a completely supererogatory murder. For there was no reason whatsoever to kill Drika. Alexander, it would perhaps have been impossible to leave alive, for his obstinacy and his sense of grandiose destiny would have made him cling to power if it meant wrecking his country's peace. But Drika could safely have been put on a train and sent off to spend the rest of her days between Passy and Nice. There was no reason at all why the conspirators should have spent that night of panic in the palace, staggering about among the occasional tables and the bead boardiers, accumulating damnable guilt. But it would be fatuous to deny the dynamic effect of the deed. There was at first the movement towards demoralization that would have been expected. The conspirators murdered not only the king and queen and the prime minister, but also the minister of war, and Drika's two brothers. These two young men were brought to the barracks of the regiment and confronted by the commander of the royal guard, the same who had shot at Drika from her garden. Their majesties are now dead, he said to them with ferocious irony. The moment has come for your royal highnesses to command. Do not hesitate. We are your faithful subjects. Pray give your orders. But if I may presume to advise you, you will not ask for more than a glass of water and a cigarette. They were then taken out into a courtyard and shot by a firing party, commanded by Lieutenant Tanko Sich, the friend of Apis, who 11 years later was to aid him in giving arms to Princip and his friends for the Sarajevo attentat. After such a bloodbath there was bound to be disorder, and there was some looting of the palace and the houses of the murdered ministers. But in a day the army was brought to heel, and the business of government was competently carried on. A provisional government was formed, and after a peculiar religious service, of a kind not prescribed in any missal, attended by the ministers and conspirators, a deputation set off to Geneva to offer the throne to Peter Karageorgevich. It is incontestable that Peter Karageorgevich had known nothing about the murders beforehand. His worst enemies never seriously alleged that he had been consulted, and several of the conspirators admitted that they never dared tell him. He was a man of 57, with an upright character and a complete incapacity for pliancy, and they were well aware that had he known of their intentions he would have stiffly denounced them to the proper authorities. For a royal pretender he had a curious career. He was the grandson of the great Karageorge and the son of the Alexander Karageorgevich, who had ruled without test from 1842 to 1858. Because of his father's democratic principles he had been brought up as much like a peasant child as possible, and had gone out from the palace to the national school every morning. At the time of his father's abdication he was sent to a boarding school in Geneva, which was singularly successful in marking him for life. To the end of his days there was grafted on the essential Serb in him an industrious, conscientious, Puritan Swiss. He spent his holidays on his father's estate in Transylvanian Hungary, and learned the elements of farming, but he elected to become a soldier, and at 17 went to France and passed through the military academies of St. Cyr and Metz. He fought in the Franco-Prussian War, and was wounded and decorated, and laid the foundations of the rheumatism that was to cripple him in later life by swimming the Loire in midwinter to escape capture. We have an odd vignette of him bursting into a house in a French town one quiet evening during the campaign, explaining that he had heard from the streets the tones of a harmonium and begging that he might be allowed to play on it. He then spent a happy hour wheezing out Serbian national airs. He remained inveterately serious and simple. It is doubtful whether he ever learned that a harmonium is not chic. But the rest of his family established itself in Paris and could have taught him that the right thing was a grand piano covered with a Japanese embroidery. His younger brother, Arsenius, became a dashing Russian officer, and later a well-known boulevardier. Of his young cousins, Alexis and Bojidar, much can be read in Marie Bashkirtsev's journal. Indeed, one of the most interesting exhibits in Prince Paul's Museum at Belgrade, though it has some fine Corot's and Degasses and Van Goghs and Matisses, is a charming picture by Marie of the bearded young Bojidar, leaning from a balcony threaded with orange nasturtiums, looking down on a Paris silvery with autumn. This boy grew to be a watercolorist of some merit and wrote several Lodi-like books about travel in the East, which consisted almost entirely of color adjectives. He was a close friend of Sarah Bernhardt, and was in much demand for masquerades because of his capacity for airy gaiety. Alexis and he both spent money like water on highly amusing and refined objects. They were conspicuously not what would be expected of the grandchildren of a Serb pig breeder and rebel chief. But all the genes characteristic of Karageorge seemed to have been transmitted in almost uncomfortable purity to Peter. He spent some time in France after he left the army, and studied the elements of law and social science. It was at this time that he translated John Stuart Mill's essay on liberty into Serbian. In 1875 he went to Bosnia and fought in the revolt against Turkey, and was unremittingly in command of a company of Komitaji throughout the whole 3 years of the campaign. After the settlement he went to Serbia, not to advocate his claim to the throne but to see his native country again. He was soon expelled by the police. 5 years later he went to Montenegro to help Prince Nicholas reorganize his army, and married one of his daughters. In 1889 his wife died of consumption, leaving him with 3 children, 2 boys and a girl. By this time he had taken an intense dislike to his father-in-law, whom he rightly considered dishonest and dishonorable, so he moved with his family to Geneva. There he lived in great poverty. There was barely enough money to feed the family, and some people in Switzerland believe that Peter added to his income by some such work as the copying of legal documents. He also took his full share in his family responsibilities. He had taken furnished rooms, and an elderly cousin acted as nurse to the children, but there were 3 of them, and presently 4, for his brother Arsenius had married in Russia a member of the plebeian but wealthy family of Demidov, and they had separated, leaving a little boy, now Prince Paul, without a home. Peter brought them up with a tender, anxious, austere care. He gave them their first lessons, and he watched over their manners and morals with an unrelenting eye. A Serb and a Swiss, he thought that one must be a soldier, and that one must be good. The training that this faith brought on the 4 children is not altogether agreeable to contemplate. They were all overworked. They had to attend the ordinary Swiss elementary school during the day, which was supposed to be a whole-time education, and in the evening they had to learn the Serbian language and history and literature from a Serbian governess and their father. They were also subjected to ferocious discipline. In 1896 their mother's sister Helen married the Crown Prince of Italy, and invited the children, of whom she was very fond, to the wedding at Rome. The little daughter was not allowed to go because her marks at school had been bad. But he was kind and loving. To understand his severity towards his children it must be remembered that he intensely disapproved of his own family. He thought Arsenius might probably be saved insofar as he was a good soldier, but his Swiss side found much to disapprove of in his brother considered as a dashing Russian officer and the divorced husband of Aurora Demidov. As for Bajidar and Alexis, he thought they were degeneration itself. Alexis had married a very rich American lady, and to please her had tried to get Peter to stand back and let him assume the role of pretender, pointing out that he at least had the money to finance his claim. This had struck Peter as a most unholy proposal, and he coldly continued to instruct his children in the legend of Kosovo and deprive them of their meals if they were not in time for them, trusting that by such means he would prevent them from resembling their relatives. But it could not escape his notice that his elder son, George, showed undoubted signs of the unstable charm which he disliked in Alexis and Bajidar, and, what was perhaps more serious, the moody violence that had darkened the genius of George. It was perhaps for this reason that in 1898 Peter accepted an offer made by the Tsar to receive all three of his children in St. Petersburg, give them the freedom of the palaces, and educate them at the best Russian schools. It is certain that his liberal tendencies would have been better pleased if the children had been educated in Switzerland or France. But he could no longer face the responsibility of bringing them up on scanty food, in uncomfortable lodgings, and without advice, when there was this handsome alternative. But though this improved his family's lot, it initiated a most uncomfortable routine for him. The little Paul could not at first be taken to Russia for reasons connected with his parents' troubles, and he remained in Geneva under the care of Prince Peter and his cousin till later. But Prince Peter had to take care that his children remained good serfs and were not Russified, so he visited them in Russia in the holidays, traveling as cheaply as possible. These journeys were not wasted. His second son, Alexander, remained curiously impervious to Romanov luxury, practiced his father's frugality and chastity, and cultivated serf circles in St. Petersburg. The Roman virtue of this man was real, and had its emanations. The news of the Belgrade murders must have been unspeakably disgusting to Peter Karageorgevich. He had never supported his claim to the Serbian throne by the most faintly dubious action. He had announced that he believed himself to be the rightful ruler of Serbia and that he was willing to take up the scepter whenever the Serbian people demanded it, and there he had left it. Now he was faced with what is the nastiest thing in the world from an army officer's point of view, an army conspiracy. He was faced with what is the next nastiest thing from a soldier's point of view, the slaughter of unarmed civilians. Also one victim had been a woman, and there had been a great deal of drunkenness. It must have been the bitterest moment in his life when he went to his cafe to read the morning newspapers and found them black with this blot on his country, which as it must have struck him after the first seconds shock was also a blot on his own name. When the Skupština elected him king he was faced with one of the most unpleasant dilemmas that has ever faced a decent man. He knew that if he accepted the throne the whole world would suspect him of complicity in the murders, he would be ostracized by all other reigning sovereigns, and he would be in the deadliest personal danger, since mutiny is no exception to the rule that the appetite grows by what it feeds on. But he knew that Serbia needed a good king and that there was nobody else likely to rule well except himself. He knew, too, that there were many people in Serbia who trusted him to save them from misgovernment. It is also possible that the Tsar had given his children their education on the understanding that he would go to Belgrade when the opportunity served and protect the country from the Austrian devourer of the Abranoviches. When the 24 delegates from the Skupština arrived in Geneva and offered Peter Karageorgevich the Serbian crown, he stiffly accepted. Without temporizing, without waiting till European excitement had subsided, he took the train to Belgrade and got there 13 days after the assassination. By that time all powers, except Austria and Russia, had withdrawn their diplomatic representatives as a mark of scorn. Peter greeted his people with a gravity which made it plain that it was for him to approve them rather than for them to approve him. His first legislative act was to remove the censorship on the foreign press. No newspapers from abroad were to be seized or blacked. Serbia, said Peter, without explaining himself further, shall henceforth know what other countries think of it. His immediate problem was how to deal with the regicides. He never dealt with them in the complete and clear-cut way suggested by the overzealous apologists of the Karageorgeviches. It is said in one history that he removed them all within 3 years. This is not true. Peter recognized that there were differences in guild among the conspirators, and that some were high-minded men who had conceived the crime out of public spirit and had never intended it to be so bloody. Even under strong foreign pressure he refused to expel these men from office. One was the famous General Mishich, who showed himself a great soldier in the Balkan Wars and still greater in the World War. But others he recognized as base and sooner or later excluded from official favor. Mashin was one. And Peter would not persecute those who denounced the crime. When he was reviewing a regiment 4 months after his arrival, a lieutenant left the ranks and shouted in his face that the blood of Alexander was still crying out for vengeance. The young man was removed from the army but was not otherwise punished. Soon the baser regicides banded together to protect themselves, and in 1907 they assassinated the head of the anti-regicide group. Peter used that assassination, in conjunction with an Austrian attempt to eject him and give the Serbian throne to an Anglo-German, to sober public opinion. He told his people that, if they insisted on behaving like wild beasts they must expect to be caged and put in charge of a keeper. But he himself was well aware that though he had thereby cleansed public opinion he had not succeeded in rounding up all the conspirators of dangerous character. Chief among these was Dragutin Dimitrievich, who was protected by the extraordinary personal fascination which made him a popular figure in the army. But the question of the regicides mattered far less than can be supposed. Incredible as it may seem, it was dwarfed by the astonishing achievements of which the people, refreshed by their sacrifice of Driga, found themselves easily and happily capable. Peter began a program of reforms in the simplest, most Genovese spirit. When his major domo came to him on the day of his arrival to inquire what sort of menus he preferred, he exclaimed, "Menus. Menus. I have no time for menus. Never speak of such things to me again." He can indeed have had very little time, for he started to reform Serbia on foot and by hand. He would walk without military escort to a hospital, and if he found all the doctors out, as was not unlikely to happen in those Arcadian days, he wrote in the visitor's book, "King Peter has been here." He would visit a school, and if he found the children playing and the teachers gloomily discussing their grievances, he wrote on the blackboard, "King Peter has been here." He went on, however, to deal with the grievance which most afflicted doctors and teachers, and indeed many civil servants and soldiers in Serbia, and explained a great deal of disordered conduct. He saw that they were paid regularly. Swiss honesty, which in the place of its origin sometimes seems too much of a good thing, affected the Serbians, after 35 years of Milan and Alexander, as picturesque and exotic. It was to them what their national costume is to us. They stood gaping, while by continuous probity Peter brought his own state to financial order and even won the respect of international financiers. Alexander had been unable to raise a loan in Vienna even by pledging the entire railway system of Serbia, but Peter was cheerfully lent 9 times the sum his predecessor had vainly importuned. The Serbs rose to their dawn. They followed him along a new path that Serbia had not trodden for 500 years, to the world where success, and golden, luxuriant success at that, was won not only by the sword but by the plough, the loom, the pen, the brush, the balance. For the first time since the Turkish conquest the lost civilization of Byzantium showed signs of revival, and at last it seemed as if the monotonous reciprocal process of tyranny and resistance were to be displaced by a truly polymorphous life. The Serbians spread their wings, they soared up to the sun. When Austria saw them it was enraged. It contrived a snare to get Serbia back under its tutelage. When King Peter reorganized his army, under the commandership of his brother, Arsenius Karageorgievich, he proposed to buy some big guns from France. He also arranged a customs agreement of a most brotherly sort with Bulgaria. Vienna rapped him sharply over the knuckles. The agreement with Bulgaria must be cancelled, and the guns must be ordered from Austria. King Peter refused, so did his Prime Minister, Nicholas Pasich, the Lloyd George of Serbia, a crafty idealist, so did the intoxicated Serbians. The Abranoviches are gone, the Karageorgieviches are here, we are no longer slaves, they said. Austria then declared economic warfare on the Serbians. It looked as if it must conquer, and that easily. Serbia had only one industry, pig breeding, and there was nothing simpler than raising the tariff against their livestock to prohibitive heights. That killed at one blow 9/10 of their trade. However, the Serbians tightened their belts, and very soon found new markets in France, Egypt, and even England. While the price of meat mounted to preposterous heights in Austria, the pig war lingered on for 5 years, from 1905 to 1910. As its failure became manifest, Austria made it clear she had not accepted defeat. In 1908 the abominable Orenthal chose to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina, which, once annexed, were a threat to every state between Austria and the Black Sea. It meant that the Habsburgs, having failed to subdue Serbia by economic warfare, meant someday to settle the score by the use of arms. Again the Serbians spread their wings and soared up to the sun. If there is Austria, they said, there is also Russia. We have no need to cringe before any state. We are a strong people whose strength will buy us allies. And this indeed was true. Now that they had a king who could not be bought and would not let his ministers sell themselves. This moment must have found King Peter at his happiest and his most sorrowful. The contrast between the disorganized and disenured Serbia which he had taken over from the Abranoviches and the proud and virile state which was now making its own terms with the great power was, indeed, the sign of one of the most dramatic personal achievements in modern history. But it is quite possible that he was not altogether pleased by the company his triumph had brought on him. He had to accept Russian upbringing for his children in his days of exile. Now he had to accept Russian protection for his subjects. But the democratic Serb, the liberal Swiss, the translator of John Stuart Mill's essay on liberty, could not but disapprove of Russian absolutism. His frugality must have been repelled by the luxury of the Romanovs, and he knew that the South Slavs had every reason to fear the Russian movement known as Panslavism. That had become evident in the 70s, when the Turks had tried to kill Greek and Serb influence in Macedonia by founding of the Bulgarian Exarchate, which was to make the government of the Macedonian churches independent of the Greek Patriarchate. This Exarchate was inevitably anti-Serb, as Serbs wanted self-government for their own churches, and Russia lent her support to the Exarchate, because it feared the Austro-Hungarian Empire and its dominance of Serbia and therefore wished to have no Serbs in Macedonia. Hence it put up the money for Bulgarian churches, schools, and newspapers, which had no other object than to turn Serbs into Bulgarians. In fact Russia had, in the name of Panslavism, destroyed the unity between the Serbs and the Bulgarians which was necessary if the South Slavs were ever to maintain themselves against the Turks and the Austrians. Later Russia sometimes retrieved her position, but she often backslid. This was no stable ally of the sort that King Peter, King Rock, would have chosen. He had another and more personal sorrow. His elder son, the Crown Prince, George, took a prominent part in politics and became the leader and idol of the violent pro-war party. Of his charm and courage and ability there was no doubt, and he was even sound in judgment. When the rest of Europe still held blind faith in the efficiency of the Austrian army he predicted its collapse under the first prolonged strain. But the fantastic strain in him which had grieved his father in the old days at Geneva was flowering into a monstrosity not to be ignored. King Peter could not deal with him in the summary manner that would have been best. His popularity with the army, and particularly among those officers who had formed the more disreputable part of the regicidal conspirators, would have made it dangerous to seclude him. But in 1909 he fell into trouble. He killed his valet in an attack of rage. The most charitable account has it that he found the man reading his letters and kicked him downstairs with no intention of inflicting on him any serious injury. The king then inflexibly required that the crown prince should resign his claim to the succession in favor of his brother Alexander, though he felt obliged to let him retain his commission in the army. It has been said by envenomed critics of the dynasty that this was the result of Alexander's intrigues, but he was then a silent boy of 21, who was still a student at the military academy in St. Petersburg, and had paid only a few brief visits to Serbia during the 6 years since his father's accession. King Peter, who was now 65, cannot have been altogether certain of the quality of the boy he now recalled from Russia to help him against his internal and external enemies. Now destiny took charge of his kingdom. The Austrian provocation became more and more insolent. In January 1909 there had been a spectacular trial in Zagreb where 53 Serb subjects of the Austrian Empire had been charged with conspiring against their country with the connivance of the Serbian government, and 31 of them had been convicted on obviously forged or frivolous evidence. In March 1909 the Austrian Foreign Office handed the official historian of the Habsburg family, one Dr. Friedjung, forged documents which purported to prove the existence of a new conspiracy against the empire not only directed but financed by certain members of the Serbian government. King Peter and his ministers issued a statement, roundly calling the Austrians liars, and over 50 Serbian politicians backed up that statement by filing actions for libel against Dr. Friedjung in Vienna. The subsequent trial showed beyond a doubt that all his evidence was fabricated. Smiling, the Serbs went home and prepared themselves for the war that must come. They believed that it would not come at once. Russia had been greatly annoyed by the annexation of Bosnia, and her annoyance was a fortress wall behind the Serbians, clearly visible to the Austrians. There was work they could do in the meantime. Macedonia was still unredeemed, a Christian province in the hands of the Ottoman Empire, a hell of misgovernment that had known no respite for 500 years, save for a brief period of international control at the beginning of the 20th century, which had been terminated by the Austro-Hungarian and German empires for no other reason than the Teutonic hatred of the Slav. It was now in the deeper darkness that follows a false Dawn. The Young Turk movement had suddenly swept away the Sultanate, and established a constitution promising liberty to all its subjects of whatever race. Very soon it appeared that the Young Turk was simply the son of the Old Turk, with a Prussian military training, and there was set on foot a ferocious scheme for denationalizing the Macedonian Christians. Serbia and Bulgaria not only abhorred this spectacle from the bottom of their Balkan souls, but were touched by it in their self-interest. If the Austrians were to have an empire stretching to the Black Sea, they would first go down the valley of the Vardar through Serbia and get command of the Aegean at Salonika, and Serbia and Bulgaria would be impeded in their resistance to his invasion, because Macedonia, a strip of disordered country in the hands of their enemies, the Turks, would lie between them and their allies, the Greeks. There was no question but they must drive out the Turks, and with that resolution there came to the Serbs an extraordinary happiness. There is nothing like the peculiar gratification which fills us when we find ourselves able to satisfy the claims of reality by enacting a fantasy that has long warmed our imagination. The Serbians, to live in modern Serbia, must realize the poem that was written in the monasteries of the Frushka Gora, that was embodied in the dark body of the Tsar Lazar. They had not to choose whether they would make a daydream into fact, they were under the necessity of choosing between life with that daydream and death without it. There has been no fighting in our time that has had the romantic quality of the Balkan Wars that broke out in 1912. The Serbians rode southwards radiant as lovers. The whole West thought them barbarous swashbucklers, and fools at that. Advancing on an enemy who had never been defeated, and had found some magic prescription for undeserved survival. That mattered nothing to these dedicated troops, wrapped in their rich and tragic dream. They were determined to offer themselves to the horrors of war in a barren land where the climate is bearable for only 4 months in the year, where there were dust storms and malaria and men who had been turned by art to something more savage than savagery. Those horrors accepted them. The summer burned them, the winter buried them in snow, on the vile Turkish roads there. Commissariat often broke down for days and they had to live on roots and berries. The wounded and malarial lay contorted among the untender rocks, they suffered atrocities and committed them. But they were not perturbed. In their minds there lay the splendid image of Slav Empire, potent in spite of time and defeat, like the Tsar Lazar in his coffin. It can be conceived as filling with a special glory, altogether Byzantine in its rigidity of forms and intense incandescence, the mind of the crown Prince Alexander, for the Karageorgieviches permitted themselves no other poetry. In 3 months the poem had completed itself. By December 1912 the Ottoman Empire, as Europe had known it for 600 years, had been destroyed. The Serbians and Bulgarians and Greeks laughed in the astonished faces of the West. All should have gone magically well, had it not been that the quality that the West has shown in its dealings with the Balkans was too pervasive and enduring not to tarnish even the purest metal of achievement. It may be remembered that the Slavs had won this same victory once before, in 1876, and had been diddled out of their victory first by Russia's incompetence, which made them sign the unsatisfactory Treaty of San Stefano, and then by the criminal idiocy of all the great powers combined, and of England in particular, which replaced it by the infinitely more mischievous Treaty of Berlin, designed for the maintenance of Turkey in Europe. This had left all sorts of unsettled issues for the Serbians and Bulgarians to quarrel about, and the intrigues it engendered had placed upon the Bulgarian throne in 1887 a being of tortuous impulses and unlovely life called Prince Ferdinand of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. During his reign he watered and tended corruption as if it were a flower. The disorder of Bulgarian politics, which is often cited as a reproach to the Balkans, was very largely an importation of this detestable Prince Sealing. He was always a tool of Austria. Although his bias towards treachery makes all statements about his character difficult to frame, and after the Karageorgieviches had freed Serbia from the Austrian yoke he became one of Austria's most useful instruments in its increasingly frenetic anti-Russian and anti-Serbian policy. He had been forced to join with Serbia in the Balkan Wars by the will of his people, and indeed his Austrian masters told him that there was no objection against it, provided he was ready to do a Judas trick at the end. And this he did. Ferdinand assured the Serbians and the Greeks that he had shifted his allegiance from Austria to Russia, signed pacts with them, and went to war at their side, though not as the most satisfactory ally imaginable. With money and munitions he was extremely stingy. But he was generous to a fault in the manufacture of incidents, which faced too simply the problem of rousing public sympathy. A staff of his blackguards distributed bombs among trained bandits who exploded them in mosques, which not unnaturally inspired the infuriated Muslims to rush out and massacre Christians. This pleased neither the Christians who were massacred nor the Serbs and Greeks, who found themselves regarded with suspicion by neutral observers. Such, however, was the melodic line traced by Ferdinand's soul. Then, when the peace came he saw to it that discord between the Serbians and the Bulgarians should be its first result. The Treaty of San Stefano had awarded Bulgaria territory that gave her a position in the Balkans only to be justified if she had been the real liberator of the peninsula, and the three peoples had gone into the war with a loose understanding that the treaty might at last be carried into effect if Bulgaria provided that justification. But in that she failed. Ferdinand had mismanaged his gallant army so that they had in fact not even done their share of the fighting, and the decisive battle of the campaign, Kumanovo, had been won by the Serbians alone. It was natural that Serbia should demand some recognition of her special services in the peace treaties, which should take the form of a common frontier with her ally, Greece, and access to the sea at Salonika. This was an absolute necessity to her existence, as Austria had recently created out of the wreckage of Turkish territory a puppet state of Albania, which was to be an Austrian stronghold that should control Serbia and Greece. But Ferdinand impudently resisted these reasonable demands. The Judas trick he had been asked to perform by Austria was the sowing of deep dissension between the Serbians and Bulgarians at the end of the war, if need be by the betrayal of his own subjects' good name. During the summer of 1913, while the peace treaties were being discussed, he spread among his troops all manner of lies about the Serbians. Then on June 28, St. Vitus's Day, which was the anniversary of the defeat of the Christians on the field of Kosovo, which was to see the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and Sophie Shotek, he issued certain orders which even his own kept government was not allowed to know. Many Bulgarian officers dined with Serbian officers to celebrate the recovery of Kosovo. When they returned to their trenches they were told that the discovery of a conspiracy made it necessary for them to make a surprise attack on the Serbian regiments in the early morning. This is one of the vilest episodes in Balkan history, and it was not committed by a Slav. It was not a vestige of Balkan medievalism. It cannot be laid at the door of the Turk. It was the fruit of 19th century Teutonism. But the Serbians, knifed in the back, continued within their dream to achieve their poem. The powerful magic of that dream, that incantatory poem, blunted the knife. They beat back the Bulgarians. The Greeks, the Turks, the Romanians, closed in on Ferdinand, who was unperturbed. He believed his time was yet to come. He made a secret pact with the Emperor Franz Joseph towards the end of 1913, that he should place all the resources of Bulgaria at the disposal of Austria and Germany, provided he was given a large portion of Serbian and Greek and Romanian territory if he kept his throne, and a fat pension if his subjects expelled him. He then set to work to thrall Bulgaria to Germany by a loan, to which the assent of Parliament was given during a most peculiar scene. Ferdinand's prime minister faced the assembly with a revolver in his hand, but all the same the opposition deputies did considerable damage on the ministerial front bench by using inkstands and books as missiles. The angels must have been greatly perplexed by the determination of European statesmen to civilize the Balkans by sowing them with German print ceilings, for in Belgrade, the only capital in the peninsula ruled by a Slav, things were going better. It would be light-minded to deny that the Second Balkan War cast for a time a red shadow of barbarism across Serbian life. That treacherous early morning attack on the trenches, though the guilt lay on the Bulgarian crown and not on the people, engendered a hatred that met atrocity with atrocity, and the first Serbian official who went to settle the newly acquired territories behaved as if they were conquerors and not liberators. But the liberalism of King Peter was quietly attending to these natural inflammations of a national spirit which had suffered war. It is typical of the difficulties of his task and of the infinite incalculabilities of Balkan history that by far his most sagacious aid in dealing with the problem of the tyrannous and dishonest officials in Macedonia was one of the regicides. The tiger, blood on its claws, crossed itself, the golden beast became a golden youth. Church and state, love and violence, life and death, were to be fused again as in Byzantium. Hardly had the transformation been made when it was threatened, and the threat shocked and startled. It was known to all Europe, and to Serbia best of all, that the Central Powers were preparing for an aggressive war, but it was not generally expected that they meant to act in 1914. What the intelligence services of the great powers had reported in these years has never yet been published, though this would be far more enlightening than any amount of diplomatic correspondence. But it is said that both France and Russia were for some reason convinced that Germany and Austria would not make war until 1916, and certainly that alone would explain the freedom with which Russia announced to various interested parties in the early months of 1914 that she herself was not ready to fight. So Serbia was in a trance of amazement when Franz Ferdinand and Sophie Shotek were killed at Sarajevo, and it became certain that the enemy was going to use the murder as a pretext for instant attack. There could have been no more hopeless moment. The Serbian peasant army had been fighting since 1912, and every soldier had either already gone home or was homesick. The arsenals were empty of arms, the treasury was empty of money to buy them. There was a difficult internal situation. King Peter was now completely crippled by the rheumatism he had contracted in swimming the Loire to escape capture during the Franco-Prussian War, and only 10 days before he had appointed his younger son, Alexander, already recognized as crown prince in place of his elder brother George, as regent, and since George had acquitted himself well in the Balkan wars, his partisans were excited and angered. It looked as if the history of resurrected Serbia was to end in the same moment as it began. Such was the authority of Russia that some Serbs were incredulous. Nicholas Pašić, the prime minister, did not believe that Austria's outcry was serious, and was halfway to Athens on a visit to Venizelos when he had to be recalled to Belgrade to deal with Count Berchtold's famous ultimatum. This had been framed in defiance of the report of a high official of the Austrian Foreign Office who had been sent to Sarajevo to investigate the crime and had come to the conclusion that it was out of the question to suppose a connection between the Serbian government and the assassins. The ultimatum made 11 demands. The Serbian government was required: 1. To admit a policy of incitement to the crime, and publish a confession of this end, a promise of future good conduct which should be dictated from Vienna, and both published in the official journal at Belgrade and read to the Serbian army by King Peter. 2. To suppress all publications inciting to hatred of Austria-Hungary and directed against her territorial integrity. 3. To dissolve the Society of National Defense, a perfectly respectable society, which had no connection whatsoever with the crimes, and to suppress all other societies engaged in propaganda against Austria-Hungary. 4. To eliminate from the Serbian educational system anything which might foment such propaganda. 5. To dismiss all officers and officials guilty of such propaganda, whose names might be communicated, then or later, by Vienna. 6. To accept the collaboration in Serbia of Austro-Hungarian officials in suppressing this propaganda. 7. To open a judicial inquiry concerning those implicated in the crime, and to allow Austro-Hungarian delegates to take part. 8. To arrest without delay Major Tankosic and Milan Stiganovic, the Serbians, who had supplied the Sarajevo assassins with arms. 9. To supervise the Serbian frontier so that no arms and explosives might pass, and to dismiss the customs officials who had helped the assassins. 10. To give explanations regarding the unjustifiable language used by high Serbian officials after the crime. 11. To notify Vienna without delay of the execution of all the above measures. Serbia was given only 48 hours to accept or reject this ultimatum. It was not easy to accept. The 5th and 6th demands meant that Serbia must become a spiritual vassal of the Austrian Empire, in conditions that were bound before long to produce provocative incidents, with a sequel of bloodshed and annexation. Yet the Serbian government accepted that ultimatum, with only 3 reservations. It pointed out that the constitution of the country made it impossible to comply with certain of the Austrian demands, such as interference with the freedom of the press, without legislative changes impossible to enact during the time limit, but it was willing to submit these points to the arbitration of the Hague Tribunal.